In order to pay for his mother's surgery, William went astray and eventually died in a car accident. When he suddenly opened his eyes, he found that he was reborn. No one knew that he had the knowledge to last for the next 20 years, and he quickly amassed wealth to become a billionaire, originally wanting to give his family a better life. However, he was betrayed by his greedy sister and brother, who set a trap to take everything from him. William, stop struggling. You have to give me an explanation for everything today, said the second brother Jack in a cold voice, his eyes full of threats. Hey guy, thanks for watching. Please subscribe to my channel and let me know you want next part in the comment section. North City, Old Street. Who are you? Why are you holding me? William suddenly opened his eyes and shouted angrily. The thin man and the fat man each grabbed his arm, holding a dagger in their hands, and were walking towards a remote alley. I am the orb. I spicy noodles. Brotherly, have you forgotten? William looked at them in confusion and suddenly remembered the robbery plan he had proposed. That was a crazy decision he made to raise money for his mother's medical treatment. In 2004, he was reborn. Today is the deadline for paying for his mother's surgery, and all the relatives refused to lend money. William came up with this idea out of desperation and called two friends to act together. However, the three of them are hit by a car, and the fat man and the thin man die on the spot, and William almost dies until he is reborn. His consciousness remained, though he was trapped in the cemetery's loudspeaker, listening to the news broadcasts day after day. Suddenly, he realized that the sound of those horns was actually his chance to make a fortune. With the knowledge of the next 20 years, he is confident that he can change the fate of the previous life and help the fat man and the thin man to succeed and become rich. Right now, his top priority is to raise money for his mother's surgery. William's stomach began to growl, and he saw the fat man and the thin man taking out the few remaining coins. He snatched it away, patted his chest, and said, "Let's go to the hospital first. I'll treat you to some buns on the way." On the way, he bought more than a dozen buns. The three of them ate two each and packed up the rest to take to their mother. Beijing First Hospital, inside the ward. Mom, look at William. He didn't even come to see you when you were in the hospital. The eldest sister Lisa's voice was full of dissatisfaction. Yeah, having a dog at home is better than him. The second brother Jack sneered. William was standing at the door of the ward. When he heard their laughter, he stopped and felt gloomy. In the ward were his sister Lisa and second brother Jack. The eldest sister Lisa runs a cosmetic store with annual sales of several million. The second elder brother Jack inherited his father-in-law's building materials company, which is well known in the North City. William knelt in front of them yesterday and begged to borrow $100,000 for his mother's medical treatment, but was rejected and humiliated. The eldest sister told him to get out, and the second brother even threw him 2 10-yuan bills as alms. William's self-esteem was greatly insulted. He wanted to take action, but was threatened that if he dared to do so, he would call the police and send him to the police station. After he left, they spread bad things about him everywhere, slandering him as a prodigal son who was just waiting to die. He's just a jerk with nothing to do, they said. William knew that although he did not live well, he never gambled or spent money indiscriminately, and the family's money was taken by his eldest sister and second brother to do business. But they threatened him not to tell his mother about this, otherwise they would expose his idleness over the years. William knew that they were afraid that their mother's identity as a worker would be exposed and they would lose face. His mother always loved him and saved all the delicious food for him, but his eldest sister and second brother always snatched them away and were scolded by their mother. To this day, they still smear him behind his back. William was furious and pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. Sure enough, the situation in the ward was the same as when he left, except that there were 2 unfamiliar faces. The mother wanted to get up, and William quickly helped her lie down. "William, where have you been?" the second brother Jack asked coldly. "Yes, how much has been raised for the surgery?" said the eldest sister Lisa, sneering. "Mom has always loved you. Don't you think you could raise even a penny?" "Second brother, don't say that." Third brother raised at least dozens of dollars. "Look at the buns in his hand. They must have been bought with the money he raised." "Shut up. You can't talk about William like that. He almost." The thin man was about to tell the truth, but the fat man covered his mouth. William immediately signaled them to shut up with his eyes. "Almost what? You 3 really went for a robbery, didn't you?" The second oldest brother Jack exclaimed, and William frowned, suddenly feeling nervous. "Mom, you have to take care of my third brother. Robbery is a serious crime." Eldest sister Lisa immediately added fuel to the fire and the fat guy and the thin guy were trembling with fear. "Mom, William, please believe me," William said helplessly. "I'm really not." "I believe you," the mother nodded firmly, her eyes full of trust in her son. The second brother, Jack, looked at the fat man and the thin man and noticed that they were acting unnaturally. He walked up to them and asked, "What did you do?" "Remember, I have a recording, and everything you say will become evidence." "William, we are really—" The thin man stuttered, and the fat man immediately covered his words. "Forget it. If we really robbed the money, where's the stolen money?" William asked coldly. Suddenly, a nurse's voice came from outside. "William, the surgery fee has been paid. Please push your mother to the operating room to queue up." William looked at his mother, his face gloomy and his whole body trembling. He knew that if he didn't explain everything clearly today, his mother would force him to reveal the truth. He held his mother's hands tightly with his fingers, his heart full of sorrow, and he didn't dare to let go, for fear that his mother would lose control. Who paid the 100,000 yuan? He thought to himself. No matter who paid, William had to find that person and repay him. If he knew the truth, he would definitely thank him. As for those nurses, he also had to give an explanation and make things clear. "William, why are you gritting your teeth? Now that I've seen through you, do you still want to fight back?" The second brother, Jack, mocked, and even though he said this, he actually took a few steps back. "Sister, don't be afraid of him. I have already reported to the law enforcers, and they will come and arrest these thugs soon." Lisa threatened while holding the phone. "Wait, brotherly, please think of a solution quickly. I don't want to go to jail." The thin man and the fat man knelt on the ground in panic, tears streaming down their faces, and they couldn't even speak clearly. William was furious, but his mother's hand grabbed him, so he had to hold back his anger. He knew that if he had not been reborn today, he would have knocked the two men to the ground. But the two men were kneeling in front of him, and he couldn't just ignore them. "William, what are you still hesitating about? Why don't you push your mother into the operating room?" the eldest sister urged. William took a deep breath, knowing that the most important thing at the moment was his mother's surgery, and that he could put other things aside. He asked the thin man and the fat man to help push his mother's bed to the operating room. Seeing his mother enter the operating room smoothly, William breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little more relaxed. "Nurse, the $100,000. William turned around and was about to ask the nurse, but she had disappeared and there was no trace of her. "How busy is she?" William muttered to himself, shook his head, and prepared to go to the payment office to find out the source of the 100,000 yuan. Just then, he heard a stern question from behind him. "Are you William?" William looked back and saw two law enforcers walking in, followed by four people, the thin man and the fat man. Jack and Lisa were standing behind, obviously afraid that they would escape. "Haha, that's ridiculous. You want to send me to jail? I want to see how far you can go." William sneered in his heart. He knew that after what happened at home, his second brother and eldest sister could actually do such a thing. He was really speechless. "Kneel down. Apologize to me and your second brother, family. I can still help you pay back the 100,000 yuan." The eldest sister, Lisa, said coldly. "Let him go in for a few months to reform. He's a good-for-nothing." Jack echoed from beside. William took a deep breath and decided to take revenge on them. "You were playing with fire and getting burned," he said coldly. He suddenly turned to the law enforcer and said jokingly, "I want to know what crime I will be charged with for false accusation." "False accusation? William, are you crazy? Now that the evidence is conclusive, you still want to turn the tables?" Jack said angrily. William ignored him and walked up to the thin man and the fat man. Looking at their lowered heads, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. "Thin man, fat man, don't be afraid. I said we will win." "Wait, brotherly, can we really win?" the thin man asked hesitantly. "Believe me, everything brotherly says will come true," the fat man said firmly. At this time, the law enforcers were in contact with their superiors. They were a little confused. Usually, the bad guys would either run away or surrender when they saw them. This was the first time they had seen someone like William. "Take them all back." Soon after, the law enforcers received instructions from their superiors to take William away. "Jack, Lisa, just wait for bad luck." William smiled coldly, already thinking about how to make them pay the price. "Bad luck? William, how dare you curse us?" Jack said angrily. "Sister, my third brother is just being stubborn." Lisa obviously didn't take William's words to heart. William ignored them and turned to find a nurse, explained the operation, and then left with the law enforcer. "You two should think carefully about the consequences of framing others." Lisa and Jack obviously didn't take William's words seriously and were still confident that they could get away with it. Why did this family suddenly become like this? The two law enforcers were a little surprised. They obviously didn't expect such a drastic change in the Lee family. William and his two friends were supposed to be members of an ordinary family, but now the eldest sister reported to the law enforcer. The second brother added fuel to the fire, and William fought back against them, and the whole family was in chaos. At the police station, the two law enforcement officers quickly learned what had happened. The thin man had confessed everything out of fear, and William did not blame him, which was understandable. The only missing evidence is the source of the 100,000 yuan. Jack and Lisa have no evidence and believe that the 100,000 yuan was stolen by William and his two friends. Although they did have a plan to rob, they did not execute it. William decided that he had to find the nurse and uncover the truth about the 100,000 yuan. Although law enforcement officers have begun to track down, there is still no news. Suddenly, William remembered something and his expression changed slightly. Jessica, who had just joined the bureau for a year, died in an accident during a mission. William remembered it clearly. Jessica left a deep impression on him because her name was one letter different from that of one of his colleagues. After his rebirth, William knew that he must prevent such a tragedy from happening again, especially after Jessica's mother lost her. The blow to the family shocked Daxia. William decided to take action. He walked up to Jessica, looked in her eyes, and said, "King of the law, I see a red light flashing between your eyebrows. You will be in trouble within 3 days. You'd better not go out, especially to old houses." Jessica frowned slightly, seemingly not understanding what William said, but Shui Ming immediately spoke up. "Don't talk nonsense and try to influence us through superstition. We believe in science." William sneered, thinking that since he was reborn, he knew much more than they thought. At this moment, the voice of the law enforcer came from outside the door. "The nurse has been found." William's eyes froze for a moment. The appearance of this nurse was such a coincidence. "The witness Lan Xiaoer is here. William, you can prepare to go to jail." Jack saw William's expression and thought he was scared, and he immediately became smug. "William, kneel down and admit your mistake to your second brother. This is your last chance." Lisa continued to persuade William, without any trust in her eyes. Just because he used to be a gangster, does that mean he will be treated as a gangster by them all his life? William has made up his mind that after his mother's surgery is over, he will take advantage of this opportunity of rebirth to become a rich man and trample these two short-sighted people under his feet forever. He knew that these two people would not have much future. Otherwise, they would not have appeared only on his golden finger, the trumpet, in these years. In their previous life, they were domineering towards their family members but respectful to outsiders. For the sake of business, they did not even feel ashamed to kneel down. Especially to him. He has two different faces. Get lost. If you dare to mess with me again, I will really beat you up. Although William's temper has changed a lot, he still can't tolerate the repeated provocations from these two people. "William, I'm your biological sister. How dare you hit me?" Lisa put her hands on her hips and widened her eyes. "You little punk, today I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of my mother," Jack said, and rushed towards William, punching him straight in the face. "I can be merciless with women, but men? You have to beat them when they deserve it, or they won't learn their lesson." William responded coldly. "The first punch was to vent my anger for my mother and beat you two unfilial people. The second punch is for myself, to beat you two hypocrites who framed me. The third punch, I'll hit you, just because I'm happy." Jack's fist seemed to move in slow motion in William's eyes. He grabbed Jack's fist and quickly counterattacked, punching Jack hard in the face. Fist! Jack was stunned for a moment, the pain making his whole body numb. Lisa didn't dare to say a word and could only help Jack hide behind the law enforcers. "William, you actually dared to commit a crime in front of us. This is truly an aggravated crime," Shui Ming shouted. Jack struggled like a hedgehog. If Lisa hadn't held him back, he would have pounced on William and fought to the death. But in fact, he didn't dare. Jack was a person who attached great importance to face and would not let others see his panda face. "Law enforcer Shui, do you think I don't know the law?" Jack attacked first. This was just self-defense. Besides, I didn't cause him any serious injuries, so there's no basis for charging me with intentional injury. "William, you actually dared to contradict the law enforcers. It seems that our action today was not excessive." Jack sneered. Just when the atmosphere was tense, a sudden burst of laughter broke the silence. Everyone was attracted by the voice and turned to look It was Jessica. Jessica realized she had made a mistake and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. William, it's all your fault. William scared the king of law enforcers. What did this man drink? Xiao Qian, stay away from him. Without a doubt, William became the most unpopular person, except for the fat and thin people. But I think she's right. Jessica insisted, her eyes full of trust. She still believed in William and didn't think he was what others said. William felt warm in his heart. It seemed that she was not wrong about him. William finally breathed a sigh of relief. After beating Jack, the anger that had been pent up for the past few days finally dissipated a little. As for the rest, he would slowly settle the score with them. Law Enforcer Wong, you have been deceived by him. He is a robber. You can't believe anything he says. Don't get excited. We will not let any bad guys go. William watched all this coldly, thinking to himself that this was all a bit too dramatic. At this moment, the door of the detention room suddenly opened, and a law enforcement officer let a girl in nurse clothes in. There were two women following behind him. One of them was Sophia, William's ex-girlfriend, with a plump figure and a familiar smile on her face. The other is Eve, the goddess William once pursued. She has a picturesque face, a tall figure, and wears a pair of white stockings, which is extremely seductive. When Jack saw the nurse, he immediately smiled smugly and rushed towards her. Lisa watched all this with satisfaction, thinking in her heart that with just one word from the nurse, William would be convicted. Jack rushed forward and scared the nurse. In panic, he bumped into Sophia and was knocked away. Sophia, you fat guy, don't you look where you're going? No one will marry you, except this little punk. Jack got up from the ground and shouted angrily, his eyes wide open, completely losing his previous gentleness. The next moment, Sophia slapped him. Bang! Jack's face swelled up instantly and turned into a big pig face. You! Jack was furious, but before he could rush forward for revenge, Lisa had already grabbed him tightly. Seeing this, the two law enforcers quickly separated the two parties. Chui Ming pointed at William and asked, Ms. Lan Xiaoer, do you know this person? His name is Jack, and he is a family member of a patient in our hospital. Chui Ming nodded, glanced at William and the fat and thin men behind him, then looked at Lisa and Jack, and asked, They said William's mother needs 100,000 yuan for surgery, and the money was handed over by you. Can you explain the situation? Lan Xiaoer looked at Sophia and Eve, hesitated for a moment, and said, Someone found me and told me to pay for William's mother. Lan Xiaoer's narrative logic was clear and without any mistakes. The time and place were correct, and no one present had any doubts. Chui Ming continued to ask, Did William give you this 100,000 yuan? If this money is really stolen money, you must tell the truth. Lan Xiaoer looked at William with a bewildered look on her face and kept repeating, Stolen money, stolen money. Ji. Seeing this, Ak pointed at William excitedly and shouted, Did you hear that? She said the 100,000 yuan was stolen money that William got from robbery. The evidence is solid. Arrest William quickly, or he will run away. Chui Ming was obviously displeased after hearing this. He had his own judgment, and no one could command him. But he had long been prejudiced against William and wanted to get close to the person he liked, so he had long wanted to eliminate William as a competitor. Someone catch William, Zhang Hu, and Gao Wenjie. Jack and Lisa cursed William loudly at the same time, saying that he deserved it. Jessica's eyes were red. She didn't know why she was so angry. Eve stepped forward, her two slender legs blocking the law enforcer, and said coldly, William is my man, Eve. Who dares to touch him today? Her tone was firm, like a powerful aura. It doesn't matter whether the 100,000 yuan was robbed or not. My Yang family has plenty of money. Is 1 million enough? Is 10 million enough? William didn't expect that the problem would be solved by Eve at this time. He secretly sighed in his heart that if he changed into black stockings, the effect might be better. Eve suddenly attacked and interrupted Jack and Lisa's attack. However, they obviously did not intend to miss this good opportunity to go to jail. No matter how big the Yang family is, can it be superior to the law? Jack said suddenly, This is the law enforcement department, not your Yang family. Lisa sneered. So, do you still dare to stand and talk? Otherwise, you have knelt down long ago. William sat aside, watching coldly and occasionally interjecting a word. He knew in his heart that Jack and Lisa were not like this before. Although the relationship between the three of them had always been bad, they had grown up together and William knew them well. The only person who seemed quiet at the scene was Sophia, who had always liked William. They had been in a relationship before, but they eventually broke up because William thought she was fat. Sophia also didn't expect that William's new girlfriend would be Eve, the hot beauty who even women were attracted to. She shouldn't have been here today. When she heard that William was taken away, she hurriedly dropped her housework and rushed over. But she didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. Let Miss Lan explain herself. This will help some people give up. Jack and Lisa kept persuading Lan Xiao not to succumb to William's threats. Chui Ming and Jessica's law enforcement officers also stopped their discussion and turned to Lan Xiao. Eve's face was full of disdain, while Sophia's was confident with a slight smile on her face. William also looked at Lan Xiao. A trace of panic flashed across Lan Xiao's face. Although no one noticed it, Sophia saw it clearly. Her heart skipped a beat, and she felt that there might be sudden changes next. Finally, Lan Xiao took a deep breath, looked at the two law enforcers, and said firmly, "The person who gave me 100,000 yuan was Boss Yang, and her bodyguard gave it to me personally." After saying that, she lowered her head, looking a little guilty. "How is this possible? My judgment cannot be wrong." Jack was anxious, his tone full of disbelief. "Second brother, calm down and let the law enforcers investigate. We haven't lost yet." Lisa comforted him. She understood that what Lan Xiao said was probably true, but she was not going to admit it. She wanted to give Jack some time to prevent him from falling into despair. Chui Ming's face was full of disbelief, while Jessica felt relieved and happy. Eve walked toward Jack and said casually, "The Yang family may not be able to compete with the law, but they are rich. If you think William can't come up with 100,000 yuan, then you are blind and you would rather leave such a good brother alone. With my help, he will be someone even you can't reach in the future." Eve was right. William would soon become a wealthy man beyond their reach. How is this possible? Sophia squatted down, her eyes full of sadness and confusion. She couldn't understand how Lan Xiao could say that the 100,000 yuan belonged to Eve. The 100,000 yuan was clearly handed over to Lan Xiao by her own hands. So how did it become someone else's money in the blink of an eye? Was all this William's idea or Eve's arrangement? Sophia was eager to find out the truth, but she didn't dare to ask William directly. She had secretly taken out the 100,000 yuan, which was the money her parents gave to her brother to marry. If she couldn't return it as soon as possible, she would face punishment from her parents. William showed some disgust at Sophia's doubts, but he didn't say much. He knew her character, and although he had been unhappy with her before, he would still make it up to her. Now, however, his goal is to prove his innocence and send Jack and Lisa to prison, not to distract him from her. The facts are already in front of us. Just wait for your imprisonment. Wait, Brotherly, you are so domineering. I said, following Brotherly is the right choice. As soon as William finished speaking, the fat man and the thin man began to agree, even though they knew they were just going along with the trend. William looked at Jack and Lisa. The anger on their faces was stronger than ever, as if they had no regrets at all. "William, do you think you won? There's always a loophole, and I found a loophole." There was a smug light in Jack's eyes, as if the victory already belonged to him. Lisa lowered her head and sighed. The worst happened, and Jack completely collapsed. They've already lost. They should admit defeat. Chui Ming and Jessica looked at each other, walked up to William, and tried to persuade him to give up the countersuit against Jack and Lisa. "It's not a big deal. At most, I'll be locked up for a few days, and then I'll be released." They felt that since William's injustice had been cleared and Jack had lost his mind, there was no need to be more ruthless. "No, at least keep them in custody for a few days. Even just one day will do." William insisted. He had his own temper, and Jack and Lisa's behavior this time was really too much. They did not help his mother pay for the surgery, but instead maliciously framed him, which he could not tolerate. They were like this in the last life. I won't give them any chances in this life. William secretly swore in his heart that he would make sure they would never be able to stand up. Lisa looked at William and felt that he seemed like a different person, no longer the idle gangster. William became braver and wiser. "Let's talk. You let us go and tell us your conditions." Lisa sneered. She wanted to confirm again whether William had really changed. William felt frightened. He knew Lisa must be hiding something at this moment. Just then, William's cell phone rang. It was a call from the hospital nurse, but he didn't answer. "My condition is very simple. Everything between you and me is over. You can't go back to the Lee family anymore. We'll be two families from now on. William's tone was calm, but his heart was full of determination. Of course, I'm not so heartless. After all, you were once members of the Leaf family, and you can come back every year to worship your ancestors. I won't stop you either. After all, we are part of the Leaf family. But from now on, you can no longer appear in front of your mother, especially Jack. My mother and I don't want to see him again. After William finished speaking, a relaxed expression appeared on his face, and the obsession in his heart gradually dissipated. Lisa finally nodded after hearing this. Okay, we agree. Jack was furious and glared at William. Why? Just because you are begging me now, I can send you to justice at any time. William's words made Jack fall silent. He knew he was completely defeated. There was a light shining in William's eyes, the light of wealth, freedom, and love. He left in Eve's car, but when he was near the hospital, Eve received a call, apologized to William, and drove away. Did you have a falling out with your sister and the others? Lying on the hospital bed, the mother sighed. If she had known this would happen, she should not have carried out the plan. Yes, Mom, believe me, I will definitely let you live a good life in the future. I want to make a lot of money, a villa, a luxury car, beauty. Beauty, you have everything that others have. Mother smiled, but it was a forced smile. Wait, brotherly, is your girlfriend really Eve? She is the most beautiful girl in our school. How could she possibly like you? The thin man and the fat man kept chattering, but when they mentioned that William was a gangster, they suddenly felt something was wrong and looked up at William. There was a flash of murderous intent in William's eyes. His look made the thin man realize that something was wrong, and he quickly shut up. However, the skinny guy still didn't know how to be self-aware and continued to mutter to himself. The school beauty likes the gangster. This is explosive news. I have to post it on WeChat Moments and become famous. William glanced at him coldly, and the fat man quickly covered the thin man's mouth. But William just warned him and did not take any action. However, he still flicked the thin man's forehead lightly. Suddenly, the content of the conversation between the two people entered William's ears. I heard that the US dollar exchange rate has risen again. Really? Then it won't fall back immediately? No, my boy works at a securities company, and he said it will last at least 3 months. William pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered the plunge of the US dollar in October. Many investors suffered heavy losses at that time, but for William, it was a great opportunity. With the memory of his rebirth, he knew how to invest and make money easily, and the problem of startup capital could also be solved. But the problem is that investment requires money, and he doesn't even have $10 in his pocket right now. William suddenly thought of Eve. Her family was wealthy, and although she couldn't possibly provide 10 million, 1 million would be enough. William called Eve, and Eve frowned. You have already paid 100,000 for my surgery, and now you still want to borrow money, she said somewhat dissatisfiedly. She looked at the man next to her, seemed to be hesitating, and finally said, "Come to my house and talk to my dad." William breathed a sigh of relief and immediately left the thin man and the fat man to take care of his mother in the hospital, and then took a taxi to Yang's house. The Yang family lives in a 3-story villa, and the luxurious decoration makes William feel a little uncomfortable. Facing Eve's father Yang Dahai, William remained calm, but in Yang Dahai's eyes, his actions seemed a little contrived. Yang Dahai's attitude towards William was not enthusiastic, and he hinted to Eve to keep him hanging and not let him succeed easily. When William left, Yang Dahai only gave him an investment of 20,000 yuan, but William refused. Eve drove him away and handed him a bank card. "William, I'm sorry. This is the best I can do for you." William took the bank card and promised earnestly, "I will pay you back 100 times in a month." Eve didn't say much, just smiled slightly, knowing that this was her way of coaxing William. William didn't say anything, and then he had his own plan. He knew how he was going to make the money next. Those who lose in the morning may gain in the evening. He thought about it, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Jeans. He remembered that the southern coastal market was just beginning to take off and would soon sweep across the north. This opportunity was exactly when he accumulated his first pot of wealth. Then he realized that he had to record all major future events, lest these key information be lost as his memory blurred after his rebirth. So William took out his notebook and spent half a day writing down all the major events in the future. After hiding the notebook, he began to think about his plan to go south. But at this moment, he was still worried about his mother. Considering that his eldest sister and second brother were definitely unreliable, he decided to let the thin man and the fat man take care of her together. However, William was a little hesitant and didn't dare to let Eve help take care of his mother. After all, they had just established a relationship. Brotherly, why don't you look for Sister Itong? Yes, Sister Itong is gentle and considerate. She is a good person to take care of Annie. The thin man and the fat man suddenly spoke up, and William agreed to the proposal after careful consideration. Even though he treated Sophia badly last time in the law office, he thought she might agree. Finally, the thin man picked up William's phone and dialed Sophia's number. I'm Sophia. What can I do for you? Her voice came after the call was connected. William was silent for a moment before he said, Itong, it's me. I need your help. Let's meet. Sophia thought for a moment and said, Okay, see you at the old place. After the call was hung up, William was a little stunned. He knew that the old place she was talking about was the barbecue restaurant, and he was familiar with this place. In the past, he had made an appointment to fight with someone here, but the other party broke his promise and brought 50 people to besiege William's side. In the end, William was seriously injured and almost died at the hands of the other party. At that moment, it was Sophia who rushed forward and protected him with her strong physique. She was badly wounded and her clothes were torn, and the enemies fled when they saw her. After the enemy retreated, Sophia carried William to the infirmary and almost collapsed to the ground. It was at that moment that the two went from being friends to being boyfriend and girlfriend. However, it didn't take long for William to lose interest in Sophia, and the two broke up hastily. Before his rebirth, William had wondered what it would be like if they continued to be together. He understood that the Heath family would squeeze him dry, and his parents and brother would take everything from him. He knew that Sophia had relied on him for support and even had to rely on him for meals at school. Therefore, William decided to stay away from her and would rather pursue Eve and have too much involvement with the Heath family. Not long after, Sophia appeared in front of William wearing black clothes and light makeup. Although she is also very beautiful, there's a clear gap compared to Eve. William, do you remember this place? William nodded, his memory still fresh, especially the unforgettable incident. Yes, I remember. So what do you want to talk to me about today? Sophia asked. The skinny guy, the fat guy, and I are going to the south for a few days. My mother is... Before William finished speaking, Sophia looked around and interrupted. I understand. You want me to take care of your mother. William nodded. Although he didn't like her size, she was smart. Sophia turned around and straightened up. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. If you treat me to a barbecue, I will agree. William was delighted and immediately took the menu and ordered a lot of food, enough for the two of them. The northeastern owner of the barbecue restaurant knew them and even gave them a few bottles of beer. Adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, the two ate and drank and became happier the more they drank. In the end, Sophia carried William back home. After William packed his luggage and gave the house key to Sophia, the thin guy and the fat guy asked for leave from school and took a train south. The train was packed with people, many of whom, like William, were looking for opportunities to make a fortune. If you were not careful, your wallet would be stolen. William carefully divided the 90,000 yuan into 3 parts and hid them in the most secluded place. He knew that if he lost the money, the consequences would be disastrous. Halfway through the journey, he noticed the woman sitting opposite him. She was stunningly beautiful like a star. At this time, the woman was dozing off, and the two people next to her took the opportunity to get up, quietly search her body, and then quickly left. William watched this scene, and although he had some thoughts in his mind, he did not intervene. After all, he also had 30,000 yuan on him, and once it was exposed, it would definitely cause trouble. The two men were very skilled in their movements, and they seemed to have knives hidden in their arms. If it was William before, he might have helped them, but now, he just wanted to live his life quietly. However, fate is always full of jokes. The woman woke up soon and found that her phone and wallet were missing. She stared at William angrily and shouted, "Did you steal my things?" William was stunned, secretly dissatisfied in his heart. Why did she insist that she did it? You're just a thief. I'm an actor. Don't think you can fool me. The woman continued to be aggressive. William was a little angry, thinking to himself, how dare you call yourself an actor? You're just an actor in a bad movie. Although he was furious, William remained calm, knowing that he had to defend himself. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if he was mistaken for a thief. However, the thief had already left, and there was no surveillance camera in the car, so there was no evidence. William could only remain silent for the time being. Not wanting to draw too much attention, he decided to take a playful approach. He quickly put his arm around the woman. Fuck, brotherly is awesome. Will brotherly be unfair to his sister-in-law by sitting like this? The people around laughed when they saw this scene. William quickly diverted everyone's attention. Don't worry, she's my sister and there is something wrong with her brain, William said, pointing at the woman's head. The woman was stunned, then rushed over and said, You are the one with a problem in your brain, and your whole family has a problem in their brains. William smiled and responded, She is indeed not in the right place in the head. Please stop taking up everyone's time. The passengers around echoed the sentiment, and the atmosphere became much more relaxed. William finally relaxed and felt relieved. He hadn't felt so relaxed in years, and he could finally laugh freely. After all, he is only a 24-year-old young man and should enjoy the freedom and sunshine of youth. Are you looking for death? How dare you take advantage of me? Do you know who I am? The woman asked, gritting her teeth. It was also the first time for her to confront a strange man so fiercely, but strangely, she did not hate him. William joked, Why don't you tell me who you are? Let everyone get to know you. I'm Jean. The woman paused suddenly, realizing that if she continued, she might be exposed by someone with bad intentions, affecting her career. In anger, she stepped hard on William's foot with her high-heeled shoes. William nimbly dodged her attack, but Emma lost her balance and sprained her ankle. Oh, what's wrong? Did you sprain your ankle? William looked at her fall and said jokingly, There's no doctor on this train. I'm afraid you'll get sick. Emma didn't believe it and looked around but found no doctor. Her eyes revealed a desire for help. It's not impossible to save you, but you have to help me do something. William looked at her and made his request. Emma was anxious, so William asked her to be his model. Her temperament was really suitable, even more outstanding than Eve. Finally, Emma agreed to William's request. She also saw an opportunity and knew that she could achieve great things through William. The train finally arrived at its destination. Emma had to apologize to the organizer and pay some compensation because she sprained her ankle. After a day of getting along, Emma learned the identities of William and the other two. When William revealed that he was still a student, Emma was surprised. However, she was completely shocked when she saw William showing his student ID. A 24-year-old student dared to go south, so he must have a complicated background. Her curiosity about William increased, and she began to think about working with him. William didn't know what Emma was thinking, and if he knew, he might be glad for her. He knew that he had the ability to help Emma reach the pinnacle of her career. At this time, the thin man and the fat man looked at William with some envy. They were also gangsters, but why did those women ignore them? Several people got off the train and took a bus to the shopping town. Taowa Town is a nationally renowned market where tens of millions of items are shipped to various places every day. William only heard about it from the trumpet and didn't know the details. However, Emma is very familiar with this. Her home is nearby, and she originally planned to go home after filming the show. I didn't expect to sprain my ankle. Just then, I met William and his friends who came to the shopping town, so I followed them here. William regretted bringing Emma with him. She was such a big eater and only picked expensive food, which made his already tight wallet even tighter. However, prices are still not high, and the worker's monthly salary of 500 yuan is enough for them to enjoy a feast. William took great pains to take Emma to more than a dozen jeans wholesalers, but the prices were all high, which made him a little disappointed. A day passed, and William decided to rest for a night, and then visit the remaining wholesalers tomorrow. Emma took them to the outskirts of the city where her home was. The taxi stopped in front of a two-story building. After a few people got off, they were greeted by a middle-aged couple. Through chatting, William learned that Emma's parents ran a small clothing factory specializing in suits. However, due to fierce competition from large manufacturers, their business gradually declined, and if it were not for the support of old customers, they would have closed down long ago. William already had a plan in mind, and he suggested that they try the haute couture route, which was their only way out. Of course, he has other methods. William knew the future trends of the clothing industry with his understanding of the future. With his 20 years of experience, saving the factory was not a problem at all. Tomorrow, he will go to the factory in person to see if it can be saved. He knew that this would be another source of wealth for him. William was anxious, and Emma's parents were even more anxious. Early in the morning, after breakfast, both parties took a car to Wenwei Garment Factory. When William saw more than 20 skilled female workers, he felt that his fortune would start from here. There is no other reason. The quality of his clothes is simply not on the same level as the clothes in later generations. They are still too honest. When William discussed the cooperation with Emma's parents, he was unexpectedly rejected directly as soon as he opened his mouth. Both Zhang Wenchao and Liang Huixia made it clear that the Zhang family has always attached great importance to the quality of clothing and does not want to be involved in counterfeit and shoddy products. This won't work. Doing this kind of business will affect the Zhang family's reputation. Liang Huixia spoke first. William calmly explained, "Fake jeans are of poor quality and can only be worn for a few days. The jeans we produce are of better quality than genuine ones, comfortable to wear and low in price, which can benefit ordinary people." Zhang Wenchao and Liang Huixia looked at each other. If this was really possible, there would be hope for their factory. After further discussion, the two sides finally reached a cooperation agreement. The ex-factory price of each pair of jeans at Wenhui Garment Factory is 10 yuan, and orders of more than 10,000 pairs can enjoy a discount, with the lowest price being 9 yuan. William was delighted. This price was much lower than the wholesale price in the market, especially the price of the dozen or so wholesalers he consulted last night. The general price was 18 yuan, and one order was no less than 10,000 pieces. If we follow Brother Li's plan and sell each for 120 yuan, the profit will be considerable. The thin man and the fat man widened their eyes and sighed with emotion. "How much can you earn from this order?" William asked with a smile. The fat man and the thin man calculated and told him excitedly, 10,000 pieces can make 1.1 million, and 100,000 pieces can make 11 million. This is simply a fantasy for them. Emma watched the three of them talking and suddenly interrupted to threaten William. "I have to get a share too, or I will tell my parents and ruin your cooperation." William didn't care and readily agreed to her request, promising to share 1/10 of the profits. The deposit for this order was only 10,000 yuan, and William made a considerable profit from it. He planned to use the remaining money to purchase hoodies. William plans to sell jeans and hoodies together to cater to market demand and earn more profits. However, the production capacity of Wenhui Garment Factory was limited and could not meet all of William's needs. When William proposed to find another processing factory, Zhang Wenchao and Liang Huixia stopped him and took him to the back of the factory. William saw that it was the second factory building that was split out with a clean environment and complete equipment. Liang Huixia explained, "The factory has been vacant for a long time. We just wanted to rent it out, but it didn't work out. Now it's just right for you to use it." William nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the secret processing environment he needed. This time, he not only placed an order for jeans, but also added 10,000 sweatshirts. Because the sweatshirts were expensive, William paid a larger deposit, 50,000 yuan. Sweatshirts are more expensive than jeans, with a factory price of 20 yuan per piece, but as the order volume increases, the price can be reduced to 18 yuan. William set the price at 160 yuan per piece, with a profit of 140 yuan per piece. He expected to earn 1.4 million yuan by selling 10,000 pieces. Combined with the revenue from jeans, he estimates the combined revenue could exceed $25 million. William plans to invest part of his funds in the stock market in order to seek higher returns, but he is well aware that the stock market is risky, so he will not invest all his funds in it. In the next 2 days, William, Emma, and their team visited the shopping town and collected the contact information of almost all wholesalers. On this day, William was preparing to return home, and Emma's family came to see him off, bringing a bunch of luggage with them. William was a little embarrassed. "Emma, don't be so polite." Emma insisted on helping, and as the two of them struggled, the package fell to the ground, and her clothes were inside, in a mess. "Bah!" Emma suddenly slapped William, and he was stunned for a moment. The thin man and the fat man giggled, knowing that the woman was interested in William, but William accidentally exposed her privacy. William shouted impatiently, "Fatty, thin guy, pack your bags quickly. We're about to leave." The thin man and the fat man looked aggrieved, but still followed William's orders. Zhang Wenchao and his wife also stepped in time to help clean up the mess. After this little episode, Emma became active again and began to tell William and others about her dreams. She said she had always wanted to be a boss in the entertainment industry, not just an actress. She reluctantly took some notices for her family's clothing factory, but her real dream was to control her own career. After hearing this, William suddenly had an idea, which was to open an entertainment company and have Emma manage it. In 2004, the entertainment industry was developing rapidly. William knew that this would be a huge opportunity, and he had a plan ahead to get a share of the future entertainment industry. This is exactly what he wants to pursue after his rebirth. Not only to become a rich man, but also to have a place in the entertainment industry. However, just as William was thinking, the thin man suddenly shouted, "Brother Lee, our money is lost." William felt his pocket and found that his money was gone. Soon, the fat man also reported that he had lost money. The three of them all turned their eyes to Emma, and she sneered, "Look, this is retribution. You didn't help me in the beginning, and now you are in trouble. Let me go and don't steal my money." William and the other two had no intention of letting Emma succeed. They didn't want to put the money in Emma's hands, but felt it was safer in their own pockets. William returned to North City and was stopped by a familiar person at the door of his house. That person was the female law enforcer Jessica. Jessica looked very tired at this time, and she had lost her previous energy and spirit. Her cheeks were thinner. When she saw William, she rushed up angrily, grabbed his collar, and asked loudly, "Is it you? You killed Chui Ming. You were in the same group, right?" Jessica was not tall, but she had practiced martial arts after all, and William soon fell short of breath. "Ha!" A crisp slap was heard. William didn't expect that he would do such a thing. The thin man and the fat man were stunned, and Emma looked at William with jealous eyes. But soon her emotions were replaced by worry. Jessica's identity made her feel stressed. Jessica was stunned. This was the first time she was beaten since she was a child. She let go of William, squatted on the ground, and couldn't help crying. "Jessica, I didn't mean it. If you continue to pinch me, I will die," William said with a wry smile. He couldn't stand women crying, especially those who had never hurt him. He wouldn't care if a woman like Lisa cried to death. Seeing William's bitter face, Jessica couldn't help but laugh, and her tears stopped. Emma felt complicated. The information she got from the thin guy and the fat guy in the past few days made her understand that William had an ex-girlfriend. Although she was fat, she did not pose a threat. Eve is William's new girlfriend with a prominent background and is currently her biggest enemy. However, Jessica in front of her seemed to have feelings for William. Emma was a little puzzled. William was just a gangster. How could he attract so many women? Jessica calmed down and found that there was a woman among the three people. She was keenly aware that this woman was hostile to her. She soon realized that there seemed to be no shortage of women in William's life, especially women like Emma, whose temperament was even stronger than Eve's. William saw Jessica's reaction and smiled. "You don't have to be so nervous. I won't do anything to disappoint you." Jessica realized that she shouldn't think too much about it. After all, William and Eve's relationship didn't happen overnight. "I'm sorry, William." Jessica lowered her head and apologized regretfully. "Jessica, what happened?" William asked gently. "After you reminded me that day, we received a notice from our superiors to track down a gangster. Chui Ming and I followed him into an old house. I stopped, but Chui Ming rushed in." Jessica choked and couldn't continue. As a result, he was killed in the explosion. "You suspect that I was in collusion with the criminals, right?" William added for her. No. Jessica quickly denied. She once doubted William, but after thinking carefully, she realized that William would not gain anything by doing so, but would put himself in danger. Chui Ming's death caused her to suffer an emotional breakdown, so she was eager to find William to get things clear and to thank him at the same time. William did not doubt Jessica. He looked at her with gentle eyes. "Don't worry, I didn't do those things." Jessica took a deep breath and finally calmed down. William was about to open the door, but found that the door lock had been changed. "No need to try. The door lock has been changed." Jessica watched William's actions and suddenly realized that William's house had been moved. William picked up his phone to call Sophia, but found that the phone was broken. He could only receive calls but not make outgoing calls. So he borrowed Jessica's cell phone and called Sophia. After the call was connected, William learned that his mother's rent had expired and the landlord asked her to move out, so she could only live with Sophia for the time being. In less than 10 minutes, William and the three men arrived at Sophia's residence. After knocking on the door, Sophia opened it, dressed simply and sweating all over. William handed her a towel. Sophia was stunned for a moment, smiled, and didn't say much. "Where's my mother?" William asked. Sophia put down the mop in her hand and shouted, "Annie Xiaowei is back." Soon, my mother came out of the house, and her complexion was much better than before the operation. "Mom, I miss you so much. I missed you all my life." William rushed to his mother excitedly and hugged her gently in his arms. "You took care of me before. Let me take care of you from now on." The mother smiled and stroked William gently. "You kid, you still need to study hard. We can talk about this after graduation." William had changed, and his mother's eyes flashed with relief. She even began to doubt whether William had really come back from the future. The two chatted happily, and Emma and Jessica watched silently from the side, but they appreciated William's attitude even more. William is no longer the gangster he used to be. He has become more mature and responsible. The mother noticed the two girls in the hall, looked at William, smiled, and said nothing. She believed her son would make the right choice. She actually didn't think highly of Sophia, because although she was a nice person, her family was complicated, and she didn't have much confidence in Eve either. However, Emma and Jessica made her very satisfied. At this time, Eve called William and asked for his address. William did not hide anything and told her Sophia's address directly. Soon, Eve arrived, and the four women stood together in a tense atmosphere. Eve was stunned. Looking at Emma, who was prettier than herself, she felt an unprecedented pressure. William did not want to stay any longer and motioned the thin man and the fat man to follow him out. He was going to find a venue for a trade show and expand his business. At the end of the day, William found a suitable venue. Surprisingly, the owner of the venue was Lisa. William was shocked to find that this place was actually rented by Lisa. When he walked out of Lisa's company, he was full of questions. Why did Lisa agree? What was she trying to achieve? Chapter 9, Trade Fair. William was sure of one thing. The contract had been signed, and he could hold the trade fair. But he really couldn't understand why Lisa would hand over the venue to him so easily. I insulted her so much last time, and she accepted it. However, the venue has been prepared, and all that remains is the approval procedures, which William plans to hand over to Fatty. William took the thin man to the North City to look for merchants. Merchant William plans to look for manufacturers with unsold goods, excluding clothing factories, of course. This is his forbidden place. William approached more than a dozen manufacturers, but only a few were willing to participate. The manufacturers who are unwilling to participate do not trust William at all. Even if there is no venue fee, only advertising fee, they're still unwilling to invest a lot of energy to do it. William was not satisfied. There were too few manufacturers. At least the products should be more complete to attract customers. As there were no local manufacturers involved, William looked outside for the idea. After several days of running around, he finally identified all the manufacturers, more than 50 in total. There are toys, furniture, electrical appliances, etc., and there are also two children's clothing stores. This is mainly because William took into consideration that on weekends, when children get out of school, there is nothing to do except doing homework. So he deliberately scheduled the trade fair on Friday and the weekend. Students usually have a holiday after classes on Friday afternoon, so they naturally need to relax at night. So coming to the trade fair to have fun and buy cheap items is a fun place. The approval procedures with Fatty went smoothly. Of course, William also made a promise that he would donate to the local department after the trade fair. Since there was money to spend and it would be convenient for the people, naturally no one would stop these departments, and the procedures were completed within one day. This time is about the same as William expected. Next, it's time to advertise. William also made arrangements for this. The plan he prepared had 3 points. The first was to distribute flyers. The day before the trade fair, he planned to post the flyers in every corner of North City. Overnight, he wanted to let everyone in North City know that the largest trade fair in North City would be held on Friday. Second, he planned to hire 1,000 bicycles to parade through the streets and alleys 2 days in advance, using small loudspeakers to spread the news of the trade fair. Thirdly, William prepared a large-scale lottery ceremony, with televisions, watches, and other goods available. The first prize was a latest model of Motorola mobile phone, which cost 3,000 yuan. For an ordinary working-class family, these 3,000 yuan are at least several months' salary, not to mention the high telephone bills. But this time, the first prize not only includes a mobile phone, but also 1,000 yuan in phone bills, which is enough to bring the atmosphere of the trade fair to a climax. Soon the day was approaching, and his mother was entrusted to Sophia's care, so he was busy all the time with the trade fair. The thin guy and the fat guy didn't understand, but he believed that after this activity, the thin guy and the fat guy would be able to grow, and he could let them do these things in the future. Soon it was Thursday. The North City has changed dramatically. The clean electric poles were covered with colorful flyers with 2 eye-catching words. Big discounts at the trade fair. If you dare to buy, I dare to give it away. Not only on telephone poles, but also on billboards and bus stop signs, there will be advertisements for the trade fair wherever you can see. Some people say, I'll be fine if I stay at home. I'm sorry, but thousands of bicycles were shuttling through the streets and alleys, with small loudspeakers broadcasting news about the trade fair, bombarding the entire North City, leaving no blind spots. This caused a sensation in the entire North City. More manufacturers came to join in because of his reputation. William rejected most of them and only kept a dozen manufacturers, and at the same time collected a large amount of advertising fees. Just after half an hour on Thursday, a large number of people gathered in the North City South Market, blocking the entire street. Fortunately, William contacted law enforcement officers in advance, and they sent more than a dozen people to maintain order. Jessica volunteered to sign up, but she regretted it when she arrived at the scene. She didn't see William, but was almost squeezed to death by the huge crowd. Seeing more and more people coming, William decisively took the first plan. Start selling goods half a day in advance. Fortunately, he had thought of this in advance. He asked the fat man and the thin man to find the law enforcers and lead the crowd in from the east gate and out from the west gate. This way, people can flow around without causing stampede accidents. The toys are gone. The furniture is finished. This is the last snack. If you want some, come back tomorrow. Not enough to sell. There's simply not enough to sell. So manufacturers restocked their stocks 2 or 3 times, but they were all sold out. What's worse, the goods were sold out outside the market before they even got to the shops. It's sin. Wait, brotherly, we got it. You guys are so crazy when you see this little money. How can you stop here? William was actually very happy, but he didn't show it. Busy till evening. After a busy day, I feel exhausted. He asked the fat man to invite the factory owner and a dozen law enforcers to have dinner at the hotel next door. He booked a restaurant for 5 days in advance specifically for this trade fair. William's move won unanimous praise from these manufacturers, and some even offered huge rewards to please William, but William did not accept it. Trade fairs can be held once or twice a year. Holding them too often will only be counterproductive. After all, the things nowadays are not like the parallel imported ones in later generations. Ordinary things can be used for several years without any problems. Every time it is held, everyone comes to buy things just for the sake of novelty. But the second time, the effect will be much worse, unless you want to sell at a big discount. Everyone just had a meal together and didn't drink because this was just the beginning and tomorrow would be a tough battle. As the news of the trade fair spreads day by day, it will attract people from around the North City and the trade fair will reach its peak. 3 days is a tight time, and there are enough people who need things to buy them. If it takes longer, people will just think about whether the price will drop in the end. William is carefully considered and based on the experience he gained from listening to that little loudspeaker for 20 years. After dinner, William did not go home. After all, there were more than a dozen sacks of money under the room. The 3 of them took turns to rest. But that night, a thief still broke into the restaurant and tried to apologize. Little did they know that this was William's purpose in letting Jessica and others stay. In the end, not a penny was lost, the thief was caught, and Jessica and others got the credit. This made the dozen or so people who were originally feeling aggrieved treat William like a brother when they saw him. The reason people interact with each other is just for profit. Jessica looked at William, the more she felt that he was her lucky star. William unconsciously to his room. William stopped suddenly and jokingly said, "Tell me, are you greedy for my body?" Jessica was stunned, then kicked William. "You hooligan, get out of here." The fat man and the thin man who were sleeping inside stood up and looked at the scene in shock, wondering if they should give up their seat to the boss. However, the dozen or so sacks under the bed made them give up the idea, and they didn't dare to leave until Brotherly gave the order. William reacted extremely quickly, dodging at the right moment and grabbing Jessica's leg at the same time. Jessica blushed and opened her red lips slightly. "You only have the desire but not the courage? Humph. Do you think I really don't dare?" William laughed back. Chapter 10. Making Trouble at the Door. William was defeated and fled. A clear and lively laugh sounded behind me, but there was a hint of disappointment in that laugh. William ran back to the room and saw 2 heads behind the door. He slapped one of them in annoyance. "Wait, Brotherly, I didn't mean it. Boss, we just got here and didn't see anything." "Really?" William sneered. The thin man and the fat man started running, but they bumped into each other and fell to the ground. Both of them accused the other of being wrong and kept arguing. William had no intention of punishing the 2. After a tiring day, he laid down on the comfortable big bed early. Early the next morning, he was interrupted by a ringing bell. Money, beauties, luxury cars. Everything is gone. The call was from the trade fair, saying that someone had come to cause trouble and William needed to go over and deal with it immediately. Putting down his phone, William woke up the thin man and the fat man and told them to deposit the money after they woke up. He had already informed the bank. Soon, William arrived at the market and saw a large number of people gathered at the door. The people were divided into three groups. One group was the manufacturers that William had found this time. Another group was the onlookers, and the rest were from Lisa's company, including Lisa. William understood instantly. After all, the relationship between the two had just eased a little last time. He hated them for so many years, and they didn't even pay for his biological mother's surgery. But when he chose to believe her again, she took the initiative to come to him, dealt him a fatal blow, and asked him to give up the trade fair, saying that he could not compete with capital. Let him give up his last bit of fantasy, and he will never trust this woman again. William would certainly not give up this trade fair and make things easier for others. He had anticipated this incident a few days ago. The world is bustling with people seeking profit. Seeing that the fair was a huge success before it even started, fruit pickers came to the store. Lin Wei didn't expect that the first person to come to his house was his own elder sister. But it seemed to be within his expectations, because she always couldn't stand to see him doing well. William, give up. You can't beat them. Lisa spoke, still so cold. You're still like this? William shook his head and asked casually, who are they you were talking about? Lisa glanced at William, and her eyes stopped on a man with a pockmarked face in the crowd. William looked at the pockmarked man and found that he was the owner of the venue. He had seen this person on Lisa's phone, but he couldn't contact him at that time. When this person appeared just now, he immediately knew from his experience in his previous life that this person might be the vanguard of the capital. William had a gloomy face. The company he signed a contract with was Lisa Company. According to Lisa, she told the pockmarked man about his rental of the venue over the phone, but the two parties did not sign a contract to stop it. William could almost guess that one of the clauses in the contract signed between Lisa's company and the pockmarked man was that renting the property to a third party must be approved by the original owner. William's heart trembled, and then he understood why the man with the pockmarked face came. He came to ask for benefits. This is a really good move. They are me. Boy, if you still want to hold a trade show in my venue, then you have to give me 70% of the profits, otherwise I will ask you to leave. Soon, the man with the pockmarked face spoke fluently. We have a venue rental contract signed with Hongyu. The rental period is 5 days, and only 1 day has passed. William was 80% sure, but still prepared to give it a try. Sure enough, the pockmarked man laughed out loud after hearing what he said. Boy, you still expect the lease contract to save you. How ignorant. Let me tell you, the venue belongs to me. If you honestly hand over 70% of the profits, I will give you the venue to use. Otherwise, get out of here now. It will be useless even if you call the law enforcers. William watched all this deeply. Hearing what the pockmarked man said, he smiled and said, Who do you think you are? You want 70% of our money. Do you still want the face? If you want the venue, I will give it back to you. Really? The pockmarked man said, walked up to William and stared into his eyes. Boy, thank you for advertising for us. See the people behind me? They are local manufacturers who are here to replace those 4 manufacturers you found. Thank you for helping me. William didn't expect the pockmarked face man to be so shameless that he even prepared a way out. Looking at the pockmarked face man so close to him, he just felt extremely disgusted. To make a wedding dress? I don't think so. Be careful that instead of a wedding dress, it becomes a funeral dress. The pockmarked man was embarrassed, but when he saw the law enforcers around him, he put on a smiling expression. Let's wait and see. Then we'll see. William had already made up his mind. Now is also the time to launch the second plan. William knew that Lisa was unreliable, so he made preparations in advance. He just had no money, otherwise he would not have activated the first plan. After a while, William brought together more than 50 manufacturers. Bosley, what's going on? Yes. The products were selling well, but suddenly the market stopped them from selling. What's going on? Yes. Bosley, you'd better give us an explanation, otherwise we can only turn a boss wrong. Some manufacturers also supported William. Everyone please be quiet. I believe in Bosley. He definitely didn't do it on purpose. Yes. The fact that Bosley chose us, a 4 manufacturer, means that the market is deliberately trying to trick him. Let's give Bosley some time. I believe he will give us an explanation. William nodded secretly, and he asked someone to secretly take note of those who stood on his side. These people would be his loyal partners in the future. As for those manufacturers who forced him, They would only cooperate this time. William walked out of the crowd, picked up the microphone handed to him by his men, and said loudly, "Boss, listen to me. We had originally rented the site in North City South Market, but the owner of the site went back on his word, so we needed to change the site. Zinchani North City Commercial Center is bigger and more beautiful, which can attract more people." The manufacturers below suddenly fell silent. This trade fair venue was too small. If it were a bigger venue, it could accommodate more people and they would make more money. The pockmarked man couldn't listen any longer and quickly said, "Don't trust this kid. Apart from here, where else can he go to find such a good place in such a short time?" William did not try to persuade him any further. If he didn't believe him, there was no need to stay any longer. After leaving an address, William left. Beijing Commerce belongs to the Yang family. It is only a few hundred meters away from the original site. It is a newly leveled site that is twice the size of the original site. The venue has 4 doors, which can accommodate people entering and exiting from 4 directions at the same time. The place has been cleaned up long ago, and many workers are urgently installing shelves and dividing areas. The area is large enough to accommodate more than 50 manufacturers. William arrived and was warmly welcomed by the workers. President William was very generous. He doubled the salary, provided delicious food for every meal, and paid the salary on a daily basis. Gradually, more and more manufacturers joined in. William was also busy, working with everyone else until noon. And the outside world of North City was in complete chaos this time. The original flyer was suddenly changed to be more exquisite. The replacement method is even simpler. Just tear the original leaflet lightly, and a beautiful leaflet will appear. The taste is still the same. However, there are a few more beauties on it, making it more attractive than the last poster. Therefore, there are 2 options for those who want to go to the trade show on Friday. But the popularity of the old trade fair still surpasses that of the new one. Chapter 11: Battle between the old and new trade fairs. People in North City were confused. How come there were suddenly 2 trade fairs? So, young people came to the new trade fair in the North City, and the elderly went to the old trade fair in the South City of the North City, forming 2 different scenes. William started to use his big moves, and the lucky draw officially began. The first prize is a mobile phone. As the lucky draw progressed, the trade fair became extremely popular, especially to the elderly men and women who heard that they could participate once as long as they spent 50 yuan. In every lottery, you could get free gifts. The scene went crazy, and old men and women all rushed towards Beijing Commerce. The 40 manufacturers present went crazy, and the goods were quickly sold out. The sacks were handed over to the bank employees hired by William, loaded onto the truck, and transported to the bank. In less than half a day, the manufacturers' goods were sold out, and they had to be delivered on an expedited basis. North City South Market, Old Trade Fair. The man with the pockmarked face looked at the trade fair, which was crowded with people just now, and in the blink of an eye, half of the people had left. What happened? Why are all the people gone? The pockmarked man grabbed one of his men and shouted loudly, "Boss, everyone has gone to North City business." A person under the pockmarked man rushed in, but as soon as he said this, he saw the pockmarked man's face change drastically. He was fooled. Bang! The sound of slapping was heard, and the younger brother who was beaten was stunned. He never expected that his boss would beat him. The people around him were silent. The pockmarked man shouted angrily, "Follow me and settle accounts with that brat." Soon, a group of people holding sticks marched towards the North City trade. William was still on patrol when he heard the fat man running towards him, panting. "Brotherly, the pockmarked man is coming." A group of people, at least 100. William was shocked. This was a bit bad, but he looked at Jessica beside him, gave the fat man a few words, and walked over. "Bossly, you're not busy there, so how come you have the time to come over? By the way, is there any trouble? Let me tell you, I won't help you without reward," Jessica said, winking at William. "You just want my body." Though he thought so, William immediately said, "Jessica, talking about money is too vulgar. You're a law enforcer serving the people. Besides, what do you need so much money for? You law enforcement officers have such good benefits. We are all envious." Jessica kept slandering me, saying that my money was useless and that she was indeed a profiteer who wanted the horse to run but didn't want to give it grass to eat. This is definitely the face of capitalist. "Oh, you also envy our law enforcement team. That's great. I'll tell my dad about it later. It's rare to have someone as talented as you join. He will definitely be very happy. I can tell you that there are many rules and regulations for joining our law enforcement team. You must strictly abide by them and cannot quit at will. He has been reborn for 20 years, so he knows about the law enforcement team. Even if there is some profit to be made, it is nothing compared to becoming a millionaire. William hurriedly tried to persuade her. I'm just talking, don't take it seriously. I saw how hard you were working, so I asked the fat guy and the thin guy to bring you some food and drinks. After that, the fat man and the thin man came over with a bunch of snacks, which made Jessica shake her head. You brought these things here to feed us to death. They are enough for 50 people. Jessica said this. Her fingers did not slow down at all. She took the big bag from the fat man and the thin man neatly. She looked at William, who was standing there in a daze, and kicked him. What are you doing standing there? Come and help me. William rolled his eyes at the fat man and the thin man. The two of them had already moved away, leaving this space alone for William and the other man. Jessica walked in front, and William walked behind with things in both hands, looking exhausted. These two bastards, what did they buy these things for? Little did they know that this could not be blamed on the thin and fat guys. It was he who took out 1,000 yuan and asked them to buy food for more than a dozen people. The two of them also asked William, by all? William's answer at the time was by all. When William and Jessica distributed the things to everyone and were about to take a breath, they were interrupted by a roar in the distance. William, our President Wang is here. Why don't you come out and greet our President Wang? As soon as he finished speaking, more than 100 people holding sticks pushed through the crowd and walked in. The leader was the man with the pockmarked face. One of his subordinates had half of his face red. He was angry but dared not say anything. He stared at William with resentment on his face. William was not surprised at all to see the man with pockmarked face, and his mood improved a little. The fact that the man with the pockmarked face can come here means that the old trade fair in the North City and South Market is probably over. This can actually be seen from the flow of people at the new trade fair. Half of the people came from there. This is not William's fault. It's mainly because the man with the pockmarked face is too greedy. He wants to take 70% of the profits just by providing a venue. It's not that he hadn't thought that the old trade fair would be messed up, but he didn't expect that the old trade fair would be messed up in less than half a day. However, it was only half the time he expected. In fact, William could guess to some extent that the trade show was a failure. This is definitely the pockmarked man's own problem. He wants to extract a high commission from these manufacturers. In order to make money, the manufacturers can only increase the price of their products. In this case, the things bought at the trade fair are the same as or more expensive than those sold outside. So why hold a trade fair? Sales exhibition, where there is land is sales, small profits, but quick turnover. William would not do something like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs like the pockmarked man, or maybe only his family could do that. Who are you? How dare you insult our brotherly like this? Skinny people are aggressive types who can't control their mouths. Skinny, stop talking. Brotherly is fine. Law Enforcer Wong is here. The fat man is a steady person and holds the thin man tightly with one hand. The thin man looked at William, then turned to look at Jessica and pulled the fat man away. Jessica felt pleasantly surprised. It would be great if William had some of the fat man's insight. William was secretly delighted when he saw Jessica standing in front of him, thinking that the snacks were not given in vain. Jessica, in uniform, and timidly took a few steps back. When the pockmarked man saw his younger brother's condition, he knew he had to take action himself, so he stepped forward and said, Xiao Qian, your father and I are good friends, so you shouldn't get involved in what happened today. When you get back, say hello to your father and tell him that I, Wang Matzi, will visit him when I have time. Jessica's expression changed again and again when she heard Wang Matzi's words. She still stood in front of William and spoke calmly. I don't care whether you know my dad or not, even if William is not my boyfriend. If you really want to cause trouble here today, my colleagues and I will definitely arrest you. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. Jessica finished speaking. More than a dozen people responded in unison, sharing the same hatred for the enemy. William took a deep breath and glanced at Jessica, and their eyes met. He had heard of Wang Matzi, a famous figure in the underground of North City. People in the entire North City would tremble when they saw him. We're just talking business. Young man, don't be so arrogant. The man with the pockmarked face was the kind of person who smiled at the strong and bullied the weak. Although he was not afraid of Jessica, he did not want to offend Jessica too much, especially her father. So the man with the pockmarked face quickly decided what to do next. He proposed his own conditions to Lin Tian, giving up 30% of the profits, and he would only take 50%. 50%. William was right. The pockmarked man had retreated. William quickly understood. Trade fairs, both new and old, are for the purpose of making money. He won half of this battle between the new and old trade fairs. Chapter 12 Good Citizens of North City. Boss Wong, we're doing business now. To do business, you have to work hard or spend money. You want to take away 50% of my profits with just one sentence. Do you really think I, William, am a fool? William is a lazy hoodlum. If he was still before his rebirth, he might have compromised, but now he is extremely short of money and can only go all the way to the end. Even if the pockmarked man reduced the profit he collected to 50%, William would not agree, and his words were full of determination. This time he prepared 100,000 pairs of jeans and hoodies each. Excluding raffles and various expenses, he probably made a profit of around 20 million. William really surrendered to the pockmarked man. He would have to hand over 10 million for nothing, and he would be left with 10 million in the end. When the bull market comes, 10 million will increase 100 times to 10 billion. It was half less than the 2 billion he had expected. He couldn't tolerate it. You have to know that there will only be one good opportunity like this in the next 20 years. Seeing that William did not give in, the pockmarked man's face darkened and he spoke slowly. Young man, don't be so confident. If you spend some money now, it will cost you your life in the future. William was furious. This pockmarked man was indeed an underground criminal force who had the final say in the North City. He even dared to threaten William in front of the law enforcers. William was still quite cautious about the pockmarked face. He vaguely remembered that 3 months later, Daxia cracked down severely and the pockmarked face man was caught at that time, and even a group of people were pulled out behind him. William was reborn. He was very interested in these things, so he remembered even some of the details very clearly, including the reporting phone call. It would be fine if the pockmarked man occupied the North City and South Market, but he has already run to the North City for business, and now he wants to provoke him. In that case, don't blame him for being so ruthless. Boss Wong is right. Let me go back and think about it for 2 days. I will definitely give you an explanation in 2 days. How about that? As for whether the man with pockmarked face could be caught in 2 days, he was not worried. In this case, William decided to move. Jessica's community was in a hurry to sell their house, so they had already moved to Shanghai. The price was cheap, so William decided to buy it. Jessica's family backing him up and Jessica's father being the boss of the law enforcement bureau, William wasn't worried at all that the pockmarked-faced man would dare to come knocking on his door. At worst, he could just stay at home for a few days and hide for a while. However, I guess that's not necessary. Those law enforcement officers are probably so busy and exhausted that they don't have any idea at all. This is mainly because the underground forces in North City are united and all they do is transfer interests, and they're unable to catch the big fish below. But it's different if William joins. He can tell everything he knows. With goals and tasks, these law enforcement personnel should really thank William, as their workload has been reduced by no less than half. The man with the pockmarked face came arrogantly and left triumphantly. For a moment, he overshadowed the law enforcers and made these dozen people furious. They will just wait for the order from above and then bring these people to justice. Seeing an opportunity, William quietly left. A hidden hotel in North City. The hotel is inconspicuous, but its location is excellent, and it is extremely convenient to go anywhere in the North City. People come and go, and you can't tell if there is one more or one less person. William, wearing a clown mask, walked slowly to the hotel front desk, put a file bag at the front desk, and told the guest that someone would come and take it away with the code. Before leaving, he left 200 yuan as a tip, which made the front desk staff's eyes sparkle. When he saw the front desk, he remembered himself before his rebirth. 200 yuan was enough for his food expenses for a month. It was just a thought. Now that he had been reborn, he would certainly charge towards monopoly. There was no need to look back at the past. Soon, William came to a public telephone booth where several people were queuing outside. William took out a few $100s, 100 to each person. He said he had something urgent and asked them to go to other phone booths to make a call. 100 yuan is equivalent to 1/3 of the salary of an ordinary worker, so they were willing to take the money and leave. This scene scared the guy who was still on the phone. Just as he was confused, a clown man appeared in front of him. Ghost! The young man was shocked. William pouted embarrassedly, took out $100, and explained that he had to resort to such a desperate measure because he really had something urgent to do. The young man got the 100 yuan, and his face was full of joy. He said sorry, but he was rubbing the big bill with his fingers to see if it was real. William shook his head and took the opportunity to dial the reporting number. The call was quickly connected, and a female voice was heard on the other end. This is the Law Enforcement and Prosecution Office. What do you want to report? William felt relieved when he heard the voice on the phone. Hello, I am a good citizen of North City. I want to report the pockmarked man, but I need to report to your leader. Please go and inform him. William finished speaking. He put down the phone in his hand and didn't put it back to his ear until the female voice on the other end stopped. The woman opposite stamped her feet, feeling that a great achievement had just passed her by. She had to find out who this person was. He was so uninterested in women and yet dared to give her orders. However, she did not dare to delay and rushed towards an office. At this time, William heard a male voice coming from the phone. Hello, comrade. I am Lu Aigwa, and I heard that you want to report Wang Matsi. Who are you? Where are you? Can we meet? After hearing these 3 sentences, William laughed and became more certain that this was the Lu Aigwa, who started with the standard 3 questions. There's no need to meet. I have a gift for you. It's at the hotel front desk. The pickup code is 6 6s. With his hand on his throat, William hung up the phone and left quickly after checking everything was intact. On the other end of the phone, Lu Aigwa was furious. This person didn't even give him a chance to say a second word. This person must be someone they know. Without bothering his subordinates, he went to the front desk and got the file bag himself. Quietly returning to the office, he opened the sealed file bag and took out the documents inside. He read 10 lines at a glance and found the contents so shocking that his face turned ashen with anger. There were so many people involved. No wonder they could only find a few small fish and shrimps no matter how hard they tried. Not only did we not catch any big fish, but we also managed to alert the enemy. After putting away the file bag, he called Jiang Yuqing, the woman who had answered the phone just now, and asked her what had just happened. Although Jiang Yuqing didn't know why Lu Aigwa asked her to tell it again, she still patiently recounted every detail. Good citizens of North City, give me a gift. It's more than a gift. It's a big gift. Yuqing, I'll give you 8 hours. Go investigate immediately. Who has Wang Matsi been in contact with in the past few days? Who has he had conflicts with? You can set his age to be between 20 and 30 years old. After Lu Aigwa finished speaking, Jiang Yuqing was full of doubts, but she couldn't help but speak. Leader, you don't doubt that the whistleblower is between 20 and 30 years old. But I can clearly tell that this is an old man in his 50s or 60s. So isn't this a big difference? Lu Aigwa's face became very serious. He looked at Jiang Yuqing and explained, It's just a trick. Do you think a man in his 50s or 60s would wear a clown mask? Listen to me. The answer will be revealed soon, and I also need to hurry up and prepare a return gift for this good citizen of North City. Yes, Jiang Yuqing didn't ask any more questions and left quickly. 8 hours is neither long nor short, but it is still a bit difficult for her. The entire system started running quickly, and soon a document appeared on Lu Aigwa's desk. William, a little gangster, interesting. After reading the documents, Lu Aigwa locked on one person. Chapter 13, Meeting Lu Aigwa. William would never have dreamed that in less than 8 hours, his identity as a whistleblower had been confirmed. William paid the money to Zhang Wenchao. Then Emma showed up and wanted to take him to the studio to have a look. Emma these 2 days, it turns out she went to look for the studio address. William remembered that he said that he would start a company with Emma, and since they had no money in the early stage, they would set up a studio first. Wait until you have money before setting up a company. Anyway, whether it is a studio or a company, Emma is in charge and William invests the money, and he is happy with it. But later, William regretted it. Emma is such a bummer. You will never be able to escape from the trap. When Emma drove William to the company's site, William was stunned. Emma is so bold that she actually wants to rent a 10-story building. The rent alone costs several million per year. William already regretted it, and even the agent standing by couldn't stand it anymore and suggested that we just rent 1 floor. My lord, is it too late for me to withdraw now? Emma raised her eyebrows and complained, Of course not. You are the majority shareholder with 51% of the shares. How can we play if you withdraw? Besides, if I had money, I would buy it directly. I can get a promotion even if I leave it alone in the future. That's fine, but you have to listen to me and Sister Hong this time. We are short of money right now, so we can just rent a floor to work on for now. William tried his best to persuade Emma, and finally the 2 sides reached an agreement. The shares of Hongying Studio are as follows. William holds 51%, Emma holds 39%, and the remaining 10% belongs to Sister Hong, and the legal representative is Emma. The 3 decided to recruit some employees first and then start the business. As the number of employees increased, they would take over other floors. Fortunately, wages are paid monthly and at the end of the month, otherwise it would really delay William's plan to make money. Emma will temporarily pay the initial rent. She feels distressed after spending 1 million in rent. If William had not signed an agreement directly with her and Sister Hong, she would not have dared to squander her private money like this. After the three of them reached an agreement and William signed a contract with the landlord, one floor belonged to Hong Ying's studio. The early days of the studio were spent on decoration and recruitment. William didn't understand these things, so he left them all to Sister Hong. As for Emma, if she wants to be a vase, then she can do whatever she wants. The address was confirmed, and Emma suggested celebrating together. William and Sister Hong did not object to this. The three of them chose a Western restaurant, and William handed the menu to Emma. Emma didn't hesitate to order a table full of food, as if to vent her dissatisfaction. William pretended to be distressed, which made Emma breathe a sigh of relief. While the three of them were having their meal, they discussed the next work of Hong Ying's studio. Emma still has several activities to attend, and Sister Hong is also responsible for the studio decoration and recruitment. So Emma is lacking an assistant. A figure at the front desk appeared in front of William, but he couldn't do it right now because he didn't want to expose himself. Just then, the door of the private room opened and three people walked in, one man and two women. William was stunned and looked at Lu Aigua and the other two. He recognized the receptionist, but didn't recognize the other two. However, the strong feeling of suffocation made William realize that since the man was able to find him so quickly, he guessed that he might be Lu Aigua. However, it was a bit exaggerated that they could find me in just 8 hours. Moreover, William didn't understand why they came to find him instead of arresting Wang Matzi. William thought about it, but didn't speak first. Open your mouth and lose half. Lu Aigua smiled, and he looked at the receptionist and said bluntly, Miss Xiaoqing, can you see if the person who delivered the letter is him? The girl at the front desk looked at William, clutching the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands, looking like she wanted to say something but couldn't. William sighed and said directly, Yes, it's me. Another woman rushed forward, looked William up and down, and said angrily, You are a good young man. Why do you have to pretend to be an old man? What's even worse is that you actually hung up on me. You know, from childhood to adulthood, no one has ever. He also hung up on me. Lu Aigua said calmly, I'm sorry. William apologized directly to the woman, glanced at Emma and the other person, and pointed outside. This is not the place to talk. Let's go outside and talk. Having said that, William immediately walked outside. Lu Aigua nodded behind him, and a few of them came to a new box. Several people sat down and introduced themselves to each other. The man's name is Lu Aigua, and the two women are Jiang Yuqing and Song Xiaoqing. Sure enough, several of them were law enforcement officers who came down to supervise underground evil forces like Wang Matzi. William did not hide anything and told Wang Matzi the truth about his dispute with him. As for the evidence, he had already thought of an explanation and pushed the blame onto a law enforcer, a man who had infiltrated Wang Matzi's group and died. He handed the things to him before he died. What he didn't know was that, as far as he was concerned, Lu Aigua had already investigated everything clearly, and this was the only legal explanation. Otherwise, who would suspect that William was reborn? In fact, those evidences were collected bit by people like them. But for Lu Aigua and others, this is already a good ending. In the previous life, even if they solve a big case, it took too much time, which made Wang Matzi desperate and caused unimaginable consequences. Lu Aigua and the other two stayed, and they didn't eat either. William happily invited them to dine together, otherwise the food Emma ordered would be wasted. With Lu Aigua and the other two joining, the momentum was there. Emma was well-behaved like a girl next door, especially when facing Lu Aigua. She didn't even dare to raise her head. William keenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that this girl was having sexual thoughts? It was only later that he found out that she really wanted a brother. She is an only child in the family. Because she is pretty, she has been called a fox spirit since she was a child. Her parents were busy, so her childhood was not happy. Later, she became famous through a show. After she became a little famous, those people came to her like a dogskin plaster and asked for benefits from her. Emma's childhood was missing, so she wants to live like an ordinary person and make up for everything she lost. So she didn't bring Sister Hong with her and took the train to the scene alone. It was also because of this time that William and Emma had an intersection. This is also the reason why Emma decided to build a studio in North City as soon as she arrived there. William who didn't notice this, thought that she had developed a crush on Lu Igua and secretly tried to bring the two together. This caused quite a bit of laughter later on. This episode finally broke out when William got married. Thank you, Brother Lu, for letting Song Xiaoqing become Emma's assistant. William was still very satisfied with this meeting with Lu Igua. Although he did not take any credit, he got Song Xiaoqing as an assistant, who also knew some martial arts, which could solve a big problem for him. Another thing that made him happy was that Lu Igua and his team acted quickly and had already verified the evidence in the files. They would close the case in 3 days at the latest. Before closing the net, they will send people to protect the safety of William and his family. Of course, it is not ruled out that this is compensation for William to give up the credit. Perfect. Brother Lu, please take care of Emma. She's a little willful, but you should take care of her and don't worry about anything. Before leaving, Emma wanted to go with Song Xiaoqing to take a look. William naturally did not refuse, but instead wanted to bring the two together. After receiving Eve's call, Yang Wei stopped the taxi and went to find Eve. After not seeing her for a few days, he missed her a little. Chapter 14, Eve's Confession. When we arrived at Eve's villa, a party was being held. Eve had dressed up specially in a formal outfit, and there was a big difference between her and William, who was in casual clothes. The handsome men and beautiful women below were all heirs of various families in North City. They didn't understand why Yang Xiaoqing invited William here. William didn't care about these people's looks at all. He was just a small gangster and didn't need to care about other people's faces. Eve frowned, then generously took William's arm, walked to the center of the stage, picked up the microphone, and started smiling. Everyone, before the dance starts today, I would like to introduce someone to you, William, who is also my boyfriend. Hello, everyone. I'm William. William finished speaking. A questioning voice was heard from below. Who is William? How come I've never heard of him before? He's just a pretty boy. How can he compare to Han Feng? If Han Feng hadn't gone abroad, how would William have had any chance? William didn't understand why these people were targeting him, but he was still very happy about Eve's confession. As for these people, he has no intersection with them. He was reborn with memories. He knew who would be the king in the future, and those were the people he wanted to fight against. But he would not offend these people because they were all Eve's friends. No matter if they misunderstood or did not understand, he was too lazy to explain. There are still 20 days left in a month. 20 days later, that's enough to change a lot of things. As long as his memory is correct, he can become a billionaire. In his previous life, William was just a gangster and had few friends, but in this life, he wants to lead the fat man and the thin man to the top. But who is this Han Feng? He had never heard of him in his previous life. In fact, this is not William's fault. Han Feng is very low-key and his family is not rich, but he's a top student in school. A top student and a poor student, it is normal that William has never heard of Han Feng. After all, they are from two different worlds. William was reborn and didn't think about the past. But before William could speak, Eve explained to those rich young men that William's current failure did not mean that he would never achieve anything in his life. She hopes that everyone will be more tolerant and less critical of William. After saying that, she looked at William, hoping that William would stand beside her and make a promise. William didn't seem to think it was true. Suddenly, a cloud of white appeared in his mind, and he didn't notice Eve's embarrassed face at all. Eve couldn't help but raise her voice a little. William, what are you thinking? You're making me lose face. William looked at Eve with confusion. What did you say? Ha 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 ha. There was laughter from the audience, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two of them. Hearing the laughter, Eve's face turned cold for the first time. She looked at William with her red lips slightly parted. I shouldn't have brought you here. William nodded but didn't say much. The party continued, but William became the loneliest person. Even his girlfriend seemed to be intentionally distancing herself from him and keeping a distance from him. William knew this very well, but I also feel a little regretful. Was it a bit hasty to agree to Eve at that time? But soon, reason overcame carelessness. Isn't a woman who can afford $100,000 for surgery worthy of his protection? Isn't a woman who supports his entrepreneurship without hesitation worthy of his cherishment? Isn't a woman who declares you her boyfriend on the spot worthy of his love? So, no matter how much William hated these hypocrisies, he still persisted to the end. Eve finished her socializing and returned to William, saying seriously, Yang Wei, thank you for understanding me. I didn't know you didn't like participating in these things. If you really don't like it, you can come if you want to, and you don't have to come if you don't want to. I know. William naturally took Eve's hand and whispered softly in her ear. Eve's words reminded William of something, and a figure appeared in his memory. This figure seemed to have some relationship with Eve. Because it had been 20 years, he was not very clear about these things. He asked Eve, "Eve, can you tell me about Han Feng?" Hearing this, Eve's face changed, and she quickly explained. "William, today is a confession party I specially held for you. I don't want to talk about other topics. Can't you just have fun? As for Han Feng's matter, I will tell you everything when the opportunity arises, okay?" William felt relieved and felt that his proposal was a bit rash this time, so he didn't say anything more. Instead, he accompanied her to deal with the guests. So boring. This confession will come to an end. You could also see that William was not in a good mood, so she wanted to drive William back herself. But William refused. It would not be nice for Eve to leave her friends behind to see him off, and seeing that they had other things to do next, he did not want to spoil Eve's mood. William returned home. The lights in the corridor were a little dim. Looking at the dim corridor, William suddenly recalled the dark times of more than 20 years, and he felt completely exhausted. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor came on, and a figure appeared at the end of the corridor. William held onto the railing and watched the figure approach him. He was already drunk and couldn't tell who was coming. I just recognized her as a woman, like a fairy from heaven. It was like she was his dream lover, and he couldn't help but hug her. Softly, it overlapped with the figure in my memory of more than 20 years. The woman was obviously stunned, and when she smelled the perfume on William's clothes, her brows furrowed. She knew that William went to see Eve today, but she didn't like that woman. She was a very scheming woman. The woman was none other than William's ex-girlfriend Sophia. At this moment, Sophia's face turned red, then blue, and then she smiled. It was nothing. She was just amused by what William said. Marry a woman who doesn't belong to the countryside. Marry a girl, not a foodie demon. Big white legs. White and white. William, am not small fry. I will become a millionaire in the future. Sophia, if you weren't so fat, I would. Sophia listened quietly, and halfway through, she waited for a long time, but didn't hear what she wanted to hear. William, I love you, but Eve doesn't deserve your love. Taking this opportunity, Sophia kissed William. A sleepless night. Sophia made a decision. She wants to keep up with William and reach the top in the future. As for Eve, she had no intention of exposing her. She just regarded it as William's experience. Only by experiencing it could he grow. Sophia held a notebook in her hand, with an empty one next to her. The first thing she wrote in her notebook was, first thing, lose weight. She is a top student, so planning for the future is a very easy thing for her. Over the next 20 years, Sophia consulted her notebook and wrote down plans in a new notebook, including monthly goals. Because William was reborn, his career has skyrocketed like a surging river. If she wants to keep up with him, she must be fully prepared. 2004 was the best time to start business, and she must have seized it. She was just very curious about whether they were together in their previous life and why William was reborn. She quietly tidied the sheets and put on a new set, erasing everything that happened between them last night. She is already very satisfied, and whether they can be together in the future depends on fate. She wouldn't push him. As for this notebook, she would consider it as something she owed him and would definitely compensate him in the future. Chapter 15, 20 million investment. William woke up. He felt as if a huge mountain had been pressing down on him yesterday. I was exhausted and couldn't muster any strength. Resisting his tiredness, William stood up and looked around. He found that this was Sophia's room. Thinking of that huge body, William felt a chill. There's a faint body fragrance in the air, which is intoxicating. There was breakfast on the table, all of which were William's favorites. There is Zhangji soy milk, Wangjia, fried dough sticks, and Nanlu steamed dumplings, which aroused William's taste buds. William couldn't help but fall into memories. In his previous life, he had only been with Sophia, but her weight of over 200 pounds made William feel intimidated. If it weren't for her extra-tall physique, Sophia would have absolutely no flaws. Hard-working, family-oriented, gentle, and a top student in school, she is the dream lover. No, William overlooked one thing. That is, her family is a bit snobbish, especially her mother and brother. So their relationship ended in less than a year. However, Sophia is really good to him and his mother, and always comes home to take care of them when she has time. My mother also said that if Yi Tong wasn't too fat, she would have wanted to accept her as her daughter-in-law. After breakfast, William regained his energy and started his busy day. After 2 days, the exhibition came to a successful conclusion. William earned 20 million, excluding raffle and venue fees. All the manufacturers earned at least over a million. So they strongly requested William to go to the neighboring city with them to continue holding a trade fair. But William refused, and the money was not wasted. What's more, the news of the North City Trade Fair has already been spread through television. Other cities are not fools, and they are probably prepared for it. William and others will definitely make money if they go there, but it is impossible for them to make 100 million like they did at this trade fair. But William has more important things to do. He plans to make arrangements for the stock market in advance and convert the funds into Hong Kong dollars in advance to facilitate his fund operations. As for how to transfer the money, he began to look for the black market, but it would cost a 30% handling fee. But now, he has a better choice. William contacted Lu Igua by phone, heard that William wanted to exchange 20 million into Hong Kong dollars. He could no longer sit still. He grabbed the keys and drove to the tea house where they had agreed to meet. "You're here," William said softly. Lu Igua looked calm, staring at William closely, and said after a while, "President William is truly a genius. He made 20 million in 3 days through a trade show. I think if this news gets out, there will be a lot of people interested in you. This kid is so brave." He was not satisfied with making 20 million and wanted to make some money in the stock market. This is truly greed. He really thought that William could tell by counting on his fingers that heaven favored him. "I only earn 2,000 yuan a month, but this guy earns in 3 days what he could earn in more than 800 years of working. Isn't this an insult?" William smiled and said, "Nothing. Just waited for him to calm down before raising a finger. If the job is done, I'll give you this amount as commission. How about that?" Lu Igua's expression, which had just relaxed, suddenly tensed. He knew that William would not let his efforts go in vain, but he did not expect William to be so generous. 1/10, that's 2 million, equivalent to 80 years of work. If what William said was true, then why would he continue to be a law enforcer? He could just follow William. Given William's personality, he would not refuse. Now that I think about it, money is really damn easy to make. Lu Igua suddenly slapped William on the shoulder. "William, how confident are you about this stock market investment?" William looked at Lu Igua in confusion, thinking that Lu Igua also wanted to invest a little, so he would not refuse. "A little more than 90%. Lu Igua was so shocked that his hands were shaking, and he asked impatiently, "So what is your expected return? How long will it take to get a return?" William raised a finger with a smile. 10% profit. 1 year. This is true and scientific." William shook his head, picked up the teacup, and took a big sip. "Wrong. 10 times the profit in 1 month. Puff. Lu Igua spat out the tea he had drunk, spilling it all over the table. William sighed, called the waiter over, and changed the tea. Finally, Lu Igua agreed to send the letter within 3 days. However, he put forward a condition that as long as William could do it, he could waive William's 2 million handling fee. William didn't have to wait too long, as he received the other party's letter in the afternoon. The other party prepared 20 million yuan of funds for William to participate in this stock market investment and also promised to give him 30% of the returns. In this way, William has a total of 40 million yuan in funds. Although it's still not much, it is enough to make some money in the stock market. By this calculation, he can earn about 2.6 billion. The matter of funds entering Hong Kong has been arranged, and the other party will send someone to assist him. It's called assistance, but in fact it's just supervision, and William doesn't care about it. The only thing he was worried about was that he had helped those people earn tens of billions of dollars in one go, and he didn't know if they would come to cause trouble for him. After all, it is normal for you to earn 100 million or 200 million, but if you earn tens of billions at once and say you have no channels, who would believe you? William has actually already thought about it. After this investment is completed, he plans to withdraw part of the funds back to the country and use the other part to quietly acquire shares of future Fortune 500 companies. To prevent accidents at home, also leave yourself a way out abroad. As for this person going abroad, William decided to think carefully about it and make sure he could be reassured and have outstanding abilities. Suddenly, a woman appeared in William's eyes. He wanted to find a chance to ask her and get her opinion. Sophia. William thought about it again and finally confirmed the candidate to go abroad. William found Sophia, who was lying on the bed and seemed to be feeling unwell. William placed his hands on the other's shoulders and massaged them and spoke without question. "Itong, are you feeling unwell? I'll take you to the hospital. By the way, where's my mother? Isn't she at home? If you feel unwell, call me. Don't force yourself. Do you hear me?" Sophia looked at William as if she were looking at stars, with a bit of resentment on her face. I'm fine. Anyone to go out for a visit today? She's downstairs. We just talked on the phone. I'll wait. Don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. There is no need to go to the hospital. William knew that Sophia was thrifty, and once she made a decision, there was no way she could change it. He did not dissuade her anymore and left the room to ask the fat man to go to the clinic to ask a female doctor to come back. He was still a little worried about Sophia. Less than half an hour later, the fat man and the female doctor arrived. After some examination, the female doctor opened the door and came out with a smile on her face. William was a little puzzled. When he asked further, the female doctor didn't say much, but only said that the patient needed to rest more and eat a light diet. By the time I paid the consultation fee, it was already noon. Sophia was about to get up and cook, but William stopped her. He plans to cook a sumptuous dinner for his family today. Fortunately, the refrigerator was fully stocked, and with the help of the fat guy, more than a dozen dishes were served on the table in less than one order. Everyone enjoyed the meal very much. It was rare that William was just a gangster, but his cooking skills were impeccable, completely inheriting his mother-esque cooking skills. After lunch, William suggested talking to Sophia alone. The latter naturally had no objection, and the two of them walked into Sophia's boudoir one after another. Chapter 16, Sophia's Choice. Going abroad? Sophia was slightly startled, then sat down next to William. William smiled at Sophia and said, "Of course, this is a rare opportunity. I just trust you and think you can handle this important task. Do you feel particularly excited?" "Yeah, I think there is." Sophia finished speaking. William couldn't wait to explain what happened in the next itinerary. William had already made plans and was going to take Sophia to Hong Kong Island to complete the stock market investment. Then Sophia went to the United States, where Lou Igua arranged for someone to pick her up. William will come back and complete the second step of becoming a tycoon, investing in Hongyin Studio and establishing Hongyin Company. The most profitable industry is the entertainment industry, especially since he had so many memories of the past. Even if he wrote something casually, it would be enough to shock the entire daxia. Sophia nodded repeatedly and suddenly said, "But if I leave my family..." William didn't wait for Sophia to finish and said directly, "Don't you still have me? I will make sure to serve them comfortably." Sophia thought about it carefully and seemed to think that what William said made sense. After a moment, she raised her head and looked at William. "Just don't beat him to death." William couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. It seemed that she had left, and he was trying to take revenge by using his thinness. However, he did not have a good impression of his family. He commented that except Sophia, none of the He family members were good. It's not necessary to teach them a lesson, but it's good to let them suffer a little. Don't worry. I promise you'll be surprised when you come back after graduation. William finished speaking, poured Sophia a cup of hot water, and left the room. He planned to go and take a look at the house next door to Jessica, and if it was suitable, he would buy it right away. Then he applied for a loan and prepared to go to Hong Kong Island. He stopped a taxi and headed straight to Jianhua Community. Jessica's home is in Jianhua Community, where many dignitaries live. When the taxi drivers heard where William was going, they all became respectful. If someone could give him some advice, he wouldn't have to go out in the wind and rain to drive a taxi. The cell phone rang, and he picked it up. It was Jessica who called, asking when William would arrive. With Jessica's instructions, the gate guards of Jianhua Community allowed taxis to enter the community. This made William guess that Jessica's parents were very special. William would not secretly investigate other people's identities. After all, the other party is not his enemy. This house was once a luxury for William's family. My father passed away many years ago and left no property. My mother raised 3 of us alone, and we don't have a house of our own. With Jessica joining in, the couple who were selling the house were very happy, and William was very happy, so he paid the full amount directly for the house. 1 square meter costs less than 1,000 yuan, and William spent 100,000 yuan on more than 100 square meters. He didn't feel bad at all, as he knew that the value of this place would appreciate in the future and the house price would at least increase several times. The house was big enough, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, so William decided to let Sophia move in. With her taking care of his mother, he can rest assured and concentrate on company matters. As for the compensation, William decided to give Sophia 20% of the shares of Hongyin Studio. As for external investments, he will also give them dividends. Sophia a year later, unless of course she doesn't want to come back. Right now, the most important thing is to move first. Wong Motzi has not been caught yet, which is a big hidden danger for William. He was not afraid of Wong Motzi dealing with him, but he was afraid that the other party would threaten him with his family, so he would have no choice but to surrender. No, he needs to find some bodyguards to protect his family, preferably retired law enforcement officers. Even if the pay was a little more, he would still think it was worth it. The mother learned that William bought the house. She scolded him, but Sophia was there to plead for William, so she didn't hit or kick William. The mother secretly decided that as soon as she felt better, she would go back to work in the electronics factory, as the family could not be supported by William alone. But William and Sophia unanimously opposed their mother's decision, and neither of them gave in. As for his mother, he actually had already made arrangements, but had never told her because he wanted to give her a surprise. But right now, he had to tell it, otherwise he was really afraid that his mother would secretly go back to the electronics factory to work. When William told his mother to open a clothing store, a hint of joy flashed across his mother's face. She was deeply shocked by the fact that William earned $20 million in 3 days. But she was afraid of losing money, and she was afraid of holding her son back because she didn't know much, so she hesitated for a while. William naturally saw the joy in his mother's heart and gave Sophia a look. Under the sugar-coated encouragement of the two, his mother reluctantly agreed to give it a try. Only William knows how much money a person can make depending on how bold he is. These days, as long as you do business, pig farming will take off. My mother's store opening came to an end, and we started talking about moving. My mother naturally had no objection, but when it came to Sophia, she simply wouldn't agree. As for William's suggestion to take care of his mother, she had no objection, and she could even stop her part-time job. In that case, William didn't hesitate. We called a moving company to pack up and move all the things. As for Sophia, she was powerless as her mother was stopping her. Sophia gave in, agreed to move, and ran back to her room to pack her things. It would have been better if you did this earlier. William waved his hand and asked the staff to pack up other things. William had already packed some things. The moving company was very efficient. In less than 2 hours, the entire house was cleared out. When the homeowner came to inspect the house, William gave him $200 more and asked him to find someone to clean it up himself. The homeowner nodded happily. That night, William and his 2 companions moved into their new home and invited the fat guy, the thin guy, and Jessica to come over to hold a housewarming celebration. The house is very big, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which is just right for 3 people to live in. Only Emma looked unhappy, as if she was upset that William did not reserve a place for her. William ignored her and handed her a notebook when she left. Emma was confused at first and was about to throw it aside, but William stopped her with a look. She was very unconvinced and frowned as she turned a page. On it was a song called Time. The more she read, the more she was attracted. Although there were only lyrics, they shocked Emma. She never thought that the lyrics would be so beautiful. They were simply tailor-made for her. William's arms excitedly, and William had no choice but to hold her tightly. In the hall, when the mother saw this scene, she smiled from ear to ear. Sophia just walked out of the room with a frown on her face and an extremely ugly expression, and closed the door in a blink of an eye. Emma finally reacted when the door closed. She quickly got down from William's arms. Seeing her mother looking at her with a smile, her face turned red to her neck. William spoke unhappily. That song Time is for you, and there's a movie coming up later with a small investment. You guys should also recruit some staff these days and select the cast in advance and start filming after I come back. Emma was stunned and immediately asked, "How do you know so much? Tell me, are you following me?" William tapped her forehead unceremoniously and said, "Emma, what are you thinking about all day? You are so poor, and I still need to follow you. Although I don't go to the company very often, I'm still a major shareholder of the studio, so it's not unusual for me to know these things." "William, you are a rascal and a bad guy." Emma blushed and ran away without even looking up. Chapter 17, Airport Trouble. In the next few days, William and Sophia were preparing to go to Hong Kong Island. What William didn't expect was that the person Liu Aigwa sent to assist him was Jiang Yuqing, the woman with an extremely bad temper. William regretted not putting forward a condition at the beginning. Even if he replaced someone, they would be 10,000 times better than Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing was ignorant and unaware. He was afraid that this woman would interfere with his investment. If the fat man was not present, no one would be able to control her. Emma didn't come to disturb William these days. He didn't need to guess. He knew that she was practicing songs and preparing to release a single. Eve hasn't come to see William recently except for a few phone calls, But he's not worried because he knows the Yong family probably also wants to make a fortune in the stock market. Anyway, William has said everything he needs to say, so whether people listen or not is none of his business. Just one day before William was leaving, the entire North City was shaken by a major earthquake. Wang Matsi, who dominated the underground of North City, was arrested, and many people were implicated. William declined to comment on this, but he still contacted Liu Aigua and asked him to send someone to protect his mother while he was away. He was afraid that Wang Matsi would become desperate and his men would take crazy revenge. In the golden autumn of October, it actually started raining. The autumn rain continued for dozens of days, but fortunately the harvest was completed. That day, after William packed his things, he boarded the plane to Shanghai with Sophia and Jiang Yuqing. There was no direct flight to North City, so the three of them planned to transfer in Shanghai. William didn't save any money this time. The three of them were in business class, so there was more than enough space. When leaving, Eve drove to see William off and talked to him for a long time. Finally, all her affection turned into a kiss. Letting go of William, he left in a leisurely manner. Love happily. The plane left North City, transferred in Shanghai, and flew directly to Hong Kong Island. Hong Kong Island, airport. Two men wearing felt hats held up William signs and looked anxiously towards the airport security exit. Just as they had been waiting for half an hour, and some of them were complaining about the work assigned by their superiors, a woman's voice disrupted everything. Let's go. They're the ones who will pick us up. William's arm hurt. He knew that the woman did it on purpose, as revenge for him preferring to sit with Sophia. The man in the felt hat was immediately delighted and hurriedly stepped forward, holding out his hand and saying, "It turns out to be Lord Qing. The person my fourth brother and I are going to pick up this time is you." Jiang Yuqing shook her head and said nothing more. The other person glanced at William, then turned his attention to Sophia. "Sanner, you are wrong. This girl exudes a scholarly air, and her eyebrows are full of energy. She must be rich and noble. If I'm not mistaken, the person we should pick up is this lady." William was furious at the time, thinking that this was a demigod. Sophia, and in his previous life he had become a famous entrepreneur in North City. As for him, he was reborn and wanted to become a millionaire in the future, but he didn't even figure it out. This really shouldn't happen. Ha ha, you are right. The person you're going to pick up is this lady. Jiang Yuqing laughed happily, pointed at William, and answered cheerfully. William's heart was burning with anger. "Jiang Yuqing, are you really like this? Just because she refused to sit with you on the plane and chose to sit with Sophia, she got angry and started to retaliate." Jiang Yuqing's smile attracted many eyes, and then many people crowded over here, wanting to catch a glimpse of her beauty. Seeing this, the third and fourth brothers hurriedly took the three of them away and got into a car after making many turns. In the car, the two sides introduced themselves. The third brother's original name was Li San, and the fourth brother was Yang Si. Apologized to William for mistaking him for someone else. William didn't comment and turned to look at Jiang Yuqing. "Laugh if you want to, but be careful not to burst." Hearing William say this, Jiang Yuqing stopped being polite and laughed for several minutes. Finally, when she noticed four pairs of eyes staring at her, she stopped abruptly with an innocent look on her face. So she came to Hong Kong Island alone to have fun. At this moment, there was a scream from the crowd, and people quickly surrounded the car. William was still wondering. Wang Si said, "Someone is stopping the car. We might be in trouble." The car was stopped in its tracks, and William rolled down the window and looked out. Li San and Wang Si were about to stop it, but were interrupted by a voice outside. "You money loser. I've supported you for more than 10 years, and I just let you take a customer, and you want to run away? Yes. Little girl, go back with your mother. Your mother raised you so much. You should repay her. That's life." William looked around and soon saw a girl in front of the car, about 11 or 12 years old. The middle-aged woman held the girl tightly with both hands, trying to pull her away from here. The girl was covered in dirt, but her eyes were brighter than the stars. At this moment, she held the front of the car tightly with both hands. His clothes were torn, and his pants had dozens of patches, revealing a pair of dirty thighs. Sophia looked at William and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to help her?" William nodded. He felt that the girl looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where she was. William looked at Wang Si suddenly and said firmly, "Fourth brother, I think there is something wrong with that woman. We must save that girl." But the mission from above. Wang Si hesitated for a moment, but was quickly interrupted by Li San. "Fourth brother, I think we should listen away. Brotherly this time." Human life is at stake. If we don't save her, she will be violated by others. Wang Xi's eyes flashed with determination, and he looked at William and the other two and said, "Leave the rescue of the little girl to me and Sanner. After we lead the crowd away. Lord Qing, please drive the two distinguished guests away. We will meet at the usual place." Sophia's eyes lit up, and she looked at the girl and said to William, "I like her so much. This girl will definitely be a beauty when she grows up. This woman is a human trafficker. Don't let her get away." Li San and Wang Xi had a clear division of labor. One attracted attention, and the other carried the girl away. However, the two men were wearing felt hats and looked more like bad guys than rich people, so they were attacked by the crowd. However, the two were martial artists after all, and they quickly made a path through the crowd. The crowd chased the two people away. Jiang Yuqing stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove away at high speed. The storm just ended like that. When William and his companions arrived at the agreed location, Li San and his companions were already waiting there. Li San and Wang Xi looked a little embarrassed, but they were not injured. After washing up, the dirty girl changed drastically and became the queen on the stage. William suddenly remembered, and a reminiscence began playing on the loudspeaker, which was about what had happened in Hong Kong Island before. However, this time, he became the one who saved the people. According to the memoir, the girl's name was Bai Ling, and she later became a famous diva. But after becoming successful, the girl did not live a happy life. Even the queen of pop was obtained by the person who saved her at that time, spending money for her. She also became a plaything of this big man and never got married in her life. It was not until the big man passed away that she dared to reveal the matter to the media. William looked at the girl, and coincidentally, the girl looked at him with a pair of big watery eyes. She vaguely felt that this person in front of her could save her. William didn't think so. It was not unusual for a little girl of 11 or 12 to suddenly appear at the airport. If you come here by yourself, then you really have opened your third eye. William guessed that someone might have done this on purpose. He suddenly had an idea. That big shot in his previous life would not be on the same flight with him, and he must be a mainlander. Is this considered interception? Or get into big trouble? William couldn't imagine that with his current strength, he might not be able to defeat even a finger of someone else. Chapter 18 by Ling. Hong Kong Island, a luxurious villa. A man in brocade clothes sat on the main seat, with 2 rows of bodyguards in black on his sides. Below the man in brocade clothes were 3 people kneeling on the ground, 2 men and 1 woman. William had seen the woman before. She was the middle-aged woman who appeared at the airport. He did not know the other 2 men, but Li San and Wang Xi had fought with them before. 2 men and 1 woman knelt on the ground, their bodies shaking uncontrollably. They knew, too, well the methods of the man in the lead. Although he looked righteous on the outside, he was actually ruthless and murderous, and regarded human life as worthless. "Is this what you brought back? Tell me, what happened? Tell me every word." The man in brocade clothes spoke, his voice as clear as a startled wild goose. The woman spoke first. "Master, things were going smoothly, but at the critical moment, that bitch suddenly changed her mind and stopped an ordinary jeep. My subordinates noticed something was wrong and tried to drag her away by force, but were stopped by 2 people from the Xia." As soon as the woman finished speaking, the 2 kneeling people couldn't wait to speak. "Really? I don't know where these 2 came from. They are very skilled in martial arts. We 2 are no match for them at all. We 2 were badly injured. We suspect they are Daxia law enforcers. Otherwise, there would not be such a powerful person suddenly appearing in Hong Kong Island." The man in brocade clothes stared at the 3 people, as if wondering whether they were lying. After a moment, he slowly said, "I'll give you half a day to find out all their information. Otherwise, you know the consequences." "Yes, master." The 3 of them nodded repeatedly, crawled out of the room, and ran out of the room. A secluded courtyard. This is the place Li San was looking for. It is close to the Hong Kong Island Trading Center, with convenient transportation and a large supermarket below. On that day, William and his 2 companions did nothing else but purchase goods. After all, he would be staying here for several days, and he had offended some unknown big shots, so he wanted to stay away. Thanks to his caution, his life was saved. Li San and Wang Xi went to contact people, actually just to find a few skilled traders. This was not difficult for the booming Hong Kong Island. 2 days later, 5 people were found, and a secret place was found. The next day, William and 6 other people moved into the secret place, and he met the 5 people. There are 4 men and 1 woman, All four are novices, and only one has 1 year of experience in the stock market. William was very satisfied. He didn't need a very strong trader, as long as he could obey his orders. As per custom, William signed confidentiality contracts with several people. The companies were shell companies established in Hong Kong Island. Dacia's 20 million has been transferred to accounts in Hong Kong Island, with each account having approximately 8 million. William told the 5 people very seriously that they should inform their families in advance that they would be kept in isolation here for the next 15 days and all their communication equipment would be confiscated. Li San and Wang Si got a jammer to block all signals. Even the computer was programmed so that it could only be used to trade stocks and nothing else. Of course, William was also very generous. He provided them with enough food and entertainment and even got them some fitness equipment, enough for them to spend 15 days, and he also promised them sufficient compensation. The next day, the 5 people officially started working. Several people slowly absorbed the US dollar chips, according to their division of labor and following William's instructions. 20 million chips were invested, but there was not even a splash. This is normal. After all, news came out earlier that a large amount of oil resources were discovered in a certain place, and the US dollar rose accordingly. But the news has not been confirmed yet. If William remembers correctly, the news will be released tomorrow. In fact, it was not only William who bought stocks, but everyone in Dacia also did not miss the opportunity to make huge profits. Sure enough, a few days later, the United States announced that a large amount of oil resources had been discovered in a certain place, enough for the world to use for 10 years. As soon as the news was released, the US dollar soared and doubled in less than a moment. The people below were excited and praised William for the title of stock god. William did not comment on this. This was just the beginning, and the best was yet to come. Although he had already made a profit of 20 million, William did not relax at all. He watched several people talking below through the monitor and immediately stood up. When William appeared in the operation room, warm applause broke out, and everyone shouted, "God of Stocks!" President William looks so young, maybe less than 30 years old. She is so young and capable, but who knows, she will benefit from that vixen in the future. As everyone was watching, William came in front of them. Today's success is inseparable from the efforts of everyone. Looking at everyone's excited eyes, William said, "Okay, we can go home now. From now on, we will have a 7-day holiday. Except for not leaving here, you can move freely." About William's decision, after no one left, she directly asked William her questions. With her fists clenched tightly in her hands, she did not give William the idea of refusing. "Can you please not be so violent, or no one will marry you in the future?" "Then don't worry about it, President William. I'm here on behalf of the Law Enforcement Bureau. I need to be responsible for our 20 million. I hope President William can give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I will report it to the headquarters." "Jiang Yuqing, I'm giving you face, right? Can't you tell who is the big boss? Do you want to call Lu Igwa right now?" William finished speaking. Jiang Yuqing raised her clenched fist and brought it down just an inch away from William's face. "Away. Be careful with your words. We are partners now. There's no need to make things so awkward." Sophia reminded. "Forget it this time. For Itong's sake, I'll let you go. Now we should go check on the others." William announced the holiday just now and quarreled with Jiang Yuqing just to give others a chance to report the news. Needless to say, someone must have brought in communications equipment, which was not a difficult task for Jiang Yuqing and the other 2 who had been engaged in law enforcement for a long time. The 3 of them returned to the monitoring room, and soon the figures of 5 people appeared on the computer. 4 of them were normal and returned to their rooms to rest. Only one woman walked towards Bai Ling's room. Her name is Zhang Xiao. She comes from a clean family, except that she has a sick brother. I felt sorry for her at the time, and since I can make some quick money here, I wanted to help her. A trace of helplessness and disappointment flashed across Li San's face. "Oh, please tell me in detail." William became interested. This woman didn't give her the impression that she was a traitor. "The thing is, Zhang Xiao is a very honest person, and she is very well known among the neighbors. Not only did she graduate from a prestigious university, but if she hadn't been taking care of her brother, she could have gone abroad to study. So you think she can't be a traitor?" "Li San, just say what you want to say." "I think so too. But don't you think we have overlooked one person? We all forget this person too easily." William looked at Jiang Yuqing and the other 2, but kept them in suspense. "You said it was Bai Ling. How is that possible?" Not only did William not doubt Bai Ling, but even Jiang Yuqing and the others subconsciously ignored her. After all, Who would believe that a little girl of 11 or 12 years old could have any bad intentions? If you want to doubt Bai Ling, you're the one who got her back. How dare you doubt her? William smiled bitterly. I just felt sorry for her at the time, so I thought of saving her. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will never know whether a person's heart is good or bad. William recalled that during the time he had received Bai Ling, the little girl looked at him with admiration and treated him like her father. But could Bai Ling be a traitor? William put a big question mark on this. Chapter 19. Traitor appears. Monitor screen conversion. Bai Ling and Zhang Xiao appeared in the surveillance video. Bai Ling was as happy as a fairy, playing games with Zhang Xiao. Everyone immediately lost interest and left. Only Jiang Yuqing stayed, and the two looked into each other's eyes. What did you find? William asked without turning his head. There is something wrong with Zhang Xiao, but I can't tell you why. Jiang Yuqing shook her head. At this moment, Zhang Xiao inadvertently picked up a toy, which was a remote-controlled car equipped with an antenna. William opened his eyes suddenly and looked back at Jiang Yuqing. So do you think Zhang Xiao could be a... William finished speaking. Jiang Yuqing couldn't wait to speak. Radio communications engineer. William pinched his fingers and rolled his eyes at her unhappily. Jiang Yuqing, can't you let people finish their words? If we divide the credit, which one do you think should be yours or mine? Jiang Yuqing stuck out her tongue and said aggrievedly for the first time, do we need to separate you and me? Jiang Yuqing, you have to understand that you are you and I am me, and we are in a cooperative relationship. William turned and looked at the surveillance camera. The traitor finally showed up. Under surveillance, Zhang Xiao inadvertently put the remote control in his pocket and continued to play with Bai Ling silently. It's our turn to show up. If something unexpected happens later, the other party will be embarrassed. William said this and quietly turned into Bai Ling's room. When I opened the door, I saw a disgusting scene. As luck would have it, the two of them were wrestling with each other. In a panic, Bai Ling grabbed the two softballs. Let go of that girl. William, she's just a child. Do you have to be angry with her? In his previous life, William didn't know Bai Ling and Zhang Xiao. And now Bai Ling, you're only 11 or 12 years old, and you are so lustful. What will happen when she grows up? William felt that he needed to discipline Bai Ling strictly, otherwise he didn't know what she would become in the future. Dad! A clear cry shattered all William's thoughts. In his previous life, he lived alone for more than 20 years and had no children. The word dad touched William's heart. He felt that it was all worth it. Perhaps this was the meaning of the continuation of life. Bai Ling threw herself into William's arms and kept telling him how many words she had learned. William was heartbroken, and it was thanks to meeting her that he met her. Otherwise, Bai Ling's ending would have been too tragic. He had thought it all out. After returning this time, he would complete the admission procedures for Bai Ling. William comforted her, then handed Bai Ling to Jiang Yuqing, and then looked at Zhang Xiao. Zhang Xiao, come with me. Okay, President William. Zhang Xiao was obviously a little nervous and confused. She knew that William must have a special reason for looking for her at this time. Could it be that the boss discovered her little trick and is now coming to settle the score with her? But then she thought that was impossible. Arriving at the conference room, William sat at the main seat and Zhang Xiao sat at the bottom. Seeing Zhang Xiao's reserved look, William spoke with a smile. Zhang Xiao, you don't have to be so nervous. I came here just to say thank you for accompanying Bai Ling these days. Zhang Xiao was stunned. It turned out that her boss was worried about this matter, and she could finally feel relieved. In fact, she had been worried and felt guilty towards William since the last time she sent a message. This is what I should do. My boss pays me so well, I can't let him down. Zhang Xiao said with an awkward smile. You're great. I'll give you a bonus when I'm done with this. William nodded. I'll have to trouble you to take care of Bai Ling in the next few days. Okay, boss. Zhang Xiao nodded. Actually, what is it actually? William asked with interest, observing Zhang Xiao's performance. Don't be nervous. Just say whatever you want to say. I'm not a cannibal. Actually, I'm a traitor. Zhang Xiao frowned and knelt down on the ground. Boss, my family is not well off, and my brother is seriously ill. The surgery requires a lot of money. I don't want others to know, so I've been hiding this news. That day, someone came to me and promised me that if I could provide them with information about you, they would give me a great reward. But after hearing what you said today, I feel that I can't cheat others, but you, because you'll do great things in the future. After Zhang Xiao finished speaking, he looked relieved. After she finished speaking, William smiled. Zhang Xiao, you didn't cheat others, but saved yourself. William paused. You thought you did it very secretly, but in fact you did it too perfectly, so we found you. So, you already knew I was a traitor? Zhang Xiao sighed. Then why didn't you just expose me? It's simple if I don't expose you. I just give you a choice. In a luxurious villa, a man in brocade, clothes stared at three people in the audience. Where are the people? I gave you half a day, but now 3 days have passed. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? The three people below were silent as a mouse, not daring to be negligent in the slightest, and reported everything they had found out in the past 3 days. Waste. A bunch of waste. What use do I have for you? The man in brocade clothes slapped his right hand on the chair handle and roared. Master, spare my life. Master, give us another chance. The three men were so frightened that they banged their heads on the floor and blood kept flowing out. The man in brocade clothes frowned and shouted impatiently. Come here, drag these three bastards out and feed them to the dogs. Forget it. The man goes to the coal mine and the woman is taken away to entertain customers. He added before leaving, Zhou Mingda, you will die a miserable death. I don't want to receive guests. Master, please forgive me. I will do anything you ask me to do. No one listened to them. Soon someone came in, put cold anklets on them, and dragged the three people out. Only one was left. She twisted her slender waist and came to the man in brocade, clothes inconspicuously. She put her arms around his neck and spoke with a smile. Mingda, you are still so cold-blooded. After squeezing out the last bit of ability from your subordinates, you won't treat me like this in the future, will you? Zhou Mingda held up the woman's neck with one hand, squinted his eyes, and said, Of course you are different from them, but you are my sweetheart. I can never mistreat you even if I mistreat others. After it's done, Ruoruo, you heard what I said. Those three are really useless. Are you interested in challenging this mission? Zhou Mingda lit a cigarette and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Luo Ruo's eyes moved around for a few times, and she continued with great interest. Of course, I also want to see who is the desperate person who dares to mess with my sweetheart. Go ahead. If you need any resources, just contact Butler Zhou. Luo Ruo walked out of the hall and looked back at Zhou Mingda deeply, her eyes full of murderous intent. She took out a cell phone and made a call. Less than 5 minutes after the call was made, a Bugatti stopped at the entrance of the hotel and a man in black got out of the passenger seat. The man in black personally opened the car door for the woman and then slowly closed it after she got in. The vehicle drove away from the villa and sped towards a secluded place. In the villa, after the woman left, an old man appeared behind the man in brocade clothes, emitting a powerful aura. Master, Luo Ruo cannot be kept. She was sent by the Luo family to test the Zhou family. This nail will ruin your plans sooner or later. Zhou Mingda laughed loudly and explained with a smile. Don't worry, Steward Zhou. I've already arranged it. After this is over, I will quietly be inside his body. Hearing this, Butler Zhou also laughed out loud. In an instant, conspiracy filled the entire villa. Chapter 20, Beauty Trap, a secluded courtyard. William bought have increased more than a dozen times, from the original 40 million to more than 400 million. It can be said that in less than 10 days, William made a net profit of 200 million. In fact, it is not just William who is making money. Foreign companies have already made a lot of money. The only ones who lose money are those who expect a sharp drop in the US dollar. They keep increasing their positions and keep losing money. Several people in the room were getting a little impatient, so William took them to play the game himself and even gave them half of the reward. However, the harmony was soon broken by a woman who came to visit. And this woman was none other than Luo Ruo. She also considered it for 2 days before coming to see William. She has already thought of a plan to deal with William, which is the honey trap. Even Zhou Mingda was bewitched by her. For a guy like William, she only needed to make a slight move to get him. Unfortunately, the first person she met was not William. Otherwise, William would have found it hard to resist her Hong Kong style. When she saw Ruo, Jiang Yuqing frowned slightly. She couldn't imagine what charm William had and why there were so many women around him all of a sudden. Luo Ruo stared at Jiang Yuqing, her eyes smiling like a fox. You're not from Hong Kong Island. You are from Daxia? Jiang Yuqing was not so polite to this vixen. Especially after hearing what Luo Ruo said, she spat at Luo Ruo. It was as if he was scolding, You vixen, don't even think about entering this door while I'm here. Luo Ruo was a little angry and embarrassed, but the next moment she suddenly laughed. I understand, you like him, but he doesn't like you. You're talking nonsense. At this time, William heard the noise outside and walked out impatiently. William, don't believe what this witch says. Jiang Yuqing was a little anxious and hurried to cover up. William was stunned. Could it be that this evil woman really liked him? Thinking about Jiang Yuqing raising his fist, this is not appropriate. He wants to nip all this in the bud. Of course I don't believe it, but she is a guest. Gathering here will only cause a disturbance. Let her come in and talk. The way. Luo Ruo followed with a smile, then turned back to glance at Jiang Yuqing with contempt. Jiang Yuqing stamped her feet in anger, but there was nothing she could do, and she felt indignant. The three of them came to the reception room, and William sat in the main seat. Tell me, who are you? What do you want from me? William asked calmly, tapping his fingers on the table. Luo Ruo, I'm here to join forces with you to kill someone. Luo Ruo looked around, twisted her waist, and climbed onto William's shoulders with both hands. Oh, kill someone who? William remained calm and quietly avoided a pair of long legs and two beautiful arms. Zhou Mingda, the Hong Kong Zhou family. You came to Hong Kong Island this time to disrupt Zhou Mingda's plan. You have become someone he must kill. William suddenly realized what was going on, but he didn't believe it much. If it was really the Zhou family, they wouldn't have come to their door after so long. She's right. Logically, the Zhou family should be able to find you the next day, but we, the law enforcers, are no pushovers. It won't be a problem to keep it a secret for 10 days or half a month. Jiang Yuqing's voice sounded slowly, her tone full of confidence. William finally understood that by saving Bai Ling, he had offended Zhou Mingda. Zhou Mingda sent people to look for him, but the traces were hidden by Jiang Yuqing and others, so Zhou Mingda did not come to him immediately. After all, the Zhou family is one of the 4 major families in Hong Kong Island, and their connections are impeccable. Even if they can hide it for a while, they can't hide it forever. Therefore, he must be prepared to be visited by someone at any time. As for joining forces with Luo Ruo, he had not thought about it. After all, the two of them were not familiar with each other at all. If we join forces with them, the consequences will be unpredictable. And right now, the most important thing is to verify whether Luo Ruo's words are true, and then do other things. William looked at Jiang Yuqing, and Jiang Yuqing raised a finger. William nodded bitterly. 10,000, you are so cruel. Jiang Yuqing shook her head and said, 100,000. William gritted his teeth. Deal. Next, William didn't say much to Luo Ruo. He just left her contact number and drove her out. Luo Ruo's beauty trap ended before it even began. North City, Yang family. Eve and Yang Dehai sat on either side, with a man in his 50s sitting in the middle. There was a large display screen between the three of them. The screen was showing the Miyuan stock market, all green. Daughter, did you see that? In just a few days, we made a net profit of 1 billion yuan. Thanks to Master Wong for his help. I will definitely give you extra compensation after this is over. As for your boyfriend, William, just break up with him as soon as possible. He has no family background, and he's wasting 200,000 yuan for my Yang family. He also threatened on the spot that the US dollar stock market boom would only last for a month. In my opinion, it will last at least 3 months. Eve nodded. To her, William was just a spare tire. However, she still felt a little unhappy when she heard her father say this about William. After all, she had just announced in public that William was her boyfriend. Even if they wanted to break up, they had to wait until the matter had faded. Thank you, Mr. Yang. As for the William you mentioned, in my opinion, he is just a young boy. What can he understand? And I have received reliable information that the oil resources discovered this time are huge. There are no less than a dozen development teams competing for this project, and the price has reached an astronomical level. Upon hearing this, Yang Dehai laughed out loud, and a scene of money rolling in appeared in his mind. Master Wong kept flattering Yang Dehai, who was extremely happy to hear that. The two did not avoid talking about Eve and soon talked about another aspect. Yang Dehai found a dozen people and asked Master Wong to relax. Eve couldn't listen anymore and suddenly thought of William. She explained to Yang Dehai and left the villa. After leaving the villa, she called William. William was a little surprised when he received the call because Eve rarely called him unless it was something important. Although he thought so, he still quickly answered the phone. Rich woman, you miss me again. Don't be so rude. Tell me, how is your investment going? William saw the news. Although he did not give a clear response, he was still very happy. I made a little money. William curled her lips. You don't just earn a little bit. You earn a few hundred million, right? That's good. Why do I hear a woman's voice next to you? Tell me the truth. Are you looking for a woman? Eve said, her ears still plugged into the earpiece of her phone. William was startled and gave Jiang Yuqing a cold look, but he didn't walk away. William spoke slowly. Of course not. How about you come and check it out yourself? Then I'll come here in person. I also want to visit Hong Kong Island for a few days. Sure. Soon, the two fought several times. Eve finally gave in and said she had something going on at the company and would come back later. William naturally had no objection and nodded repeatedly. Putting down his phone, William rushed towards Jiang Yuqin. This woman is so abominable. She almost caused Eve to misunderstand, destroy people's love and destiny. Jiang Yuqin was also a little angry, and when she saw William dared to rush over, she became even angrier. The two men wrestled with each other, and William was quickly defeated. Seeing that he was completely defeated, William quickly begged for mercy. Jiang Yuqing, I was wrong. You know you're wrong? From now on, you need to understand who is the king. You are a weakling, do you know that? What do you want? Give me money. Chapter 21 Dialogue with the Empress. As William gave the final order, all the stocks were sold. Knock off. In less than half a month, we made a net profit of $2 billion. President William is simply the stock god of the world. Boss, are you still short of people? I want to work with you. If this can continue to rise, it will not only increase by 50 times, but also by 100 times. William was sweating profusely. 100 times? These people really dare to think so. William smiled and asked everyone to go back and rest first. He was staring at the 2 billion yuan in his account, half of which did not belong to him. It's a pity that he could only get 1.3 billion. Otherwise, 2 billion would still be quite useful in this era. William, I'll follow you. William turned around and looked in the direction he was looking and saw Jiang Yuqing, who had appeared behind him at some point. The black dress couldn't hide her slender figure. Her long hair was draped behind her, and the sound of footsteps was slowly approaching. Jiang Yuqing, what's wrong with you? William looked at Jiang Yuqing, who was so close to him, without any favorable impression in his eyes. Oh my God, if this guy joins, she will be annoyed to death. However, giving her some shares is acceptable. What? Billionaire, if you don't agree, there are many people out there who want to kill you. Don't even think about it, but I can give you some shares. Under Jiang Yuqing's threat, William spoke firmly. After a fierce battle between the two, William gave in and agreed to give 10% of Hongying Studios shares to Jiang Yuqing. In return, if there's a problem with Hongying Studio, Jiang Yuqing must help. From now on, she will be the nominal consultant of Hongying Studio. You don't need to come to the company on a daily basis. It is up to you whether to come or not. You're responsible for company supervision and discipline. William didn't expect was that Jiang Yuqing would become a famous discipline master in Daxiao in the future, and even publish a book specifically about it. Another point the two agreed upon was that Jiang Yuqing would help him solve the troubles outside. There was a killer staring at him all the time, like a stick of steel stuck in his heart. He lived a very depressed life. William's stock market withdrawal seems insignificant compared to the trillions of dollars flowing in and out of the entire stock market every day. In Daxia, huge amounts of capital continue to flow into the market, trying to make a fortune in one go. Originally, ordinary people did not get the news, but now it is different. With the news bombarding us all day long, the total funds in Hong Kong Island have reached a terrifying number. Compared with the previous life, it is even worse. Especially the Daxia enterprises, which were frantically cashing out and borrowing from banks, and the amount of their funds was many times larger than that of the public. The whole of Daxia was in an uproar. Even the almighty Empress couldn't hold it in and kept calling meetings with her subordinates. The meeting lasted for many days, but there was still no result. Because this is a rare opportunity to make money in a century, and blocking someone's money is like killing someone. During this special period of time, no one dared to stand up and say evacuate, including the Empress. William also lamented that after this bull market, he wondered how many families would be broken apart. But he is just an ordinary citizen, and no one would believe what he says. Those people will only think that I am cheating them and preventing them from making money. Not only will I not get any benefit, but I will probably only receive spit and abuse. He doesn't want to be a savior, but he also doesn't want to be someone else's punching bag. Even if Daxia's economy lags behind for 10 years, it will be just like in the past life, and we will be able to overtake and catch up. Just then, a phone call came in. It was from Lu Aigua. The other party's voice was very urgent and solemn. William, listen carefully. An important person will call you soon. You must be respectful and speak politely, otherwise I cannot protect you. Who is it? William asked anxiously. Besides, when I talk to you, I have never failed to speak properly. Remember what I said. The other party couldn't stand it and hung up the phone directly. Big shot? Is it very big? He is going to be a tycoon, so no matter what the big shots say, he will say whatever he wants. He is a small gangster and has never been afraid of anyone. While I was complaining, a phone call came in. It was from the Moda number. William took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Almost instantly, a female voice sounded from the other side, majestic and domineering. "You are William." The question was like thunder from the sky, which made his palm go limp and his phone fell to the ground. That voice is so familiar. Almost every day, the loudspeaker plays that person's speech for 1/3 of the time. The Empress of Great Xia, the youngest emperor and the second empress in history. Thump! The phone fell to the ground, covering up William's breathing. The Empress's fingers on the other end of the line paused slightly, and she knew that the other party recognized her. In contrast, the Empress was not angry at all. Instead, she became curious about William. As for why it was only 1 point, it was because Daxia had tens of thousands of talented people, and William was just a wave in the vast ocean and could only create a little splash. Looking at the hung-up phone, she continued to call. This time, the other side picked up quickly. "Hello, I'm William. What can I do for you?" William's ordinary voice sounded, as if nothing had happened. "I know you are William, but I am wondering whether to call you William or a punk. I was very curious about how a small gangster could make 20 million in 1 month and then make 1 billion in the stock market. Even the Law Enforcement Bureau is benefiting from you. What do you think?" William responded with a smile. "The name is just a code name. You can call me William or a gangster. As for the second question, I, William, also aspire to become a millionaire. It was also luck that helped me achieve a small goal first. As for making money with the Law Enforcement Bureau, that's because Lou Igua and I are brothers, and we can make money together." In fact, in his heart, William had already cursed Lou Igua for 18 generations. "I said I'd help you get rich, but can't you just be honest? You have to tell me all my secrets completely. If he sees Lou Igua next time, he will beat this big mouth to death. He is just like Jiang Yuqing, who says everything without reservation. Let's earn a small goal first. 1 billion is just a small goal." The Empress paused. "One more thing. Don't you know that the Law Enforcement Bureau belongs to Daxia? What crime should you be charged for using Daxia's money to speculate in stocks?" William did not indulge the other party and spoke directly. "If there is any guilt, it's Lou Igua who is guilty. You could just arrest him. What has it got to do with me, William? Besides, I have already helped you earn 700 million. At worst, I will just give up the remaining 300 million and we can go our separate ways." After saying that, William hung up the phone. The Empress tightly grasped the black pen with her hand. Her eyes were terrifyingly calm. The secretary beside her sighed in her heart. "Who on earth is this William?" Not only did he not say anything, he even dared to hang up the Empress' phone call. Before the secretary could say anything, the Empress walked towards her and said, "Lend me your phone." The secretary stared at the phone screen in astonishment, which showed, "Your phone number has been blacklisted by the other party." "How dare he?" Meeting the Empress's gaze, the female secretary quickly shut up and handed over the phone. Soon, the Empress dialed the number again. This time his tone was not as condescending as usual, and he actually apologized first. William's head felt numb, and he could sense an invisible murderous aura enveloping him. This time it's a big deal. Chapter 22 Harvest. "Now tell me, what is your opinion on the stock market this time?" The voice on the other end was ethereal, and William could tell it was a woman's most primitive voice. "Oh, of course you can." William hurriedly changed the subject. "In fact, to put it nicely, this bull market is the discovery of a large amount of oil resources, which led to a surge in U.S. stocks. But have you ever thought about this? If this news is false, what will be the consequences?" "This is impossible. This news has been confirmed by many countries. Even American citizens have purchased large quantities. How could he possibly harvest his own citizens?" "You misunderstood me. What I said is that the oil resources are real, but they concealed the amount. What if the oil resources are only mined for 1 day and are exhausted in 2 days?" William slowed down his tone and explained as clearly as possible. "So in this way, even if the people are resentful, they can't be blamed." What a good plan. The woman's hand holding the phone paused slightly. Then she turned back to her office chair and lay down. "Give me an exact time, and I'll give you a big gift after it's done. Evacuate within 3 days at the latest, and preferably within 2 days." William said seriously. "Time is too tight. Never mind. We'll save as many as we can." The Empress quickly hung up the phone, then called her secretary, who hurried out. Soon, A large number of people gathered in the reception room. When they learned about the tasks assigned by the Empress, they all complained, but some individuals agreed with them. Soon, instructions were issued one after another, and some places acted quickly to avoid huge losses. However, some places did not take it seriously and just dealt with it, thinking that the Empress was just making a fuss out of nothing. However, they soon regretted it and regretted it for the rest of their lives. 3 days later, the United States suddenly released a reliable news. The oil discovered this time is a false oil reservoir. The world was in uproar. The stock market plummeted in response, and people and companies that entered the market at high prices suffered heavy losses. But the world's famous financial groups made a fortune from this stock market crash. In Dacia, the biggest loss was in Hong Kong Island. Almost all of Dacia's funds were concentrated in Hong Kong Island and were severely exploited by the United States. But they were obviously not satisfied because the amount of funds was far less than expected. However, they did not think much about it, as so many countries were waiting for them to reap the harvest, so they did not stay in Hong Kong Island for long. William took advantage of the opportunity and soon broke down the $2 billion in his hands into small amounts and absorbed them quietly. Another half a month passed, the stock price hit the daily limit, and the share price doubled, so William cashed out and left. Because he knows that the stock market will remain sluggish for a long time, fluctuating back and forth on a certain line. His profit this time is enough. The $2 billion is enough for him to do many things. This time, William was not stingy and gave each person a bonus of over $1 million. He also appointed Sophia as the general manager of Ye's overseas investments, responsible for all matters in Hong Kong and abroad. He was preparing to return to China to plan for building a factory. Just as he opened the door, more than 20 uninvited guests rushed in. The leader was Zhou Mingda, a man in brocade clothes. Behind him were more than 20 people, 2 of whom were dragging a woman. William was not unfamiliar with this woman. She was Luo Ruoruo. The woman was in a miserable state at this moment, with disheveled hair and wounds all over her body. Through what Luo Ruo told him, William was basically certain that this person should be Zhou Mingda, one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong City and the eldest son of the Zhou family. William learned through the small trumpet that Hong Kong Island suffered heavy losses in this stock market crash. 2 of the 4 major families were reshuffled, including the Zhou family. You will suffer the consequences if you do evil. William was also very curious about how Zhou Mingda would deal with the situation when a billionaire suddenly fell into debt. However, even though the Zhou family's funds were tied up, they still had a lot of surplus food. If Zhou Mingda keeps a low profile, it will be enough for him to live comfortably for the rest of his life. But the person in front of him didn't know about the Zhou family stocks. It seemed that the head of the Zhou family loved this person and wanted to take all the debts on himself. Are you William? Zhou Mingda stared at William and spoke with contempt. I am William. What do you think? After these words were spoken, Zhou Mingda and his younger brothers behind him were all stunned. Could it be that he couldn't see that he was about to die and still dared to make such a bold statement? Zhou Mingda waved his hand, signaling his younger brother to be quiet. Boy, are you looking for death? Master, let me teach this fool a lesson. The younger brothers behind Zhou Mingda could no longer bear to watch this, and one of them stood up first. Zhou Mingda felt that it was inappropriate, but he did not stop it. He also wanted to test William's strength. Seeing the opponent rushing towards him, William remained as steady as a rock because he knew that someone would take action. William didn't feel any pain, but a body fell firmly into his arms. It was Sophia. At the critical moment, she used her body to help William block the attack. Ah! William shouted loudly, completely arousing his bloodiness, and punched and kicked the enemy who rushed up until someone stopped him. William, you are asking for your life. If you beat him to death, you will also go to jail. Jiang Yuqing angrily criticized William. William also got angry and shouted at Jiang Yuqing. Jiang Yuqing, why didn't you attack just now? If you had attacked just now, Yidong wouldn't have been injured. Does someone have to die before you come out to save others? Jiang Yuqing was stunned for a moment, then spoke seriously. Excuse me, Boss Li, why should I take action? I have clearly reminded you that we are here to protect your life and safety, not to be your thugs. As Jiang Yuqing left, Zhou Mingda looked a little ugly. If law enforcers got involved, it would be difficult to take action. Sure enough, the next moment, law enforcement officers from Hong Kong Island rushed in and surrounded Zhou Mingda and others. Even William was taken to the police station. It was Jiang Yuqing who made the call, and he was released on bail after being fined. Back at his residence, William took a careful bath to get rid of the bad luck. William did not tell his mother about joining the law enforcement agency. In his previous life, William had been in court many times. His mother was very worried and frightened. She asked Lisa and Jack for help several times and suffered humiliation. Even if he became a billionaire, he still didn't dare tell his mother. Only when everything is stable will he gradually let his mother accept the villa she has always dreamed of, the luxury car, and everything she wants. Next, William invested all his funds in the stock market again. The stock market had bottomed out and would rebound. Just as William thought, the stock market had a small adjustment in the next few days, and William's profits doubled. After the stock market stabilized, it began to become turbulent, and William issued an order to withdraw all funds from the stock market. Once the enforcement agency's funds were transferred to an account, William no longer had to operate them. However, the other party still did as he said and gave William 30% of the compensation. This time, William didn't dare to accept it and simply changed the condition. Later, he asked the law enforcement agency for help, and they had to help him unconditionally once. The matter in Hong Kong Island came to an end, and Zhou Mingda did not come to trouble William. All 5 people Jiang Yuqing found stayed and became employees of Wei Yi Overseas Investments' Hong Kong Island office under the jurisdiction of Sophia. Sophia's power reached its peak at this time, second only to the emperor and above everyone else. Moreover, as the head of Wei Yi Overseas Investment Company, he can directly obtain 30% of the shares and dividends, which is something many people dare not even think about. The only drawback is that Sophia is too young to be in charge of such a large company all at once, and William is afraid that she will have trouble convincing others. But with him in command, and with the development of the internet, he can completely command remotely and help Sophia to stand on the side. However, overseas is different from Daxia after all. Everyone has a weapon of equality for all beings, so we have to be careful about everything. Chapter 23, Yang Family Dilemma. As for Sophia's personal safety, William asked Lu Aigua to find a retired law enforcement officer and hired her to serve as Sophia's bodyguard at a high salary. Actually, William also wanted to go abroad to work hard. He didn't have the opportunity in his previous life, but after he was reborn, he wanted to open a company overseas to promote the prestige of Daxia. Among these employees in Hong Kong Island, William plans to select one person to be in charge of the real estate in Hong Kong Island, and the rest of the people will need to be recruited by this person himself. The real estate in Hong Kong Island was just beginning to develop at this time, which is a good time to enter the market. If in another 20 years, houses in Hong Kong are extremely expensive, the profit will increase dozens of times. So William naturally would not miss this opportunity, and he allocated the funds well. Among them, he plans to take out 1 billion yuan from overseas and give it to Sophia for distribution and slowly absorb the shares of the large companies announced by the trumpet. But there is also a restriction that the investment of foreign companies cannot exceed 5%, otherwise it needs to be announced. William didn't have such big ambitions, but he also knew that this thing was not so easy to get. After all, those foreign conglomerates are not pushovers, and it is easy for them to make someone disappear. For William, overseas business needs to be developed slowly, but some key technologies can be acquired in advance. In the following time, William accompanied Sophia to recover from her injuries, which were actually only minor. But William felt that he could not treat Sophia unfairly. After all, she was injured because of him. Taking this opportunity, before Sophia left, William told Sophia what she needed to do in the next year. As the days passed, his memory began to fade, and he could not remember many things from the past. Fortunately, after throwing away one notebook, he quickly wrote another one. William was not worried, even if it was picked up by someone else, as he was just afraid that they would think it was a novel written by some bored person. Unfortunately, he didn't know that the notebook was obtained by Sophia. After a few days like this, Sophia recovered completely. William also explained everything to Sophia, and he also got the latest news from Hong Kong Island. In this stock market crash, among the 4 major families in Hong Kong Island, except for the Ho and Li families which suffered slight losses, the Zhou and Luo families as well as other families suffered heavy losses. William was a little skeptical about this. Why didn't Daxia save all the families on Hong Kong Island? Perhaps it wanted to use a big stick and a sweet date to wipe out the whole thing at once. William sent Sophia and the other person to the airport, and then flew to Shanghai with Jiang Yuqing and others. After a transfer, William arrived in North City the next afternoon. It was Eve who came to pick up William, and he didn't refuse. Eve is his girlfriend in public, and who can resist a pair of long legs? This time, Eve was very silent and only spoke slowly after getting in the car. William, the Young family has fallen. Do you still like me? In the past few days, William actually knew something about domestic affairs, but he didn't know much about the Yang family's affairs. However, he had met Yang Dahai last time and knew a little about this person. This person is a sophisticated egoist who will do anything for the sake of profit and will curry favor with the powerful. He is a snob. He thought back to the last time they met. Yang Dahai knew that he was Eve's girlfriend, but he still only gave himself 20,000 yuan to invest. This is like rubbing his face on the ground. All it takes is one sentence. You beggar, take these 20,000 yuan and get out of here. Eve was different. She helped him when he was most helpless. Most importantly, she saved his mother and gave him 100,000 yuan as startup capital. Of course, it's also because Eve is good-looking and knows how to maintain his face, which makes him feel comfortable. So after Eve confessed her love last time, William had already regarded her as his lifelong partner. William, it is a great fate that someone can help you when you're in poverty. In addition, William is also a thigh control, just like when he was a gangster in his previous life. So William's answer was very direct. Of course I like you. I like your heart. It has nothing to do with whether your Yang family is rich or not. Bang! A kiss on the cheek caught William off guard, but he quickly reacted and began to take the initiative. He didn't care whether Eve had money or not. After all, he was already a small, wealthy man. Even if he doesn't earn a penny in his next life, the bank interest alone will be enough for him to spend his entire life. But William is not satisfied with this. He knows where the world will go in the next 20 years. He wants to make Daxia a better place through his own efforts and let the world hear his voice. As William explained, Eve gradually became obsessed and seemed to forget her father Yang Dahai's instructions. Control your lower body. A man is like a gun in your hand. Just keep him hanging. But today, Eve really wants to be willful for once, but decades of family education have made her press the pause button. William smiled bitterly. His body was in such pain. But he didn't think of forcing Eve, so he started to ask Eve, "What's the matter? If you have something on your mind, tell me. Maybe I can help." Eve's face, but it was quickly replaced by sorrow. The money owed by the Yang family was not hundreds or tens of millions, but billions. But what about William? Even if he made a lot of money at the last trade fair, a few million would be good, but what's the use? The Yang family's crisis cannot be solved with a few million. She smiled slightly. No need. My Yang family has been in North City for so many years, and our network of relationships spreads all over the country. Even if things don't work out, we can still get a loan from the bank. Money eventually becomes the last straw that breaks the camel's back. Maybe it's true as Eve said. The bank is willing to provide a loan to her family. This is the best ending. With Yang Dahai's means, he will definitely have a place in the future. That's good. Although I can't help you, but I promised you last time. If you're willing to lend me 100,000 yuan, I will pay you back 100 times in a month. I will have someone transfer the money to you now. 10 million. As Eve finished her words, she received a notification on her mobile phone that 10 million yuan had arrived in her bank account. Eve frowned. Tell me honestly, did you make this 10 million from the stock market? William leaned comfortably on the back of the luxury car and said, Of course, yes. Otherwise, how would I have the money to pay your debt? Can you tell me how much money you made in the stock market? Hundreds of millions. Eve understood, and also knew that this was William's final coffin book, but she unconsciously pulled her hand away from William's. She admitted that William had some ability and could make 10 million in the stock market crash, but so what? 10 million is just 1 month's interest in a bank, which is a drop in the bucket for the Yang family. Where do you want to go? She said gently. Send me home. William didn't notice anything unusual about Eve's changes, but he is not a good person, and he would not spend tens of billions to save a Yang family for no reason. William still remembered the last scene where Yang Dahai tore his dignity apart, and he didn't want to use money to save such a person. What's more, he had already allocated the 2 billion yuan. Money makes money, and the money will come in continuously. This stock market crash is a rare event that only happens once in a century. Even if William was reborn a year later, he would not be able to catch this good opportunity. When they arrived at Jianghua community, Eve had no intention of going up, and William understood. Home is still the best. Lying on the comfortable big bed, William fell into a deep sleep, only smelling a familiar body fragrance. Oh wait, do you have that love, temper? Mom, what are you talking about? Chapter 24, Casting Controversy. Time goes back 20 minutes. My mother saw off the last customer and closed the security door. She returned home and found men's shoes at the door. She happily carried a bag of vegetables and prepared to cook a few more dishes to reward her son. After searching for a while, I couldn't find him. Finally, I found William in Sophia's room. At this moment, William was holding a teddy bear's feet and chewing on it with saliva dripping from his mouth. So, the scene just now happened. Sophia, who was far away in the United States, also noticed this scene through the surveillance in the room, and the smile on her face never faded. As for why surveillance was installed, it was of course to protect a notebook. Yes, Sophia left the notebook in her boudoir. But with her excellent memory, she has memorized everything firmly in her mind. At worst, she could go back to her country or ask William for help to improve communication. In the room, William explained again and again, but his mother still had a suspicious look in her eyes. I won't waste my time talking to you. You took down the bed in my room, and I have to find a place to rest. As she was going abroad, and her room was empty, she chose Itong's room. It's not as complicated as you think. The mother looked unconvinced and stared at William for a long time before she said, "You can sleep on the sofa or in my room, but why are you sleeping in Itong's room?" William was stunned by what he heard. His mother had such a strange idea. Why would he sleep on the sofa when he has a bed? As for why he didn't choose his mother's room, he admitted that Sophia's room had a light fragrance that made it easy for people to fall asleep. Only after William changed the subject did his mother end the conversation. After William's repeated assurances, I happily went to cook. William had a rare moment of peace and quiet, so he closed the door of Sophia's room. For the next few days, he could only sleep on the sofa. Sophia also had a good time and fell asleep comfortably hugging her big bear toy. 2 days later, Jiang Yuqing sent Bai Ling over and helped solve the household registration problem. The relationship between the two also changed from father and son to brother and sister. "Brother," Sister Yuqing said that you will be my brother from now on. William grinned. Bai Ling is so smart. It would be a shame if she doesn't go to school, okay? Bai Ling shook her head, but William still caught the desire in her eyes. William has also experienced Bai Ling's despair and knows how to protect this pure heart better. At that time, he might have been a little luckier than Bai Ling. When the mother saw Bai Ling, she was immediately impressed by her pure appearance and took care of her from beginning to end. Even William, his own son, was ruthlessly abandoned. "Mom, I am your biological son. You can't be partial to me." The mother smiled and nodded, but waved at William without even looking at him. "Hurry up and buy some groceries. I'm going to make a big table of delicious food for Bai Ling today. By the way, have you solved Bai Ling's school problem?" "Forget it. I'll go myself. I'm still worried about you doing things." It was not until he saw his mother cutting the fruit herself that William yelled angrily, "Okay, I'll do whatever you say," looking like a fool with grievance. William turned and left to buy groceries. At this time, Beijing Tiangong Hotel. Hongying Media Company Limited booked a floor for the casting of Stone, but some unexpected things happened. After all, this movie is a small production, telling the story of a foreign thief and a few thieves from Dachau fighting for national treasures, and the two sides fighting with wits and courage. The whole story is quite compact and full of humor. The investment for the entire film was not large, with the budget in the previous life being about a few million. But after much consideration, William decided to invest 10 million. Now he has 10 million in funding and has roughly written the script. It all depends on how Emma and Sister Hong handle it. Of course, William didn't plan to let go completely. He wanted to meet the director. However, before William could consider it, Emma called. "William, come here quickly. There's a problem with the casting." William nodded. The casting had been going on for a while, and he also planned to go there. "Okay, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, William hailed a taxi and headed straight to the Tiangong Hotel. Emma on the other end of the phone was stunned. When did William become so easy to talk to? She quickly pulled Sister Hong over and told William that she would be coming over soon. Sister Hong explained, "Why? After not seeing William for such a long time, my Emma is also feeling amorous." "Sister Hong, I have a girlfriend." "What are you afraid of? My Emma is not bad." At this time, another person came over. Director Jiang. Emma and Sister Hong did not dare to delay and went to greet them respectfully. Director Jiang is an old director, and Sister Hong invited him several times. Finally, after seeing this script, Director Jiang decided to make a comeback. Director Jiang is a man of his word. Naturally, he would not be polite about the sudden increase in the price of the supporting actor, and he simply told the supporting actor not to come. The supporting actor Zhao Kai actually wanted to come, but his agent thought the pay was too low and suggested that he might as well take part in a variety show. Now, the other crew members are complete, and the supporting actor is also a thread running through the entire film. So now everything is stuck in the casting of the supporting roles. Emma and Sister Hong heard that William was coming. They were a little worried because they had made solemn promises to William at that time. But director Jiang doesn't care. What he cares about is the quality of the film, and he would rather have nothing than something shoddy. So the filming of the movie has not started yet and has been delayed for 2 days. William soon arrived at the hotel and met director Jiang, who was the resident director of the Spring Festival Gala in the previous life, Jiang Changhe. Director Jiang, hello, I'm William. When Jiang Changhe saw William for the first time, his eyes sparkled, and his polite greeting to William added a bit of brilliance to his eyes. Hongxue, Emma, I think I've found the supporting actor. After director Jiang finished speaking, Lu Hongxue and Emma looked at the person who came, both of them trying not to smile. Seeing director Jiang's angry expression, William took a few steps back unconsciously. Director Jiang won't let him play a supporting role. Isn't that nonsense? William thought it would be better to reason with the other party first. However, director Jiang did not give him a chance to speak and said directly, "What do you think of William? He looks and speaks exactly like the supporting character in the script." Emma was speechless, and even Sister Hong beside her was silent. The two of them didn't think about it in this regard at first, but now that they think about it carefully, William is more suitable than Zhao Kai. "It's you." Sister Hong and Emma reached an agreement, and they both gave director Jiang a thumbs up. William said speechlessly, "But I really don't have time. There are so many actors. I can always find a suitable one. It's fine if Emma is just making trouble, but it's really inappropriate for you to follow suit." Sister Hong. After all, William was the big boss behind the scenes, so Emma and Sister Hong didn't say much. "What's wrong with playing a supporting role? Since you are the CEO of Honging Media, you should be responsible for the company and take the initiative to play a supporting role." After director Jiang said this, Sister Hong and Emma tried to persuade William. "Okay then, I'll try it first." William rolled his eyes at Emma. She was the one who caused the most trouble just now, but he had to give director Jiang face. As he expected, director Jiang will be the director of this year's Spring Festival Gala because the previous director had an accident. It will be best to tie director Jiang firmly to Honging Media through shooting this movie. Even if director Jiang is not retained, the company still has to leave a good impression on him, so that at the end of the year and in the next few years, the artist signed by Honging Media will have the opportunity to perform on the Spring Festival Gala. William stayed for the audition, and the results were surprisingly good. After the characters were selected, William asked a few people to prepare for a big feast. As soon as I left the hotel, I saw a man coming over and kneeling in front of director Jiang. "Director Jiang, I was wrong. Please give me another chance." William understood that this person was the arrogant male star, Lu Kai. In fact, people are just like that. Chapter 25 Blind Date. Get lost. I never give anyone a second chance. Don't just watch the fun. Give them some face. William's voice rang out, and he pulled Emma, who was watching the fun, away. Sister Hong pouted and followed. Before an incense stick of time had passed, director Jiang came out alone. "Director Jiang, there's no need to get angry over irrelevant people." William raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "President William is right. This is just the way it is after so much experience." "That's good." Sure enough, no one who can become a great director is a simple person. It is a common trait to not look back. 3 days later, the filming officially started. The main filming location happened to be in the North City, which greatly reduced William's travel time. William also used these 3 days to improve his knowledge and skills as an actor. Fortunately, he wrote the script for this movie, and it was easy for him to control the character's personality. In a previous life, this movie was completed in just 3 months, and the characters were portrayed vividly. This time, William gave 4 months. But director Jiang waved his hand and promised to finish the filming within 2 months. Everyone had no choice but to work overtime. Even William, who almost lived and ate on the set, had informed his mother in advance. His mother even brought Bai Ling to visit him a few times, but later she rarely came except on weekends. Because Bai Ling went to school. This child has a very high talent for learning and has been praised by his teachers many times. It is hard to imagine that someone who had hardly ever been to school actually started studying directly from the 5th grade. Of course, this is inseparable from the education of her mother, who helps her with her homework every day. But there was a problem during the filming on the set, as the male and female protagonists had a kissing scene. But the leading actress Emma just couldn't get into the role, and the filming had to be paused. Director Jiang yelled at Emma for this. If William and others hadn't stopped him, he would have kicked Emma out of the crew. Emma is gone. Sister Hong came to find William, wanting him to help persuade Emma. Emma was a young and naive person, so William thought for a moment and then agreed. Following the back, William soon came to a slope, and Emma was sitting in front of the cliff. From a distance, the woman looked like a fairy banished from heaven. Look a little crazy. After a few breaths, he adjusted himself and sat down next to Emma. What else are you doing here? Emma rolled her eyes at William in annoyance. I'm afraid you'll be depressed and jump off a cliff to commit suicide. William sneered. Don't be so conceited. Do you really think you are so charming? I will definitely hang myself on you. Emma said suddenly, not realizing she had revealed too much information yet. Ha ha ha. William laughed. Why? Is it so hard to admit that you like someone? Looking at my own good looks, I can't help but like myself. Roll. After saying this, both of them laughed, burying her love deep in her heart. This was the first time Emma liked someone so much. After she started talking, Emma seemed like a different person, busy as a whim without a break. The entire crew was brought to a fast pace by Emma, and even director Jiang looked at William strangely. Sister Hong sighed. After so many years of living together, she already knew that Emma had someone in her heart. When you love someone, your eyes can't lie. But William had never been married in his previous life, so he didn't really understand the comparison. To Emma, Sister Hong is both a teacher and a mother. She doesn't want Emma to be trapped in her own world and unable to get out. Soon, an idea came to her mind. William, for Xiaoying, I have to sacrifice you. In the evening, the filming was over and William had something to do at home, so he left early. Sister Hong also found Emma to find out her true situation. Sure enough, with just a few words, Sister Hong got the information she wanted. Then she expressed her idea. Emma was silent for a long time, then looked up and spoke slowly. But will this work? Lu Hongxue stared at her and taught her. That depends on how much you are obsessed with him. We mortals only live for 100 years. If you really want to fight for it, I can help you once. Don't wait until later to regret it. Emma thought for a few breaths, raised her head, and said firmly, Please help me, Sister Hong. Lu Hongxue nodded. William, who had already returned home, had no idea that he would be plotted against by two women. After arriving home, William found that his mother and Bai Ling were there. When Bai Ling saw William, she happily ran into his arms and whispered something to him. Brother, Mom asked you to come back for a blind date. William looked at his mother in surprise, thinking that she called him just to force him to go on a blind date. Wait, didn't he tell his mother that he has a girlfriend, Eve? Could it be that the mother is not satisfied with Eve? You still remember to come back. You've been away for several days. You really have completely forgotten about me, your mother. The mother scolded unhappily, with a hint of resentment in her tone. William just realized his mother had such a strong side, and it was totally unreasonable for her to be angry with him. The next moment, he saw his mother staring at Bai Ling. He seemed to understand something. Mom, what are you comparing me to? After all, I brought Bai Ling back home, so it's normal for her to rely on me a little. As time goes by, I believe she will accept you. I love my brother and my mother. You are both my favorite people. The sensitive Bai Ling immediately noticed the clue and pulled their hands together. You little bastard, learn from Ling Er. You've been single for so many years, so go on a blind date. The last time I met your Aunt Wong, she said that one of her neighbors had a girl who just graduated this year and passed the civil service exam. I showed your photo to someone, and he was willing to meet you. William stopped talking and suddenly lost all his temper. No matter whether his mother is right or wrong, he has to listen to her. The person he let down the most in his previous life was his mother. Therefore, in this life, she will obey her. Put it down, Mom, I'll go. William nodded with a smile. The mother suddenly became anxious and quickly reminded. Son, I just want to see you get married sooner. Your elder sister and second brother have both started their own families, and their children are already several years old. You will graduate next year, and Mom hopes that while I'm still young, I can still help you take care of your children. I'm not forcing you. The girls we met last time were pretty good, but I also know they might not be attracted to you. William's eyes were already filled with tears, and he hugged his mother and cried bitterly. I know. A private hospital in the United States. The two women came out of the chief physician's office hugging each other. One of them is Sophia, and the other one also has an Asian face, and is her newly hired assistant Jiandan. Mr. He, Why did you hide the news of your pregnancy? Why didn't you tell the child's biological father the news right away? Jian Dan asked doubtfully. Sophia looked at Jian Dan fiercely, and after finding that there was no other change in him, she slowly spoke. Assistant Jian, don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. Remember what I just told you. I am here to check your body with you. Sophia looked frightened Jian Dan, and she nodded repeatedly. As soon as the two walked out of the hospital gate, a woman at the door walked towards them. Sophia, who was supporting Jian, with confusion, but did not ask any more questions. The boss gave her money, and she was responsible for protecting Sophia's safety. As for other things, she didn't want to worry about them. Sophia felt relieved when she saw that the female bodyguard Lin Fong did not ask any further questions. She was really afraid that Lin Fong would find out something, and she didn't want William to know the news now. Even if we can't keep it secret, we have to wait until the child is born. She wanted to show her best side to William, not her current bloated figure. Soon, Sophia came up with an idea. Bribe Lin Fong. Chapter 26, The Taker. It's a bit cold in the North City in November. Tiangong Hotel. William came to the hotel for a blind date, which was booked by his mother. He was wearing a high-end suit and black leather shoes that cost 2,000 yuan a pair. He even washed his hair twice and put on light makeup. From top to bottom, William looks like a successful man, not at all like a gangster. Who would have thought that 2 months ago, he was still preparing to rob someone for 100,000 yuan? But now, he has become a billionaire and achieved financial freedom. It is also thanks to this little trumpet golden finger that he can determine the direction of the next 20 years. In fact, what he wanted to know most was who installed the loudspeaker in front of his grave. He had been arguing with her for 20 years. There were not many people in the lobby. As a high-end hotel in the North City, not many people could come here to spend money. It must be because my mother has earned a lot of money recently that she is so generous. The hotel is very upscale, and the receptionists are all young girls in their 20s, dressed very distinctively. People here also know William. After all, he even booked an entire floor here for casting interviews. Soon a little girl came running over and led the way for William. Following the receptionist, William arrived at the 12th floor. Following the receptionist's instructions, William quickly found the box number his mother had reserved. I glanced at my watch. It was exactly 8 o'clock, not a second less. Looking at the receptionist who was still standing aside, William took out 2 red cards and handed them over. The receptionists were very grateful. Their basic salary is not high, and they mainly rely on tips to make money. But there are very few people like William who would give $200 without taking any advantage. There's a saying that goes, the richer a person is, the more stingy he is, and the more he pretends to be poor. After knocking on the door, a girl about 1.7 meters tall opened the door. She looked a little different from the photo my mother gave me. The girl looked at William's puzzled expression and couldn't help but smile. You must be William. I'm Xiao Li, and the person you're going on a blind date with is not me, but the one inside. Following the girl's pointing, William saw a tall girl with a pretty face, who was even prettier than in the photo. Compared to the girl just now, this woman was instantly defeated and was only a few points inferior to Emma. But this is also far-fetched by William. After all, if she was really like Emma, she would have become a star long ago. Why would she come here for a blind date with him? However, William couldn't understand why such a beautiful girl was used for blind dates. Those who pursue her are not allowed to line up from south to north. The sitting woman opened her red lips slightly and said, Are you William? You look good. William smiled and quickly replied, Thank you for the compliment. I am William. I came here for a blind date introduced by Aunt Wong. Auntie Wong didn't tell you anything else. The woman frowned slightly with a hint of doubt. Miss Chow Yin, is there any secret you have? Feel free to tell me. William raised his eyes and looked at Chow Yin carefully. Why did he feel like he had become a scapegoat? Just as Chow Yin was about to speak, she was stopped by the girl at the door. Of course, there is no secret, because we have work in the afternoon and we don't know much about your family. Mr. Li, can you first introduce your family situation? Of course, if you like my daughter Chow Yin, you can also ask about her situation. Chow Yin asked incredulously. Xiao Li, what nonsense are you talking about? This is the first time William and I have met, so we just need to have a simple chat. Was very satisfied with William and thought he was easy to control. She didn't want to scare William away. Xiao Li pulled Chow Yan's arm and blinked. I know. Are you attracted to this pretty boy? You can't monopolize him from now on, or I will ruin your relationship. All up to you. Gaozan compliment. William looked up at the two of them and then spoke. My family's not very wealthy. My mother owns a shop. We have no money and no house. We are just a bunch of hooligans. Chow Yan's expression changed a little. Xiao Li said incredulously, "Is your family really that poor?" William sighed. "That's the truth." Chow Yan slowly stood up, revealing a slightly swollen belly, but it did not affect her extraordinary temperament at all. Instead, it had a hint of fleshiness, giving people a mysterious temptation. William carefully. His handsome face was even better looking than the one in her family. Most importantly, he had a clean background. Even if he had no money, it didn't matter. She would just treat him as a gigolo. Such a person is also easy to control. As long as you have a firm grasp on his economic lifeline, you don't have to worry about him succumbing to your control. William looked at the other person staring at him. Just when he was confused, someone else broke in from outside the door. "Chow Yen, how was the conversation going?" William stared at the person who came. He was obviously familiar with Chow Yen and the others. He looked puzzled and said, "Who are you?" William vaguely sensed that something was wrong. Chow Yen seemed to be pregnant. The man stared at William and spoke in a cold tone. "You are William. If you marry Chow Yen, I will give you 10,000 yuan a month, which is enough for you to spend for the rest of your life." Am I supposed to be the scapegoat? 10,000 a month. That's 120,000 a year. How generous. William shook his head. The man stared at William fiercely and raised 2 fingers. 20,000 a month. Shally took a breath and said condescendingly, "William, why are you still hesitating? If you don't agree to it, you probably won't make 20,000 yuan a year. Think about it carefully. It will do you a lot of good and no harm." Chow Yen also advised, "This is 20,000 yuan, and the big shot only gives her 10,000 yuan a month for living expenses. If this is added to the 20,000 yuan she gives to William, she will be able to keep 30,000 yuan every month." 30,000 yuan was a lot of money in 2004, and it would be 300,000 yuan in 20 years. "Ms. Chow, it's a lot of money, but I'm not interested in it. As for being the scapegoat, that's even more impossible. You should find someone else." Shouted at William. "If you don't know what's good for you, you'll be a pauper all your life." Chow Yen was also a little angry. "This is your only chance. If you refuse, I won't agree even if you kneel on the ground and beg me in the future." The man slammed the table in anger and threatened, "William, if you dare to refuse, you will not be able to move forward in North City in the future." William quietly picked up the teacup, took a sip, and then put it down. He was right. The man behind Chow Yen really loved Chow Yen and obeyed her in almost everything. However, the person behind him must be no simple person, and he might be a big shot in the local area. Otherwise, he would not have said such words that made it difficult for him to move. Unfortunately, William can't stand threats. He is already a billionaire, so why would he care about a mere 20,000? As for using some means to block him, that's even more ridiculous. Daxia is so big, there's really no need for him to hang himself on a tree in North City. Now is the golden time for attracting investment, and he believes that there are plenty of places inviting him to invest. In that case, whatever tricks you have, just come forward and I, William, will take them one by one. William finished speaking. The door of the private room was pushed open from the outside, and a waiter came with plates of food. Dishes were served one after another, and soon the table was filled to the brim. "President William, please enjoy your meal with your friends. These 2 dishes are sent to you by our boss." After the waiter's words, Chow Yen and the other 2 were shocked. These dozen dishes cost at least 10,000 yuan. The waiter also called William Boss Lee. The hotel owner knew William, so a difficult guess came to Chow Yen and Xiao Li's minds. William is the big boss and often comes to Tiangong Hotel. But William didn't want to stay because the relationship between them was complicated and he didn't want to get into trouble. As for the meal money, it had already been paid, and he didn't want the other party to spread rumors about him. William left, and the man had a cold face and didn't say anything. Chow Yen and Xiao Li regretted their decision very much, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, the man left without saying a word, and Chow Yen and Xiao Li began to enjoy the food, but it tasted so bitter. Chapter 27 Finale. William returned. He told his mother the truth. The mother was also very regretful and shouted that she wanted to go to Aunt Wang to ask for an explanation, but was stopped by William. William didn't want to get involved with Chow Yen and the others at all. After all, there was a big shot behind Chow Yen. Although he was not afraid, he did not want to get into trouble. The mother was also an intelligent person. She listened to what I said and repeatedly assured me that she would not cause any trouble. Film shooting base. Crack. William watched the director finish his last words and put down the props in his hand. Then everyone surrounded Director Jiang, and fireworks falling from the sky surrounded everyone. "It's done. Congratulations, Director Jiang." William stood next to director Jiang, and they smiled at each other. William sincerely admired and respected director Jiang, which made him decide to spend a huge amount of money to recruit him into the team. Director Jiang was the same. At first, he thought that a boss like William would not be able to last for more than a few days, so he even found a stand-in in advance. Unfortunately, none of them were used. Another thing that impressed him was that William, as a boss, trusted his employees and would not employ them unless he doubted them. That is to say, he had the final say in the filming of this movie from beginning to end. William lived and ate with them, without any airs at all, and was definitely a great actor. He had approached William several times, wanting to invite William to become a real actor. Unfortunately, William declined the invitation, which made director Jiang sigh. William did not explain. After these 2 months of contact, he felt that he could win over director Jiang this time. After all, the Spring Festival Gala will officially begin in less than 2 months. William has not forgotten that the director who suddenly appeared today will make one of the most classic Spring Festival Galas in many years. In a few days, the director in Shanghai will probably get into trouble, and director Jiang will be given the task. And today is William's last chance. So, William brought everyone together. Director Jiang first gave a summary of the wrap-up, and then William came on stage. He didn't waste any words and said bluntly that everyone should gather at the Tiangong Hotel tonight and not leave until they are drunk. Yes, William booked another floor of the Tiangong Hotel, which was enough for everyone in the theater to eat, drink, and have fun. The next moment, the excited crowd lifted William up into the air and then caught him. This happened 3 times and only stopped after William repeatedly admitted defeat. Director Jiang, standing by, was sometimes happy and sometimes looked a little worried. It's true that the movie has been completed, but it's still missing 3 theme songs. He originally planned to release it on New Year's Day next year, but was opposed by William, who moved the release date forward to the Spring Festival. He assured us solemnly that the songs were already prepared and there was nothing to worry about. In the evening, the crew of Stone held a celebration banquet here. Everyone was having a great time, and William was also forced to drink a lot of wine and got drunk. Director Jiang was the only one in the crew who was worried. He kept following William, which actually relieved a lot of pressure on William. Jiang Changhe was truly dedicated to contributing to the film industry without any selfish motives. It is no wonder that he occupied a place in the film industry for the next 20 years. After all, there's a saying in later generations that director Jiang's products will definitely be masterpieces. Ingda Cinema is the largest cinema chain in Daxia, accounting for 1/3 of the market share in Daxia. It is indispensable for the release of Stone. But William didn't know the person, so if he just went there, people might not pay attention to him. Jiang Changhe was a little anxious when he saw that William was just drinking. He patted his chest and promised that all the post-promotion and release matters would be left to him, and William didn't have to worry about it all. Thank you, Director Jiang. William changed the subject. Does Director Jiang plan to stay in Hongying? Stay in Hongying? If I remember correctly, Hongying was established less than 3 months ago, and only Stone can match its foundation. President William, do you think that a big director like me would choose a small company like Hongying instead of going to big companies like Tianxing? William paused for a moment, then said, "Is that so?" William turned and left, saying without looking back, "I knew Director Jiang wouldn't agree. Since you were so anxious, how about we go and see the theme song?" Hongying Company Headquarters. As William's funds flowed back, he rented 2 more floors of the building in one go. Including the original 1 floor, Hongying now had 3 floors of office space. "President William, you're back. I'll go inform President Jiang." When the girl at the service desk saw William, she was so excited that she wanted to run to inform Emma. But William stopped all this because he knew that he should let Director Jiang see the real Hongying so that he could impress Director Jiang and let him stay. Jiang Changhe was a little puzzled, but he was quite satisfied with William's character, as he was not pretentious. This kind of investor is what Director Jiang likes, and he can give full play to his talents. The 2 walked past the receptionist and continued forward. When they met employees, they all greeted William, and William responded with a greeting. These people are the first batch of old employees who join Hongying and are Hongying's most valuable assets in the future. Soon, William and his partner arrived at a recording studio, which William had imported from abroad at a cost of tens of millions and was far ahead of other domestic companies. "You are just a stinking stone. No matter how hard you hit it, it won't hurt." A melodious song came from the recording studio. William stopped suddenly and even Jiang Changhe beside him paused slightly. William and his companion did not attract the slightest attention of the staff, except that Emma's voice in the recording studio stopped for a moment. Director Jiang narrowed his eyes, and an elusive smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. When the song ended, warm applause broke out in the recording studio. At this time, the staff noticed that there were two more people in the recording studio. When they saw the boss, William, they all greeted him. William waved his hand, then looked at Jiang Changhe. Director Jiang, what do you think of this song as the theme song? Of course this one is fine. But Jiang Changhe was already shocked, his eyes full of excitement. William nodded and said softly, just one song may not be enough. Don't worry, I'm ready. Come on, let the music play. Jiang Changhe is a great director, and a song like this certainly can't stop him. After all, he is not the only one who can write good songs. Soon another piece of music started playing, Fight. You are the hero standing in the light. Feel the pain. You. Then another song time sounded, attracting everyone's hearts. Seeing William staring at him, Jiang Changhe coughed embarrassedly, then took out a box of cigarettes from his arms and handed one to William. These three songs are so beautiful. They're tailor-made for this movie. Can you please tell me if these three songs were written by the same person? Jiang Changhe spoke with some urgency. William pointed at himself and nodded. Of course not me. Jiang Changhe nodded in agreement. If you can write lyrics and compose music, act, and are so rich, how come you have all the good things in the world? Cut. There was a lot of hissing all around. Jiang Changhe hesitated for a moment and said, You didn't lie to me? No. Why do you ask? William shook his head in confusion. Jiang Changhe shook his head. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm overthinking it. William nodded, and then they talked about the movie release. Even though director Jiang promised to leave everything to him, William didn't think so. He might just be talking. With the senior partner's sister, Xie Hong, the group quickly reached a consensus. But then, Emma's words broke the atmosphere. William, how is the script for your new movie, The Myth, coming along? Jiang Changhe stood up suddenly. He first confirmed with Emma, then pulled William and pointed at his sunburned skin. President William, please have mercy on me and let me take a look at your new script. Don't worry, I'll just take a look, just a look. More clingy and unsatisfied than women. Chapter 28, Employee Stock Ownership Plan. It was only from the moment he got the script from William. At a glance. 1 minute, 10 minutes, 1 hour, until 3 hours. Jiang Changhe reluctantly put down the script in his hand and shouted, I'm going to make this movie. William was silent, then slowly said, But didn't you just say that you would not leave Tianxing, a big company, and come a Honging, a small company? Did I ever say that? That was a rhetorical question, understand? If I really didn't want to come to Honging, I would definitely refuse clearly. Okay? Why are you staring at me in a daze? Why don't you bring the contract over here? Director Jiang, why don't you reconsider it? Emma was interrupted by Jiang Changhe halfway through her words. What are you still considering? Jiang Changhe said unhappily. If you keep thinking about it, it's like a monkey moving corn and throwing watermelons. Emma was a little embarrassed. William looked at Sister Hong and said, Sister Hong, please bring me a contract. An ordinary one will do. Soon, Sister Hong brought over a blank contract. Jiang Changhe just took a look and signed his name, then picked up the movie script on the table and said without turning his head, Don't bother me for 3 days. William and the other two looked at each other awkwardly, but when Jiang Changhe left, they immediately became delighted. Before the three of them could speak, the staff gathered around them. They wanted to know why the three CEOs were so happy at the same time. But William and the other two had their grievances unsaid. How could they explain it? They couldn't say that the three of them had dug a hole for Director Jiang, waiting for him to jump into it. After a long silence, William spoke. There's actually not much to say, but since everyone wants to hear it, I'll tell you that our company's employee stock ownership plan will be implemented soon. All employees hold shares. What is all employees holding shares? It will not be good for you, President William, if all employees hold shares. Yes, then why do you, President William, want to implement the employee stock ownership policy? William answered these questions one by one. In fact, employee stock ownership is more suitable for the early stages of a company's development when funds are scarce. There are also 2 types of employee stock ownership. First, if you work in Hongyin for a few years, the company will reward you with certain shares. Some of these shares only have the right to dividends, while others have both the right to dividends and the right to make decisions. Secondly, company employees can purchase a certain amount of company shares on their own. The number of shares purchased is based on your contribution to the company. The more you contribute, the more shares you can buy. In short, the more you work, the more you earn. William's words came out. The recording studio was in an uproar, and the news quickly spread throughout the entire company. This also put Hong Ying on the fast track of rapid development, saving several times the time. As for some people who may ask, if all the company's shares are distributed, then Hong Ying's share of dividends will be even less. In fact, this is one-sided. 1/10 of a bowl of water and 1/10 of a pot of water have completely different properties. The latter is several times more than the former. The more important point is, once you have Hong Ying's shares, will you still betray Hong Ying? Surely this is impossible. After all, you're the boss of the company and you only want it to get better. Not to mention, there are certain restrictions on the buying and selling of shares. You can't cash out shares just because you want to, except for the part you purchased with your own money. After resolving the song issue, William left the company. On the way back, Emma drove William home. There were a lot of cars around them, and the two of them looked like young people getting off work. Bang! Suddenly, a car hit from behind, and the car in front slid out more than 20 meters. William and Emma fell in a pool of blood and were sent to the hospital by passers-by, who called the emergency number. When I woke up again, 3 days had passed. My head was splitting as I struggled to open my eyes, and what came into view was my mother's tired face. Sure enough, the people who love you the most in this world will always be your biological parents. Looking away, the fat man and the thin man appeared, followed by Eve and a few others, and even Jessica came. Only Emma didn't show up. Where's Emma? She's fine. She's in the next ward. A cold voice came from Eve's mouth, like a blow to the head, making William feel cold in his heart. I'm really sick. William understood immediately that Eve was now his girlfriend in name only, and he must be seriously ill for caring so much about another woman in front of others. Eve, don't get me wrong, Emma is my partner. This time I went to Hong Ying with her to discuss something, and she sent me back, but I didn't expect. The mother's face showed some displeasure. She really didn't like Eve's cold attitude, especially since William was so seriously injured. What? Brotherly, Emma is being taken care of by the two of us brothers, so you don't have to worry about her. The fat man and the thin man said in unison. Thanks. Thousands of words were reduced to 2 words, and William was deeply moved. As long as Fatty and Thin were there, he believed they would be able to take good care of Emma. Not to mention Sister Hong and his assistant were also there. William was seriously injured, so after eating a simple meal, he lay down. When I woke up again, it was already the next day. Another ward. Emma stared at the white ceiling with lifeless eyes. Sister Hong and assistant Song Xiaoqing were with her in the ward. Sister Hong, did the doctor really say that I can't have children in the future? At some point, Emma spoke slowly. Sister Hong was dejected. This was the 3rd time Emma had spoken, and she had said the same thing all 3 times. After a while, Sister Hong nodded gently, held Emma's hands tightly with both hands, and said bluntly, Emma, be strong. This may not be a bad thing for you. You can even stay with William through this incident. Don't say that. I, Emma, like him. I will pursue him openly instead of relying on his charity. Emma was halfway through her words when she saw William sitting on the dragon chair at the door, and I shut her mouth in time. I just arrived. I didn't hear anything. William said, You guys chat first. I'll come back later. Emma was a little embarrassed, her face flushed with shame, and she said weakly, William, wait a minute. William was about to speak when the doctor came in and added, You are a patient. Why are you running around instead of staying in your own ward? Don't you know that moving around now won't help your recovery at all? William held back the question he wanted to ask, looked at Emma disappointedly, and then went back to his ward. William leave warily, then went into the ward and talked about Emma's condition. The situation was very serious, and it was a blessing to be able to save his life. Then we talked about the follow-up treatment plan. The doctor suggested that we wait until the situation stabilizes and then transfer to another hospital in Shanghai to see if there is any way to treat the infertility, but of course the hope is slim. After the doctor left, Sister Hong and the other person persuaded Emma to relax and that she would be transferred to another hospital in Shanghai in a few days. Emma naturally had no objection, but she suggested that the two of them keep her illness a secret and not tell William about it. What William didn't know was that this incident had a huge impact on Emma and almost led to a disaster. Sister Hong and her assistant naturally had no objection to keeping it confidential. Because this time the other party's purpose was obvious, which was to kill the two of them. As for Emma swerving to save William, which resulted in her serious injury, they also gave her advice, but Emma didn't listen. So the two of them could only follow Emma's ideas. However, they can only feel relieved as long as Emma cheers up. Otherwise, Sister Hong felt that she had let down Zhang Wenchao and Liang Huixia. Sister Hong, I suddenly want to get married. With whom? Sister Hong asked with a smile. What do you think of Fatty Gao Wenjia? Emma asked seriously, her eyes fixed on the next ward. Chapter 29, Jiang Chang's Grievances. The ward was unusually quiet. After several seconds, Sister Hong came to her senses and said, No, I don't agree. You didn't tell your parents about the car accident, and you wanted to degenerate and marry someone who doesn't want to do it. Then I won't hesitate to call your parents right now and ask them to take care of you personally. I'll think about it. I hope so. Lu Hongxue rubbed Emma's forehead and scolded unhappily. Sister Hong knows that you feel that you can't have children and are not worthy of William. But there are so many men in the world, I just don't believe you can't find one who doesn't want children and you really like him. In fact, Lu Hongxue understood that the world was so big, but there were really few people as outstanding as William, but she couldn't say it clearly and had to give Emma confidence. Then I'll look for it, Emma said calmly. The matter was resolved perfectly. But is this really the case? It's impossible. Emma and Sister Hong actually understand that these are just each side's excuses. To be more precise, this was a compromise between the two sides. After a few more days in the hospital, Emma was transferred to another hospital in Shanghai. William was very confused about Emma's transfer to another hospital, but after hearing the consistent explanation from the three people, he could only believe it temporarily. He consulted a doctor, but the doctor spoke normally, so he did not doubt it anymore. After all, the most important thing right now is to find the murderer and avenge him and Emma. Otherwise, this thorn will always follow William like a thorn in his throat. Jessica was the first to visit William and brought him the news about the murderer. The murderer has been arrested. According to his confession, he is Wang Mozi's younger brother, and he deliberately caused the car accident to help Wang Mozi get revenge. William didn't believe a word of the murderer's confession. If this guy really wanted to avenge Wang Mozi, why would he have done it long ago? Why did he have to wait until Wang Mozi returned from Hong Kong Island? By the way, Hong Kong Island, Zhou. William was very suspicious of this person and would take revenge for any slight. However, he had no evidence. Suddenly, William thought of someone, none other than Lu Aigua, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. William called, the other party hung up immediately. William was not convinced and called the other party a second time, but the other party still died. The third time I called, the other party picked up, and the first thing they said was, Don't you like hanging up on people? How does it feel to have someone hang up on you? Lu Aigua, are you sick? How did I, William, offend you? William was stunned. He clearly hadn't offended Lu Aigua, but the call was hung up 3 times for no reason. Even a good-tempered man like William couldn't help but get a little angry. You didn't offend me? Lu Aigua said with gritted teeth. If you want to offend me, it's fine, but the person you offended is 100 times more powerful than me. I really want to come over from this end of the phone and kill you. I was hit by a car and almost died. William said quietly, I was lucky enough to survive this time, but I don't think the other party will let me go. There will definitely be another move. Wait a minute. Someone wants to kill you? Do you know who the murderer is? According to the murderer's confession, he said he was avenging Wang Mozi, but I don't think it's that simple. I think it's probably related to Hong Kong. Zhou. If Hong Kong Island is involved, then this matter will be too difficult. Don't do anything yet. I will rush to North City immediately. Don't worry. William shook his head. And this is just my guess. The law enforcers are still interrogating. Maybe my guess. William could finish his words. The other party hung up the phone again. Pooh, this is the 3rd time you've hung up on him, old man. Lu Aigua didn't know that William was angry at the moment, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. After hesitating for a long time, he picked up his phone and dialed a mysterious number. When the call was connected, Lu Aigua told the story directly, without even breathing. No, the other party just said something lightly and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Aigua felt relieved. It seemed that the Empress did not care about William's offense last time. However, the sky was clear and bright, yet someone dared to commit a crime in the street. It's time to check it out carefully. Just as William put down the phone, the door suddenly opened and Jiang Chang'e walked in. The mother looked a little unhappy. William had no time to rest properly after all these trips. However, the mother also knew that her son was no ordinary person now, so she said a few words and left the ward, leaving the space to the two of them. Director Jiang, is there something good happening? Jiang Changha pointed at William and said helplessly, President William, you are really a genius, and this is a great thing. Jiang Changha spoke softly, feeling aggrieved. Tell me about it. Spring Festival Gala Director. My superiors informed me yesterday that I should take up the position within 3 days. What do you think, President William? Jiang Changha said, his eyes fixed on William. He wanted to see if William knew about this. He seriously suspected that William had set a trap for him on purpose. Because the timing of signing the contract between the two parties was too coincidental. That is, he was notified to become a director 2 days in advance, which made him suspicious. If he becomes the director of the Spring Festival Gala, he will definitely be very successful. Of course it's good. William repeated, Congratulations, Director Jiang. You will be very successful in the future, and we at Hongying will rely on you in the future. If Director Jiang needs any help, it is our duty to help. So, I thank President William in advance. You don't have to thank me, but if there is any chance, I hope Director Jiang can consider Hongying and give her a chance. Of course, Director Jiang might think that I knew you would become the director of the Spring Festival Gala and deliberately set a trap for you and made you sign the contract. Just like we said at the beginning, no matter what the contract says, you can leave Hongying at any time, and I won't say no. It was old Jiang who was abrupt and used his mean heart to take away the blessing of a gentleman. Jiang Chang'a nodded. At this moment, he couldn't figure out William's background. What's more, the temporary replacement of the Spring Festival Gala director was a complete accident. He didn't even receive any news about it in advance, let alone William, who is an outsider. And since William has said so much, I have put aside even the last bit of doubt. He probably would never have thought until his death that William was reborn, and he knew exactly what would happen in the next 20 years. But it was also because of this that William paid the price for his arrogance. After all, he had changed the general trend once, and it was this trend that almost killed him. Jiang Chang'a left, and before he left he made a promise that if there was a chance, he would consider Hongying Company employees for this year's Spring Festival Gala. And the only requirement was that William must help with the creation. After all, for someone who can write such a good script as Stone, it would be easy for him to write a good program. Director Jiang left, but the film's release remained and was handed over to William. William still has to stay in the hospital for another week, and the matter of the movie screening is temporarily handed over to Sister Hong. Fortunately, Jiang Changha left his people to help Sister Hong. Lu Hongxue is also a strong woman. The post-production editing and dubbing of the film are progressing rapidly. I believe it won't take long before the film can be edited and submitted for review. Emma was also transferred to Shanghai, and William personally sent her to the plane. As they parted, the two hugged each other. Maybe this is the final ending of love. After staying in the hospital for a few more days, William was discharged. All the affairs of Hongying Company fell on William alone. After all, there were hundreds of people in the company waiting for him to support them. Otherwise, make a short drama to give these people some practice. However, it seems that there's still a lack of a director. As soon as he spoke of Chow Chow, a young man who called himself Ching Peng came to William and hoped that William could invest in a short play. The Loser Strikes Back. Chapter 30. Losers Counterattack. That was a close call. William never dreamed that this short play that was popular all over the country in his previous life would come to him. In fact, this has nothing to do with William. It was the young man who first approached Director Jiang, and Director Jiang recommended him to find William for a try. Invest. Of course you have to invest. Moreover, it would be better if the protagonists of the short play could be a few artists signed by Hongying. But this is Qingpeng's own business. William will only give suggestions, and he will not interfere as to whether it will be used or not. If this was really because of his meddling and the bad movie Diaosi Counterattack was made, he would be scolded to death by millions of netizens. You know, this web drama can lead an era. That is, at this time, the spring of short dramas has arrived. After signing the contract, William asked the finance department to transfer $20 million to the other party's account on the spot. $20 million is the total investment of this short drama. Of course, since all the investment was made by William, Hongying can get 70% of the dividends. Ching Peng stared at William in a daze. He didn't seem to expect that President William would be so straightforward. In just one morning, the contract was signed, the investment was received, and there was no interference with the filming. This was the first time he had met such a straightforward boss. If his contract had not expired, he would have been ready to switch to Hongying. As for William's suggestion to consider Hongying's artist, that must be considered. As long as she is pretty, that's not a problem. President William, you are my Ching-pung's second parents. Please accept my greetings. Ching-pung excitedly shook William's hand and spoke incoherently. We can't stand it. Let's encourage each other. Yes, encourage each other. After seeing Ching-pung off, William returned to his chair and sat back down. A light fragrance filled his nose. This was Emma's former office, and he could vaguely see a delicate face. It was this face that established the prototype of Hongying. Until now, Hongying has no less than 100 people. With the participation of Hongying company personnel, Ching-pung developed rapidly and had already started the casting stage. William took the opportunity to recommend several major characters from previous lives. As for the supporting roles, he didn't care and would leave them to Ching-pung. Hongying's carriage has entered the fast lane and will take a further step forward as all employees hold shares. In the Yang family villa, the father and daughter of the Yang family sat face to face. I heard that you and your spare tire are still together? Yang Dahai pressed the issue. Huh? Dad, William is not as bad as you say. He made a lot of money from the stock market this time. I lent him 100,000, and he returned me 10 million a month later. Eve spoke calmly, her tone full of determination. 100-fold return. This may be the biggest return in this stock market. William is not an ordinary person. Yang Dahai nodded, but that was all. Eve put down the cup of water in her hand, stared out the window. A trace of sadness flashed in her eyes. As a woman of the Yang family, she has been working hard for the Yang family's business since she was born. Even if she likes someone, she has to get the consent of her family. But Eve felt that William was very different, not just a small gangster. He also knew that no matter how brilliant William was, his father would still look down on him because family background determined everything. Eve didn't expect was that William was at home at that moment, and the topic he talked about was her. Eve kept explaining that she felt William had so many women pursuing him, all of whom were as attractive as her, and she really wanted to seize this opportunity. William a little. This man is very different from other men. Although she met William only a few times, she gained something every time she talked with him. William's girlfriend first. You know, women who like William are all better looking than her. Jessica, Emma, Jiang Yuqing, and even Sophia, who is far away in the United States, all like William. What William didn't know was that Eve had always had someone in her heart. But this person left home for several years and had no news, so she let go of the past and chose to start over. The wealthy families that Yang Dahai chose for her either had ugly people or were too old, and none of them would choose her. After all, everyone in the circle had heard about what she had done over the years. But William had just become a millionaire and naturally didn't know what was going on in that circle. Otherwise, he would never have chosen Eve. Since you were so insistent this time, I can't stop you anymore, but there is one thing you should know. This time, the Yang family invested all their liquid funds in the stock market and suffered heavy losses, and even their daily operations became a hassle. I have investigated Hongying, your boyfriend William's company, and the company account still has no less than 300 million in liquid funds. 300 million? Eve took a breath, and she suddenly realized that the hundreds of millions William mentioned at that time did not mean a little bit at all. He didn't even explain it. Next, Yang Dahai put forward his own conditions. He wanted Eve to bring the 300 million back to the Yang family, and he would no longer stop the two from being together. However, what he got in return was Eve's rejection. This is impossible. Even if we are boyfriend and girlfriend, how could he lend 300 million to the Yang family for no reason? That's your own business. You've done this before, haven't you? Another point is that these 300 million are brought back, not borrowed. I think you should understand what I mean. I never thought you were so greedy. I won't agree to this. Mom, Eve lent me 100,000 yuan to pay for your surgery. William explained it several times, but his mother just didn't believe it. Moreover, she stubbornly believed that the person who took the money could not be Eve, and that William deliberately deceived her so that she would help the two of them get together. But because of his stubbornness, my mother later got the name Detective. William had no choice but to whisper in his mother's ear, hoping that she would agree to let them be together one day. At this moment, a message popped up on William's phone. William opened it and saw that it was a message from Sophia on WeChat Moments. There is a bright moon in the picture. There's a line of text written below. The bright moonlight shines through the window, and I think of my hometown. It turned out that she was homesick. He couldn't help but recall that some time ago, he arranged for Sophia's parents and her younger brother to work in Hongying. They did ordinary jobs, and their salary was the same as that of ordinary employees. Of course, he would give each of the three people an additional 1,000 yuan in subsidies every month as a business trip allowance for Sophia. It's been a while since I last saw Sophia, and a glimmer of anticipation flashed in William's eyes. I made a video call, but the other party rejected it. The other party called quickly. "Ah Wei, is there anything you want to talk to me about?" I can tell that the other party is very happy, but why doesn't he video chat with him? William was puzzled, but didn't think much about it, because he knew that the new year was coming soon and Sophia would be back at the end of the year, and then everything would be revealed. The two chatted for a long time, which brought William back to high school when they were still boyfriend and girlfriend, and many funny things happened. After hanging up the phone, William called Li Fong, but the call was not answered immediately. United States, Wei Overseas Investment Company. "Boss, this is a call from President William. Should I answer it?" Sophia in the office. Sophia smiled. It turned out to be that heart-stealing thief. He obviously saw the circle of friends she posted and had a call to confirm. Well, let him have his wish. Sophia nodded to Lin Fong, then pointed at her belly and shook her head. It was not the right time to reveal the fact that she was pregnant. She planned to give William a surprise. William didn't know this. This is a shock, okay? Chapter 31, Eve's Plan. William saw the photo of Sophia that she sent him, which dispelled his last bit of doubt. Sure enough, he still had the same physique and was a little fatter, especially the belly, which has gained a little weight. William just took a look and lost interest. Compared with Eve's long legs and black clothes, there was a world of difference. Fuck, there's really no comparison. Eve had something to talk to him about tonight. She said that one of her best friends was returning to China, and she wanted William to go to the airport to pick her up. Then, they would go to a club with William to have some fun. A completely crazy night. William knew what Eve was thinking. This was what he had been doing before his rebirth. But after his rebirth, he had a very regular schedule and of course didn't mind indulging himself once. Time passes quickly. William set out early in the morning. The car he bought was a luxury Audi for his mother. His mother didn't want to drive, so he drove out when he had something to do. William has a driver in the company, but he doesn't want people to interfere in his private affairs. William clearly distinguishes between public and private. William went to the Yang family villa. He was still putting on makeup inside. He was not in a hurry and just drove around outside. It's not that he couldn't enter the villa, but he didn't want to, especially he didn't want to see Yang Dahai. Today, the Yang family is in pieces just like in the previous life, with a broken capital chain and on the verge of bankruptcy. William didn't want to get involved in this flood. After all, he still remembered clearly the humiliation Yang had inflicted on him. The only person in the Yang family who interested him was Eve. As long as Eve asked for help, he was willing to help. But William felt that even with the 10 million he had returned to the Yang family last time, even if he took out another 100 million, it would still be a drop in the bucket for the Yang family. However, what William didn't know was that the Yang family had long been eyeing the 300 million in cash from his Hongyin company, wanted to take his money and run away. As for the Yang family's debt, they had already found a scapegoat. They take away the money and make scapegoats bear the debts. This is what these big families are good at. This was the case with the Yang family in the previous life, but now something seems to be wrong with the Yang family. But this has no effect on him at all. It didn't take long before Eve came out, wearing a black dress, revealing her long legs, which attracted a lot of attention. Keep watch. William rolled his eyes at Eve unhappily, took off his coat, and tied it around Eve's legs. It is November, the beginning of winter, and the weather is a bit chilly. Eve stuck out her tongue and smiled at William, her expression a little unnatural. When we arrived at the airport, Eve's best friend hadn't arrived yet. William and the other person sat in the car and chatted from the Yang family to Hongyin company and then to their two families. As for the situation of the Yang family, William subconsciously avoided it. He had already said what he needed to say last time. Others don't believe it. Now I want to find him for a solution. He does have a solution, which coincides with the Yang family's idea, which is to run away. Of course, William also has a chance to save the Yang family, which is to establish a joint venture company, integrate the Yang family's profitable industries, and divest the unprofitable industries to pay off debts. In this way, the Yang family will be able to pay off their debts in just a few years. But is this possible? From beginning to end, William only held Eve's hand once. He can ensure Eve's safety for the rest of her life. But as for the Yang family, he has no good feelings towards them at all. As the fat man and the thin man investigated, all the dirty things the Yang family had done in the past were placed on William's desk, which was simply shocking. The Yang family's glory was achieved by sucking the blood of hundreds of thousands of people. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the window. He got out quickly and gave the person a big hug. William looked out the car window and saw a beautiful woman who looked just as good as Eve. This is Eve's childhood best friend and the eldest daughter of the Yi family, a large family in North City, Yi Yunxiang. After graduating from high school, Yi Yunxiang went abroad and now has returned after completing his studies. Eve, you have a man and forgot about your bestie. I've been standing in front of the car for a while. Yi Yunxiang buried her pretty face in Eve's arms and said with a feeling of grievance, Yunxiang, that's not true. You didn't even call me when you came out. Who else can I blame if not you? Eve held Yi Yunxiang's hand and smiled awkwardly. At this time, William Yi couldn't stay in the car anymore, so he took the initiative to introduce himself to Yi Yunxiang. Hello, I'm William, Eve's boyfriend. William's words caught Yi Yunxiang's attention. She nudged Eve with her elbow and whispered, William is so handsome, just as handsome as Han Feng, the unfaithful man. I really don't understand why you keep missing that unfaithful man. Although Yi Yunxiang spoke softly, they were very close to each other, and he vaguely heard the name Han Feng, and he couldn't help feeling annoyed. This was the second time William heard these two words. The first time was at the party where Eve confessed her love to him, and those people looked down on him. But now that it came from Yi Yunxiang's mouth, he felt it necessary to know something about it. This time, Eve did not explain. Instead, she pointed at William and said, Let the past be the past. My boyfriend is still here. It's too much for you to talk about my ex-boyfriend again. Hearing this, Yi Yunxiang shut up and wanted to ask a lot of questions, but didn't ask them. She didn't like Han Feng and thought he was too pretentious and not suitable to be her best friend. However, unexpectedly, after he hadn't been home for half a year, his best friend found the handsome guy William. Just by looking at his appearance, she felt that William was several times stronger than Han Feng. Yi Yunxiang was tired, and Eve did not do as she had said, so the three of them went to the club for entertainment in the evening. William sent the two to the Yang family villa, chatted for a while, and then left. After William left, Yi Yunxiang immediately became energetic and fought with Eve. Tell me, do you have that? Eve turned over and pressed Yi Yunxiang under her and slapped her on the butt twice without any mercy. Do you think this is a foreign country? Or are you a little slut in heat? They say that a short absence is better than a new marriage. The two men wrestled with each other, and for a moment neither could do anything to the other. Eve had her back to Yi Yunxiang, her body covered in sweat. Yi Yunxiang turned around and lay beside Eve. Yunxiang, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Yi Yunxiang did not doubt him, nodded, and said, Don't say one favor. Even 10 favors are fine. Eve looked at Yi Yunxiang and said softly, I want you to invest in Hongying and do something for me when the time comes. Oh, you want me to invest in Hongying? Yi Yunxiang was stunned for a moment. An unknown small company? Before Yi Yunxiang came back, she had already made plans for the future. She had just thought about what Eve would ask her to do, but she didn't expect that she would be asked to invest in Hongying. I invested in Hongying. Why don't you invest yourself? This is your boyfriend's company. Aren't you afraid that your boyfriend will misunderstand you? In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Yi Yunxiang's mind. It's inconvenient for me, you know. In the end, Yi Yunxiang agreed. After all, it was just a piece of cake. However, this matter cannot be rushed, and Eve's introduction is still needed. As for investing in Hongying, that is just investing some money. She will not participate in the management. That is not her interest. Seeing Yi Yunxiang agreed, Eve was overjoyed. Yunxiang, you finally helped me a lot. Tell me, where do you want to go tonight? Boss Yang will pay for tonight's expenses. We were at the bar, so let's see if we could meet a handsome guy. Yi Yunxiang was startled and spoke immediately. This rich little lady had helped her so much. She must take advantage of her. Eve's face, but it was quickly covered up by a smile. As her father said, small people can be sacrificed to achieve the goal. What's more, the Yi family is no longer the same Yi family as before. Chapter 32, filming was blocked. On the other hand, Stone passed the review, but the filming was hindered. William approached Longying and Tianxing. These two cinemas occupied 2/3 of the cinemas in Daxia. If he fails to take over 2 cinemas, the box office performance of Stone will be very uncertain. Of course, Sister Hong is very easy to talk to as for the remaining theaters, and we have already negotiated the screening schedules, but the percentages are not high, basically below 10%. William also understood that for a new company like Hongying, it was already good enough for others to make films for it, and this was also due to director Zhang's reputation. Otherwise, the chances would probably be less than 5%. Right now, Longying and Tianjin cinemas are scheduling films. As long as these two cinemas can give some screenings, even 5% will be fine. William was not worried about the quality of the movie at all. After all, the investment cost of this movie in its previous life was only 3 million yuan. The production was a bit rough, but it still grossed 30 million yuan at the box office. Now he has invested 10 million yuan and invited the famous director Jiang Changhe to direct the film. There is no problem with the quality at all that is left is to shoot the film. In its previous life, this movie did not have high box office in the early stage, but its reputation improved in the later stage. However, half of its release time had already passed, so its box office stopped at 30 million. Otherwise, some people have predicted that this movie could at least earn 100 million yuan at the box office. The film had a cost of 3 million yuan and grossed 100 million yuan at the box office, with a return rate of nearly 33 times. This time, William was also preparing to boost the popularity of the film in the early stages and had developed several promotional plans. In the final analysis, you still have to watch the movies made in theaters. Everything else is fake. Emma's condition stabilized in the hospital. Sister Hong returned to the company to handle affairs. Today, she made an appointment with Qianing Long, the vice president of Longying, to have dinner together. Between Dragon Shadow and Sky Shadow, Dragon Shadow is relatively easier to conquer. When eating, you must pick the soft bones to gnaw on first. In the evening, William and Sister Hong arrived early at the agreed hotel box. William was wearing a black suit, while Lu Hongxue was wearing a black dress and a pair of red high heels. There is still some harmony between the two of them together. After waiting for half an hour, 10 minutes past the agreed time, a man with a big belly came in with two scantily clad women in his arms. The fat man was Qianing Long. William had seen his photo on his mobile phone. The fat man glanced at William with contempt, then stared at Sister Hong with a murderous look in his eyes. Sister Hong looked normal, but William looked a little unhappy. This old guy wanted women, and he didn't mind finding a few for him in the club, but if he really put his hands on Sister Hong, he would break his third leg. The fat man didn't care about William's look at all. His red eyes scanned Sister Hong up and down. Get lost. What kind of bastard is this? The fat man pushed the scantily clad woman away with both hands, then turned around and sat next to Sister Hong with his big belly. Sister Hong patted William's hand, signaling William to stay calm and not forget what he came here for today. Sister Hong has been in the business for more than 10 years and is familiar with all the ins and outs of drinking parties, especially men who like to take advantage of others. She has her own ways to deal with them. William suppressed his displeasure and called the waiter to serve the food, trying to interrupt the fat man's actions. However, William was wrong. The fat man didn't care at all and took the opportunity to rub Sister Hong's thighs with his hands. Mr. Qian, how about we eat first and then talk about business after dinner? Sister Hong skillfully pushed away the pair of greasy hands and spoke elegantly. Yes, Mr. Qian, do you need anything else? William agreed. Upon hearing this, Qianing Long waved his hand to call the waitress over, ordered more than a dozen dishes, and then said, That's all for now. Go, give me my bottle of 20-year-old Lafite red wine. I want to have a good drink with President William and Mr. Liu today. Okay, Mr. Qian. Everyone, enjoy your meal. The waitress was taken advantage of by the fat man, but she did not dare to disobey. She bowed and politely before leaving. William sat calmly in his seat. He now understood one thing completely. If you have money, you're the boss, and you have the final say in everything. But he had more compassion for those at the bottom of society. For example, he is now at the bottom of the society because apart from money, he has no connections at all. So, William decided that the next step was to build personal connections. Of course, law enforcement officers are an exception. He thinks it is better to separate officials and businessmen, otherwise they will be implicated sooner or later. Soon, the waitress brought the red wine, and its color and hue were no different from ordinary red wine. This thing is 20 years old. Soon, William received a message on his phone from Sister Hong, which clearly stated, Of course it's fake. For those of us who ask him for help, he has to tell the truth even if he knows it's false. It is true, but he would only use it to entertain people of equal or higher status. William was stunned, and the last bit of good impression he had for Qianing Long disappeared. Such people may be popular in today's society, but in William's eyes, they are just villains who curry favor with the powerful. Be close to gentlemen and stay away from villains. While drinking and chatting, most of the food had been digested. Sister Hong took the opportunity to get down to business ahead of time and took out a bank card and handed it over. There was 500,000 yuan in cash in the card, which was a reward prepared by Sister Hong in advance. Sure, sure. As he spoke, the fat man picked up the bank card on the table and spoke without leaving any trace. I know why you're here. I only have one condition. If President William spends one night with me, I'll give you 20% of the filming. How about that? Mr. Chien, your request. Before Sister Hong finished speaking, William interrupted her. Boss Chien, I can give you the money, but you don't have to worry about the person. The fat man, Chien Long, didn't expect that someone would dare to contradict him, especially two people without any background, so he could control them. In anger, Chien Long slapped the table and shouted at William. I'm happy to call you President William. If I'm not happy, you are nothing in my eyes. Believe it or not, with just one word from me, no cinema will show your movie, and it will become a rubbish with zero box office. Ha ha ha. The laughter rang in William's ears, and he found it extremely harsh. Is this guy stupid? Do you really think that he, a vice president, can cover the sky with one hand? Even if there was no cinema willing to show the film, he would build his own cinema, make his own film, and show it himself. William, don't be impulsive. Sister Hong tried to persuade her that this was Hong Ying's first movie and she didn't want it to be killed in the cradle before it even started. I don't believe it. William finished speaking. He firmly took Sister Hong's hand and continued. And the money we gave you, you can take it out now, too. Take it out, you. After saying that, the fat man took action, raising a wine bottle and hitting William on the head. William breathed a sigh of relief, staring at Sister Hong, and asked, Have you finished recording? Okay, it's okay. Sister Hong cried so hard that she couldn't make a sound. You bastards. I will subdue you first, and then your woman will be mine too. So moist. Don't do it. If you do it first, I'll be acting in self-defense. William tried to calm himself down. Anyway, he has to hit the ground with the first blow, and then he can counterattack. The fat man said contemptuously, With your small body, Grandpa can kill you, a little noob, in just one blow. William doesn't hide higher. He can capture the enemy with one move. Even if William reports to the law enforcer, he has someone inside and is not afraid at all. He has decided to take down both of them. After Chien Long took action, William also took action quickly. He was just a gangster, and his movements were many times more agile than the fat man. After a few bottles, both of them looked bloody. William held his breath and didn't let go until Chien Long fell to the ground. Sister Hong called the police. William lay on the ground, gasping for breath. This is so exciting. Chapter 33, General Meeting. Damn it. Even if I give you money, you still have to pretend, right? Now it's over. The money is gone and my life is over. You can kill me in one strike, you little weakling. If you're not good enough, practice more. You're just a piece of trash among women. After a few kicks, William finally vented his anger. The tension and excitement made William sweat all over, but it couldn't stop his excitement. Chien Long was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless, with his hands tightly clasped around his head. William, sweating profusely, did not move until the law enforcers arrived. He was breathing heavily, his eyes full of fear. When Lu Hongxue, who was holding a mobile phone next to him, saw this, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. President William's acting skills were simply worthy of an Oscar winner. Who reported the law enforcer? Put your hands down and don't move. Before William could think much, four people in law enforcement uniforms walked in. William knew one of them. It was Jessica. The leader this time is Jessica. She made great contributions in the last hunt for the criminals. She was promoted to team leader just a few days ago. Jessica saw William on the ground. A trace of worry flashed across her face, and she immediately asked if an ambulance had been called. Sister Hong told us that the ambulance would arrive soon, and the two law enforcement officers beside her also checked William and the other man and found out that they only had head injuries and were not in danger of life. Soon, an ambulance took William and the fat man to the hospital, accompanied by two law enforcement officers. Jessica stayed behind because she needed to collect evidence at the scene and listen to the testimony of the witness, Sister Hong. Because Sister Hong witnessed everything, her story naturally contained no flaws, but she also exaggerated the fact that Chien Long took the initiative to cause trouble and touched her. Jessica was also an intelligent person. She knew that Lu Hongxue and William jointly opened Hong Ying Company, but she rarely revealed this. The evidence at the scene was intact, and with the video in Lu Hongxue's hand as evidence, the two people at the scene quickly determined that the incident was just an ordinary case of self-defense. Because William and the other man did not wake up, Liu Hongxue and the waitress were taken to the law enforcement bureau to record their statements. As for the final conclusion, we will have to wait until William and the other person wake up before we can make a final determination. However, this case involves important people, so the chief judge of the law enforcement bureau will personally hear the case. The scene was grand, the raindrops were small, and the facts were clear. The next day, William and the fat man woke up one after another, and law enforcement officers recorded their statements. William, Sister Hong, and the waiter gave the same testimony. Only Qianing Long was making a fuss, and his testimony was completely different from the other three. The head of the law enforcement bureau was a little amused and confused. He thought it was a big case, but the identities of both parties involved were not ordinary. If I had known this, he would never have interfered. Wouldn't it be better to pretend that he didn't know? Fortunately, no one died. It would be best if both sides reconciled first. That's best. If reconciliation is really not possible, then William will have to bear the brunt of the situation, because Qianing Long is the vice president of the state-owned enterprise Longying, and he cannot afford to offend this person. Besides, this matter is not a big deal. All William needs to do is apologize. William had not expected the case to reach this point. However, since this involved Jessica, William couldn't just refuse. Just when William was about to compromise, someone else walked into the ward. William has known this person for a long time. He is Liu Aigua, who has disappeared for a long time. Li, several law enforcement officers, including the chief judge, saluted respectfully when they saw Liu Aigua. William and Qianing Long lay on the bed, motionless. Seeing this, Liu Aigua's face flashed with displeasure, and he walked straight to William's bed. William, can't you behave yourself? In just a few days, you've caused such a big trouble. You really should be put in prison for a month to reflect on your actions. Hearing this, William couldn't just lie there and pretend to be dead, so he pretended to open his eyes with difficulty and said, "Leader, now that you are here, you have to make the decision for me." Qianing Long, relying on Longying behind him, monopolizes the film market and refuses to schedule films for our Hongying company. He also discriminates against our Hongying company and even makes advances towards our President Liu. I couldn't stand it, so I said a few words to him, and he started to beat me up. I had no choice but to fight back. Qianing Long got up from the bed angrily. "Boy, what nonsense are you talking about? It was obviously you who designed it." However, William did not give him a chance to speak. "What are you planning? It is obvious that you are suppressing us indiscriminately. There are witnesses and evidences. What else do you have to say?" William's injuries were not serious, and it was already afternoon when he came out of the hospital. Liu Aigua walked in front with a gloomy face and smiled inadvertently when he saw William. Suddenly, he felt a little cold, stopped abruptly, and said to William, "I can't help you for nothing this time. You owe me a favor." After returning to the company, William had a secret talk with Liu Aigua for several hours, and Liu Aigua left quietly. A few days later, Hongying Company had a dozen more security guards, all of whom were selected by Liu Aigua from retired law enforcement officers. Although they are called security guards, they actually have flexible schedules and are mainly responsible for the safety of William and his colleagues on their way to and from work. As there were quite a lot of people, William divided them into two groups, one in the open and another in secret, to provide double protection. William also convened the first full staff meeting of Hongying Company. Except for Emma, everyone participated in the meeting, because this meeting will determine three major things. I heard that the company is going to implement a stock ownership plan for all employees this time. What's this? It's already a done deal. And I also heard that Director Jiang from our company has become the director of the Spring Festival Gala. Do you think we have a chance to be on the Spring Festival Gala as well? William walked into the company gate. Fireworks were set off, and he seemed to be in a sea of colors. President William, so majestic and domineering. President William, well done. We will always support you. I love Hongying. As long as the company needs me, I will devote my whole life to the company. William was very touched. These were the elite troops he could train. Only in this era is there no flattery and deception like 20 years later, where everything is about money. The meeting was held on the top floor of the company, which was rented by William specifically for actor training. It has not been renovated yet, but it is suitable for meetings. Amidst warm applause, William was the first to go on stage. As everyone guessed, William is going to announce three major things. As for why the people below knew so much about it, it was actually because William arranged for someone to spread the news the day before. Only if the employees understand it first will they be able to understand his speech today and get twice the result with half the effort. Everyone knows me, so I won't waste any more words. I will directly announce the first major event. Director Jiang from our Hongying company has been officially confirmed as the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala. Applause broke out, and William paused and continued. I think everyone knows what this means. Then William announced the second thing, the employee stock ownership plan, which was a new concept. William explains in great detail, striving to ensure that everyone can understand and make the most correct choice. As William finished speaking, the atmosphere in the entire venue reached its peak, and everyone was waiting for the third big event. After all, the first two major events were so shocking, so the third major event must be earth-shattering. William did not keep silent, and soon announced the third major event. Promotion and salary increase system. Our Hongying company will not let down any employee. As long as you have the ability, you can be the chairman. Ha ha ha. The applause was so enthusiastic that it didn't stop for a long time. William's words about Jean's employees made the male and female employees' eyes sparkle. The first major thing is to demonstrate the company's strength and potential. The second major thing is to solve the employees' wallet problems. And the third major thing is the employee's lifelong pursuit. Who doesn't want to be a boss? An employee who doesn't want to be a boss is not a good employee. And one day in the future, such an ordinary employee will become the chairman of Hongying Company. Chicken feathers flew into the sky. Chapter 34 Quianda Plaza Plan. In Shanghai, Emma watched the entire staff meeting via live broadcast. William on the TV and shouted excitedly, President William is so handsome. How can he be handsome? He is just pretending. Emma, lying on the bed, rolled her eyes at William unhappily. Song Xiaoqing looked left and right, flattering both sides and not daring to offend either one. Emma thought she had won, and as her condition showed a slight improvement, she was in a very good mood. Unfortunately, she was invited to participate in this year's Spring Festival Gala, and she needs to rehearse in Shanghai for the remaining 2 months. Of course, this also has something to do with William. After all, Director Jiang is also part of Hongying Company. Not only is there a salary to be earned, but there are also dividends from filming movies or TV series, as well as year-end stock dividends. With such good conditions, Jiang Changha had no choice but to stay. Of course, the more important thing is that he couldn't see clearly what William was, an all-round talent. Following such a person, he will never have to worry about not having movies or TV series to shoot. In this way, it is not impossible to impact Hollywood one day. After staying in the hospital for only a few days, Emma moved to a villa in the center of Shanghai. She followed William's advice and bought it with her own savings. After all, the Zhang family is not short of money at all now. Thanks to William's suggestion, the efficiency of the Zhang family's processing plant has improved dozens of times. In the past few years, she funded the family's clothing factory, and now in the past few months, she has been giving back to Emma. Emma follows the same path as in her previous life. She can still become a big star, but she has become the person she least wants to be. In this life, with William's intervention, Emma's fate was plucked. Of course, whether this is a good thing or not depends on future results. North City, Hongying Company. After the general meeting, William called a group of middle-level managers to start a formal meeting. There were two main issues in this meeting. One was the release of Hongying Company's first film, Stone. As the country's largest cinema, Longying refused to schedule screenings for the film. Because Longying refused to schedule the film, even though the second largest cinema, Tianjin, had 5% of the film schedule, half of the small cinemas that had originally agreed to schedule the film changed sides, and a small number had unclear attitudes. This results in the movie only taking up 5% of Tianjin's screening schedule. Even if the movie's plot is explosive and word of mouth explodes, it will still not be a real hit like in the past. After all, a movie only has 1 month to be released, and it cannot be extended by 1 or 2 months like Afterworld. There are no less than 10 new movies released during the Spring Festival, and Tianjin can give 5% of the screenings, but that is only after watching the movie clips. This is because Tianjin has its own movie to be released, and it is a big production. They saw that Stone has the potential to be a dark horse, so they were willing to give 5% of the screening time. William knew this very well. Now, because of Qian Xinglong, there is no need to think about scheduling screenings at Longying. The only thing we can fight for is scheduling screenings at the remaining small cinemas. William also had an idea on how to win over small cinemas, which was to sign a gambling agreement. The agreement stipulates that if the attendance and box office exceed a certain level, the cinema should increase the number of screenings. Correspondingly, the attendance rate and reputation were not good, and Hong Company also provided compensation for this. Many middle-level managers spoke freely, and soon a publicity director made this suggestion. She was a woman named Chow Fong, one of director Zhang's disciples. William was very satisfied. When he was filming the movie, he realized that this woman was extraordinary, so he went against everyone's opinion and promoted her to the head of the publicity department. Chow Fong is very capable. Not only does she manage the propaganda department in an orderly manner, but she also greatly increases the visibility of Hong Company. What Chow Fong said is right. Although this is Hong first film, the energy and funds invested in it are no less than those of others. Other suggestions are also good, but Chow Fong's suggestion is more targeted. Signing a gambling agreement will give those small cinemas peace of mind. Of course, there are those who oppose us because they don't believe in the quality of the film we made, but everyone has seen it once, and I think everyone can judge for themselves whether it is good or not. William finished speaking. There was warm applause. Mr. Chow is right. Our Hong Gong's movies are definitely the best. Everyone looked at Chow Fong with envy in their eyes. This month, the propaganda department would definitely receive a bonus. The second question is how to avoid this problem. We can also sign a gambling agreement with Long Ying. I think we network play. I think we can unite with Tianying to fight against Long Ying. Acquire Dragon Shadow. What's the big deal? We run our own cinema, and we won't show any of Dragon Cinema's movies. Because of Chow Fong's reason, everyone was talking about whatever they wanted, leaving William with a confused look on his face. What are you talking about? Acquire Long Ying? You used the head to buy it. They also refused to show Long Ying's films. Isn't this a monopoly? Long Ying will definitely be sued. Finally, it was Chow Fong who stepped forward again and proposed a department store plaza plan. The idea is similar to the Qingda Plaza plan set by William, which is a department store model that brings together shopping, eating, drinking, and entertainment. Surround the countryside from the city, starting with the pilot project in the central city of Daxia, and then gradually expanding it to the whole country. The idea was not perfect yet, but it was already the prototype of Qingda Plaza in the future. William made a phone call, and soon his secretary brought in a dozen documents and placed them on the desk in front of everyone. The words Qingda Plaza Plan are clearly written on the cover. Many middle-level managers were extremely shocked and overwhelmed by William's generosity, because it was clearly written on it that William planned to open more than a dozen Qingda plazas at once, which would cost more than 10 billion. Even with the stock market crash and the depreciation of assets, it would still cost several hundred million. They seriously doubted that William could have so much money? Of course, only 3 or 4 people present knew that Hong Company had 300 million in cash in its account. The more I read, the more shocked I was, because William wrote in great detail, and even people who are not familiar with it can understand it and know how to do it. You have to know that everyone present here is an elite among the elites, and all of them were hired with high salaries. William is a student who has not yet graduated, and his major is chemical engineering, which has nothing to do with business management. Comparing myself with this person, I feel ashamed of myself. What Chow Fong said is right, so I want to set up a separate company and find someone to be responsible for this business. William smiled at Chow Fong. Thank you, President William, for the compliment. Chow Fong was flattered and her heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the boss wanted her to be in charge of the company? Of course, it's not that Chow Fong doesn't want to be in charge of a company, but she has not adapted to the situation and can't guess William's thoughts. In fact, she had long wanted to try her luck, but had never had the chance under Director Jiang. This time she happily joined Hong Company just for President William, because she couldn't see through this man. In Chow Fong's eyes, people who are hard to see through are either geniuses or fools. Obviously, William belongs to the first type. She followed William's footsteps in order to soar to the sky one day. William naturally saw that Chow Fong was a man capable of great things, so he didn't hesitate to bring up the matter of promoting Chow Fong to be the president of the new company. At this moment, the world became quiet. Chow Fong was so ecstatic that she almost knelt down to William. President William, I will work hard for you, and for the company until my death. At some point, everyone stood up and surrounded Chow Fong. They were sincerely happy for Chow Fong. Chow Fong's achievements today were all due to her own hard work. The world is fair. They may not be without opportunities. It was precisely because of William's action this time that Hong Company was completely torn into pieces. Later, many of them became generals under William, and achieved many great achievements. Chapter 35, Yi Yunxiang becomes a shareholder. America. Sophia also watched the conference through live video, with a smile on her face the whole time. Lin Fong, who was standing next to him, got goosebumps all over her body. Her boss was only gentle to one person. Do things neatly and efficiently. In just a few months, she established a company and recruited a group of foreign employees who all followed her lead. President William beautifully, and she did things as if she were assisted by God. He was like a prophet. In just a few months, he spent 1 billion yuan. This is too arrogant. The most important thing is that her boss is pregnant and is still losing weight. Sophia noticed that someone was watching her. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Li Fong. Sister Fong, you'll help me keep the secret, right? At this time, Lin Fong also reacted, holding Sophia's hand, hugging her waist, and said, "Of course, I'm the child's godmother. How can I go back on my word? Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised, Sister Fong." Then I looked forward to the birth of the child. Until there was a knock on the door, the two hurriedly separated, and Sophia said coldly, "Come in." After getting permission, a blond man came in. He first glanced at Lin Fong, then walked to Sophia's desk. He held a bunch of golden roses on the table, knelt on one knee, put his hands on his chest, and said earnestly, "Great Oriental girl, I am Ireland. I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. God has said so." The atmosphere was set at this point, and Ireland felt that Sophia would agree to him immediately. After all, I have American citizenship, and if I marry him, I can get an American citizenship for free. For these Orientals who yearn for a free country, this is something that can only be encountered by chance. Of course, Ireland doesn't really like Sophia. After all, her bloated body is enough to make her vomit. But Sophia is rich and has hundreds of millions of dollars. If all this money were his, he could live a carefree life. Therefore, the reason why he staged this drama was to take over everything in the company from Sophia while she was pregnant. In the past, he had used this method to deceive hundreds of Oriental girls. But right now, he didn't have any chance. However, Sophia did not refuse immediately. She had already arranged for someone to investigate everything in Ireland and would receive a reply soon. Bye. She received a message on her mobile phone, which was Ireland's identity information, which was very comprehensive. Sophia learned that Ireland was just an uneducated gangster. She couldn't help but grin. This was very similar to her lover. Although both of them are gangsters, their Irish hearts are not even 1/10 as strong as William's. Wrong. There is no comparison at all. If you compare a person born in 2004 with someone who came back in 2024, the difference is simply instant. I just don't know what the annoying little trumpet golden finger that William mentioned is. It seems that this thing is very important to William. She'd have to look hard. Fortunately, William didn't know about it. Otherwise, he would be very angry. This little loudspeaker disturbed his sleep and kept bothering him for 20 years. Ireland was still talking, but Sophia had already come up with an idea. A plan was formed against Ireland, and Ireland paid the price for its wrongdoings. 10 years in prison. Coffee shop. William came to the agreed box, as Eve had agreed. After opening the door, William found that Eve was not there. Only one person, Yi Yunxiang. Seeing William coming in, Yi Yunxiang immediately stood up and said in a gentle tone, changing from the strong tone of that day, "William, I asked you to come here because I wanted to talk to you about buying shares." William was a little puzzled. Wasn't the Yi family already in decline? How could they have the money to invest in his company? Wouldn't it be investing for someone else? I heard that many companies will first acquire a controlling stake, then win over shareholders and gradually gain control of the company. William evaded the question. Why would Miss Yunxiang think so? There are so many good projects now. There's no need to invest in Hongying Company. Ye Yunjiang bedinkit hereis. She knew what William said, but it was obvious that William didn't want her to invest. Forget it. I won't waste my time talking to you. He recommended it to me, and I just happen to have some spare cash. If you really don't think it's suitable, then forget about the investment. After listening to Yi Yunxiang's words, William understood Eve's opinion, which was to help him solve the company's financial problems. William actually needs money right now. After all, the Qingdao Plaza project requires a large amount of capital. If Yi Yunxiang really wants to invest, it can solve some of William's funding problems. How much do you want to invest? How much share do you want? Yi Yunxiang opened her eyes wide, unable to hide the smile on her lips. If you want to invest, I'll put in 100 million and hold 50% of the shares. William's smile suddenly disappeared. 100 million yuan just for 50% of Hongying Company's shares. which is equivalent to giving Hong Ying away directly. What's more, William has decided to hand over Hong Ying Company to Emma and Sister Hong for management, so he will naturally not hand over the company's shares easily. If William were given 1 billion, he might agree to sell his shares, but if someone wants to take away half of his shares with just 100 million, what's the difference between that and robbery? If it really doesn't work, he can let Yi Yunxiang invest in Qingdao Plaza. After all, there are more than a dozen Qingdao Plazas, and each one has independent funding. Even if Yi Yunxiang has an idea, he can only obtain the controlling stake of one Qingdao Plaza. In this way, even if there is a conspiracy, it will not affect William Qingdao Plaza plan. In fact, I only have one stake in Hong Ying Company. If Miss Yi Yunxiang wants to buy more shares, she can only talk to my other two partners. Of course, if you want to invest in our Qingdao Plaza, I can consider it. The smile on Yi Yunxiang's lips disappeared. If he couldn't acquire shares in Hong Ying Company, he wouldn't be able to complete Eve's mission. The Yi family has fallen into decline, and most of its business depends on the Yang family. Even though the Yang family is now struggling, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and the Yi family still cannot do without the Yang family. But now William is adamant. If she insists on investing in Hong Ying, she can only resort to other means. As for the Qingdao Plaza mentioned by William, she really had no idea. I need to think about investing in Qingdao Plaza, and I need to tell my family about it. Of course, just call me when you've made up your mind. After saying that, William put down the coffee in his hand. At the same time, the phone in his hand rang, and William said goodbye and left. It was Director Jiang who called. Director Jiang hopes that William can write a new song for Emma and another male star to sing together. The theme of the chorus is to prevent diseases and to encourage those working on the front lines. Emma is so strong. This may be one of the few times during the Spring Festival Gala where he performs on stage twice. Especially the first song time was tailor-made for Emma, and the rehearsal effect was exceptionally good. Just then, a program was exposed for insulting Xia, and the government canceled the program. With a sudden inspiration, he decided to leave this good opportunity to Hong Ying. However, there was not much time left, and he was still lacking a singing program, so he thought of William first. Seeing this scene, William had no choice but to agree. He owed Emma. If it weren't for her, he would have been the one who suffered the most serious car accident last time. Immediately afterwards, William posted a Weibo. The Spring Festival Gala is just the first step on our journey. Then, photos of the three partners, William, Emma, and Lu Hongxue, were added. It is already the most beautiful scenery. Chapter 36 Concert Tour. What kind of small company is Hong Ying? How can it be qualified to participate in the Spring Festival Gala? What happened to Hong Ying? My Emma is a contracted artist of Hong Ying Company. There is also Director Jiang, the chief director of the Spring Festival Gala, who is also the contracted chief director of Hong Ying Company. It's just that typical sour grapes. Ingwei CP. Aren't you looking forward to it? Why not Hongwei CP? In the lounge, Emma was fiddling with her phone casually when suddenly messages started ringing like crazy. I couldn't help but run my fingers across and left a message below. I will not let Hong Ying down, nor will I let you down. It turns out that Emma is a very Buddhist person and rarely posts updates. But the more this happened, the more curious her fans became. Not only did they form a fan club, they were also very interested in the new song she was about to release. Especially the new song promo. It's explosive from the very beginning. Although her popularity did not make it into the top 10, this is because her fans know that she does not like to be on the charts. Otherwise, she would definitely appear in the top 10 hot searches. But it was this one Weibo post by William that made all the fans very excited, and they left messages on it one after another. William, Emma, and the others was thoroughly investigated, and it was discovered that they were just partners. Some of them were thankful. So people feel a little lost. More people were impulsive, and all of a sudden, a large number of fans flocked to North City because the legal representative of Red Star Company turned out to be Emma. A large number of fans came to the door of Hong Ying's company, making it difficult for normal people to enter and exit. William also had a headache after receiving the call. After hearing Sister Hong's explanation that everything was because of her, she was immediately confused. He just opened a Weibo account and wanted to make some preparations for promoting Stone. What's wrong with this? And what bad intentions could Emma have? I just feel that I'm also a part of Hong Ying Company, and I want to do my part. William's excuses, Sister Hong found that he was exactly like Emma, as if they were carved from the same mold. She was too speechless. You can post it, but you should at least inform us. As a result, before I knew it, your Nana Pig stepped forward to add fuel to the fire and left a message below. You can leave a message, But why can't you use a small account instead of an account with hundreds of thousands of followers? William was stunned and felt that his behavior was inappropriate. Emma, who was also in Shanghai, also did not escape Sister Hong's scolding. Moreover, compared to William, Emma was reprimanded more severely, which was also because Sister Hong was strict with Emma. Otherwise, we can't give up those popular stars and choose an amateur like Emma. William later, Sister Hong felt that everything that had happened before was worth it. Sure enough, within a few months, Hong Ying was hired by Director Jiang, and Director Jiang became the chief director of this year's Spring Festival Gala. Hong Ying Company took off suddenly, and this time Emma made her mark on the Spring Festival Gala stage. It is also a breakthrough for one person to host two programs. I'm afraid that after this, Emma's career will take off. The Queen of Pop and the Queen of Film are expected to appear. More and more fans gathered in front of Ying Company, and even the law enforcement officers were alarmed. Jessica had just finished her work when her superior assigned her to lead a team to maintain order. When she saw the dense crowd and William was nowhere to be seen, she became furious. When he was about to pick up the phone to call William again, Lu Hongxue arrived in time. When the protagonist appeared, the crowd suddenly became lively, but they were still waiting for Emma and William to arrive. After all, most people come here to watch the gossip about Ingwe CP. Most people were reluctant to leave because they never saw the two main characters, Emma and William, again. William arrived and had not originally planned to show up, but at this point, he had no choice but to show up. That man showed up. It's exactly the same as on Weibo. He is William. So handsome. I agree with this Ingwe CP. William nodded. Fans these days are still relatively rational, without the kind of brainless fans that appear in later generations. William appeared, this group of suitors consciously made way for him, and William came among the fans. For a moment, William and Lu Hongxue stood side by side, and they looked like a perfect match. Fans were immediately excited. Both Ingwe and Hongwei looked great together. The fans are divided into two camps. One camp thinks Hongwei is great, so they can have Emma all to themselves. The other group felt that William was so popular that they had to fight for his happiness. Someone in the crowd started a live broadcast, and the number of viewers quickly climbed from 0 to over 100,000. Hello, fans. I'm William, and I'm very happy to have you all here today. Both me, Lu Hongxue, and your master are very happy. There was applause from the crowd, and still no one left, but everything settled down, and there was no commotion among the crowd. Of course, some fans were a little disappointed because they didn't see their idol and were a little uninterested. William's mind, isn't this very similar to his past self? Came with excitement, left with disappointment. William said to Sister Hong, Sister Hong, come here for a moment. I want to talk to you. Bustling with joy, the two reached an agreement amid the fans' disbelief. William walked up to the center of the crowd and shouted, Everyone, listen to me. There are thousands of us standing here, which seriously affects the normal life of the public. At the same time, I also know that everyone is very curious about what I said to Lu Hongxue just now. The fans below suddenly laughed, and their attention was focused on William. So, we just thought of compromise. Since this place is not suitable, let's change places and go to the center of the venue. Our Hong Ying Company will hold a summer tour concert for Emma in March next year, and everyone will be able to see Emma up close then. Of course, if someone wants to see me and Lu Hongxue, we can also go on stage. William finished speaking. The entire fan base was in an uproar, but was soon interrupted by Lu Hongxue's words. Lu Hongxue was dressed in black and wearing a pair of high heels, standing shoulder to shoulder with William. Dear fans, it's too early to talk about the concert. The most important thing is to solve the current problems. You have all met the people, and those who needed to take photos have already taken them. As for those who want autographs, you will line up to register, and the autographs will be mailed to your home within a week. Since you all came so early today and have been waiting here for so long, our Hong Ying has thoughtfully booked the 3 largest hotels in North City for you. Those who need it can go to the boarding area to pick up their tickets and then go to the hotel. The deadline is tomorrow noon. I hope everyone will make plans in advance. William and Lu Hongxue finished their words. The fans left in an orderly manner following the guidance of the law enforcement officers. As the last person left, William breathed a sigh of relief. If something goes wrong, it will really turn a good thing into a bad thing. As for the millions spent on contracting the hotel, William felt that it was just small money and he could earn it back with a concert next year. William lay on the ground exhausted, and Lu Hongxue handed him a bottle of ice water at just the right moment. After taking a sip, William immediately felt that all his strength was restored. Emma, who was far away in the Magic City, curled her lips and said with some self-pity, I'm just a little Karami, and suddenly I can hold concert. Besides, why should you make a decision for me without even asking for my opinion? Hearing the sound, a girl next to me asked, Emma, what concert are you talking about? Emma hurriedly shook her head. She didn't have any representative works yet, so she was going to hold a concert. They will laugh to death at this. It's all William's fault. Who are you? Why do you make decisions for me? Chapter 37, The Young Family's Compromise. This isn't your problem? What are you commenting on using your Weibo account? Don't you know you are a small celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans? Fortunately, William didn't know what Emma was thinking, otherwise he would definitely give her a slap on the head. What's going on here? Emma was unaware of this and used a secondary Weibo account to infiltrate the fan group, only to be stumped by the 3 questions required to join the group. The first question was written like this. Do you support Ingwe CP or Hongwei CP? Emma wrote bluntly. Ingwe CP? The result is wrong answer. Emma quickly wrote, Hongwei CP? The result still prompts, wrong answer. You have one more chance. This time Emma learned her lesson and thought for a long time before writing, I don't support any of them. They're all mine. Only this time the opponent's reply was even more brutal, which made Emma lose her temper. Indecisive. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. Why don't you just die? Narcissism. Emma was furious, and before she could even look at the other 2 questions, her phone fell to the ground and broke into pieces. When her cell phone broke, she remembered that she only needed to answer 2 of the 3 questions correctly. She could only look at Song Xiaoqing beside her, and Song Xiaoqing handed over a mobile phone reluctantly. Emma was satisfied with her assistant's performance and immediately logged into Weibo using her assistant's mobile phone. Ching ching. But when she saw the assistant's Weibo account, she couldn't help but glance at Song Xiaoqing. The name sounded quite gentle, which was totally unlike Song Xiaoqing's personality. This time Emma was very cautious and skipped the first question and looked at the second one. The second question reads, when does the Emma tour start? This time Emma quickly answered, March 2005. Soon, the answer to the question above was correct, and the third question appeared. May I ask, what are the names of the 3 hotels that President William and President Liu have prepared for everyone? Emma laughed. The question was so simple. Soon, she found the answer from the comments under her Weibo. To be sure, she even looked under William's Weibo. Tiangong Hotel, Baisheng Hotel. As Emma wrote down 3 correct answers, for big words, Welcome Ing fans, appeared on it. Emma joined. She was shocked by the screen swipe. Everyone was discussing how generous Hong Ying's company was and how luxurious the hotel was. As for the concert that Emma wanted to hear, few people mentioned it. Emma was lost. It turned out that she was not the most favored one. Hongwei took the title from Ingwei. Anti-fan. Fake fans. Emma was so angry that she wanted to smash her phone again, but she held back because one of her fans spoke up for her. Did you forget about Master Ying's concert? But Master Ying has never released a single before. Then will we still go to her concert then? You are worse than haters. These words were like a needle piercing Emma's heart. She couldn't bear it any longer and raised her phone to throw it to the ground. It was Song Xiaoqing who reacted in time and snatched her phone from Emma. Finally, it was saved. Song Xiaoqing breathed a sigh of relief. Song Xiaoqing, if you wanted to smash my phone just now, I would have done it to you 10 times. Now you have no chance. Emma rolled her eyes at Song Xiaoqing, who withdrew her hand awkwardly. Song Xiaoqing was a little unhappy because she lost 10 Apple phones. Okay, come rehearse with me this month. Seeing how hard you've worked, I'll give you a separate bonus in addition to the one the company gives you. Thank you, Master Ying. Thank you, boss. Seeing her assistant being humiliated, Emma felt better. Just as she was about to say something, she heard a staff member coming over to call them, saying that the rehearsal had started again. Emma was disappointed, while Song Xiaoqing was glad that she had escaped. When Eve learned that Yi Yunxiang had failed to acquire shares in Hong Ying, her face looked very unhappy. At present, the next bank loan is already 1 month overdue, which means that the repayment date has been delayed by relying on connections. But the money must be repaid. It's okay if you don't pay it back to a private person, but you can pay it back to the bank. Sorry, the government officials will be coming to your door soon. By then, the Yang family might fall in a matter of moments. She told Yang Dehai about the situation, and Yang Dehai was very angry. Being repeatedly humiliated by a 20-year-old man is a stain on Yang Dehai, a businessman. This is outrageous. But the facts now did not allow him to hesitate. He had no choice but to bow his head and compromise with William. At the same time, he used his previously invincible killer move, the woman's trick. He planned to let Eve marry William and completely take away everything that belonged to William. Because these days, he found out that William not only had 300 million in cash in Hong Ying Company, but also had nearly 700 million in another mysterious account. With these 1 billion yuan, the Yang family will definitely be able to overcome the current difficulties and make a comeback. But Yang Dahai was wrong. In the past few months, William had spent 300 million yuan to purchase the copyrights of songs and film and television series. William also purchased land in several major cities, preparing to build Qingdao Plaza. Therefore, the actual cash left in William's hands was less than 100 million. For William, this 100 million is the most important working capital, which is used to prevent emergencies. That night, the Yang family father and daughter planned an evening and listed all the marriages and possible situations that might arise. Finally, we come to a conclusion that Eve should spend more time with William in the near future and move quickly, at least get engaged first. The next day, the bank staff came to the door and urged the Yang family to repay the loan in time. Otherwise, the bank will go to court to forcibly freeze the Yang family's assets and then auction them to repay the bank loan. Yang Dahai looked at his daughter, asked Eve to go first, and left the rest to him. Eve looked back at Yang Dahai, then turned and left. William, who was working in Hong Ying's company, was also surprised when he saw Eve coming, especially because she was holding a lunchbox in her hand, a pair of long legs just as he saw her then. He might not have been good enough for her before, but he was more than enough now. William put down the things in his hands, quickly stood up, and took the things in Eve's hands and pulled her to sit on the sofa beside him. "I'm not busy today, so I came to see you. Thinking you might not have eaten, I brought you something." Eve pushed his hand away inconspicuously and checked him carefully from head to toe, but did not find any scent of other women. "I guess that's right. Do you want me to eat something with you?" Eve came forward and hugged him in joy. He could feel a touch that went straight to his heart. His body was stiff for a moment, and it wasn't until he relaxed for a while that the stiffness stopped. After hesitating for a long time, William patted her on the back and asked gently, "Did something happen to the Yang family?" "It's okay. I just missed you after not seeing you for a day." Eve moved away from you, her other hand still wrapped around your arm. "That's good." Since Eve didn't say anything, he naturally wouldn't ask more questions. Anyway, he didn't want to get involved in the Yang family's affairs at all. A few days later, whenever she has time, Eve would come to see William, and their relationship progressed rapidly. There's only one step left, and the rest is done. Emma, who was far away in Shanghai, knew about it. She was so angry that she wanted to withdraw from the Spring Festival Gala on the spot and return to Hong Ying Company. Sophia, who was far away in the United States, also received the news. After thinking for a while, she randomly dialed a mysterious number and spoke for a long time before hanging up the phone. However, Mr. He, who was known for his calmness and stability, rarely got angry. To be more precise, he was furious. Chapter 38: New Appointments of Fat and Thin. January 1st, 2005. Emma released The Single Time, which was first released on the entire network. There was no publicity, only forwarding by friends in the circle. But after a moment, the Spring Festival Gala program tagged Emma and released the Spring Festival Gala program list. It shows a photo of Emma holding a microphone and rehearsing affectionately, and there's a line of small words in the lower right corner. January 15th, the excitement continues. Afterwards, actors from the movie Stone, the Stone crew, and employees of Hong Ying Company forwarded the message. For a time became all the rage on the internet, and even Stone gained some popularity. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Stone will be released with endless comedy, and the Stone crew will accompany you through the Spring Festival. In an instant, there were more than 10,000 messages below, and the number was increasing at an extremely fast speed. There was no way. The song was too beautiful, and Emma's voice fascinated them. People who originally didn't pay attention to the Spring Festival have also become interested and want to see how dazzling Emma will be on the Spring Festival Gala. Soon, Emma and Time became hot searches. Even more curious is another sentence Emma said. January 15th, the excitement continues. Could it be that she is going to release a single on this day? So they're going to go back and find out who the producer is? Unfortunately, I only saw 3 words: anonymous. Roll. You're being scolded all the time. Why are you pretending? If I really knew who you were, I would have rushed you a long time ago. The world was quiet. Emma's number of fans grew at a terrifying rate, reaching tens of millions in the blink of an eye. It finally stabilized after reaching 20 million. You know, those divas and movie queens only have about 50 million fans, but she rose from the 18th tier to the 3rd tier in an instant. Even better than some first-line stars, of course, they're the kind of people who don't care about fame and fortune, but focus on the script. At the same time, William received a call from Sister Hong. It turned out that the largest Longying discovered that it had no screening schedule for Stone, and the two companies did not even reach any cooperation agreement. The top management of Longying could not sit still, because with the popularity of the Spring Festival Gala, the song Time was also the theme song of Stone, and the singer Emma was also the protagonist of the movie. A movie like this has to do well at the box office. This is the time to make big bucks, so the top management asked this casually. It was a simple question, but it actually revealed something fishy. With less than 20 days left, Longying had not yet obtained the authorization for Stone, which directly alarmed the chairman. The chairman took action, and soon Qianing Long's problems were exposed. The chairman was very angry, but because Qianing Long had made decades of contribution to the company's development, he gave him a chance. No matter what method he used, he had to obtain authorization from Hongying Company 1 week before the movie was released, otherwise he would not have to go back to Longying. Qianing Long was so upset that he wanted to slap himself twice. If he doesn't take the 500,000 yuan for free, his position as vice president will be over if he doesn't get the authorization from Hongying Company. This deputy general manager title is so useful. I don't know how many companies will use their connections to ask Longying to schedule films every year, and scheduling films costs money. He has made a lot of money over the years. If he really loses his title, how many people will care about him and will only add insult to injury? Being used to spending lavishly, he was bound to fall back to the bottom, and he didn't want to do it all over again. After figuring this out, Qianing Long went to Lu Hongxue and William several times to talk, but was turned away every time. Qianing Long could only swallow his anger, as now he had to ask for help. Just as he was about to return home disappointed again, a tall, long-legged woman came into her sight, and he quickly hid. She knew the woman, or rather, she knew everyone in the high-level circles, the socialite of the Yang family, Eve. Wait, why is she here? After Eve left, Qianing Long began to inquire about Eve. The girl at the front desk did not hide anything. After all, it was a public matter, and there was no need to hide it. Qianing Long knew the Yang family's affairs very well, and he quickly came up with a plan. After thanking the front desk, Qianing Long turned and left. William arranged for someone to stay at Qianing Long for a few days, which did not mean that the movie would not be shown at Longying. If the movie is really not released at Longying, it will only be a lose-lose situation. This time, William wanted to teach Qianing Long a profound lesson. Otherwise, after this time, he would step on his head again next time. It would be best to use this as an excuse and ask Longying to transfer this person away from here. After answering Lu Hongxue's question, William directly handed over all the matters of Hongying Company to Lu Hongxue. After all, you also hold shares in the company. Lu Hongxue refused on the spot. She knew very well that William and Eve were having a hot affair these days and had no time to deal with company affairs. Whether for herself or Emma, she would shorten the time they spent together to make more time for Emma. But William really had something to do, because the fat man and the thin man he sent out came back. No one knew what William sent the two men to do. After hanging up the phone, William asked the driver to take him to the airport to pick someone up. The fat guy lost weight after being away for 2 months, while the thin guy gained some weight. The two originally distinct people actually looked somewhat similar. Seeing William, both of them were very happy and gave William a big hug. A banquet was set up at Tiangong Hotel, and William personally entertained the two of them. The luxurious dishes were served, filling the entire box with laughter. They were a little tipsy, but William didn't let them drink too much. After all, he wanted to know what happened this time. It was crucial for each of them to complete a task, which was related to their future. William sent Fatty to 3 places to build spring water factories in order to intercept a foreign brand in the future. The fat man's negotiations went smoothly in 2 places, but someone in one place was still contacting the local department, but neither side could reach an agreement. The thin man looked disappointed because he didn't find the person William asked him to find. William was somewhat happy, as this meant that the person who was not interested in money at the beginning had not yet started his business, or was still in the financing stage. So can he get ahead of others? After all, Xiaolaba has explained the shopping website very clearly. Sometimes he wondered who installed this small speaker. It was such a great help to him. It can be said that it was thanks to the small loudspeaker that he was able to stay 20 years ahead of others. And these 20 years are his golden finger. With his golden finger, he will surely become a millionaire and marry a girl with long legs. Eve. As for which bastard installed the small speaker there, he had no way of telling until he heard that familiar voice. The thin man and the fat man talked, and William listened and pointed out their problems. After the two men finished telling their experiences, William stared at them seriously. The thin man and the fat man felt their scalps tingling, not knowing what they had done wrong. Seeing this, William stood up solemnly, held the hands of both men with both hands at the same time, and sighed. But before William could speak, the fat man and the thin man couldn't wait to ask, "William, what did our brothers do wrong?" "Yeah, brotherly, you're like this? We're scared." William stopped teasing them and spoke directly. "Your opportunity has come, and it's an opportunity to make a fortune. I let you go out for 2 months, not for myself, but because I chose a path for each of you based on your personalities. Whether or not to continue on this path is up to you to decide." William left them some wiggle room, asking them to come back to him after they had thought it over. As for how much you can understand, it is just like a sentence. Everything is fate. The timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. Chapter 39. Men can't say they can't do it. William left, leaving the thin man and the fat man behind. The thin guy felt a little lost. "Fatty, do you think Big Brother doesn't want us anymore because we're in the way?" The fat man said unhappily, "If you really don't want you and me, can you pay us 10,000 yuan a month?" "Big Brother, there must be a deep meaning behind this action. And I should think about it carefully." For a moment, the two of them jumped around like grasshoppers under the scorching sun. In the end, the fat man was smart. He suddenly remembered what Sophia said before she left. "You are William's best brothers. You must stay by his side and help him. He will not treat you unfairly. If you have any questions in the future, you can go directly to William or ask me." Instantly, the fat man put his arm around the thin man's shoulders and said confidently, "I've got an idea." "What method?" the thin man asked excitedly. "We can call Itong to ask her. She has been a top student since she was a child. She will definitely understand the deep meaning of Brother Lee's move." "Yeah, Big Brother told us to figure out ourselves, but he didn't say we can't ask others, right?" After the two of them figured it out, Thin Man couldn't wait to call Sophia, who was on the other side of the ocean. Almost immediately, Sophia answered happily, "Brothers, did you miss me?" The fat man and the thin man smiled awkwardly and quickly said some nice words. It was a bit clumsy, obviously it was just thought up. Sophia was happy, but she already knew why the two men were looking for her, but she wanted to confirm it. Sure enough, after listening to what the thin man and the fat man said, she understood. William began to act, exactly as written in the notebook. After much consideration, Sophia decided to give up this opportunity and help the thin guy and the fat guy win both projects. This way she could win over both of them, and it would be easier for her to know William's movements. She's not in the country now. Even if she has informants, they are not as useful as fat or thin people. They may be of great use at a critical moment. The thin and fat people are happy. When they learned from Sophia that William actually wanted them to each be responsible for a big project, they were extremely surprised and then deeply moved. This is completely different from working under Brotherly, where you have to make all the decisions on your own. Of course, Sophia also expressed her own opinions, but she didn't dare to say more, otherwise William would definitely find out. William also didn't expect that within less than 3 days, the thin man and the fat man would come to him. Neither of them had a good rest and came over with big dark circles under their eyes. William felt unhappy, but he didn't say it out loud. He wanted to see if the two could say something before deciding whether to reprimand them. The thin man and the fat man looked at each other, and the fat man spoke first. "Wait, Brotherly, do you want Skinny and I to each be responsible for a project? We really can't do it. Kneel as soon as you open your mouth." The thin man was stunned for a moment and immediately fell to his knees like the fat man. William was a little confused. When did these two people become so smart? The next moment, William was furious when he saw the two men kneeling down in front of him. The idea of giving the two of them some advice was no longer there. If jade is not carved, it cannot become a useful object. Men can't say they are not good enough. How can you kneel down to others, even if you don't pay attention to it? A man should kneel above, then kneel on the ground, and kneel to his parents in the middle. No one else can kneel. At this moment, William felt that he could not keep the two of them around. Although he can make two people billionaires, whether he can keep it is a problem. The key is that only by experiencing it yourself can you cope with future crises. Although he had the upper hand in the next 20 years, no one could predict the future. Maybe when he returned, the future would have changed. So, this time William will be ruthless and let the fat man and the thin man handle the matter themselves. Of course, he would not just ignore it. He would help them solve their biggest problem, which is funding. After figuring this out, William immediately convened the finance department and asked them to transfer 100 million yuan to each of the two company accounts as startup capital for the two. The female accountant was a little embarrassed and said that there was only 100 million left in the account. William understood immediately. He took out his cell phone and called Sophia, who was far away in the United States, asking her to transfer another 100 million to the domestic company account. America. Sophia received a call from William. She was very panicked. She was very afraid that William wanted a video chat with her. Even though she anticipated that this might be a matter between a fat man and a thin man, she was still nervous. She waved away her secretary, let her heart calm down, and then answered the phone. Itong, I won't waste my time talking to you. Hurry up and transfer 100 million to Hong Ying's company account. Sophia knew it well, but she still asked a few more questions before hanging up the phone. Then we convened a financial meeting and asked them to transfer 100 million to the Hong Kong company account, and then the Hong Kong company could transfer the money to the domestic account. This usually takes several hours. After all, both parties need to review it. When the money arrived, William kicked the two out without any hesitation. In the end, William said 3 sentences in total. If you need someone, go recruit them yourself. If you want land, go buy it yourself. If you need equipment, you can buy it yourself or go to Luaigua. In a word, a man can't say that he is not good enough. William has done what he should do, and the rest is up to the two of them. The fat guy and the thin guy had no choice but to leave Hong Ying Company. The land issue is not a big problem, as all regions have plans to attract investment. As for the equipment problems, they contacted Luaigua and William said hello. What's more, building a factory would contribute more jobs to Daxia, so he naturally had no objection. He agreed immediately, but turned around and reported everything to the Empress. Sell William for nothing. The thin man and the fat man had been thinking about it for several days without any clue. William didn't dare to look for him, so they could only ask Sophia for help again. Sophia did not refuse and said that she had many good friends in China and would contact them once things were confirmed. Putting down the phone and stroking her swollen belly, Sophia forced herself to concentrate on processing documents. Lin Fong brought some tonic soup and placed it carefully next to the documents. Sophia picked up the ginseng soup, took a spoon, and drank it in small sips, then looked at Chow Fong beside her and said, Sister Fong, thank you for your hard work these past few months. Your salary will be doubled and your bonus will be tripled. After saying this, Lin Fong was overjoyed. The salary was already high to begin with, and now the salary and bonus have doubled. So 1 month's salary is equivalent to a year's salary in China. If she works for a few years, she will be able to retire early. The interest from the money she keeps in the bank will be enough for her to live on for a lifetime. Of course, this is also related to the situation abroad. Another part is that salaries abroad are inherently high, and companies can only offer better treatment than other companies to attract outstanding talents. Lin Fong took away the bowl of ginseng soup, and the phone on Sophia's desk rang. It was a video call from William. Sophia hung up and then called a regular number. It is true, Itong is not pure anymore. William knew it clearly. He still felt a little disappointed. After all, she was his ex-girlfriend, and now she is another man's woman. He was a little worried about Sophia, so he asked, Itong, can I meet him? Even just a photo. Sophia was so angry that she almost died. How could he suspect that she was having an affair? She is still pregnant with his child. Could it be that he really doesn't love her at all? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Soon, Sophia realized that William was trying to trick her. Little man, don't you know that you have always been in my heart? Sister Fong, come here and send the photos of Ireland to your President William. 10,000 Ys flashed through Lin Fong's mind. But she had to do what her boss said, so Lin Fong could only choose a photo that she thought was the ugliest and send it to William. Bite. William received the photo. He only took a look at it and wondered how could Sophia have such poor taste. I said it unconsciously on the phone, which startled Sophia on the other end of the line. Chapter 40 Mom compromises. When she saw Lin Fong running away, she knew that it was all Lin Fong's fault. That's better than you? At least people don't mind me being fat, Sophia said unhappily, but her tone sounded so resentful. William was very happy in his heart. Doesn't this top student have good taste? The man you find is worse than you. It's just a yellow-haired monster. You don't. I'm just saying, if you marry him, will you give birth to a yellow-haired child in the future? Bang. William could finish his words. He heard the sound of a cell phone hitting the table on the other end, followed by a beep, beep, beep sound, and the call could not be connected. Isn't it just a discussion? I didn't say that he must be a fat, yellow-haired monster in the future. William, in a good mood, decided to take Eve to pay his mother a formal visit. Eve has been urging him to do it these days, and William doesn't want to delay it any longer. His long legs are so attractive. But before William took any action, Ching Pong called and said that they had finished filming several episodes of Jiaoxi Counterattack and wanted to invite William to come over to see the finished product. William drooled unconsciously. Others might not know about this drama, but he understood it very well. It's simply a visual feast. Of course I have to go just to see how it works. Director Peng should not have any other concerns. I will not interfere with Director Peng's filming at all. Ching Peng was so grateful that he almost knelt down to William. But soon, he will no longer be happy. In order to welcome William's arrival, Ching Peng stopped filming. At the same time, considering that William is still a student, Ching Peng ordered all the actors to wear an extra piece of clothing. When William arrived, he was warmly welcomed by the crew. But why is the style so wrong? Is this still the filming of The Loser Strikes Back? Why does it feel like a costume drama, with everyone wrapping themselves up tightly? What are you afraid of? Or is he afraid that I would peek? William thought so in his mind, but did not say it out loud. He wanted to confirm it again. After getting to know the actors, William finally met the actress Zhu Yin, who had a fantastic figure. Even a down jacket can't hide her beautiful figure. But after just a glance, William turned to the projector. There are 3 episodes in total. Each episode is about 25 minutes long. William frowned from beginning to end. Ching Peng, who was standing by, was so sweaty that he didn't dare to speak, and the assistant director beside him was the same. After all, William not only provided them with funding for the filming, but also paid them a high enough salary. It was nice to be under a big tree for shade, and they didn't want to lose this financial sponsor. The two of them were trembling with fear, not daring to breathe. William sighed, knowing that this was Ching Peng's first short play. It is very likely that Ching Peng was able to shoot the short drama that became popular in Daxia after receiving guidance. Last time it was someone else. This time, it can only be him, and he cannot attack Ching Peng. Ching Peng, I still remember the first time you came to me. I asked you a question. What do you think of Losers? I remember you said that it was unruly and lawless. But look at what you have filmed. What part of it fits the character's setting? Ching Peng suddenly understood why William was angry. Indeed, he was prepared to shoot according to his ideas at that time. But he could not resist the persuasion of the assistant director and screenwriter, saying that it would not pass the review if it was broadcast on satellite TV. So he compromised, and the result was the effect he least wanted. This is also the reason why he invited William over this time, waiting for him to clap. President William, I was wrong, but I still have a problem. As I said, the short drama was filmed, but it couldn't pass the review and couldn't be broadcast on TV. You also know what this means to a new director. Ching Peng shed tears unconsciously. William patted her shoulder and comforted her. Who told you that you have to be on TV to prove yourself? Can't you broadcast online? If you shoot really well and the number of views reaches 100 million, then who would dare to say that you are a new director? Because it is our first time, we should shoot according to our own ideas and not leave any regrets in the future. Do you understand what I mean? Ching Peng nodded. William was his confidant. He immediately said that he would cut the first 3 episodes and reshoot them, and he would definitely not let William down in his investment. William waved his hand and whispered a few words into Ching Peng's ear. President William, you are so... Cough. William was so angry that his teeth itched, and he slapped Ching Peng without any mercy. Ching Peng felt pain, but still smiled, and asked William to sit in front of the projection booth. The change in previous shooting style finally gave Ching Peng a chance to fully experience the subject, which made William even more angry. He came to enjoy, not to endure. Fortunately, in the next section, Ching Peng grinned and asked William to play a supporting role with a lot of scenes with the protagonist, which made William happy. After passing the hand edge, William turned around and left without any intention of staying. If nothing unexpected happens, this short drama will be the perfect follow-up to the movie after it's released. In this way, the reputation of Hongying Company can be continuously strengthened. Finally, the effect is achieved. Products produced by Hong Ying Company must be high quality. After dealing with the cruise matters, William made an appointment with Eve and went to North City Building. Even after buying a bunch of gifts, Eve still felt it was not enough. Then I went to the jewelry store to do some shopping. 200,000? Just spend it like that without blinking an eye. But Eve didn't care. She took out her black card and bought it directly. Pulling 2 carts of gifts, William and his companion drove towards their home. Because William had said hello in the morning, his mother did not go out today. William took Eve's hand, opened the door, and shouted inside, "Mom, I'm back with your daughter-in-law." Little did they know that William and his partner's actions were seen by their mother at the window. When they entered the building, she went back to the bedroom and lay down early. William was startled, and Eve looked unhappy. Seeing this, William quickly comforted her. "It's okay. Mom just can't bear to leave me. After Dad passed away, it was Mom who raised us all by herself, so—" "I know. Then you can have a good talk with your aunt. I don't want to become the one that affects the rift between you and your son. She's such a good girlfriend. Why is my mom so against it?" William nodded and went to his mother's bedroom. I knocked on the door, but heard no sound from inside. William was a little anxious and rushed in. My mother lying on the bed, her face pale. "Mom, what's wrong with you?" William's heart ached, and he rushed forward to hug his mother. This is how his father died, and he doesn't want to see his mother die like this. Otherwise, he would rather die than live. "Oh wait, is Eve here? Help Mom up quickly. How can you let someone stay alone in the living room? This is so rude." The mother opened her eyes and tried to force herself to get up, but William pushed her back. At this time, Eve heard the noise and came over. Her pretty face said anxiously, "Is Annie sick? Let's take her to the hospital." As I wished, my mother was hospitalized. Eve received a phone call and told William that she had something to do and had to leave for a while, and William naturally agreed. "Oh wait, Mom is not sick. Let's go home." There was a hint of pity in the mother's voice. William took a step forward, stopped his mother, and said, "I won't pretend anymore." The mother blushed, but still spoke firmly. "I'm your mother. Can't I take care of you? Don't think about getting engaged before the new year. Just let me have a good new year." William's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So if you agree, I know you're the best mother in the world." The voice was exciting, but it sounded particularly harsh to the mother's ears. No, she had to call Idong and ask this top student to give her some advice. Chapter 41 Spring Festival Gala Performance. With anticipation for the future, time quietly arrives at the day of the Spring Festival Gala. The whole world celebrates together, and sumptuous dishes are served on the table. People watch the Spring Festival Gala while enjoying the food with their families. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the Spring Festival Gala kicked off. The first to appear on stage was Emma, who opened her song with the Killer's song time. As soon as she opened her mouth, the whole dasha exploded. Perhaps at this moment, your smile is still as bright as the sunset. Reminiscing the past and looking forward to the future, time passes and years change. Just like the 5,000-year history of dasha, rising from decline and falling from rise is a cycle. As soon as the song time was released, it instantly became the #1 trending search on Weibo. It is visible to the naked eye that Emma's fans have increased from 20 million to 25 million at an incredible speed. The speed continued to increase until it reached 35 million when it slowed down. At the same time, 3 of the top 10 hot searches were related to Emma. The movie Stone, which was released on the first day of the Lunar New Year, also became a hot topic, attracting a lot of box office revenue. William spent the Spring Festival with his mother and brought Sophia's family over. This was William's promise to Sophia, and he would naturally do it. Sophia's family was also very polite to William. After all, they depended on him for their livelihood. 3 people work there, and each person earns more than 5,000 yuan, which adds up to 15,000 yuan. In this era, they are considered top-level people. What's more, his daughter works for William and sends him 10,000 yuan every month. It can be said that the He family is not short of money, but they will try to please William. So, after dinner, William and his family played mahjong. It's not a big deal, it's mainly for fun. However, after one round, my mother won a lot of money and had a smile on her face. William, who doesn't play mahjong often, won a few $100s. And the Spring Festival Gala also ended amid much anticipation. Emma was the last performer again, and her song Memories of Youth brought everyone back to their teenage years. Emma appeared twice in one Spring Festival Gala. This completely confirms Emma's potential as a queen of pop. The fans were completely excited, and those haters who mocked Emma for not having any representative works completely shut up. Emma's March 2005 concert tour became a hot search on Weibo. Then, Emma's fans began to increase rapidly again. As of now, it has reached 45 million, which is 5 million away from becoming the queen of pop. But Emma's fans know that Emma still has a starring movie Stone, which has not been released yet. At this time, the Spring Festival Gala came to an end, and director Jeong also began his final promotion for Stone. The actors involved in the movie followed suit and reposted it, and for a while Stone became one of the top 3 trending searches. The fans were excited, and the passersby were excited. But soon, the movie fell out of the top 3 hot searches and was replaced by other movies. For a time, hot searches became a battlefield for many movies, and the fighting was fierce. Emma, who was far away in Shanghai, did not go home immediately. Instead, she took the earliest flight and headed for North City. In the early morning, William went to the airport to pick up Emma. Emma is in a very bad condition and has a slight fever. William had no choice but to take Emma to the hospital and spend the night with her in the hospital. This was something William never dreamed of. His first Spring Festival Gala after his rebirth would be spent in the hospital. Emma was very excited to participate in the Spring Festival Gala and told William about the seniors she met and the interesting things that happened in Shanghai. Until finally, William couldn't bear it anymore and fell asleep on the bed. Not long after William fell asleep, Emma also fell asleep leaning on William. Fortunately, William found 2 female caregivers in advance to prevent any special situations. After waking up, William felt refreshed, but he felt someone crawling on him. Something bad has happened. Drinking caused trouble. It's all He Xianyong and He Iluan, father and son's fault. Instead of just enjoying the new year, they had to drink a little wine after playing mahjong. After getting dressed, William left the ward timidly while Emma was still asleep. Of course, William wasn't trying to escape. He was just going out to buy some breakfast. But after he left, Emma woke up, got up with difficulty, and cleaned up the marks on the bed. She liked William, but she didn't want William to blame himself for the rest of his life. If we're destined to be together, we will naturally be together in the future. If you're not destined to be together, why force yourself to be together? When William returned to the ward, not only Emma was there, but also the 2 caregivers from last night. After happily paying the 2 men, William quietly asked about what happened last night, and the 2 men just shook their heads. According to both men, nothing happened between William and Emma. After all, it was the 2 of them who made up the bed just now, so it couldn't be fake. That was a close call. Drinking will cause trouble. William felt somewhat relieved, and, at the same time, he secretly decided that he would not drink alcohol at all in the future. Zhang Wenxiao and Liang Huixia entrusted their daughter to his care, but he ended up making a mistake towards their daughter. And he couldn't even marry her, which was Shimin Qing's unconventional behavior. If he really did this, he would become the person he hated the most. Emma has some difficulty walking and needs William's support all the time. William asked Emma, and Emma explained that she had her period on certain days of the month, and it would be fine after these few days. In the end, Emma moved into William's house, in Sophia's room. Of course, it wasn't because they had no place to live, but William felt that girls needed someone to take care of them during those days, and his mother happened to be at home, so he could gain experience in taking care of Emma. My mother, who has always disliked taking care of others, seemed like a different person, busying herself running around, boiling brown sugar water and stewing chicken soup. But William doesn't have time. Emma is going to have a concert in March, and she needs to have at least 5 singles, preferably 10. 10 songs were not a difficult task for William, but he also needed to search the internet to see if there was any relevant information and register the copyright of the songs. In less than half a day, William finished composing 7 songs. He packed up the papers and prepared to give them to Emma. Before he could even leave the house, his mother threw his cell phone at him, saying it was too noisy. William took the phone. He found dozens of missed calls, all from people he knew. William called back one by one and sent New Year greetings. After finishing the work, it was already evening. He had just handed the song to Emma when Jiang Chang'a called. William suppressed his anger and answered the call unhappily. Director Jiang, can't you just let me have a good New Year? You are in such a hurry to find me. If there is nothing good, I will deduct your salary. Jiang Changha on the other side was stunned and immediately understood what William meant, which was a veiled criticism. But he didn't care and laughed. Of course it's a good thing. Take a look at the box office of Stone today. It's already 10 million. How about I make a blessing poster? William sighed and asked directly. Director Jiang, you can just ask Sister Hong for this kind of thing. If you don't have anything else to say, I'll hang up. I'm so sleepy. I still have Jiang Changhe shook his head, looked at the hung-up phone, and rarely said to himself, "You are really too young. You don't know how to respect the elderly and love the young." During the few hours that William was lying down, there was a lot of noise on the internet. Who is the most popular star these days? Emma ranks first. The Ingwe CP, or Hongwei CP, which had originally faded away, started to argue again, and William even gained hundreds of thousands of fans. A few 100,000 fans can support a self-media person. What's more, they dug out screenshots of William and Emma acting in the movie Stone, as well as screenshots of Emma and the male lead. If you compare them carefully, you can clearly see that there are subtle differences in the way Emma looks at William and the male protagonist. This led to fans being divided into three camps, each of which felt that they were right. This also led to the movie Stone remaining very popular, with the box office rising day by day. Chapter 42: The Truth About the Leaf Family. The second day of the Lunar New Year, William was driven out of the house by his mother to visit relatives to wish them a happy new year. William's family. Besides him and his mother, there are his eldest sister Lisa and his second brother Jack. To be honest, he really didn't want to go to pay New Year's greetings to these two people, but it was difficult for him to disobey his mother's orders. The fat guy and the thin guy haven't come back yet. Emma is not feeling well, and Mom has to stay to take care of her, so the burden of New Year's greetings falls on William alone. My eldest sister and second brother came to visit yesterday, and William was still sleeping. My mother and Emma received them, so they should return the favor. He changed into new clothes bought by his mother, took some gift from home, drove the car he bought for his mother, and took Bai Ling to his eldest sister's house. My eldest sister's family was well off. When William came, my eldest sister and her husband were there, as well as their daughter, a very cute little girl. William saw Lisa. He realized that he hadn't seen her for a few months, and she had aged a few years. The scenes that had once appeared before his eyes appeared one after another, and William's previous doubts reappeared. Why did the two families no longer have any contact after the falling out at the hospital? Now that William has achieved great success, it seems as if Lisa and Jack had agreed not to come to the door. This is totally unreasonable, unless the following 2 points are met. First, Lisa and Jack's assets exceed William's, so they naturally look down on his billions of assets. Secondly, Lisa and Jack did this on purpose. If you look into it, it wasn't for money, but probably for him. Recalling the scene in the hospital when his mother heard that the three families had severed ties, William felt that his mother should also know more. Lisa and Jack are not good people. They are not so poor that they can't even afford the $100,000 surgery fee for their mother. Bai Ling, go play with Xiao and I. Don't go too far. I have something to say to my elder sister. William finished speaking. Bai Ling quickly pulled Xiao and I away without any hesitation. Seeing this scene, William was very pleased because Bai Ling is now the free bird and also a wealthy woman. Bai Ling took Xiao and I away and first went to the supermarket to buy a big bag of food and a bunch of toys. Anyway, wherever Xiaoni pointed, just take it. Xiao and I babbled tenderly. I love you, sister. Lisa smiled rarely as she heard the joyful sounds. This kid just spends money recklessly. William also spoke, pointing to the balcony beside him, and said, "Let's go over and talk." Lisa was stunned. What is there to talk about? Talking about us being unfilial to our mothers? We are all reluctant to spend 100,000 yuan for surgery? Or how can we three sever our ties? William digested the information from Lisa quickly and aggressively. Lisa can't lie, and she will get very angry if she does. It's also my own fault. I was so angry at the time that I didn't observe carefully. Impulse is the devil. The two people didn't have to show up in the hospital at that time, but showing up in the hospital was a problem. Big sister, Mom has told me everything. If you have anything to say, just say it, and I'll continue. Lisa took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Instead, she rushed forward and slapped William hard in the face. Got it, right? Then I'll have a good chat with you today. Indeed, we were the ones who hid the truth from you and set up this series of schemes against you. Of course, the surgery on my mother was real. It was my mother who begged us to use this surgery to help you find your way back to the right path. Is that so? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lisa's face changed drastically. It seemed like she was cheated again. In a fit of rage, Lisa punched William on the back. Pain. William endured the pain and didn't make a sound. This was because he had misunderstood them and owed them. The misunderstanding was resolved, and William breathed a sigh of relief. The resentment that had accumulated over the past few months was very heavy and was affecting his mood all the time. This is not something that money can replace. However, since he has apologized, shouldn't the elder sister also apologize to him? For Lisa, it was impossible for her to apologize. Of course, she had already thought of a solution and sent an apology letter to William's mobile phone. The eldest sister has been strong-willed since she was young, and she has nothing to say to her two younger brothers. She is really cruel. William grinned after receiving the apology letter. Then they returned to the previous place. The eldest brother-in-law was still standing there, looking at the two of them with a smile. After exchanging a few words with her brother-in-law, Bai Ling came over here carrying a lot of bags, followed by a delicate elf. "Uncle, hug me." William immediately took the gift from Bai Ling, picked Xiao and I up, and smiled at Bai Ling. "Bai Ling, next time you buy so many things, remember to call your brother. Don't carry so many things by yourself. If I hurt my back, my mom will scold me." Bai Ling smiled and pointed at a three-wheeled vehicle behind her and said, "What's the connection? They are the ones who are working hard." Then, three three-wheeled motorcycles drove in one after another, loaded with gifts and snacks. William grinned. As expected of Bai Ling, she understood what he meant. Originally, he just brought a small gift as a token of his appreciation, but after the misunderstanding was resolved, that small gift was really not worth giving away. When Bai Ling heard William's praise, she quickly pounced on William. Holding one in one hand and hugging another in the other, the eldest sister and brother-in-law had to take care of the rest by themselves. William took the two children into the inner room and played with them. A few sticks of incense later, my eldest brother-in-law and his wife came over, panting, holding a bank card and a red envelope in their hands. "There is 100,000 yuan in the card. It was the money my second brother and I collected for the surgery. I know you have money now, so give it to Mom when you go back. As for this red envelope, it is a small token of appreciation from your brother-in-law and me." After the elder sister finished speaking, she handed the red envelope to Bai Ling and the bank card to William, who confiscated them. Bai Ling did not take it immediately. Instead, she looked at William. After getting confirmation, she happily accepted it. This little look is so cute that it really drives many people crazy. William stretched out a hand towards Bai Ling. Bai Ling blinked her eyes, immediately understood, took out a red envelope from her arms, and handed it to William. 3 black cards appeared in his hand, and one of them fell to the ground. Bai Ling hurried to pick it up, but was still a step too late. Lisa and Yang Ping watched this scene in shock. Black card, a symbol of identity. The 3 black cards meant that there were 3 big bosses behind Bai Ling, and his younger brother should be one of them. If this is true, then her second brother's problem might be solved. William was upset because his sister had 3 black cards without him noticing, and she didn't even tell her brother. At the same time, he was also a little curious about who the other 2 people who gave Bai Ling the black card were. Under William's coercion, Bai Ling reluctantly handed over the 3 black cards. 3 black cards, each with a word written on the lower right corner. For example, what he is holding in his hand now is the word Ling. Originally, William decided to engrave the word Wei, but Bai Ling disagreed, and this is what happened in the end. As for the other 2, they were engraved with the words Ing and Tong, respectively. He could guess without even thinking that the 2 people were Emma and Sophia. If it were someone else, William would definitely ask Bai Ling to return the card. As for these 2, forget it and let them be. He returned the card to Bai Ling and repeatedly reminded her to keep it safely. William didn't know about the card Emma and Sophia gave to Bai Ling, but the card he gave to Bai Ling had no spending restrictions. It has been the first time in the past few months that Bai Ling has been very well-behaved, just like him, which is not what someone of her age should be like. Bai Ling is a genius and also a rich girl. After handing the red envelope to Yang Mei, it was already late, so William pulled Bai Ling and prepared to go to his second brother's house. Yang Mei carefully took out the red envelope and said in a sissy voice, "Mom, take it." Lisa took it with a smile, opened it, and saw that there was actually 10,000 yuan inside. "I can't take this money. I'm going to chase him." But Yang Ping held her hand and explained to her, and Lisa gave up. Chapter 43. The Dark Bai Ling. After leaving her eldest sister, Lisa drove to her second sister's house. Compared to the eldest sister's family, the second brother's family is much worse off. Even though they inherited the building materials trading company from his father-in-law, the 2 of them are not his father-in-law, so they will give them some face. Even so, it should be easy to make $1 million that year, but now my second brother's house is very quiet. If it wasn't for the eldest sister saying with certainty that your second brother must be at home, William would have really turned around and left. The entrance, which used to be bustling with people, is now almost deserted. William knew that there must be something wrong with his second brother's company. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in this state. After knocking on the door, it was my second sister-in-law, Chi Siu, who opened the door and politely welcomed William and the others in. Jack, who was sitting in the living room, heard the noise and thought it was an old customer visiting, so he prepared to go out to greet him. As a result, the two sides met head-on. Hasn't everything been severed? What are you still doing here? The cold voice coming out Jack's mouth made this already cold winter even colder. Don't speak so loudly. You're scaring the child. William was not in a hurry. Instead, he looked at the little boy next to him, who was his second brother's child, Li Hua. Li Hua is somewhat similar to Jack, strong and stubborn. Familiar with the route, Bai Ling pulled Li Hua away. Chi Siu was a little worried and followed from a distance. Let's talk. William looked at the silent Jack and spoke first. What's there to talk about? Since you can talk to me like this, I guess it's my elder sister who told you everything. Even if you knew, I won't forgive you for punching me so many times, unless. Needless to say, it's impossible to fight back. William shook his head. Of course I can give you a chance. Let's fight one-on-one. If you can beat me, then I will be beaten for nothing. This is the fairest thing for both you and me. But after this, all the grudges between us are written off. You think I'm afraid of you? Jack was enraged and rushed towards William on the spot. William fought back without hesitation, but he didn't use his full strength and was accidentally hit by 2 punches. Soon, Jack was exhausted, and William took the opportunity to fall to the ground. At this time, Chi Siu came back with Bai Ling and saw this scene. Seeing William with a bruised face and scolding Jack, William was very happy. He knew that he had been able to do so well in the past few years thanks to his father-in-law, so he naturally felt a little guilty towards Chi Siu. So in the past few years, he didn't dare to hit or scold Chi Siu, and Chi Siu had already become the head of the family. The scolding became more and more fierce, and William became a little scared. He signaled to Bai Ling and wanted to find a chance to slip away. Stop! William and the other man walked to the gate and turned around, revealing 2 harmless smiles. Jack saw William being humiliated. His face turned very happy, and he sat back to watch the show. William and Bai Ling looked at each other, and William spoke first. Second sister-in-law, I almost forgot. Mom wants to eat dumplings today. I have to go to the market to buy vegetables right away. If I go too late, the vegetables will be rotten. William finished speaking. Bai Ling nodded and said, Brother is right. Mom promised to make seafood dumplings for me. Brother, shall we go? Just as the two were about to move, they were stopped by a figure, and they almost bumped into each other. The person who stopped him was none other than Chi Siu. She just called Jack brother. Jack, what are you still standing there for? Why don't you take out the red envelope you prepared for Bai Ling? Jack had no words to express his grievances. The red envelope had been given to him once before. Why do you still need to give it? But he didn't dare to refute Chi Siu's words and went to take the red envelope obediently. William and Bai Ling were trembling with fear as the pressure from Chi Siu was too strong. Therefore, William decided that he must not marry a strong woman like Chi Siu in the future, otherwise he would have no happiness for the rest of his life. Fortunately, his daughter, Eve, has a good temper. William left. Chi Siu looked at Jack angrily. Since you have reconciled with your brother, why don't you ask your brother for help? I heard that your brother is very successful now. He made 20 million from the trade fair and even founded Hongyin Company. Even Emma, the popular star, lives in your brother's house. Jack snorted coldly and sat there woodenly. Of course not. If I ask that brat for help, where will my dignity be? I feel so cold in my heart. For the first time, she wondered why she married such a fool. He was simply a stubborn person. This is really not good news. It turns out that my love for you is not in vain. From now on, you will inherit your brother's legacy. William pulled Bai Ling and said solemnly. Bai Ling curled her lips and waved her hand. No, I don't. I don't want to be as busy as my brother and have no time to play with me. Besides, you are so rich, it is enough to support me for the rest of my life. William nodded confidently. That makes a lot of sense. Then just be a good rich girl. I will arrange everything for you. Cough. A light cough was heard in the hall. What little rich woman? William, you know what you were saying? You won't teach your sister not to teach. Of course, Bai Ling, you have to work hard too. It doesn't matter if you can't get into college. You can inherit your mother's clothing store and support yourself for the rest of your life. William was confused. It turned out that of all the nonsense his mother said before, only the last sentence was useful. If you inherit her clothing store, you can make some money. If you inherit one of his companies, you could become a billionaire in no time. Bai Ling looked back and forth between William and her mother. and finally firmly supported her mother. Mom, you're right. As a girl, I'm likely to get married and have kids after graduating from college. There's really no need for me to inherit my brother's company. William was dejected, not knowing why Bai Ling would say that. The mother didn't think it made sense and gave William a cold look. Why not? Look at your brother now. He has been bewitched by the vixen of a Yang family. If you ask me, you should just let your brother transfer the company to your name. I get angry just by looking at his mean look. William. Now, in this family, with mom earning hundreds of thousands every month, she can look down on anyone, including William. William did not dare to refute and made a decision that went against his ancestors. He actually divided the company's shares into two, half in his mother's name and half in Bai Ling's name, because he wanted to prove to his mother once again that Eve was not a vixen and that everyone was wrong. Naturally, the transfer of William's shares was not hidden from Emma and Sister Hong. They immediately asked William for confirmation and learned that William would not leave, but just wanted to prove to his mother that Eve was worthy of his love. Emma was unhappy and went to Lu Hongxue to complain, but Lu Hongxue was helpless. William cares too much about Eve. After all, Eve used $100,000 to save his mother's life. Unless what? Sister Hong, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. Emma pulled Lu Hongxue's arm and asked in a hoarse voice. You are too weak alone, unless you find a helper. Sister Hong felt a little regretful after she finished speaking. What was going on? Looking for help was like inviting a wolf into the house. Of course, the result will not be worse than it is now, and it could be delayed for a while. Emma was immediately delighted and quickly asked Sister Hong if there was anyone suitable. Sister Hong rarely gave in to this difficult question. Emma angrily buried her head under the quilt. Sister Hong was a little worried. Just as she was about to comfort him, she saw a head coming towards her at a high speed. Sister Hong, I thought of someone who is the most suitable and poses no threat to me at all. Sister Hong was startled. The two pairs of eyes exchanged glances and then nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 44. The Sweeping Young Alliance is established. In the United States, Sophia has a rare day off today. After eating breakfast prepared by a highly paid nutritionist, she picked up a newspaper and read about the strike happening in the United States. At this moment, her stomach ached, but she didn't care much and just grinned. Thanks to the nutritionist, the fat man who originally weighed more than 200 pounds has lost a lot of weight. This is also to take into account the little one in the belly, otherwise I could at least lose half the weight. At this moment, the phone rang urgently. It showed that it was Emma who called. She knew Emma and knew that Emma was living in her room. In fact, Sophia is a bit of a germaphobe and doesn't like others to touch her things. Except Emma. She is too pure. There's no filth at all. When the call was connected, Emma got straight to the point. Student Master, let's join forces. Sophia was startled and immediately remembered that Aunt Lynn had also asked her for help a few days ago. Could it be that they were talking about the same thing? Thinking of this, she spoke without leaving a trace. Future Queen, you speak first. Emma was so happy about the compliment that she was about to tell him the purpose of this trip. But Sister Hong next to her was an experienced person, and she could tell something was wrong quickly from the loudspeaker. She thought the other party might want to use Emma, let her take the lead while she would be the backstabbing one. It's a nice thought. The war was about to break out, and in the end, Emma became a mouthpiece, and the battle turned into a battle between Lu Hongxue and Sophia. Half an hour later, the two sides reached an agreement. In a week, one person does it on the 1st, 3rd, and 5th, and the other does it on the 2nd, 4th, and 6th. During the week, both sides use their own methods, but there is one premise. Eve cannot get away with it. At this point, the two sides officially formed a team and advanced and retreated together. But at the moment, the power of the two is still a little weak, so they decided to win Bai Ling over and make her the messenger for William. Bai Ling also doesn't like Eve, but she pretends not to care. I want to be the boss. You pay for it. This time, Bai Ling asked for a very high price, making Emma and Sophia so angry that they vomited blood. There was no other way. They could only agree to it. At this point, the Iron Trio consisting of Emma, Sophia, and Bai Ling was officially formed, with Bai Ling as the team leader and Emma and Sophia as deputy team leaders. Emma, who originally planned to quit the entertainment industry, held back her plan and wanted to wait until the situation stabilized. The first task of the Iron Trio is to recruit new members, otherwise they will be just 3 people without any support and won't be able to accomplish anything. After the tasks are assigned, each person needs to invite 2 people to join the team, and the members will be under the unified management of the team leader. Unknowingly, Bai Ling became a spiritual leader, and also the first person in William's class who failed to get into college. Because of this, William was often beaten by his mother and was criticized on a daily basis. Emma Cho's were Sister Hong and her assistant Song Xiaoqing, the latter of whom had already been bribed by her. Sister Hong can give her advice, and as for her assistant, he will act as a bodyguard to protect the venue. Sophia Cho's were a thin man and a fat man, and no one knew what means she used to conquer both of them. Bai Ling was even more direct and actually dragged Lisa and Jack into the group as thugs. Now the three families have reconciled, and their relationship has returned to what it was before, especially Bai Ling, who's been extremely generous to Yang Mei and Li Hua and has already accepted them as his younger brothers. So Jack and Lisa agreed to help Bai Ling immediately. As everyone arrived, Bai Ling announced that the Sweeping Yang Alliance was officially established. Information is shared, but the content is strictly confidential. Members of the Alliance cannot withdraw from the Alliance without the permission of the Alliance leader. To celebrate the official establishment of the Sweeping Yang Alliance, I have decided to allocate 10 million yuan in funding. The more you work, the more you get. The group was in an uproar. Emma and Sophia's hearts were bleeding. The 10 million was raised by the two of them, each contributing 5 million. Now, when Bai Ling said one word, it was as if others had taken out the funds. The two men suppressed their anger and praised the leader for his might, dominance, and generosity in the group. Except for Sophia, Emma, and Sister Hong, 10 million is still very tempting to others. They pay money for work and get wages. Soon, Bai Ling divided the work in the group, including each person's division of labor and the rewards for completing the tasks. For a moment, even Sister Hong had to admire Bai Ling, saying that she was simply a genius. But what they don't know is that the genius in their eyes is now hovering just above the passing line in every exam. William also paid attention to this point and taught Bai Ling a lesson, but was scolded by his mother. At this point, William gave up the idea of educating Bai Ling. As long as she had no character problems and was not infected with bad habits, William would turn a blind eye. After all, William's family is not short of money now. Even if he cannot get into college, he can go to college at his own expense. William has the ability to do so now. After giving the order, Bai Ling tiptoed to William's room. She wanted to see how far William and Eve had gone, so as to get some useful information for the next step of the sweep. When Bai Ling knocked on the door and came in, William was still looking at his phone, which contained a photo Eve sent him. Bai Ling Zhao William did not chase her out, but also leaned over to look at her. However, when she saw the long legs and black stockings, she murmured, "You vixen, you're seducing my brother again." William was so excited that he pushed her little head away and scolded her. "You are still young, and you don't learn well. Tell me, who taught you to say that?" Bai Ling pointed to the next door without hesitation. William understood and explained hurriedly. "Forget it this time, but don't say that about your Aunt Yang next time. How could such a beautiful sister be a vixen?" Bai Ling nodded and retreated weakly, then quickly speak in the group. "My brother said that my beautiful sister can't be a vixen. My family is in danger. Please return home quickly." Emma popped up immediately and typed a question mark. Then Sophia also typed a sentence. "Alliance leader, are you all right?" Emma said inwardly, "Fatty." I sighed that I was a step late, but I still showed off in the group. Others spoke up one after another, praising the leader for gathering the intelligence. Bai Ling was very happy to hear the praise and comforted everyone not to worry. Then he arranged the work, sending Jack to keep an eye on Eve and Emma, and she to keep an eye on William, not giving the two any chance to contact each other. Bai Ling was very generous. With a wave of her hand, she approved hundreds of thousands of funds. Just as she was about to stand up, she accidentally fell to the ground. "Brother, my head hurts." "Wait, I'll be right there." In just a moment, William found Bai Ling on the ground with a bulge visible on his head. "Okay, she has to be sent to the hospital. It seems that the date with Eve has to be canceled." Bai Ling naturally didn't know that she had accidentally disrupted their date plans. William also treated her as his own family member and didn't want her to have any problems. Yang family, villa. Eve leaned against the window, thinking about William's decision to cancel the date. The Yang family is under increasing pressure and can't hold out for a few more days. She needs to act quickly, otherwise even if she succeeds, the Yang family will fall. Then everything she did was meaningless. Thinking of the people in the Li family, Eve suddenly felt that she needed to find a helper. There were too many women around William, and she needed someone to supervise William and keep track of his movements. People from the Yang family appeared in her mind one after another, and finally she locked on Bai Ling. For a child of 11 or 12, it is easy to get it if you give him a little sweet treat. But she had met her several times and realized that this girl was extremely smart and had plenty of money, so she really wanted to find some leverage to hold her back. Otherwise, I'm afraid she will just take the benefits without doing any work. Chapter 45, Box Office Number 1. Bai Ling was very surprised when she received Eve's call. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed. To her mother, Bai Ling came downstairs. She ran up happily, calling out Sister Yang all the time. Eve was overjoyed and took out the global limited edition doll that she had prepared a long time ago. She had asked someone to bring it back from abroad, and it cost her tens of thousands of dollars. When she saw the rag doll, Bai Ling's eyes flashed with tears, but she was quickly interrupted by her sweeping Yang alliance. Snort, you think you can bribe me with just a rag doll? Do you think I'm a beggar? From William's words, she also knew that the Yang family was now in a desperate situation, and they did this to please her and use her to persuade her mother. But that's simply impossible. Her capital is much stronger than Eve's, so she can just buy whatever she wants. Bai Ling, who lived a hard life, never spent money recklessly. She always had her own reasons for spending money. It was the same this time. She took out 10 million because she felt that Eve was not worthy of William, and she felt that Eve approached William with bad intentions. Sure enough, the next moment when Bai Ling took the doll, Eve directly exposed her purpose and pointed at the doll and said, Bai Ling, Sister Yang, can you please do me a favor? If you promise me, I will bring you lots of dolls and buy you everything you like. That's great, I want a car. As Bai Ling finished her words, Eve's face immediately drooped. If all these were satisfied, it would cost at least several million. How could this kid be so greedy? If she marries William, she will definitely drive this adopted girl out of the Yang family. But for now, she still agreed to them one by one. Anyway, she didn't say when to buy these things. Maybe in a few days they will get engaged. The 8th day of the new year. That day, William and Emma went to the company together, which was also the first day of work. William prepared a bonus of 10 million to give to his employees as a startup bonus. William spoke first to celebrate the fact that the movie Stone topped the box office today, ranked third in the total box office, and the total box office exceeded 50 million. But William knew that this movie had great staying power, and some small cinemas did not even schedule screenings for it. But Stone topped the box office, and these small theaters adjusted their screening schedules. And for a while, Stone ranked first. For these small cinemas, they will schedule more screenings of the movie that can make them money. If this continues, there will be no problem for the movie box office to break 100 million, and it seems that it can even break 150 million. Soon, according to the list compiled by Sister Hong, William talked about the contributions of the employees on stage, and Emma was responsible for issuing vouchers. The process lasted for 2 hours. Once you get the voucher, you can go to the finance department to collect your bonus with the voucher after paying taxes. Finally, it was Director Zhang's turn, and William gave him a big red envelope without hesitation, which was only about 100,000 yuan. After all, Director Zhang has shares and receives dividends from the movie, so he is not short of money at all. As for Sister Hong and Emma, William also symbolically gave out 600,000, 200,000 to each of them. The 10 million bonus came to an end, and the entire Honging was like a torrent, rolling forward. Just as others said in later generations, entering Honging is harder than passing the civil service examination, because Honging is too generous with money. Bonuses are given upon project completion, including monthly bonuses, quarterly bonuses, semi-annual bonuses, and year-end bonuses. It never ends. And Stone did not disappoint everyone's expectations, successfully topping the Spring Festival box office, with a total box office of 160 million yuan. It can be said that except for the American blockbusters, it beat the American blockbusters and domestic blockbusters during the Spring Festival and truly gave Dasha box office confidence. Low-budget movies still have a market, and as long as the plot is good, the movie will have no worries about box office success. The movie came to an end, and the short drama Dousey Counterattack was released. At the same time, Emma officially announced the release of the single The Last Snow, and Honging led the trend. Director Jiang was shocked. He didn't know William had such a backup plan. After understanding the situation, he found out that it was Qing Peng, whom he recommended, who was the leader. He was even more surprised. He couldn't wait to see the results. So William naturally agreed and immediately invited everyone else who was interested to go and have a look. After watching 3 episodes, Jiang Changha was still interested, but William threatened him with the script of The Myth, so director Jiang compromised and had to leave. The screening room was packed with people, some of whom were filled with resentment. It was not until they saw William and his group that they immediately made way for them to leave. Sister Hong looked at the densely packed crowd and admired William from the bottom of her heart. She also knew that Emma had better taste than she did. Of course, I have good taste, and chose Emma in advance. And Emma chose William, which does not mean that she also chose William. Sister Hong, what are you talking about? Tell us what's going on and let everyone hear it. Let's all be happy. Director Jiang, Qing Peng, and the others all looked over. Lu Hongxue smiled and said, "We were celebrating the movie reaching #1. We were so happy." Cut. Sister Hong, you're not being honest. It's obvious that you're so happy because you watched the skit. Could it be that Sister Hong also likes this? Qing Peng started making dirty jokes, but was frightened by Lu Hongxue's look and lowered his head, not daring to speak. In the circle, Lu Hongxue is quite famous, and most people are willing to provoke her. William shook his head. Qing Peng was simply courting death. He made a movie called The Loser Strikes Back and was obviously a little too arrogant. It wouldn't be impossible for him to be controlled by someone. Arriving at the conference room, William presided over the meeting. The meeting had only one theme, which was William's plan to set up a video website to fill the gap in domestic video websites. President William, is it too early to set up a video website now? Jiang Changhe looked at William opposite him and shook his head. I think it's feasible. With the popularization of the internet and mobile phones, online videos will dominate the world in the future. Emma supported William without reservation. The people in the conference room were divided into two factions. Less than 1/3 supported William, and a large number of people felt that the video website approach would not work. Or, if others have gone ahead, they don't have to grope around and can just learn from them. William nodded. What you said makes sense, but what I mean is that it must be carried out. Otherwise, why did I ask you to buy the film and television copyright in the early stage? Of course, if you disagree, I understand. Originally, this time, participation was voluntary, and Lu Hongxue was appointed as the chairman of Subwa. Lu Hongxue was startled, put down the cup she had picked up, pointed at herself, and asked, "Me?" William said with a smile, "Of course, you're the most suitable person here." William stood up, took out 2 documents from the cabinet, and handed them to Sister Hong. "This is the plan I made. Sister Hong, take a good look at it. If you have any questions, you can ask me. You don't have to worry about money. You can get as much as you want, but you need to figure out the people yourself. You can go to the university to recruit some talent." Lu Hongxue opened the file and took a look. The content was very complete, with every major step listed, especially the web interface, which was clearly visible. Lu Hongxue closed the plan and said, "To be honest, I didn't have much confidence just now, but since President William believes in me so much, I'm willing to give it a try." William nodded. "Of course, but I need you to act immediately to catch up with the spring graduation recruitment. You can focus on these places such as Beihua." President William, you were well prepared. I might have been 30% confident at the beginning. Now, I am 70% sure that I will not disappoint President William. President William, can I go with Sister Hong? Emma said with eyes wide open and full of anticipation. Of course not. You're going to have a concert tour in March. If you don't practice your songs well, how can you be worthy of your fans? But that's what you said. I didn't say a word. Emma replied mercilessly. William and Lu Hongxue looked at each other, and Sister Hong said mercilessly, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not dead. If you want to see me, just come to me directly. As for the concert, whether it is William who agrees or I who agrees, you must complete it well. It has nothing to do with anything else. This is your accomplishment as a singer." Chapter 46 short play starts. This Qing Peng is so funny. Yeah, they're even taking advantage of supermarket customers. How abominable. Upstairs, you may be envious, but those hands are not your own. Get lost, I'll admit it. With the release of Diaosi Counterattack, the entire internet became lively, although the internet is not so popular now. But almost every household has DVDs and VCDs, and the discs were sent to dealers in advance and have been on sale for 3 days. After watching the disc, netizens couldn't wait to exchange their ideas through the fast internet, Weibo, and forums. The disc sold 1 million copies in 3 days and was in short supply. Fortunately, William prepared 5 million tickets at once, which allowed them to last for a while. In fact, it is already quite good to be able to sell 5 million copies. It is estimated that pirated copies will become popular soon. Compared with the genuine ones, pirated copies will be much cheaper. Most people would still buy pirated copies, and at that time, William did not have the encryption technology of later generations, so he had no way to prevent piracy. Of course, he also had other considerations, which he mentioned before, which was that he wanted to build the visibility of Hong Ying Company. Products produced by Hong Ying Company are definitely high quality. At 5 yuan per disc, Hong Ying Company can earn 25 million through the discs this time. As for online copyright, people didn't care that much at that time. There were so few video websites, and they could only earn tens of thousands of dollars. William didn't want this little bit of money. He just considered it as a good deed. Seeing William was so generous and the short drama was very popular, several video websites put Diaosi Counterattack on their homepage, and there were also many people watching it online. The happiest person in Hong Ying Company is Qin Peng. His rise from grassroots to where he is today is inseparable from his own efforts, but more importantly, it is William who helped him. The skit was a success, and Qin Peng became famous. He rejected all the companies that approached him to sign contracts, and would only come to Hong Ying Company when the 6-month contract expired. This was what he had agreed with William. William's original intention was to terminate the contract directly, and he could help Qin Peng pay the penalty. Of course, after the short drama was broadcast, Qin Peng's share of the dividends was enough to cover the 1 million yuan in liquidated damages. But Qin Peng is grateful and feels that his former company has never let him down, so he will fulfill the remaining half of the contract. But William suggested to recruit several actors in the short play to Hong Ying Company, especially Zhu Yan, whose figure and acting skills are really true to her character. Qin Peng stared at William with a sly grin, and the two of them stared at each other. Then he burst into laughter. Of course, Qin Peng would also persuade his best friend to join Hong Ying Company. Apart from the fact that the boss is a bit lecherous, there are only benefits and no harm. First of all, Hong Ying Company is not short of money. It has 300 million yuan in its account, which is unmatched by other companies. In addition, Hong Ying Company has no shortage of scripts, and both movies and TV series need actors. This is Zhu Yan's opportunity, especially with director Jiang in charge. In just a few movies, Zhu Yan will be able to join the ranks of first-line actors, and it is even possible for her to win a Best Actress award. Of course, the most important thing is that he has already written the second script and also needs Zhu Yan to participate. If Zhu Yan joined Hong Ying, he wouldn't have to beg for favors. In addition, Hong Ying Company has so many actors, so he can just start filming whatever he wants. Zhu Yan, who was still lying on the lounge chair on the balcony, had no idea that he had been sold out by Qin Peng. A black tights outlines the beautiful figure and fills the entire lounge chair flat. William in the theater, who deliberately took advantage of her. She thought he was a lustful man, but he just touched her lightly and didn't take any action afterwards. If she hadn't seen the evil look in his eyes, she would have thought she had misjudged him. Just then, the phone rang. It was Qin Peng who opened it, and she wanted to hang up immediately. The little clue she had just figured out disappeared in a flash, so she didn't show any good temper to this best friend on the phone. Qin Peng, why did you ask me to come here instead of focusing on your skit? As for your desire for me to act in a second short play, don't even think about it. It's impossible for me. He was interrupted by an excited voice from the other end when he was halfway through his words. Do you want to join Hong Ying Company? Zhu Yan was extremely shocked. Say it again. But why did I hear someone say that you shouldn't even think about appearing in my second skit? Then this. He stopped halfway through his speech and soon heard rapid breathing on the other end of the line. Zhu Yan suppressed the urge to cross the line and strangle Qin Peng to death. She lowered her voice as much as possible and asked, You heard wrong. You have been friends for so many years. How can I, Zhu Yan, not help my good friend when he is in trouble? By the way, what do you mean by joining Hong Ying Company? Can you explain in detail? Forget it, where are you? I'll drive straight to you. Pooh, we've been friends for so many years, yet you rejected me so firmly just now. Of course, Qin Peng also knows, as William said, that these skits are meant to attract attention and make the audience remember you first. If you want to reach the top, you still have to rely on your strength. His good friend just wants to speak with his own strength, and the fact that he was able to play the leading role in the short drama this time was also because of their friendship of more than 10 years. Soon, Zhu Yan drove to Qin Peng's house and saw Qin Peng still polishing the script. She sat on Qin Peng's lap without any hesitation. Qin Peng's face flushed, and he quickly pushed Zhu Yan away, leaving a distance of 3 meters between them. Where did the lustful energy in your skit go? Isn't it said that the feel of her hands is simply unique, far surpassing, she's sure. Zhu Yin sneered. Annie, I'm wrong. Isn't that okay? This is my home. If Ingzi comes back later, I won't be able to explain myself, even if I jump into the Yellow River. As for the performance in the skit, it was all President William's idea and had nothing to do with me. Zhu Yin believed it to some extent. She knew Qing Peng was a guy who had the intention but not the courage to do something evil and was extremely afraid of his wife. Humph. I'll let you go this time. Tell me the truth about my joining Hongyin Company. If you can join Hongyin Company, it's because I have been lobbying for you in front of President William for a long time. I will give you your self-cultivation as an actor. Hearing Qingpeng's remarks becoming more and more off-topic, Zhu Yin suddenly interrupted him. Get to the point. If you keep talking nonsense like this, I will tell Sister Ing that you often take advantage of me in the theater. Qingpeng didn't dare to say anything nonsense and could only tell William everything he had talked about. Qingpeng, go back and tell President William that I will go back and terminate my contract with the company, and I will visit President William in person when the time comes. After leaving these words, Zhu Yin turned and left, not worrying at all that Qingpeng would conceal the truth. Indeed, Qingpeng did not hide anything and quickly told William the good news. During this period, of course, he often talked about how much effort he put in to barely persuade Zhu Yin to join Hongyin Company. William knew that Qingpeng had somewhat exaggerated his report, but he still gave Qingpeng credit for the achievement. But later, when she met Zhu Yin and chatted with her for a few words, he regretted it. This damn fence-sitter is simply killing people on both sides. Qingpeng, President William, rest assured, leave everything to me. I won't let you ruin your reputation. This time, William and Zhu Yin stood together against the same enemy for a rare occasion. And Zhu Yin did not disappoint William and almost caused Qingpeng to lose his third leg. With the addition of Zhu Yin, Hongyin Company becomes more passionate about work. During this period, director Jiang has also sorted out the plot of The Myth and will officially start filming soon. And William disappeared. Chapter 47, Who is Anonymous? William's disappearance caused a great shock in Hongyin Company. The company's employees were divided up and law enforcement officers were notified, and a large number of people were sent out to search for the man. Just when everyone was frowning, William, who had disappeared for a day, suddenly appeared. A group of people gathered and asked where President William had been. Overslept. William's answer was just 4 words. In fact, the news William heard was too shocking, and he would not mention a word until he had enough strength. Everyone left, but Emma stayed. Emma, are you free? The concert tour will start in less than half a month. Why are you staying here with me, instead of going back to prepare? William looked at Emma in confusion. Emma sat on William's chair without any courtesy and said unhappily, You can brag, but you have to show the song. Sister Hong asked someone to write a few songs, but the quality is far different from what you wrote, and I am not satisfied. William scolded Emma unhappily all night, but when he thought of the huge profits that Emma's record brought to the company, he swallowed the harsh words he was about to say. He came to the desk. Emma stood up and stared at William with her eyes wide open. William pushed her to the front of the desk, then took out the key, opened a secret door under the desk, and took out a folder. You think everyone is like you, with little ability but a big temper. Emma stuck out her tongue and quickly snatched the folder from William's hand. As soon as I opened it, I was shocked by the 5 singles in it. The more I read on, the more shocked I was. Every song is a classic. William, what on earth are you made of? Even the donkeys in the production team can produce as much as you. William's face was as black as coal when these words came out of his mouth. Emma, if you don't know how to speak, don't speak. Are you speaking human language? Seeing William's birthday appearance, Emma stepped back secretly and then ran away. Through this, William finally understood that he had to explain the affairs of Hongyin Company as soon as possible and then leave. Of course, before leaving, he still needs to find someone to supervise Emma. Otherwise, with her personality, I'm afraid that Hongyin Company will be turned upside down by her. Suddenly, a person walked into William's sight. This person was none other than the eldest sister Suyu. Suyu is also a strong person, and only she can suppress Emma. If it really doesn't work, he will ask one or both of Zhang Wenxiao and Liang Huixia to come and supervise Emma. As for Zhang's processing plant, it is also an opportunity to transform and upgrade and establish a national brand. Only brands can break away from low-end products, create greater value, and also take the path of export. The next day, William recruited Lisa. Lisa was very surprised by William's arrival. especially when William asked her to be the vice president of Hong Company. She was absolutely willing to do it. After all, in addition to the annual salary, there are also shares to be obtained, and the annual income is much better than that of a cosmetic store. Moreover, the cosmetic store also employs employees and is looked after by her husband Yang Ping, so she doesn't have to worry about it. But the opportunity here at Hong Company is unique. Now Hong Company is a star enterprise in North City, and everyone wants to squeeze in. William and Lisa agreed, but problems arose on Yang Ping's side. After some understanding, William understood his brother-in-law's concerns. He felt that Lisa was going to become the vice president, which was a far cry from his status. He was afraid that he was not worthy of Lisa and felt a psychological gap. As for Lisa cheating on him, that is simply impossible. After living together for several years, he knows Lisa's character very well. William laughed. He had originally been planning to set up a cosmetics company, so he immediately put forward his idea. Yang Ping was delighted to hear this. The two companies started a company together. Although William held the majority of the shares, that was also because of William's ability. William makes a lot of money, and they can earn more by just drinking some soup from him than by running a shabby shop. It only took 3 days to deal with Yang Ping. In the next few days, William officially handed over his work to Lisa. Lisa learned quickly and became familiar with the company's operations within a week. William told Lisa not to feel stressed and to call him if she had any problems. At this point, William officially retired from Hong Company and all power was handed over to Emma. As promised, Emma's concert tour in North City officially began. The location is the North City Stadium, which can accommodate up to 50,000 people at the same time. The tickets were already sold out. After all, Emma's fame was well known across the country, not to mention the North City, where Hong Company was located. On this day, the stadium was packed with people, and no less than 100 law enforcement officers were there to maintain order. The concert started at 7 p.m. and lasted for 2 hours. In addition to Emma, she also invited her friend Tang Tang to participate as a guest. William will also be a guest and sing a song. Of course, this is Emma's strong request. Otherwise, he would have rushed to South Island by now. There was a problem with Chianda Plaza there, and Chow Fong called William and asked him to go and take a look. William naturally did not dare to delay and replied to the other party that he would fly directly to South Island after the concert. At 7 o'clock in the evening, everything was ready. The entire stadium was plunged into darkness. The scene was eerily quiet as everyone waited for Emma to appear. Brush. One light came on, then two, and suddenly hundreds of lights came on, focusing on one person. The visitor was dressed in a white swan costume, with delicate makeup on her face and a pair of brown flat shoes, making her look like a proud white swan. Welcome to the live audience. Our concert is now officially starting. Please enjoy the song Time sung by Yingzhu. As time goes by, we will never leave each other. As the host finished speaking, a deep voice rang out on the empty stage. Perhaps at this moment, your smile is still as bright as the sunset, holding up your smiling face. As the song ended, everyone was brought back to the Spring Festival Gala 2 months ago. Everyone couldn't help but recite, "As time goes by, we will stay together. We will meet in 2005. The whole audience was boiling and the concert atmosphere reached its peak. A few more songs dropped and the audience was stunned. This Yingzhu is so productive. She released 5 singles at once, which is more productive than the donkey in the production team. Mastering? Others wrote the song, and you just copied it. You should leave some room for others to survive." Someone asked this question at the scene, which was of course an open disparagement and a hidden compliment. There was a burst of laughter at the scene. Some people started to make a noise, and some asked, "Who is Anonymous? Why is he in every song?" Hearing this, the other audience members were also confused and were waiting for the host or Emma to give an answer. Weibo went viral, and the entire internet was searching for the anonymous person. During this period, many anonymous people emerged, but they were identified one by smart netizens, and finally they identified 3 masters of composing and writing lyrics. But all 3 masters came out to clarify that they were not anonymous. All of a sudden, anonymous became the answer to the mystery. The host naturally did not dare to respond rashly to the audience's questions. He asked William and others before explaining to the audience, "Anonymous is just an ordinary person who doesn't want to live in the spotlight. Please forgive me, netizens." At the same time, we have invited a heavyweight guest today, and he will appear in the next show. Dear audience members, have you guessed who he is? I guess it's Tang Tang, Lord Ying's best friend. Who else could it be but her? Don't you find it strange? If it was really Tang Tang, why would the host go to such lengths? Fans and audiences were excited but also confused. But the host likes to keep people in suspense. If the guest doesn't sing well, everyone will criticize the host. Hello, fans of Mastering and friends in the audience. I'm the flying guest invited by Mastering with great respect today. I am Long E. William, dressed in gorgeous clothes, came on stage. He had a golden dragon mask on his face, which covered his entire face tightly. Who is this person? Chapter 48. An accident occurred at Qianshan Lake Water Plant. The stage lights went down, shining on the golden mask. William's entire body was enveloped in golden light, like a god descending from heaven. At this moment, the host's voice sounded. Long E, I wonder what song you will perform for the audience today. In fact, not only the audience members were curious, I was also extremely curious. Now, please start your performance. The host on the stage stepped down, her two big eyes fixed on the screen behind the curtain. As she said, she really didn't know who Long E was. The female host left, and William made a start gesture towards the accompaniment area. Since you left, white snowflakes have been flying in the rain. As the song started, the whole audience stood up and cheered. The host was very casual and came on stage to interact with William. The interaction between the two made the people in the audience anxious. Some urged the host to ask William about his identity, but William blocked them one by one. Well, fans and audience, you all saw it. I try my best, but the opponent was more skilled. You can't criticize me. That's because you're too inexperienced. Let me take over. That's right, you go down and letting Zhu come up. The host thought for a moment and said, Actually, I just asked your host backstage. Long you will appear at the next concert. The whole audience was silent. They would definitely recognize William when he appeared next time. William left and Emma came on stage and sang two more singles. And then the host announced that there would be another guest. It must be Tang Tang. If it wasn't Tang Tang, I would have eaten the one on the ground. You don't have to tell me. We can all guess it. Since it was guessed, Tang Tang made a brilliant appearance. A charming tights outlines her shy figure. Her height is similar to Emma, and it is hard to tell who is taller when the two stand together. The two of them first sang a song called Memories of Youth to bring the atmosphere to a climax, and then Tang Tang performed a passionate dance that made the audience's blood boil. Next was Tang Tang's solo performance. The theme song Westlake made people think of Xia Yuha by the Westlake. After Tang Tang left the stage, Emma came on stage and interacted with the audience before starting to sing. She even invited a fan to come on stage and sing with her. The concert lasted for 2 hours and ended. The entire internet was in an uproar, with the top 10 hot search topics all being about Emma and the masked man. Especially the masked man. He has the most comments, but almost no one can find William. After William finished singing, he left the scene, rushed directly to the airport, and went to Qianshan Lake overnight. There was a big problem at the water plant there, a very big problem, so both the thin man and the fat man rushed there. William arrived, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and he met the thin man and the fat man in the hotel. After briefly understanding the situation, William dismissed the meeting and asked everyone to go back and rest. The matter was more serious than William had imagined. William was at a loss for a moment, and he needed to think about it carefully. At the same time, William was increasingly eager for talent. He was in dire need of people, especially those who could manage a business. The thin guy and the fat guy are still young, and William needs to find 2 more people to assist them. Earlier, William said that he would leave all the work to the 2 of them because he didn't want them to have any psychological burden. William has decided that after he finishes dealing with the matters at the water plant, he will go to the company and take advantage of this graduation season to recruit a large number of talents and lay a solid foundation for the company. Otherwise, he really has no one to use. Early the next morning, William called a meeting of several people again to discuss the problems facing the water plant. The first problem was about land and resources. The Land and Resources Department had originally agreed to let the company purchase the land, but it went back on its word when the contract was signed. It is certain that there is a company that has the same plan as William and wants to snatch William away. The second problem was that we had already contacted the foreign manufacturer for the integrated filtration, purification, and bottling equipment for the Ximen water plant, but as soon as the equipment arrived in China, the foreign manufacturer changed its mind and the equipment was shelved halfway. For this problem, William needs to meet the person in charge to find out the reason. The third issue is environmental pollution, which involves compensation for nearby residents. Whenever construction of factory starts, There are always residents who come forward to cause trouble and hinder the construction. William was also troubled by these three questions, but his golden finger trumpet also told some experiences of people in later generations. But as the fat man was the main person in charge, William wanted to hear his opinion from William, but they were far from what William required. Others had ideas, but none of them were permanent. But the two of them have to take their paths step by step. Without hesitation, William developed three solutions for the three problems. In fact, when it comes down to it, the three issues involve all parties, but it all comes down to money. As long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. If you can't solve the problem, I'm sorry, that's because you didn't pay enough. First, William talked about the solution to the third problem. We negotiated with the village committees in the villages near Qianshan Lake to provide jobs for the residents, especially when they retire or retire internally, so that they can pass on their jobs to their children. I think that in this way, there will be less opposition. At the same time, we allocate a certain amount of dividends to each village every year. I think in this way, these villages will only support us. What do you think of what I said? William finished speaking. There was warm applause, and a vice president immediately volunteered to take on the task. William also stated the bottom line of the conditions. You can set stricter conditions before you go and relax them a little bit later, and you must win over the hearts of the people. As for the second question, William remembered the saying, "One peach kills 3 warriors," and decided to teach Simon a lesson. That's easier to handle. Fatty, spread the news that our Shangquan water factory is negotiating with the 2 foreign companies, EcoWater and Honey. Then, Fatty understood what he meant and took on the task immediately. Now, the only problem left is the land resource problem, which involves the relevant departments. If you don't have any connections, you can't get anything done no matter how hard you try. These people pay most attention to political achievements and tax revenue. Suddenly, a good idea came to William's mind. However, he still needs to find a helper, but he doesn't know how she is doing now. Thinking of this, William called Luo Roro. A few seconds later, the other party picked up the phone in a very calm tone. "What's up?" William curled his lips and said embarrassedly, "I left in a hurry, but you didn't have to be so cold. At least I had a big fight with Zhou Mingda at that time to vent Miss Luo's anger. Of course, if Miss Luo thinks this is just wishful thinking on my part, then I have nothing to say. Just hang up the phone." Puff! There was a burst of laughter from the other side, followed by Luo Roro's voice. "William, you really like to flatter yourself. You didn't fight Zhou Mingda. You fought with Master Zhou's younger brother, and not only did you not win, you were killed instantly." William snorted coldly. "Same here. Your situation wasn't much better than mine at the time." Luo Roro was stunned. This little mainland man changed his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. She couldn't help but think of something, and her face turned red. "If you're okay, I'll hang up. My mom called me back to eat." William was happy and sent a flash. "Don't worry. I have a good thing here, and it's also an opportunity for your Luo family." Luo Roro became interested and asked the reason. William did not hide anything and told them about his plan to start a company in partnership with the Luo family. Luo Roro did not agree on the spot and said that she would go back and discuss it with the head of the family. But only William knew that the Luo family would definitely agree. After all, this is a good opportunity to enter the mainland, and they will not give up easily. It's because William has people above him, otherwise they might not allow Hong Kong capital to enter the mainland at will. Sure enough, 3 days later, Luo Roro sent a letter saying that the head of the Luo family agreed. At the same time, senior mainland officials also tacitly agreed that she would lead a team to Qianshan Lake for an on-site inspection soon. Chapter 49. 1 Peach Kills 3 Warriors. On this day, several special guests came to Tiangong Hotel. A group of 3 people, some of them with golden hair, speaking in an incomprehensible foreign language, walked into the hotel with a step that showed they didn't recognize anyone. The front desk clerk did not dare to be negligent and asked the manager to receive him personally. Even the boss of Tiangong came out in person. After all, in Daxia now, attracting investment is the most important thing. Everything must be done to attract investment, especially foreign investment, and considerable preferential policies can be given. This makes them very excited. Having foreign businessmen come to Tiangong Hotel is particularly beneficial to the promotion of their hotel. After checking in at the front desk, the 3 of them headed towards their hotel room. Little did they know that everything the 3 of them did was being watched closely by a pair of eyes in the dark. When the 3 people entered the room, the figure disappeared, quickly took out his mobile phone and sent a message. At the same time, William received the message and looked at the fat man beside him. "Fatty, it's your turn." The fat man grinned. "Don't worry, William, everything is ready." William nodded and decided to contact Yiko and Honey to teach Simon a lesson, without worrying that they might be dishonest. No, they will be honest. William will throw out other temptations, and he doesn't believe that they won't take the bait. As early as 3 days ago, he invited people from Yiko and Honey to come, and the trick he used was the domestic water plant pie. There are more than a dozen water plants, and whichever one chooses the equipment will make a lot of money. Moreover, William does not plan to choose only one company for all the dozen or so water plant equipment in the future. He wants at least 2, and preferably 3. Only in this way will the 3 manufacturers compete secretly, and some manufacturers may even offer their technology in exchange for equipment for sale. There might be some surprises, but of course William has no intention of researching these devices himself. First, he has no money, and second, he has no skills. In fact, if it weren't for his golden finger trumpet that allowed him to earn $2 billion from the stock market, he might have earned tens of millions by now. For example, the first trade fair he organized is now everywhere, and you can hear a trade fair is starting in such and such a place. Then what William did. This is the imitation ability of the Daxia people. It's simply amazing. The more he thought about it, the more aggrieved he felt. This was blatant plagiarism. It was a pity that there was no such thing as a patent for trade fairs. Otherwise, he could have sued those merchants into bankruptcy. William invited Iko's people to have dinner at Tiangong, and they were seen by Shimon's people. William blocked the sight of Iko and the others just right. 2 hours later, William and Fatty personally saw Yiko's people off. The spy quickly informed the 3 of Shimon of all this. The bearded man in the lead slammed the table in anger and vented loudly. "What a rebellion! A small spring water factory actually dared to ignore our agreement and contact people from other factories without authorization. This is clearly a sign that they don't take us, the Simons, seriously. Let's go and have a fight with them." The yellow-haired man next to him saw this and quickly stopped him. "Minister Bullo is right. We should teach the Shanquan water plant a lesson for daring to ride on our necks and run wild. In addition to them, we also have another Tianquan water plant as an alternative. Tell them we will sell them the equipment." However, the third person, the black-haired man, had a hard time expressing his grievances and said tactfully, "But that day, the spring water factory knew that we had fallen out with the mountain spring water factory and that the other party was contacting people from Eco Water and Honey. They wanted to overturn the price we agreed on and lower it by 1/3. Upon hearing this, the bearded man Bulyuo slammed his hand hard on the table. "Let's go back. The Daxia people are too cunning. We will never do business with them again." The blond man tried to stop him again. He leaned over and whispered something in the bearded man's ear, causing the bearded man to glance at the black-haired man. "I almost got cheated by this guy. It turns out that none of these Huangzhong people are good people." At this moment, the spy came again to report that William was having dinner with Honey's people again and had just entered the private room. The bearded man could no longer sit still and said to the yellow-haired man, "Call the headquarters right away to check if anyone at the Mountain Spring Water Factory has had any contact with anyone from these 2 companies." Sure enough, none of these businessmen are fools. These foreign counterparts are very good at placing their own pawns among their peers and then taking advantage of the situation. Soon, the matter was verified, and it was indeed the people from the Mountain Spring Water Factory who invited the 2 companies to conduct an on-site inspection. If suitable, they would directly purchase the equipment of the 2 companies. Hearing the affirmative answer, the bearded man sat down on the ground dejectedly. "It's over. It's all over. The quality of the other 2 equipment is similar to that of Siemens, but Siemens' price is higher, which means that Siemens' equipment is easier to operate. Overall, Simon does not have the advantage." The blond man shook his head, walked to the bearded man, and said in a firm tone, "Minister, Shanquan has just contacted Eco and Honey, and the 2 parties have not signed a contract. We may not be without a chance. What's more, the Shanquan water plant is eager to start production, and our equipment has already arrived in Daxia. Our advantages are unmatched by the other 2 companies. Why don't we lower our stance and talk to the water plant manager again? If necessary, we can." The bearded man let out a long sigh. Now that things had come to this was all that could be done. The next day, William was still inspecting the final renovation of the factory when he heard a report that Simon's people wanted to see him. "Not see." William grinned, while the others looked puzzled. William explained, "The longer we don't see each other, the more the people of Westgate will think we have reached an agreement with the people of Honey and Yiko. On the contrary, if I met them today, they might doubt that there was no agreement between us, or even that we were still dependent on them, Simon. Even if the price can be reduced by then, it won't be too much. President William is mighty and domineering. William, you are my idol. Please accept my knee. Then why don't you kneel down? You're not just talking nonsense, are you? So William refused to let Simon know about them. The more this happened, the more Simon's people believed it. For 3 days, people were stationed guarding the gate, and their attitude was very humble. 3 days later, William met Simon's people. It should not be said that they are people from Simon, Honey, and Yiko. The location is still Tiangong Hotel. However, this time the host and guest positions were replaced by people from Honey and Iku's families, and Shimin and the other two did not dare to express any dissatisfaction. William's willingness to meet the 3 people shows that Simon still has a chance. Seeing everyone sitting down, William didn't hesitate and said directly, "Originally, my Shankwan water plant was planning to cooperate with Honey and Eco Water, 2 equipment manufacturers, but unfortunately, the 3 people from Simon sent people to block the gate of our water plant every day. There was no other way but to ask Simon's people to come and take a look. Rest assured, as long as your conditions are suitable, the 3 of us will sign the contract immediately." William finished speaking. The bearded man couldn't wait to speak. "President William, please give us a chance. We at Shimin are here to cooperate with the Shankwan Water Factory with great sincerity. But due to threats from people with bad intentions, the price was temporarily raised. But now, we have already seen through the other party's conspiracy, and we are willing to compensate the Shankwan water plant. The following is the compensation we gave. We are willing to reduce the price by another 20% based on the first quotation and provide free maintenance services in the future, and even..." After saying this, the bearded man stared at Honey and Iko's men mercilessly. The meaning is obvious. The ones causing trouble are you 2 families. The people from Honey and Yiko were so pissed off by Shimon's actions. The 4 manufacturers had agreed to work together, and now they were working together to make a lot of money from Daxia. However, the cake William offered was too big, and they didn't want to give it up. They pretended to go to the toilet and asked the headquarters for advice. Since Simon broke the rules, the 2 families can also break the agreement, and the cake must be taken. William did not take any action, and after a fierce battle among the scholars of the 3 families, the battle finally came to an end. The Mountain Spring Water Plant won. Chapter 50, People from Hong Kong. William at almost cost price, but William had to keep it confidential and cooperate with publicity. They also wanted to make a name for themselves in Daxia and gain an advantage. William naturally had no objection, but of course he did not really exploit the 3 companies in this way. All 3 companies will use the equipment, and because all 3 companies provide free maintenance, William will give out 3% of the water plant's annual dividends to the 3 companies. Don't underestimate this 3%. If the profit is 100 million yuan a year, the equipment manufacturer can earn 3 million yuan for free. This is actually William's way of doing things based on his later experience. He gives you some sweet treats so that you won't get hurt at the critical moment. As for 3 million a year, William felt that it was not much. Compared with 100 million, it was just a small amount. The 3 manufacturers left happily after receiving 3% of the profit, especially Simon. William was simply their life-saving straw. Not long after the 3 Shimin families left, someone from Tianquan came to Shimin and said that they wanted to buy their equipment at a high price. This time, the bearded man did not treat them politely. The blonde-haired man and the black-haired man did the same. They cursed the person on the other end of the phone, cursing all his ancestors. The other party was so angry that he hung up the phone immediately. At the same time, they contacted Honey and Yiko's people and got the same result. Because they had talked to each other when they came out, the bearded man said a lot of bad things about the Tianquan water plant and criticized it for nothing. In this case, it would be strange if Honey and Yiko's people would treat them well. Now in Daxia, the place they can trust most is the Mountain Spring Water Factory. It is also because of the spring water factory that the 3 companies made huge profits. In their words, "We are best friends." And William did not disappoint them. He continued to use equipment from the 3 companies and establish their reputation. At the same time, he also secretly released the outdated technologies of the 3 companies, giving Daxia equipment manufacturers a direction to catch up. Unfortunately, William was still disappointed as several major domestic equipment manufacturers were fighting fiercely over patent issues. This also made William stop relying on other people's ideas, and gradually he felt more at ease doing things by himself. For example, the development of later automobile engines, photolithography machines, computer hardware, and software. As for the fat man's problem, 2 out of 3 are solved, and the only problem left is the issue of land and resources. As long as he gets approval, William can start building the factory. He thought that Luo Ruo should be here in a day or two. William finished his thought. The phone in his pocket rang. It was Luo Ruo who opened it and asked William to pick her up at the airport. William didn't hesitate and directly asked Fatty to drive to the airport to pick up Luo Ruo. When I saw Luo Ruo again, she was no longer the miserable prisoner she was. Her beautiful clothes made it easy to tell whether she was from Hong Kong Island or had returned from abroad. William was stunned for a moment. The strong sympathized with the weak, especially Luo Ruo's pitiful look, which made people want to take care of her. When Luo Ruo saw William, she also felt that William had changed a little, becoming more mature and more attractive. She couldn't help but walk towards William. When the two were about to collide, William suddenly pushed Luo Ruo away. Stinky man. At the airport, Luo Ruo looked at this unromantic man and suddenly found that she might have fallen in love with the man in front of her. Luo Ruo said indifferently, "I can't stand you mainland stinky man. You want it more than anyone else in your heart, but you pretend to be indifferent on the surface. In fact, when you get to the hotel, you mainland men are more impatient than anyone else." Nonsense. William interrupted. Luo Ruo, you only represent a part of the people. More people will be as determined as I am. Really? Luo Ruo sneered. How about we randomly pick a few people and try it out? Let's talk business. William said with a guilty conscience. Tomorrow is the day for negotiations with the Ministry of Land and Resources. If this fails, it means that William's first investment has failed, and it will also be a blow to Fatty. What William didn't know was that when he was preparing to negotiate with the Ministry of Land Resources, another group of people came to visit at the same time. And the next day, the two gangs will collide. This is because Shanghai learned that someone from the Luo family in Hong Kong was coming, so they sent people down specifically. Of course, they were also worried that some people below would make random moves and undermine the confidence of foreign investment. After all, there's still some taboo about investing in Hong Kong Island, and funds also need supervision. The next morning, William, dressed in formal attire and with his leather shoes polished to a shine, went to Qinshan Guest House with Luo Ruo and her group. This was the negotiation place that Fatty had agreed with the Ministry of Land and Resources. When they got there, William took out his watch and saw that he was 20 minutes early. If the Qinshan branch of the spring water factory can succeed, it will be Fatty's greatest foundation. It can almost be said that we are invincible in future competition. Wait, brotherly, those people haven't arrived yet. The fat man ran in anxiously, sweating all over. William's face became colder and colder, and he was afraid that today's matter would be difficult to resolve. If that's the case, I'm afraid I'll have to give up this place and never come back to see it again. Looking at the time again, it was already half an hour past the agreed time. The fat man felt a little guilty, and William shook his head. Indeed, whether a place can develop depends on the local environment. If the environment is not good, investment will be in vain. The saying, investment cannot go beyond the mountains and seas, is not without reason. It is the result of dozens or even hundreds of investments. William took a deep breath and was about to call the person in charge of Ximen. He has decided to give up Qinshan and choose a new place. After all, Daxia has a vast territory, so it can certainly make sense to have 1,000 mountains. William was about to press the dial button. The fat man's voice rang out. Brotherly, they are here. William's face looked a little bad, but he put his phone into his pocket unnoticeably, then walked towards the 3 people who were coming towards him. The next moment, he saw a square-faced man with a big belly, leading 2 civilians wearing cold glasses, walking towards the few people with an arrogant step, without caring about their relatives. Before the person arrived, a strong smell of alcohol hit his nose, and William's brows furrowed more and more. William regretted it immediately, but was held tightly by the fat man and his men. William wanted to laugh now when he thought about how good the policies for attracting investment were promoted on TV. It's so arrogant that you really think that a Qian Shanhu can control William. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. So William made 2 arrangements. One was to invest in domestic development, and the other was to invest in foreign countries, which was his way out. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hoot dog is cooked. He doesn't know how the future will develop, but he will not question the vision of future greats, because he is standing on the shoulders of several giants who have all changed an era. You are William. You're just a yellow-haired boy. Where do you get the money to invest? You still want to open a spring water plant in Qianshan? I think you're a liar. The square-faced man spoke, bringing William back to his senses. Oh, so you think I have no money? Then what if I take out money? William said lightly. William's performance only angered the square-faced man even more. Normally, when these businessmen see me, they all bow down and say nice things to me. Not to mention that if you want to get things done, money comes first. The square-faced man should have been even angrier, but he endured it. This way he had a reason to reject the investment in the spring water plant and could give an explanation to his superiors. Chapter 51, I built this road. In fact, he had been with the people from Tianquan water plant these days. They were obviously more capable than William and treated him very well. Originally, he planned to jump back and forth between the two companies to gain greater benefits. But it is obvious that William does not know what is good for him. In this case, don't blame him for being cruel. He had already planned to hand the project over to the other party, but he still needed an excuse to add fuel to the fire. And this fire needs to burn on William, and finally William himself will quit. What if you have the money? Do you have the equipment? Do you have the workers? Moreover, Qianshan is state land and will not be easily handed over to private companies like you to destroy it. This is also the water source for hundreds of thousands of people in Qianshan. We will definitely protect the last piece of pure land and choose a strong competitor to cooperate in development. That's because you think this opponent can't be the Mountain Spring Water Factory. William said, looking at your situation, I'm afraid you already have a crush on someone. I guess it's the Tianquan Water Factory, right? So what if it is? So what if it isn't? The Chinese-looking man said unhappily, since you know about the Tianquan Water Factory, do you know that it is Hong Kong funded and is 10,000 times better than a crappy private enterprise like yours? Yes, leader, you are right. William nodded and said, our Shanquan water plant has given up on the Qianshan water plant project. William? Why? We're just one step away. Yes. Giving up like this would mean that all our previous work would be wasted. William, they are Hong Kong funded, and so are our Luo family. Let's go and argue with them. William quickly stood up and stopped the few people. These people just can't tell who is the big king and who is the small king. Even if we can open a spring water plant in Qianshan Lake, it will completely offend the Ministry of Land and Resources, and they will inspect it every few days. You have to deal with inspections every day, why bother? He had to hang himself on a tree. If it doesn't work here, there are other places. After these situations were made clear, no one else said anything more. After all, now, although William has handed over the affairs of the spring water plant to Fatty, when it comes to major decision-making, William still has the final say. Since there was no possibility for the two parties to cooperate, William did not hesitate to invite the three square-faced men to have dinner, but instead enjoyed lunch with the rest of the team. While having dinner, William also arranged the rest of the work. The equipment was transported directly to Xinhu Lake, which is not as famous as Qianshan Lake, but the water quality is not bad either. As for the agreed workers, William also sent someone to explain and give them two choices. One is to go to Xinhu Lake, and the other is to stay here. The Mountain Spring Water Factory will provide financial compensation. Knock, knock, knock. William and others were still having dinner. The front door opened. Before the door opened, a man walked in from outside. He was dressed in a suit and white shirt, with a strong official air. William and the others stood there in a daze. Was this a reckoning? You are President William. I'm William. William nodded as a polite response. I'm Brother Qian from Wangxian County next door. I just heard that you and Qianshan Lake have not reached an agreement on building a spring water plant. We in Wangxian also have abundant water resources and rich land resources, but the conditions are poor. We also welcomed the Mountain Spring Water Plant to conduct on-site inspections. William stood there in a daze. This really proved what was said. When you're surrounded by mountains and rivers and think there is no way out, you will find another village when you look up. Just based on what second brother Qian said, it was too frank. He also had to go to Wangxian County to take a look. Since he had this plan, William invited brother Qian to have dinner together. Brother Qian didn't refuse. Instead, he got along well with William and the others, and there was no barrier in their communication with their hands. Of course, William did not make a decision right away, but planned to make a decision after an on-site inspection. If Wangxian County really doesn't have the conditions, he won't force it. But the second brother Qian from Wangxian County was obviously more anxious than William. He had been holding William's arm since before and after the meal. fearing that William would go back on his word. Some people have cold hearts and are indecisive, and they can never be warmed up in their lifetime. On the contrary, some people are warm-hearted and they deserve to be rich. As for the people in Qinshan Lake, they can go wherever it is cool. After going out, he got into Brother Qian's car, which was averagely comfortable. William had also ridden in Lu Aigua's car several times before, and the two were not at the same level at all. The vehicle was driving on the road, but the further back it went, the harder it became to drive on, and there were even some stone roads. Later, it became a dirt road, which was much worse than Qinshan Lake. After 2.5 hours of journey, William almost vomited out the food he had eaten at noon. Fortunately, the driver had excellent skills, and we arrived at Wangxian County safely along the way. Although it is called a county town, it is actually not much different from an ordinary town, and the flow of people is much less than that of Qinshan Lake. The most important thing is that there are not many young people, and they probably have no plans to come back after leaving. After another walk, William and his companions arrived under a waterfall. The waterfall drops 3,000 feet. This is not an exaggeration at all. It has a bit of the flavor of peach blossom spring. There is absolutely no problem with the water quality. It is tailor-made for the mountain spring water plant. William was very satisfied with this place. He did not show it. He wanted to see the sincerity of visiting Qian County. If their sincerity was great enough, he would definitely show greater sincerity. President William, please look, this waterfall is actually the main source of water for our Wangxian County and Qinshan Lake. Compared to Qinshan Lake, our Wangxian County is located deeper in the mountains, so although it has developed over the years, it has always lagged behind Qinshan Lake due to its limited transportation location. Especially in recent years, the gap between the two sides has become increasingly larger. William nodded in deep understanding, remembering what the great man had said. If you want to be rich, build roads first. It is just one road that has created the different situations of Qinshan Lake and Wangxian County today. Brother Qian continued. To be honest with President William, we have actually applied to the higher-ups over the past few days, but have been rejected. According to them, this is a case of the rich leading the poor, but the people of Wangxian County cannot wait. So in the past few years, Brother Qian and I have been running around, even borrowing money from banks, but we have only managed to collect less than 1/3 of the money. Brother Qian, I understand your desire to develop for the people. William bowed to Brother Qian and was also conquered by the first and second brothers of Wangxian County. He didn't think they were lying, and the messages William received on his phone further confirmed that. This kind of serving the country and the people is the most innocent era. William took a gamble. You can't do that. Second brother, Qian, quickly helped William up. If they neglected him, they would suffer a great loss if they did not invest in Wangxian County. William waved his hand, then pointed to the dilapidated dirt road. I built this road. If you want to be rich, you must first build roads. Without roads, how can Wangxian County develop? The fat man and the thin man were a little worried and couldn't help but persuade William, but he stopped them. Brother Qian and the people behind him were stunned for a moment. Then they were overjoyed, and then, led by Brother Qian, they bowed deeply to William. Wangxian County is too poor, otherwise it would not have such a name. It is only because of the cooperation between the two elder brothers that Wangxian County has become so large. Soon someone told Brother Qian the good news. Brother Qian was even more unrestrained. He simply dropped the meeting and drove towards where William was, leaving a group of people standing in the meeting room in a daze. The rest of the people looked at each other, and soon news came, and everyone was excited. They were in disbelief. Is Wangxian County really going to rise? Soon, William met Brother Qian, who was only a few years older than him. Obviously, he did not recognize William and thought the fat man next to William was the person in charge. William did not reveal this. As expected of the boss, he immediately recognized the fat man, Gao Wenjie, who was in charge of the spring water factory. Brother Qian and his friends were trying not to smile, and the big brother also noticed something was wrong. Could it be that this young, handsome guy is President William? He is indeed a handsome man. Chapter 52, Big Deal. The whole audience burst into laughter. At this time, Brother Qian walked up to Brother Qian and said, "You're right, this handsome young man is the boss behind the scenes. The person next to him would be the person in charge of the mountain spring water factory in the future. You are worthy of being called Brother Qian. Compared to you, I lack some judgment of people." Qian Yai had 1,000 thoughts in his mind. He really wanted to say, I actually think that handsome guy is a secretary, and that fat guy is the investor. Of course, if no one else noticed, he himself would not expose it and would just treat it as a misunderstanding. Anyway, the result is good. Because of Brother Qian Yi's arrival, William could only briefly explain the plan. As to why he didn't elaborate, it was indeed his habit of not saying a sentence twice, especially since it had only been less than 20 minutes since he finished speaking, and he couldn't accept it when he said it again. Fortunately, there was the second Brother Qian to provide support, and the first Brother Qian also came from a working-class family and had even been abroad, so he quickly got control of everything. It was already late, so William and his companions followed Brother Qian and Brother Qian Air back to Wanxian County, where they were warmly received. It is difficult to persuade someone with enthusiasm, especially two people whose temperaments are similar to yours. William couldn't help but drink a few more glasses and got drunk. Without knowing it, the three of them became sworn brothers at the dinner table, and William became the third one. This shocked everyone, and then the rich man's secretary strictly ordered everyone not to spread the matter. The group drank until late at night. William was drunk and had a strange dream. In the dream, the wedding scene, before the worship of heaven and earth ended, he saw a slim female president who came to him with her child in one hand, asking for justice. Why would you abandon us mother and daughter to marry a vixen? Daddy, don't you want Tong Tong anymore? William was very puzzled that this dream was so real. On the other side, William was helped to lie down in the room. The first and second brothers from Wanxian County walked together and came to an alley and finally stopped in front of wonton stall. Sister you, as usual, 2 bowls of wonton, no. I've been ready for a long time. A woman's voice was heard nearby, and the quiet alley became more lively. After the woman's voice fell, Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Air began to communicate. Isn't it a bit of bullying for the two of us to treat our third brother like this? Said the second Brother Qian. Bullying? I don't think so. Look how happy third brother is smiling. Even if he knows we lied to him, he will forgive us in the future. Brother Qian pretended to be calm, but in fact he was more afraid than anyone else. He was afraid of causing William's displeasure and ruining this investment. What William didn't know was that he was sold to someone else and was helping others count the money. The two started talking from the moment they met William and talked about William lying down drunk. There are debates and resonances. The two of them searched almost everything about William and came to a conclusion. William is very rich. William is so talented. William is a nice person and worth making friends with. The two chatted until late at night, sorted out everything, and then left separately. After the two of them left, the woman selling wontons closed her stall immediately, as if she was selling wontons just for them. William had a nightmare. His wedding was ruined. His girlfriend took over his company and left him on the spot. The female CEO was also ruthless. She said she wanted to punish him and immediately confiscated all his power in the company. He went from being a wealthy man to a beggar, living on charity from others. From heaven to hell, who can describe his suffering? Snort. This would never happen. William immediately began to make a plan. It was just the warmth on his forehead that startled William, and he woke up suddenly. When he opened his eyes, he saw 2 women who were no more than 20 years old wiping his face. William's face turned red, and he pushed the woman away in fear. What was going on? He was not clean. This made him feel somewhat resentful towards Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Air. This is too much to do in order to keep him. However, that feeling is just like that of the county magistrate in ancient times, really comfortable. President William, now that you are awake, we will report to the first and second brothers. They're still waiting for you downstairs. After the 2 women left, William quickly checked himself and found that he was in good spirits. Could it be that I misunderstood them? Forget it. Let's go meet Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Air first and see how these 2 sworn brothers have to explain. After meeting Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Air, William finally understood what a drunkard was. Compared to them, I am nothing at all. How did you sleep last night? I just asked the secretary to call you. No. Third brother, why is your face red? Second Brother Qian's face was full of confusion. Third brother is still drunk. Come over and have some breakfast and drink some sobering tea. Brother Qian shook his head. William's face turned red like an apple. What he was thinking about all day was that he was lustful. The 2 female secretaries next to them also understood and whispered to Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Air to explain. Qian Yij and Qian Urge laughed out loud, and they understood William. After all, not communicating for a long time is also a burden on the body. Seeing that both of them knew about it, William no longer hesitated and started to enjoy his breakfast. On the same day, the two parties signed a contract for the construction of a spring water plant and a road construction agreement. Wangxian County provided land free of charge, and Shangquan Water Plant built roads for Wangxian County free of charge. Of course, it was the main road from the water plant to the highway intersection, all of which were built according to asphalt road standards. In the next few days, William followed his two elder brothers over mountains and across rivers to make suggestions for the future of Wangxian County. William put forward many insights, including the development of farmhouses, tourism, and the planting of medicinal herbs and cash crops. After a few days, William realized that Wangxian County was a huge treasure and deserved to be in the hands of the two big guys. No wonder it could not develop. Under William's guidance, Wangxian County's next development plan is clear, and it will inevitably become a rising star in Daxia. William also showed his generosity in these industries. He would invest as long as he was short of money. Big deal. After a long journey, the equipment finally arrived in Wangxian County, and the rest of the matters were left to the fat man Gao Wenjie. William's wealth, talent, and kindness have been proven in the past few days. Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Er both advised William to go into politics, and they could provide guarantees for William's political career. But William had already made up his mind. I will never go into politics in this life. However, I can play a little trick on my two brothers, as they have been putting me through a lot these past few days. When William said he wanted to stay, Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Er could no longer sit still. The two quickly turned from friends to opponents and offered unimaginable conditions one after another, both wanting William to join the other's school. William smiled, and much of his fatigue from the past few days disappeared. Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Er stopped quarreling immediately, with some confusion in their eyes. They also understood that William was joking. Brothers, I'm going out to make money and to better develop Wangxian County. I will come back often in the future. Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Er were in tears. They knew very well that William's business was so huge that there would be few chances for him to come back. Brothers, I don't have much chance to come back, but can't you go and see me? Brother Qian Yi and Brother Qian Er laughed out loud, and this doubled the chances of the two sides meeting. William, who was about to leave, stayed behind and said that the two of them had a surprise for him. I drank too much again and had been lying in bed for a while when I heard someone coming in. After the nightmare a few days ago, William opened his eyes immediately and saw the two women following the two older brothers. After driving the two away, William stayed in the bathroom all night. Chapter 53, It's Too Late to Regret. The next day, William, sleepy-eyed, said goodbye to his two brothers, left Wangxian County, and prepared to return to Beicheng. His two brothers personally accompanied him until he left the border of Wangxian County. After leaving Wangxian County, William took a comfortable nap on the asphalt road. William was awakened by a quarrel. I looked up and saw two gangs stopped on the highway. William knew one group of people. They were the villagers from the villages in Qianshan Lake, and the other group of people were the square-faced people he had seen in Qianshan Hotel. Several people with gloomy faces stood in front of the villagers and stopped the car just in time. President William, it's so late. Why don't you go to Qianshan Lake and rest for a night? The square-faced man walked over, his tone unquestionable. Everyone understood what the square-faced man meant. This is also what the villagers meant, waiting for William to give them an explanation. William really wants to invest in Wangxian County. It will really ruin all of their jobs. However, they remembered that William had already compensated them and promised that they would be given priority in the sales of Qianshan Lake beverages in the future. So at this moment, this group of people feels some guilt and expectation. Ignoring the square-faced man, William came to the villagers and said in a loud voice, "Uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, let's clear the way first. William, have not forgotten what I promised you. Even if it is to invest in Wangxian County, I will try to give you an opportunity. When the Wangxian County Spring Water Plant starts construction, each company will be given a job quota, and we will notify everyone when the time comes." Quick song. Thank you, President William. President William is such a good man. William shook hands with the villagers one by one, and finally came to the square-faced man and said, "Let's go." The square-faced man pretended to be calm, but he was actually more frightened than anyone else. If William is not invited back today, his job will be in jeopardy. The villagers got what they wanted and gradually dispersed. Seeing this, another person next to the square-faced man said, "President William, If you are smart, you can withdraw your investment from Wangshan County and invest in Qianshan Lake. How can that shabby place compare to Qianshan Lake? There is no road, and the infrastructure is even worse. We advise you to withdraw your investment from Wangshan County immediately, otherwise you will lose everything. My affairs are not yours to worry about. William gradually felt disgusted with these people. If he had not had to give an explanation to the two upper echelons of Qianshan Lake, he would have turned around and left. However, it was obvious that the square-faced man was relying on the Tianquan water factory to blatantly suppress him. I'm afraid these people have found the wrong person. Snort. The square-faced man didn't say much to me. He drove in front and led the way. William got in a back car and followed closely behind. An hour later, several people arrived at the door of Qianshan Lake Guest House. Don't talk nonsense, or I can't save you. The square-faced man got out of the car and gave William a vicious look. Walking into a private room, William saw the second brother of Qianshan Lake and a few unfamiliar faces. Judging from the appearance of these people, they seemed to be from the Magic City. However, several people were very polite to William and Luo Ruo, especially William, who sensed a hint of scrutiny. Dear leaders, William is here safely. The square-faced man bowed and saluted with an extremely respectful attitude. William greets all the leaders. I wonder what the leaders want me to do. William imitated the square-faced man and greeted him politely. So you are William, please take a seat. The second elder brother from Qianshan Lake was very polite and invited William to sit next to him. The people from Shanghai were also very polite. They introduced themselves to each other, asked about William's personal experience, and then talked about the business at hand. President William is really young and promising. He has earned a lot of money at a young age. He can invest in the mainland and solve the employment problem. It is a blessing for the people. We have a question. President William originally invested in building a water plant in Qianshan Lake, so why did he suddenly move to Wangshan County? I heard that the infrastructure there is too backward and cannot compare to Qianshan Lake at all. It is a waste of money. What the leader said was right. It was indeed a loss-making business in the early stage. I even built a road for them for free. But what does it matter? If everyone thinks it is a loss and no one wants to do it, then the development of Wangshan County will be delayed for many years. Besides, man can conquer nature. I believe in the development potential of Wangshan County. In 3, 5, or even 10 years, I will give Wangshan County a chance to change. At the dinner table, several people were silent, which was rare. They were moved by William's words, man can conquer nature. What he said is true. If there were no people like William to develop Wangshan County, I am afraid that Wangshan County would still not have changed much in more than 10 years. In fact, this was the case in the previous life. People only heard about how sweet the spring water from Qianshan Lake was, but there was no mention of the spring water from Wangshan County. Adding icing on the cake is far inferior to providing timely assistance. William has figured it out. Since he has already invested so much in Wangshan County, he might as well invest more and turn it into his own base. Especially the later greenhouse vegetables, which are natural and additive-free, can form an industrial chain. It is also the best way to solve poverty in Wangshan County. At the same time, he plans to build a tourist base there, and company employees will gather here together at the end of each year. Shali, you are right. Man can conquer nature. We in Xia are in need of people like you. You did the right thing this time. I will report this matter when I get back and try to get you the title of an outstanding entrepreneur. After hearing what the leader said, William burst into tears of gratitude. Since the leader said so, then the title must belong to him, especially when it comes to future financing. It will be very beneficial. Thank you, leaders. I will continue to work hard and contribute to the development of Daxia. Good job. Shally, sit down and eat something first. After finishing the conversation, William left the guest house. Just as he was about to leave, he saw the second brother of Qianshan Lake waiting for him in front. William thought about it, but knew he couldn't avoid it, so he walked straight towards the second brother's position. Second brother Qian. William greeted. Do you smoke? Brother Qian didn't say anything. Instead, he took out a pack of cigarettes, took one out, and handed it to William. William shook his head. After his rebirth, he almost never smoked. If you have something to ask me, you can just tell me. I can accept it. Brother Qian took a deep breath, turned his head, and looked at William, saying, Do you know why the people up there came down? Have no idea. William's answer was brief. Even if he knew, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Really? The second brother Qian stared at William with his deep eyes. Tianquan water plant. I think we're lucky in Qianshan Lake. We can get one of the two water plants. I won't be greedy. That's right. William felt like he was going to collapse from laughter, but he still said seriously, Second brother Chien is so righteous. With you here, I believe Qinshan Lake will surely thrive. Brother Chien ignored William's words and continued. Don't flatter me, kid. I know my abilities very well. Everything I do is for Qinshan Lake. I understand. William nodded. After chatting with Brother Chien for a few more words, William left the guest house. On the way back, he looked back at Qinshan Lake. The scenery is so beautiful, it's too late to regret. Just then, a car suddenly hit William. There was no time to dodge. William could only think of a sentence from the Three Kingdoms. My life is over. After saying this, William dodged to the side. Ooh, there was a loud bang, and William fainted. Where's my gold finger? What about Monopoly? Is it just going to die like this? Un chapitre 54 car accident cruise. Dawn dispels darkness, and William regains consciousness. This person is so tough. That's right. He didn't die despite such serious injuries. It's simply a miracle. It's a blessing that I'm alive. If I haven't married yet at such a young age, I've lived my life in vain. William heard everything these people said and found it particularly harsh. Although he was conscious, he was unable to move and his eyes were rolling around. Mom, my brother is awake. A loud shout woke up the middle-aged woman sleeping on the other side of the bed. She stood up quickly and saw a little girl of about 12 or 13 running toward her. The middle-aged woman was none other than William's mother. William had the accident. The little girl by Ling felt heartbroken. She ran back home from school and told her mother the news as soon as possible. My mother's right. I also kept twitching and she could never calm down. William immediately. Luo Revo answered the call. Knowing the identities of both of them, she did not hide anything from them. So, the mother took Bai Ling and flew directly to Qinshan Lake. Bai Ling, girl, run slower. What if you fall? Although she said that, there was no trace of blame on her face. It's okay. The teacher said that I am now a little adult and can help mom take care of my brother. At this moment, the mother looked at the sensible Bai Ling and couldn't help but praise her. This good girl is much better than her two brothers and one sister. Linger, listen to your mother and go back to sleep for a while, said the mother. This child woke up several times during the night just to see if her brother had woken up. She had advised him several times, but the little girl got away with it. For example, now, because she didn't sleep well at night, the little girl has two big panda-like eyes that are rolling around randomly. Mom, I'm really not sleepy. I want to wait for my brother to wake up. I think the first person he sees when he wakes up is Ling. Seeing that her advice was useless, the mother pulled Bai Ling to William's bed and signaled that she could lie on the bed with her head in her arms. Bai Ling, who was already sleepy, fell asleep with her head resting on William's arm. Bye, Bai Ling. William uttered a few words with difficulty. Bai Ling was sleeping so soundly that only her mother could hear her. She excitedly held William, his hand, and ran out to find a doctor. As his wrist gradually regained strength, William slowly stood up, put the sleeping Bai Ling on the bed, and lay down on the other side. Before long, a large group of people came in. When the doctor arrived, he gave William a comprehensive examination, and the results surprised him. William's body recovered at an incredible speed, and he is now fine. When everyone present heard the test results from the doctor, they were all in disbelief. You know, most people who are on the verge of death are only saved because they are sent to the hospital early. But for William, his health improves day by day, and he can even walk when he is well. At this moment, even the usually calm Lu Aigua couldn't hold it anymore, and the fat man and the thin man started cursing. Did you see clearly who it was? Lu Aigua asked. He is now extremely angry. Born into Xia, there are still people who challenge his bottom line again and again. William has been assassinated several times, which simply shows that he does not take law enforcers like them seriously. Therefore, he directly applied to his superiors for an investigation into the case. The result was good, and his superiors approved it and gave their utmost support. Please, big brother, the investigation is the job of you law enforcers. If I knew the perpetrator, I would have cut him into pieces long ago. In fact, William didn't even see the murderer. Of course, this is normal. If the murderer reveals his face, he will be just like a baby wolf. It would be faster for him to just rush up and stab him to death. That was a bit troublesome. We looked up the vehicle information and found it was a fake license plate. And you don't have any clues, which is bad for the case. Lu Aigua hesitated to speak. At this point, William also realized that he had to reveal some clues. This old guy Lu Aigua will definitely delay time, but he doesn't want to live in such fear. Plus, his career is just starting. William thought it would be okay to offer some guesses. After figuring this out, William expressed his guess. Tianquan water plant. William said with a cold face. Before we came to Qinshan Lake, we had no conflicts with anyone except the Tianquan water plant. This is not our deliberate retaliation. Let me explain it to you slowly. The fat man also said, I've long disliked those old guys. They're as evil as that kid Zhou Mingda from Hong Kong Island. If Skinny and I really find out, we'll beat that guy to death. William heard this and lowered his head to think quickly. What a coincidence. The investor of this Tianquan water factory is from Hong Kong Island. In my previous life, I heard from Goldfinger that this water plant was controlled by foreigners, but now that I think about it, it is not necessarily the case that foreign capital is secretly acquiring Daxia's high-quality assets with the help of Hong Kong Island. However, these are just his guesses. Now, with reform and opening up, attracting investment is the top priority for Daxia. If he brings this up, would people think he has bad intentions and is sabotaging the country's plans? But we can recall that in later generations, foreign capital controlled domestic grain, and even seeds had to be imported. William was moved. In other words, in the next 10 years, foreign capital rushed into the market and divided up a large amount of high-quality domestic assets. This also led to the fact that when Daxia awakened, it was already too late to save the situation, especially the key technologies, which were firmly monopolized by foreign countries. Okay, stop talking. We will investigate the Tianquan water plant incident, and we will not take any action against the other party until a definite conclusion is reached. At this moment, a phone call interrupted Lu Aigua's words. Investigate and punish seriously. The person on the other end of the phone only said 4 words, and then it was replaced by another person who said a few simple words and hung up. William looked at Lu Aigua next to him and thought it was strange that he didn't avoid him when he made the phone call. William, you are not only lucky, but also deeply trusted by the Queen. Tell me, what is the relationship between you two? William, with confusion. This Empress is too abnormal. She ignores the system she has established and asks him to find out who the murderer is immediately. She gives him a maximum authority to handle the case, so he can't help but be suspicious. William said nothing. He just thought Lu Aigua was mentally ill. I thought he had a relationship with the Empress. If he did, he would have had to go out on the streets to rob last year to raise the $100,000 for his mother's surgery. He and the Empress only had 2 phone calls to help Daxiao Enterprise reduce its stock market losses. That's all. William doesn't think that he can win the Empress's favor just based on this point. But what William didn't know was that the Empress had already thoroughly investigated his 3 generations and investments. Sophia abroad was not spared, especially the flow of funds, and a number of measures were taken. Brother, you finally woke up. Lu Aigua wanted to ask more questions, but was interrupted by Bai Ling, who had woken up. Her dark eyes rolled around, and she put her arms around William's neck. The great gift from the Empress will arrive in the next 2 days. Remember to accept it. Seeing this scene, Lu Aigua said something and went to investigate the case. Why are you crying? Didn't I tell you that I would leave the kingdom I conquered to you to manage? William wiped the tears from her eyes and spoke gently. But my mom keeps telling me to take over her clothing store after I graduate. Bai Ling pouted and answered happily. Don't listen to her, just listen to me. William finished speaking. He felt a chill on his back. He looked back and saw a pair of murderous eyes staring at him. Looking at the person's face, it is the mother. Chapter 55, The Empress's Gift. Who did you just say not to listen to? A calm voice came from the mother's mouth. Don't hit me first. You have to be reasonable. William lay directly on the bed, holding his head in his hands. Snort. The mother snorted coldly, seemingly concerned about the reason why William was injured, and did not care too much. During this period, after knowing that William woke up, people came to look for William one after another, and there were more than a dozen phone calls. William was quite troubled and felt that he should find an assistant. After the conditions stabilized, William asked everyone to return to work, leaving only his mother and Bai Ling in the ward. The real reason is that Bai Ling didn't want to go back to school and thought that group of kids were too boring. The mother also came to terms with it. She had already lived her life, and all that was left was to watch William get married and have children. No, why should this brat care about him? She was just worried about Bai Ling and wanted to protect her until she got married. William was quite troubled. His mother didn't leave, which gave him a headache. He felt that his entire privacy was under her surveillance. Bai Ling, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened. She hung around William every day and asked William to tell her passionate stories from the past. After only one day of talking, he was punished by his mother and caught red-handed. Later, his mother deprived him of the right to educate by Ling. Kid, if you follow him, you will learn bad things sooner or later. The contract signing in Wangxin County went smoothly, and Fatty Gao Wenjia sent the report materials. The whole county concentrated all its efforts on the construction of the site. In 3 days, the site was leveled and the equipment was installed and debugged. This is the speed of Daxia's infrastructure maniac. Another problem is the advertising words and packaging. He could think of the advertising slogans without even thinking about it. After all, there were so many slogans, and he could shock the entire Daxia by just picking out a few of them. It was the packaging that stumped William. By the way, leave some difficulty for the fat guy. You can't let him do everything. How did that fat guy, Gao Wenjia, grow up? Anyway, once the spring water plant in Wangxin County gets on track, William is ready to let go of everything. He couldn't wait to start the next track. On the other hand, Fatty's team has been formed, including the people recruited from universities in the early stage. The water plant equipment has begun debugging. The first problem facing us now is packaging. Everyone, we have already solved the slogan issue. The only problem now is the bottle packaging and design. If you have any opinions, please raise them in time. We will come up with 3 sets of plans within 3 days. Don't worry, Mr. Gao. Make sure to complete the mission. At Gao Wenjia's command, the employees below took action one after another, and the enthusiasm was high. There is no other reason. The treatment offered by the Mountain Spring Water Factory is too good. The salary is at least 30% higher than that of its peers. In addition, the company will implement a stock ownership plan for all employees. The greater your contribution to the company, the more shares and dividends you will get. From top to bottom, twisted into a rope, bursting out with powerful power. William was in the hospital. Luo stayed in Wangxin County for 3 days and then returned to Hong Kong Island to report the progress to her family. This time, the investment was mainly from Gao Wenjia, 50%, William, 20%, and the Luo family, 30%. The company was established under the name of Hong Kong Island Investment Company and has several branches under the jurisdiction of the head office. Before leaving, Luo came to see William once. William's condition has recovered well, and he can basically get out of bed and walk, so he plans to be discharged from the hospital and go home to recover. But William's idea was ruthlessly rejected by his mother. His mother said bluntly that unless William fully recovered or the murderer was found, he would never get what he wanted. He was hospitalized so mercilessly that he was only able to talk to Eve on the phone for a few hours every day to relieve his boredom. During this period, the Shangquan Water Factory also sent the bottle packaging and design drawings to William for review. There are 3 options with significantly different prices. You get what you pay for. The bottle is expensive, but the material is good and does not contain some carcinogens. William is willing to do so even if it means earning less. This money is originally taken from the people and used for the people so that a closed loop can be formed. Simply modify the settings. William also wrote the advertising slogan and sent it to Gao Wenjia and suggested that he advertise on CCTV and provincial TV stations. On the other side, Gao Wenjia received William's revised organization and advertising slogans and immediately called a meeting of middle-level managers. There was a silence, followed by a long gasp. Gao Wenjia was the first to applaud, and then the entire conference room was filled with applause. Many people immediately understood that although Gao Wenjia was nominally the chairman and president, he also had a boss behind him, William, a small-time hoodlum whom they had looked down upon. But from this moment on, no one dared to look down on William. Seeing the results, Gao Wenjia nodded with satisfaction and then quickly assigned the work. On the other side, the great gift from the Empress arrived. Not billions of dollars, not a senior position, not even a bunch of medals. It turned out to be a woman who was intimidating without even getting angry. As soon as she came up, she threw the luggage in her hand to William, and she followed behind like a master. William looked at the luggage in his hand, feeling a little anxious. Who was the master of this horse? This is a gift to an ancestor. Are there still ancestors who need him to serve? Return the goods. Must return. But as soon as those eyes began to look, William's muttering disappeared. Do you want to go back on your word? The woman suddenly said to William. What if I regret it? William yelled at the woman like crazy. He was a billionaire president, but he was intimidated by a woman. Okay, disobeying the Empress order, it seems that President William is itching for trouble, and number 10 wants to ask for advice. I guess President William won't refuse, right? The woman spoke casually. approaching William at an unhurried pace. William's eyes tightened. He also had experience in society. The woman in front of me is no ordinary person. Her steps seem slow, but they are very deceptive. In just 3 moments, she stood up and moved forward. Warrior? Footwork. William's heart moved, and he understood the significance of the gift given to him by the Empress. This woman cannot be offended. Her background is much stronger than mine, and she is very powerful. I am no match for her at all. Thump. The moment the fist approached his cheek, William fell to his knees. He had already figured it out by now that he could not refuse the Empress's kindness no matter what. And I'm no match for this woman, and if I go against her, I will only end up hurting myself. What are you doing? At this moment, a voice came from behind. A middle-aged woman, leading a girl on her right hand, walked towards William and the other man. The middle-aged woman was the mother, and the girl was William's sister Bai Ling. In fact, number 10 had already noticed his mother in Bai Ling, especially Bai Ling, who gave her a sense of danger. The strange actions of the two people caught Bai Ling's attention. She broke away from her mother and ran over to see what they were doing. Brother, are you proposing to this beautiful elder sister? Bai Lingu glanced at the two of them with her big eyes and said something shocking. Number 10 was already a little angry, mad that the Empress sent her to protect a gangster. Yes, after she received the appointment and checked William's information, she decided to give William a warning. But there were obviously good people around William, so she stopped looking down on him. But that's all. She has never been afraid of anyone in her life. Besides that one, no, it's your brother who is going to become my disciple. Then he took William's hand and said calmly. He felt a warm touch in his hand, and at the same time, a force clamped William. He stood up uncontrollably, leaving no room for resistance at all. Yes, she's right. William no longer dared to look down on the woman and nodded frantically. God knows how much pain he is enduring at this moment. That's good. I thought you brought a new girlfriend here, son. The mother looked at the two of them for a long time with a smile on her face. Chapter 56. Are you all crazy? The next day at noon, William booked the largest private room in Qinshan Lake Guest House. His apprenticeship ceremony was also a welcoming ceremony for number 10. The woman named number 10 did not tell William her real name, but just said that he could call her number 10 or master. For this apprenticeship ceremony, William followed his master's instructions and did not make a fuss at all. He just invited the fat guy Gao Wenjie, the thin guy, and Bai Ling to join the fun, and didn't even call his mother. Of course, this is also in line with William's current low-key personality. Brother Qian E and Brother Qian Air heard the news from somewhere, but they also rushed over. In the box, William and a few others were chatting and playing around. Brother Qian E and Brother Qian Air talked about the changes in Tianwanqian County, which were simply earth-shaking. Not only was the highway project approved, but the provincial government was also willing to bear half of the cost. This almost impossible situation completely changed when William arrived. Even a fool could think that it must be related to William. Otherwise, they submitted reports no less than 20 times, but were rejected every time. This time was their third brother, and they could talk freely. As for number 10, they didn't care at all. William's master is even more of a family member. She is worthy of being my third brother's master. Such a fairy is rarely seen in the world. Second brother Qian praised sincerely. Although Brother Qian said this, his eyes kept moving back and forth between the two of them. Brother Qian was much more stable and talked about some happy things. William was stunned. These two brothers were putting him on the fire. But look at this woman. She doesn't drink a drop of alcohol, but her eyes are full of eagerness to try. In William's words, he is definitely a drunkard. Several people talked to each other, and everyone toasted to number 10 from time to time, while William also persuaded them. After everyone took turns, number 10 gradually became addicted. Later, there was no later. William was a little intoxicated, lying lazily in his seat. The only calm person was Bai Ling. She stared at the door with her eyes fixed. She quietly took out the cell phone from her pocket and quickly pressed a button. This cell phone was given to Bai Ling by William, so that she could seek help in time in case of any accidents. Just as Bai Ling pressed the button, the entire box was pushed back from outside, and a man dressed like a waiter walked in. But this man's eyes were full of murderous intent, and his blood-red eyes were fixed on William. Number 10, sitting in his seat, could sense the murderous intent, but the alcohol had already made him lose his ability to fight, so he could only shout for help. It was this shout that caused the killer to suddenly rush towards William, directly exposing his target. I hate it. Number 10 let out a helpless roar, and for a moment he was out of breath and fainted from anger. Two consecutive loud roars gradually woke up the drunk people. They wanted to struggle to get up, but they were powerless. The timing of the assassination was so well chosen that it caught everyone by surprise. William was in danger, but they had no reinforcements except a little girl standing in front of William. But can a little girl stop a powerful killer? No need to think about it. As a result, that is definitely not possible. It was beyond everyone's expectations, including the killer. He was less than 1 meter away from William. It only took him a moment to kill William with the dagger in his hand. Then, he could take advantage of the chaos to escape. But this 1 meter distance was blocked by a pot of boiling soup. Time goes back 3 seconds. The assassin was approaching, and at the critical moment, Bai Ling picked up a pot of boiling hot soup and threw it in the assassin's face. The assassin was dumbfounded. Whose child is this? It was born so ferocious. The noise in the box had alarmed the guest house, and many security guards rushed to the box. Guests from other boxes also stuck their heads out, and many of them walked towards the boxes. The assassin stared at Bai Ling with his bloodshot eyes. If it weren't for this girl, he would have ended William's life and got the high bounty. But hundreds of thousands of dollars are right in front of us, and it's life-saving money. The killer decided to take a gamble. In a moment, the killer retreated and dodged to the side to avoid the boiling hot soup. William at a faster speed. But what greeted him was a bowl of seasoning powder, which hit him directly in the face. The killer could only dodge and start the third action. However, the curse continued. No matter how he attacked, there would be a counterattack waiting for him, unless he was not afraid of being exposed and getting hurt. Otherwise, he would be caught in minutes. The killer stared deeply and decided to retreat first. But as soon as he broke out of the window, he was caught by law enforcement officers who arrived. At this point, the killer was caught. After a long time, everyone woke up one after another. William opened his eyes and saw number 10's cold moon-like face. William thought to himself, "Oops, how did I offend him again?" After a closer look, I realized I was in a suite. The expressions on the faces of the people around him were very strange. Some felt guilty, and some were relieved. William was puzzled and looked at everyone, but no one dared to look at him. This time the incident was also their fault. First, they forced William to drink, and after William was drunk, he shifted his target to number 10. As a result, they all fell one by one, and the only one who turned the tide was Bai Ling. At this time, Bai Ling was treated as a princess by everyone and enjoyed the glory of the prosperous age. "What are you showing off for?" William flicked his finger on Bai Ling's forehead and felt angry when he saw her showing off. "What are you doing? Is there any brother like you?" "Bah, you're hurting the feelings of the eldest and second brothers." William was confused. "I was just educating my sister, but how come I became the villain in everyone's eyes?" Before, they kept praising themselves, but now they all talk to themselves in this tone. "Are you crazy?" William asked doubtfully, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. "Call." A heavy breathing sound was heard. Before William could react, he saw fists hitting him visibly. "You little bastard, if I don't punish you for a few days, you'll feel itchy. You have just become my disciple, and you dare to bully others. I will punish you a little. Third brother, it's inappropriate for you to say that. Your eldest brother, and I will teach you a lesson. Don't blame us." William was so angry. "If you want to beat me up, just say so. There's no need to make up these grand excuses." But it really hurt. "Stop fighting, I give in. I admit you hit me, but you have to tell me why you hit me." Everyone looked at Bai Ling, waiting for Bai Ling to speak. Bai Ling stood in front of William at the right time and spoke angrily. "Brother, I was the one who saved you just now. There were criminals earlier." William's face was full of shock. He hugged Bai Ling and examined her carefully before he felt relieved. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "If you dare to attack Bai Ling, you must be prepared to die. Fatty, tell me the whole story." Fatty Gao Wenjie frowned, but did not hide anything and told the whole story in detail. Half an hour later, "William, calm down. He is just a small fry. There's still big fish waiting to come out." William didn't care at all and beat up the killer. "Aren't you short of money? I'll punch you today and give you 100,000 yuan. Now I punched you 20 times, so I'll pay you 2 million. Lu Aigua kept silent. The bloody killer suddenly laughed, spitting blood and speaking. "I confess." Chapter 57. Bai Ling becomes a disciple. The two law enforcers who were interrogating were crazy. "Lu Aigua is crazy." William laughed wildly. This once again verifies his sentence. There is nothing that money cannot solve. If it cannot be solved, then the money given is not enough. Everything went much more smoothly afterwards. The killer didn't seem to be afraid that William would go back on his word and confessed everything in front of William. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot of useful information. According to him, the reward for hiring him to kill someone came from the internet. He had never met the other party, and both parties contacted each other through the internet. And this person has only one code name, Viper. Several people in the room frowned. If this was the case, the other party's methods were too sophisticated and they didn't leave any trace at all. If the opponent is so restrained in what he does, then his identity must be hidden from the public, or he will die if he is exposed. The more this happens, the more the other party will be restrained and will only attack you secretly. It can be said that this is the most ruthless, worthy of the code name of Viper. Hearing the three people's discussion, William's face turned gloomy. This time the killer failed, as did the previous car accident. From this we can see that we are putting too much pressure on the other party. It is not difficult to see from the pressure that the other party is definitely after money. Spring water plant. In just a moment, William understood everything. The more afraid you are, the more afraid I will make you. Although production was imminent, William did not blindly compress the construction period. However, the construction period cannot be compressed, so he can advertise in advance and come up with a marketing plan. After walking out of the law enforcement office, William was dragged by Lou Igua to have a meal. During the dinner, Lou Igua was so attentive that William felt a little embarrassed. If someone shows you kindness without any reason, he is either a traitor or a thief. He knew that this meal was not in vain, and Lou Igua wanted to see him for something. He thought about it carefully and understood. Make money. It must be because they tasted the sweetness last time, 20 million in exchange for 2 billion, a hundredfold return. No one would not be tempted. Sure enough, before William could get back to his senses, Lou Igua poked his big hands and looked at William with a smile. In the box, William changed his usual good temper and said in an irritable voice, "Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Money is out of the question." "You can't say that." "What should I say?" "Say that you informed the Empress and uncovered all my secrets." "I'm doing that for your own good. The Empress will give you a great gift soon." "The great gift is for the ancestors." "If you say that again, I don't think there's any need for us to continue talking." William said calmly, "A big gift? Look at how humiliating this gift is to you. I gave myself a warning on the first day. Is she the boss or am I the boss?" Lou Igua bit his lip and said earnestly, "William, I'm not doing this for myself, but for my brothers. Do you think I felt good last time? 2 billion, and I didn't even make a splash before it was taken away by the higher-ups. This time, I brought a few brothers with me and volunteered to investigate this matter. I can't let them down." That tone is the mentality of beating William. But William really fell for it. He said calmly, "The last opportunity was a once-in-a-century opportunity. It's impossible for me to help you get rich, but I can make a little money. Moreover, I have one more request this time, which is that you have to use your own money." William had thought about it a long time ago. If you always use official money, it might be okay once or twice, but if it happens too many times, it would be hard to explain. Others will mistakenly think that you are enriching yourself, making money with official funds, and encroaching on state-owned capital. Lou Igua was ecstatic in his heart, but his face remained expressionless. He said, "We are brothers, so we will not make things difficult for you. We will go back and get together for a few days, and I will come to see you again in a few days. This investment, whether it makes money or not, is a matter of fate. We will not have any complaints against you." "That's actually quite human." William snorted coldly. "President William is so generous." William was speechless as he heard Lou Igua's compliment again. He still believed in himself, and suddenly he felt a little moved. "I'll accept this favor. You owe me one," William said again. One code is one code. He would not miss this opportunity to receive a favor for free. "You wicked profiteer." Lou Igua paused and cursed inwardly. However, for the sake of his brother's happiness in the second half of their lives, he swallowed his anger for once. William has a good eye for investment. I'm afraid there's no other William like him in the whole of Dacia. "You bastard! You're scolding me again." William stared at Lou Igua's little movements and spat a mouthful of 20 years of bloody phlegm on the ground. Lou Igua in front naturally did not notice William's actions. He wanted to tell his brothers the good news as soon as possible. Lou Igua also took advantage of this loophole, and in the next few years, Dacia would restrict law enforcement officers from doing business. William drove back to the guest house and immediately saw number 10 and Bai Ling standing at the door. At this time, both parties were wearing sportswear and white sneakers, obviously planning to go out. William, I'll give you 20 minutes to take a shower and change your clothes. Then we'll go exercise, number 10 said calmly. William felt a little tired and asked, Can I not go this time? I just went out to discuss cooperation. I am a little tired, and I drank a little. It turned out that number 10 repeatedly told himself not to drink because he wanted to force himself to exercise. But shouldn't exercise be done in the morning? It's already noon. It's totally inappropriate. Number 10 looked over with a pair of murderous eyes. William sighed and could only take a shower and change his clothes. It was just one trip, and William was a few minutes late. He then saw number 10's angry look and Bai Ling's compassionate eyes looking at him. If you are 1 minute late, you'll get 1 kilometer extra. Today you are 4 minutes late, so you'll get 4 kilometers extra. Number 10's unquestionable voice sounded, and William felt a sharp pain in his brain. This tigress, who will dare to marry her in the future? No, it's about how her husband and children could endure such discipline. This woman came here just to make trouble for him. This empress is really something. He hasn't even asked for any reward, so why are you still thinking about all this? Get in the car. In the car, William learned everything that happened through Bai Ling. Now he understood that number 10 had forced Bai Ling to be his disciple. Now, the two of them share the same pain and have the same master. Bai Ling, follow the master and practice well. Girls need to master some skills to protect themselves. Since there was no resistance, William just accepted his fate. Number 10 is so strong. It's not a bad thing for Bai Ling to learn some skills from her. William's words hurt her heart. Without thinking, she knew what her brother meant. He wanted her to attract number 10's firepower. Brother, is there anyone who is as bad as you? Bai Ling was right. William really thought so. If number 10 really followed him all the time, his happiness for the rest of his life would be gone. It's like there is a surveillance camera next to him, and everything he does is under other people's eyes. He is a reborn person. If this continues, his identity will be exposed sooner or later. Who knows, one day, some big shot will put him on the operating table, wanting to see the secret of rebirth. William, who has lived a life of bigamy, will not let these things happen. He was not even prepared to expose the fact that foreign capital was frantically buying up high-quality domestic assets. A 5-kilometer morning run with weights, followed by 100 push-ups and 10 minutes of boxing. Then William fell to the ground exhausted and was dragged back to the car. In the next few days, William started the devil training. His physique has been strengthened, and he can now punch and punch like a pro. But in the eyes of number 10, William was still too weak, so he doubled his training. Looking at the two people lying on the chairs, William picked up the water on the table and drank it in one gulp. It's time to go back. Just at this moment, his phone rang. It was Sister Hong who called. William, there are 2 video companies established in China with strong capital. Can you come back? Chapter 58, 3 major video websites. William was a little dazed. There may not have been any urgency before, but now with the establishment of Madu and Jima video websites, William also feels a lot of pressure. Tell me the situation first. William replied simply. Lu Hongxue did not hesitate and immediately launched the 2 major websites almost simultaneously, one day apart. The fresh interface and rich content changed the way you watch videos on TV and in theaters. Once it was launched online, it instantly shocked tens of millions of netizens. There was no way around it. It was too convenient. Especially those students who flocked to internet cafes and computers, wanting to watch the episode of a TV series they missed. At the same time, the website has just been established and the resources are not very rich. The 2 major websites have successively introduced a function that allows users to upload and download their own videos. This is a very suitable platform for both celebrities and grassroots to promote themselves. For a moment, William felt a lot of pressure. Even though he knew the general direction of the future, he was still a newcomer facing the 2 major websites. After thinking it over, he still felt that he had a lot of advantages. In particular, he made arrangements in advance and acquired a large number of excellent film and television copyrights, as well as the marketing methods that came later. If the 3 parties fight together, he may not lose. Besides, the domestic film and television industry is so big now that the 3 parties may not necessarily fight each other. In the evening, William asked Lu Hongxue to meet him. President William, why are you so anxious to ask me to meet you, especially in a coffee shop? Aren't you afraid that Inger will see and misunderstand? Lu Hongxue said. After not seeing each other for a while, Lu Hongxue exudes more and more the charm of a mature woman. Misunderstanding, William said slowly. If I wasn't afraid that you, Sister Hong, couldn't handle it, I would have been my free and easy Monopoly man long ago. Monopoly? Lu Hongxue was a little surprised. He has so much money now, isn't he satisfied? William did not respond. It's embarrassing to talk about it when my ideals haven't been realized. Suddenly, William remembered something. Sister Hong, there is one thing you must do quickly. If you can do it well, we will definitely be able to secure the position of the third largest video website. The third seat? Lu Hongxue asked in surprise. Yes. William continued. Sister Hong, do you still remember those popular cartoons in our childhood? Almost every child would watch them after school, and even adults liked to watch a few episodes. Lu Hongxue pondered for a moment and nodded. Yes, not only students like to watch it, Emma and I will also watch it for a while when we have time. William heard this. He knew that Sister Hong understood what he meant. If we buy the copyrights of these animations in advance, do you think it will attract a large wave of traffic? William said, you need to discuss this matter as soon as possible and in secret. I guess the other two video companies will also act quickly. Lu Hongxue. She was increasingly unable to understand William. This vision is too advanced. Songs, scripts, stocks, animation, investments. It seems like there is nothing William doesn't know. Is this something a small gangster can do? A strong suspicion flashed through Lu Hongxue's mind, but the next moment his expression relaxed. That's all. In this life, just follow William and drink some soup. William saw Lu Hongxue was silent and thought that he was putting too much pressure on Lu Hongxue. He frowned and said, Sister Hong, if you feel stressed, I can find someone to help you, or you can find someone yourself. You're too polite, President William. Lu Hongxue shook her head and said, not now. If I need anything, I will definitely ask you, and I won't be polite to you. William nodded and said, then we will launch our Kuaiying video right away. Madu will be first, Jima will be second, and we'll be third. In 3 days, it was shown on the 3 major video websites, which was considered big news in Daxia. I'll arrange it right away. Lu Hongxue agreed. After one phone call, Kuaishou Video released the online announcement. For a moment, the entire network was shaken. Especially Emma, Zhu Yin, Director Jiang, and the crew helped to forward the video, and many fans downloaded the Kuaishou Video as soon as possible. 100, 1,000, 10,000. Soon the number reached 500,000, and then slowed down. William smiled bitterly and shook his head. He still overestimates today's internet users. The current ways of accessing the internet are still too simple, and there are too few companies like William that provide each employee with a computer. At best, it is still popular in internet cafes and schools, which are the target audiences of Kuaishou videos. But Sister Hong's happiness made William sigh, thinking that Sister Hong was still too optimistic. You have to know that among the dozen or so video websites in later generations, the competition was fierce, and in the end, only 3 websites were left. And all of these 3 companies have survived thanks to the support of big capital. Now, if William intervenes, he will grab a certain share, but at most half. William doesn't want to be labeled as a monopoly enterprise by future generations. He wants to keep a low profile, and capital is also the most low-key. Madu Video headquarters conference room. A group of senior executives gathered together to hold a meeting to deal with the attack from Jima Video and Kuaishou Video. Humph! What kind of threat can 2 followers pose? That's right. They just copied our interface. If we want to sue them, we can win. Hu Yin was filled with anger. These people were simply too arrogant. Even though Madu Video is now the largest video website, it does not have many more users than Jima Video. What's more, there's a Kuaishou Video waiting in the wings, and if Madu is not careful, she will be devastated. The only good thing is that Madu, as the first video website in Daxia, has already made a name for itself. At the same time, Madu has sufficient technical personnel and can provide users with the best visual experience. The next moment, Hu Yin was even less happy, because both Jima Video and Kuai Video have released their big moves. Jima Video issued a notice that creators will receive a share of the profits based on the number of views. Kuaiying Video announced that Jiaoxi Counterattack is exclusively broadcast by Kuaiying. You know, this series has 4 episodes every week, which attracts too many people to watch. In an instant, the number of views of Madu Video dropped, while the number of downloads of Jima Video and Kuaishou Video increased rapidly. For a time, some people proposed to follow up, some proposed to create excellent content on their own, and some people felt that it didn't matter The market was so big, it didn't matter if they gave up some. Huyen had no choice but to follow up and start earning profits for creators while contacting some film and television dramas to prepare for buying out exclusive broadcasting. On the other hand, Sesame Video is also not doing well. It is sandwiched between Medu Video and Kuaishou Video, neither up nor down, and it was hard to come up with a creator incentive plan. As a result, Medu and Kuing quickly caught on and followed suit. This made the CEO of Jima Video very angry, and he felt that everything he did was a contribution to others. But for the moment, he had no good solution. We can only rely on high-quality content and increase publicity to attract more people to download Sesame Video. As for Kuing, with the exclusive broadcast of the second part of Jiaoxi Counterattack and the movie Stone, plus some interview footage, Kuing's downloads have seen a surge. The download volume of the three major video websites has increased significantly, occupying almost 90% of the market in Daxia, and the rest is occupied by small video websites. William didn't feel bad watching the money he had being spent. There is no gain without hard work. In the future, traffic will be king. More than 10 days passed in a blink of an eye, and the data of Kuaishou Video was stable, accounting for about 25% of the market share in Daxia. William was very satisfied with this. Unless a membership system is established, video websites will continue to lose money relying solely on advertising revenue. Kuaishou Video is not very big, so compared to the other two video websites, even if it loses money, it loses less. What's more, piracy is rampant now, and William has no plans to implement a membership payment system now. His goal is to retain that group of high-quality paying users and firmly bind them to Kuai Video through high-quality content. Episode 59, Yang Family Father and Daughter Fight. 10 days passed by in a flash. William's guess was correct. Sure enough, a company came to Xiao Rizi and wanted to buy the copyright. But the price for a comfortable life was very high, and the two sides failed to reach an agreement. Sister Hong took the opportunity to take over all the exclusive copyrights of the animations that William had entrusted her with. As soon as I put down my phone, I received a call from Eve. My dad is in trouble. Can you come to the hospital to see him? William didn't expect Eve to make such a request. Eve, don't worry, I'll be right there. This time, William did not refuse. Tin drove him to the hospital. On the way, he bought some supplements, which cost him tens of thousands of dollars. In fact, William really didn't want to go. Yang Dahai was an old fox, and the Yang family was about to go bankrupt. He was afraid that he would cheat you to death at any minute. I just agreed to Eve, but now I feel a little regretful and think I was being rash. But since he had already agreed, he had no choice but to go ahead. He had to repay this favor of 100,000 yuan. Hospital, high in bed. A girl in her 20s was lying on top of the man beside the bed, crying and saying, "Dad, you'll be fine. I'm here. I'll find the best doctor to cure you." Hearing the girl crying, the man slowly opened his eyes and looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. "Eve, don't worry. Dad is fine. Now I have something to say to you." Cough, cough, cough. Before he could open his mouth, a cough was heard, echoing throughout the ward. "Dad, please don't talk for now. The doctor said you must rest and maintain your strength." Eve's face was covered with tears, and she held Yang Dahai tightly with both hands. "My child, I know I may not make it this time, but I can't let you go, and I can't let go of the Yang family. I know it's not appropriate to hand over the Yang family to you now, but I have no one else except you." Before Yang Dahai could say something, the door of the ward suddenly opened. William walked up to Eve, gently wiped the tears from her eyes, and spoke slowly. "Isn't it just a few billion? I'll pay it back." "Ah." Eve was stunned. She didn't expect William to be so sensible. She couldn't believe what she just heard. You know, in the months since the Yang family's downfall, the brothers have been hiding from each other, their partners have been in trouble, and the bank has been coming to collect the loans. The only hope is William, but both father and daughter are plotting against William. "William, I misjudged you at the beginning. I shouldn't have looked down on you. But my health is failing and I won't live long. The only person I'm worried about is Eve. Now, as long as you can be good to Eve, I'm willing to give you the entire Yang family." After Yang Dahai said this, the humiliation William had suffered dissipated a little. Although he knew that Yang Dahai must have other purposes for doing this, as long as it was not too excessive, he was still willing to help the Yang family a little. "Boss Yang, you still need to live well. The Yang family still needs you to preside over it. Of course, I'm not taking the Yang family's debt for free. I need to exchange it for a few pieces of land from the Yang family. When the time comes, The debts and land will be transferred to my name, and I will take care of the rest. For the first time, Yang Dahai looked William straight in the eye. Even though he was so steady in his work, it was the first time that he misjudged someone. However, the Yang family's debt is more than tens of billions, especially since the Yang family has been frantically transferring assets in recent days and has a debt of nearly 10 billion. Even if William has 1 billion, so what? I'm afraid the bank interest will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. In the afternoon, William followed Eve to the company to handle the debt handover. Because the debts involved were too huge, William specially sought help from Hong Company's lawyers and notary office staff. After some discussion, both parties signed the contract. The Yang family paid for several pieces of land and transferred the debt onto the land. It is equivalent to William buying land. After the notary stamped the document, both parties breathed a sigh of relief. Especially for William, this acquisition won't make him much money, but he won't lose money either. These dozen or so pieces of land alone are indispensable to the future layout of Qingdao Plaza. Eve looked at William lovingly. She still felt a little guilty about transferring the billions of debts of the Yang family to William. However, it doesn't matter, the Yang family is saved anyway. After getting rid of these debts, the Yang family can set off again with ease. Especially since the Yang family transferred so much money in advance, it all became the private property of the Yang family father and daughter. You can't spend it all in a lifetime. As for Yang Dahai, he has already made plans to go abroad, but Eve does not want to stay in the mainland. Because she secretly found out that Yang Dahai had more than one illegitimate children outside. If thousands of netizens heard this, I'm afraid someone will say, the poor will die of poverty, and the strong will die of drought. Of course, the most important point is that she is afraid that after going abroad, the hundreds of millions in her hands will no longer belong to her. After all, she is no longer of any use to her, and Eve doesn't believe that her father will still treat her as his own daughter. So, she had to stay in the country. In addition, she also needs to find a backer. And William is the best choice. Rich and well-connected. Needless to say, he has a lot of money. Although he has no companies under his name, several of the companies are his close associates and have close ties with him. As for connections, they're even more important. William has close relations with Liu Aigua and others, and is also sworn brothers with the first and second brothers in Wanqing County. It can be said that William invests wherever he goes. And this look is much stronger than Yang Dahai. But she was just keeping William for now, unless she met someone better. Eve, if you really plan to stay in the country, you will be the only one left in the country. Dad is really worried about you. Before your mom left, she repeatedly told me to take good care of you. But now, Eve went forward and hugged Yang Dahai, sobbing. So I have to stay here. This place has the smell of my mother and also the memories of our family. Someone has to stay here, right? Eve said this. Yang Dahai became a little moody. In fact, it doesn't matter whether Eve goes abroad or not. What he cares about is the hundreds of millions in her hands. It's only 2005 now, so there's no need to explain how valuable a few hundred million are. Therefore, he must get those hundreds of millions, even if it means falling out with his family. Anyway, the debt has been transferred and notarized. But he took into account the last bit of friendship and wanted to save some face for Wang Eve. It's okay. We can go abroad and take your mother's ashes with us. This way, our family of 3 can be together forever. Together forever? You just thought it was ridiculous and was afraid that by then it would be your family of 7 or 8 together. Even if she went, she would still be just a plaything for her father to please others. Just out of the wolf's den into the tiger's den. Eve is not stupid. She knows this is her last chance. Dad, no need. I'm getting engaged to William in a few days, and we're expected to get married by the end of the year. Eve finished speaking. Yang Dahai was shocked. It's this kid again. Things are getting a little difficult. He originally planned to take Eve out and then directly take away the hundreds of millions in Eve's name. If she is obedient, he can ensure that she is safe. Of course, she also needs to pay the price of her body. After all, she can't waste her good figure. If you don't listen, then you'll be even more reluctant to listen to him since you are not familiar with the place. William is involved. He also needs to think about it carefully. William is not a simple man. The more he investigates, the more frightening he becomes. A lot of information cannot be found, as if someone erased it deliberately. More importantly, the Yang family's funds had not yet been completely transferred out, and he did not want to confront William and alert the relevant parties. Eve, since you've decided to stay, Dad certainly supports you. It's just a few hundred million, otherwise you can give it to Dad to invest. In a few years, the money can double. Chapter 60 Loan Difficulties. Yang Dahai's suggestion was ruthlessly rejected by Eve. The father and daughter fought for more than 10 times in a row, and they were evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. The two stopped arguing until there was a knock on the door. Butler Wu walked in, greeted Eve, and went straight to Yang Dahai. Yang Dahai glanced at Eve and said, "Follow me." From behind, Eve looked at the two men's backs and knew that the relationship between father and daughter had fallen out and they could never go back to the way it was before. But she didn't care, or rather, she had expected this day to come after her biological mother died. Fortunately, both parties knew that they had torn their faces apart, but on the surface they still had a normal father-daughter relationship. As for the two of them talking in the office, Eve did not eavesdrop. Who knows if Yang Dahai has any means? If they're discovered, both sides will completely fall out. She planned to go to Yi Yunxiang to discuss it. After all, both parties were in similar situations. After returning to China, Yi Yunxiang was not valued by the Yi family. Instead, she was targeted by her two younger brothers, who thought she came back to compete for the Yi family's property. The head of the Yi family and his wife also favor their two sons. After all, they will rely on their two sons for support in their old age. As for Yi Yunxiang, she used to be able to get a lot of work from the Yang family by relying on her relationship with Eve. But now the Yang family is already unable to take care of itself, and it is good enough that the Yi family does not add insult to injury. Yi Yunxiang was naturally abandoned. Therefore, the two people who just met opened their hearts to each other. After talking about the past, the two began to discuss the way forward. "Eve, why don't you find your boyfriend William and ask him to give us some advice?" Yi Yunxiang shook his head and refused. "It's really inconvenient for me to look for him now. He was the one who helped me solve the problems of my Yang family. If I go to him now, I will be no different from a beggar who comes to his door every day to beg for food." Yi Yunxiang heard this and knew that since her best friend was so determined, she didn't want to force her. Earlier, William suggested to her that the Yi family should invest in Qingdao Plaza, but the Yi family refused, and she felt a little embarrassed. "If I go to see him again, I really can't bring myself to do it. Why are there such huge differences among students who graduated from the same school this year? Forget it, let's go eat first. I think it's a good idea. Wait for me to change my clothes. You are naturally beautiful. You don't need to change. Humph. You've dressed up, little girl. Are you afraid of being outdone by me?" For a moment, the two of them forgot about the sad things and only focused on eating. William's side was not good either. First of all, Qingdao Plaza's bank loan was hindered by North City Bank. No matter what the staff said, they were rejected by the bank staff for various reasons. His men had no choice but to report the situation to Chao Fong. Chao Fong was out of town and could only ask William for help. It was only after Chao Fong became the president of the new company that he realized how difficult it was to manage a company. President William was like a mountain pressing down on her, making it hard for her to breathe. President William rarely comes to the company, and has never come to the company at all. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, so she threw this difficult problem to William. After all, William was the actual controller of the company. She was busy running around, really worrying about her boss. "Chao Fong, since you can't come back, I will reluctantly solve this matter for you. You have to treat me to a meal when you come back." William saw that he had no way to shirk his responsibilities and had to take action himself. How could a broken bank really rebel against the heavens? Mr. Ma is right when he says, "If banks don't change, we will change banks." William couldn't do this. He was still very confident about the billions of loans. The person who liaised with the bank was Huang Shanhe, the person in charge of Qingdao Plaza. He was a strong man, but spoke very smoothly. William saw this man. He felt that he looked like a thief at first sight. However, everyone has their own aspirations, so he won't force them. It was a time when he needed people, and he would not doubt such a person just by looking at his appearance. Huang Shanhe had met William once at the last meeting with the Yang family to discuss land acquisition and debt. He had seen photos of William, but he didn't expect that William was a few years younger than he looked in the photos. Hearing that he was graduating this year, he couldn't help but be surprised. He did not doubt Chao Fong, but he doubted William. He did not believe that William could solve the problem that he could not solve. William didn't know what Huang Shanhe was thinking. North City Bank, President's office. William took out the loan documents and placed them in front of the bank president Du Lui, saying earnestly, "President Du, this is the loan application for Qingdao Plaza. Can you see what's missing?" Du Lui took the loan application, glanced at it for a few seconds, and then pushed it in front of William, his face full of helplessness, and said, "President William, I'm so sorry. I can't approve your loan application. You said there is 5 billion underground in Qingdao Plaza. Isn't this nonsense?" William had thought about this problem a long time ago and still insisted, "Brother Du, this is not a Qingdao Plaza, but more than a dozen plazas, including land. Mr. Huang told me that President Du has not agreed yet, saying that the materials are incomplete. I told you that Governor Du wouldn't be so petty. Even if he doesn't approve 5 billion, he can at least give 4 billion. Hearing this, Huang Shanhe became even more confused. President Du had simply said that he would not give the loan and had never mentioned anything about incomplete materials. Du Li also understood what William meant, and his face became even more unhappy. I said, "President William, aren't my words clear enough? More than a dozen pieces of land, and Qingdao Plaza, which did not generate any income. It's 5 billion. Even if it's 1 billion, I won't approve it." So this is what President Du meant. "In that case, we are sorry for disturbing you. Mr. Huang, let's go." Huang Shanhe nodded, knowing that there was no point in dawdling any longer. So he stood up and left with William. After leaving North City Bank, William's face suddenly fell. A shabby North City bank that really takes itself seriously. This year, whether it is company loans or deposits, he has chosen North City Bank and is one of North City Bank's major customers. But now he must have received some news and wants to add insult to injury to William. There is no doubt that there must be someone behind this. This can be considered as a lesson for William. Banks are not the ones who provide timely assistance, but they often provide icing on the cake. In a nutshell, the richer you are, the more money the bank will lend you. The less money you have, the less likely the bank will lend you money, because they are afraid that you can't pay it back. But North City Bank refused to provide loans. So what should be done with the billions of debts? Billions of dollars in debt, with huge amounts of interest to be paid every day. With William's financial strength, he could pay off these debts by selling shares and stocks of foreign companies. William does not intend to use the foreign capital at will. He is well aware of how much benefit those investments now will generate in the future. Mr. Huang, withdraw all the company's deposits from North City Bank and do not have any business relationship with North City Bank in the future. Listening to William's words, Huang Shanhe criticized North City Bank for taking advantage of William's misfortune, but he did not object to the decision made by William. If he were William, he would do the same. Once something like this is done, the two sides will be completely at odds with each other, and there will be no room for retaliation. "President William, I will do it right away. But once this feud is over, we will never be able to borrow any money from North City Bank again." Huang Shanhe did not say the rest of the words. He believed William understood. Beijing Bank might be very important to Huang Shan, but for William, it would be enough to just change the cooperative bank. There are dozens of banks across the country, and there are always those with good vision and willingness to make money. William did not hide anything and said bluntly, "Mr. Huang, please open your eyes and look outside more often. When we close a window ourselves, can't we open a new window on the door?" Huang Shanhe was a smart man and figured everything out quickly. "You mean to change to another bank? It's not bad that you can change your mind so quickly." Chapter 61, Falling Out. Huang Shanhe felt pain on his face as he listened to William's teachings. He couldn't believe that he, a man who had been in business for decades, was not as good as a student who had not yet graduated. But the fact was that a problem that was considered a big problem for him, and even Mr. Chow, was solved so easily by William. As for the road ahead, he can actually solve it with or without William's involvement. Looking at Huang Shanhe's calm appearance, William nodded with satisfaction. It doesn't matter whether he takes action or not. It's better to give others a chance to exercise. Huang Shanhe was also holding his breath, and he also wanted to avenge North City Bank himself. "The rest is up to you." "Yes, President William." William saw that Huang Shanhe had agreed, so he stopped nagging and left North City Bank after giving him the right to do what he wanted. Not long after, the largest bank in the northern city encountered its biggest problem. William left straight away and went to the crew where Qing Peng was. It was Qing Peng who called and said that the second part of the loser's counterattack was about to be completed, and if the benefits promised to William didn't come, they would really be gone. This is a supermarket. As the leading actor, Qing Peng does the dirty job of security check to prevent people from stealing things out. Just then, a woman with a beautiful face walked out, and Qing Peng immediately stepped forward to stop her. He took out a magnet and touched it on the security door. Beep beep. The security gate issued a shrill alarm sound. The woman is none other than Zhu Yan, who plays the female customer. The woman looked at Ching Pong in surprise, and then handed the thing to Ching Pong. After Ching Pong checked, he did not find any contraband. So they let the woman go through the security gate again, and the result was the same as last time. As soon as the body passed, the alarm sounded. In order to prove herself, the woman had to take something out of her pocket. Ching Pong also checked one by one, but in the end, no contraband was found. The woman passed through the security gate for the third time, and at the same time, she noticed Ching Pong's obscene gaze. After the alarm sounded, he raised his hands to shoulder level and allowed Ching Pong to check. Ching Pong was checking while taking advantage openly. After all the operations, he really didn't find any contraband. Ching Pong was also polite. He said sorry, and then kicked the security door, muttering, "What a piece of crap." William saw this scene and cursed Zhu Yin as shameless. Then he saw Zhu Yin walking towards him. Cart. The clip ends, and the director presses pause. Ching Pong walked towards William with a smile on his face. "President William, thank you for coming here. I apologize for not welcoming you." Hearing and looking at the fake smile on Ching Pong's face, William took a deep breath. Sure enough, Ching Pong is no longer the pure Ching Pong. He has become too vulgar. However, the effect of this film captures the open hearts of men and women, and the number of views is guaranteed. But it is obviously inappropriate to put it up like this, especially since the security workers are still at large. In Daxia, there is a tacit rule. There are only 3 endings for villains in movies and TV shows: death, imprisonment, punishment. Of course, the security worker couldn't take advantage of this, and soon a scene appeared in William's mind. The security guard took advantage of you the first time, so he couldn't wait to take advantage of you the second time. But this time it was not so easy to get the advantage, because the woman I met was not only fat. When the fat man walked out of the security gate, the alarm was triggered and the security worker was about to stop the fat woman. The fat woman looked at the security worker, but the worker was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. He just backed away and asked people to leave quickly. But the fat woman refused to give in and insisted that the security worker conduct a security check. The security worker could only deal with the matter in a perfunctory manner, which made the fat woman feel her self-esteem was hurt, and she slapped the security worker on the spot. The security worker was later fired. This segment ends here, and the next segment begins. William said, Ching Pong was immediately amazed and took out his little notebook to write it down. It was also because of William's action that the short drama was not taken off the shelves as it was later. Ching Pong also learned a lot of experience through talking with William, especially when shooting urban dramas. This rule is very applicable. William is not someone to be trifled with, and the assistant director standing next to him also stopped looking down on him. Huang Shan acted quickly. As soon as he returned to the company, he summoned the senior management and issued a series of orders. The first thing to do is to recover all deposits in North City Bank. The second and most important step is to invite several major banks to discuss bank loans. Huang Shan knew very well that by binding the loan with a bank deposit, all conflicts concerning bank loans could be resolved at once. Qingda Plaza is a big client, especially the boss behind it, who has close ties with Hong Yi Company. No one wants to give up this piece of meat. On the other side, North City Bank. As companies such as Qingda Plaza and Hong Yi Company withdrew their deposits from Beijing Bank and suspended all operations, the salesperson immediately informed Du Lei of the situation, but Du Lei did not take it seriously at first. Soon, he could no longer laugh. Qingda Plaza withdrew its investment, Hong Yi Company withdrew its investment, the Yang family withdrew its investment, and then a group of actors withdrew their investment. It was like a gust of wind that became the straw that broke the camel's back for North City Bank, and more people followed suit. In just a few days, the deposits in North City Bank were reduced by 1/3. The transaction flow also decreased a lot, and for a while the atmosphere in North City Bank was very solemn. These fence-sitters, the salesmen below didn't dare to say a word. They didn't expect Du Lei to say this about these big customers. Xiao Wang, already know about it, Du Lei said with a smile, but this matter has a bad influence, so you must keep it confidential. You have done a good job this month at the end of the month. Don't worry, President Du, I will keep my mouth shut. Although Du Lei didn't finish his words, his meaning was obvious. That is, there would be more bonuses at the end of the month. For Xiao Wang, a bank employee, this is great extra income. These days, being a bank clerk can be considered a stable job, but the company is basically fixed. He is a white-collar worker, but a lower middle-level white-collar worker. Okay, you go down first. After Xiao Wang left, Du Lei's face turned pale. He didn't expect William to do such a ruthless thing. However, You have a plan? But I have a ladder to cross the bridge. Don't you? Chinda Plaza want a loan? But they just won't give it to you. Anyway, all banks are connected, so approval or not is just a matter of a phone call. He immediately lowered the credit rating of Chinda Plaza at Beijing Bank and contacted surrounding banks not to lend to Chinda Plaza. At this time, Dooley's words are still very effective. Originally, more than a dozen banks came to negotiate, but suddenly half of them were gone, leaving only 5, and 3 of them were local banks. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Dooley's face wrinkled. This North City bank is too shameless. Although the two parties have ended their cooperation, this is the first time they have done such a ruthless thing. But it doesn't matter. He believes there are still banks with vision. If he fails to complete it, William will back him up. As for the backup plan, William didn't tell him either. William, he is a person who is hard to understand. Things that seem extremely difficult to others seem to be no problem to him. There was no rain in the North City for several days in a row. The heat makes people feel irritable. People in office buildings work with air conditioning on, and there are shouting sounds on the streets, forming different classes. Time quickly came to the middle of the month. Huang Shana notified representatives from 5 banks to come to Chinda Plaza to discuss loan matters. Of course, this matter was semi-public. No reporters were invited, but newspapers were present. In addition, Huang Shanha also invited Chao Fong and William. He didn't handle the North City Bank matter well last time, and he lost face in front of Chao Fong and William, so he was unwilling to accept it. This time he must regain his face by taking advantage of the loan matter. Chapter 62, The Birth of a Child. 11 a.m., Tiangong Hotel. The Emperor restaurant is decorated with precious stones and has antiques placed on each side. Those who can enjoy this private room are all the richest people in North City. The wine on the table is 1982 Lafite. Mr. Huang, President William, Mr. Chow, you are so polite. The first person to come in was the president of Southern Province Bank, who asked in surprise. Huang Shanha waved his hand. No big deal. Good. Mr. Huang is thoughtful. Bank presidents or representatives came in one after another, and they were all impressed by Mr. Huang's generosity. William despised Huang Shanha's behavior. He did not object to this, as it was a common practice. Everyone has their own way of doing things. William's approach may not be suitable for others. After greeting a group of bank staff, everyone started discussing the loan matter. Huang Shanha had obviously done his homework and explained the future prospects of the Chinda Plaza project one by one. William and Chao Fong looked at each other. Huang Shanha was very nice and persuasive. But after all, it was a loan of 5 billion yuan, and several banks did not make a direct decision. They also want to hear what the headquarters thinks, and some want to go back for a meeting to study it. Huang Shanha naturally agreed, but he didn't expect to get things done all at once. On the other hand, Chao Fong's face was full of worry. She has been with Director Jiang the longest and has met all kinds of people. I'm afraid things are not going well. At the dinner table, we are not afraid of asking questions, but we are afraid of not asking any questions. If you don't raise any issues, it means that others don't take it seriously at all, and they will always make excuses at drinking parties. Sure enough, after enjoying the meal, the president of Southern Province and another president turned and left, while the other 3 presidents stayed. William thought for a moment and said to Huang Shanha, Boss Huang, take everyone to rest first. When they wake up, we will go and have a good chat with the 3 presidents. This is the only way. I will arrange for someone to find out the financial information of the 3 banks. Chao Fong took a deep breath. William saw that everything was arranged properly, and he was drunk and made a casual arrangement. Mr. Chow will take care of the rest. I'm a little tired, so I'll go take a rest first. Helplessly, Mr. Chow could only agree because she drank the least at the table and was the only one sober among the group. A private hospital in the United States. Sophia was lying on the hospital bed, wearing a hospital gown, her hair messy and pressed under her head. Her pretty face was sweating profusely. There were 2 doctors and 4 or 5 nurses around her, who were nervously making some preparations. I don't know how much time passed. Woo! A cry echoed throughout the ward. Sophia, the doctors and nurses present all breathed a sigh of relief. Miss He, congratulations, it's a girl. Sophia, the doctor handed a wrapped little man to Sophia. You idiot, Sophia said coquettishly, but her eyes were fixed on the child in the package. The child has a fair face and looks somewhat similar to Sophia, as delicate as a piece of jade. She has William's child. I don't know if William will be particularly happy to hear this news, but it seems that he still has a current girlfriend, Eve. However, after having a child, she can take some measures. The doctor cleaned Sophia up, took the baby away, and transferred her to a high-end ward. In the ward, Lin Fong and assistant Jian were waiting anxiously. Sister Tong, where is the child? Why don't you bring him over to show us? Assistant Jian asked excitedly. In front of outsiders, the two are in a superior-subordinate relationship. In private, the two call each other sisters. Sophia and her daughter were safe. Lin Fong breathed a sigh of relief. She was an experienced person and had experienced that kind of pain. Lin Fong's eyes were red, and she was a little hesitant, not knowing whether she should tell William about her daughter's situation. Because such a big thing cannot be kept secret. As a father and boss, William should know about it no matter what. After all, she was hired by William and was his first boss. Whenever she thought of her years in the army, Lin Fong's eyes became sharp and her fists clenched tightly. It turned out that Lin Fong was not living a happy life. Before joining the army, Lin Fong had a boyfriend. The two were inseparable and both graduated from university together. Later, Lin Fong joined the army and was forced to separate from her boyfriend. The two met less and less, and Lin Fong, who had joined the army, found out that she was pregnant. Just when she wanted to tell her boyfriend the good news, her roommate told her that her boyfriend had a new girlfriend that day. From that time on, Lin Fongxin began to die. She thought about aborting the child, but out of maternal love, she regretted it many times. In the end, the child was born, and her ex-boyfriend's new girlfriend also became pregnant. She gave birth to a boy, and the family came to her house and wanted to take the child back. She sternly refused and threatened to destroy the military marriage and childbearing. The family was really pretentious. She continued to serve in the military, and the child was left to be raised by her parents. Now the child is in primary school, and she has never seen that man again, nor has she found another boyfriend. Sophia's current situation is very similar to hers, but she feels that William is not her ex-boyfriend. When William finds out about this, he will definitely cut off his relationship with Eve and return to Sophia's arms. Lin Fong's idea was directly rejected by Sophia, and their experiences were completely different. William gave birth to this girl voluntarily, but she did it out of her own will. And that notebook clearly told her that William came from the future. He had many regrets, and she didn't want to be bound by a child. William good to her? Being able to bring her home and live with her, she has become a part of the Lee family. It can be said that William did not feel sorry for himself at all. Instead, she felt a little sorry for William. So, apart from getting married, no matter what William wanted to do, she would not stop him. Of course, if I really do something to let her down, it is entirely up to her whether or not to settle the score later. Sophia also knew that William hated her parents and brother, but for her sake, he was pretty nice to them this year. Jobs were arranged for the whole family. After many phone calls, her family was very satisfied with William, and they had changed from their previous attitude of being a smug person. In this way, there would seem to be fewer obstacles for the two to be together in the future. Sister Lin, Assistant Jian, please keep this matter a secret from me. Jian Dan and Lin Fong looked at Sophia's determined eyes, and Jian Dan quickly agreed. This was what she should do as an assistant. Seeing that Lin Fong was a little hesitant, Sophia looked up and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. But he didn't say anything, as if waiting for her to make the final decision. Lin Fong is also a smart person. William sent her just to protect her. If that's the case, why is she still worrying about the two of them? Eat salty radishes and worry less. Seeing Lin Fong nod, Sophia could no longer hold back the tension on her face, and fell straight onto the bed and fell asleep. Jian Dan was about to step forward, but was stopped by Lin Fong. She's fine. Didn't you see the smile on Ms. He's face? She's fine. If you haven't experienced these things, you may not know that she feels very happy. It's rare for her to get a good night's sleep, so let's not disturb her and go check on the child. Sister Fong, I'll listen to you. Jian Dan chuckled, then took Lin Fong's arm and left. Lin Fong also put her arms around Jian Dan and moved to the window of the baby's room. Through the transparent window, the girl in the crib seemed to see the two of them and smiled sweetly at them. It was so cute to both of them. Lin Fong felt warm and tears welled up in her eyes. Jian Dan seemed to have expected this and handed over the tissue that had been prepared long ago. Chapter 63. Do you want to do a business worth hundreds of billions? President Song, President Lee, and President Bai, our Qiandao Plaza will definitely be able to repay all loans on time. Huang Shanhe said, gritting his teeth. As luck would have it, Huang Shan, who had originally had no hope for a bank loan, reached an agreement after discussions with three local banks at the insistence of William and Chao Fong. Three local banks jointly loaned 5 billion yuan to Qingdao Plaza, but Qingdao Plaza and the land were not enough, and Hong Ying Company was required as collateral. William had no objection to this. After all, Qingdao Plaza has just begun construction, and even the earliest one will not be put into use until at least half a year later. During this period, Qingdao Plaza will not generate any income, except for the collection of deposits from merchants who have settled in. The famous Yida Plaza in the previous life developed step by step in this way, and William can be said to be standing on the shoulders of giants. It can be said that in this life, Qingdao Plaza is at least 5 years ahead of Yida Plaza. 5 years was enough time for him to complete the initial accumulation of capital and make great achievements. But reality gave him a slap in the face. Just after signing the loan contract with the three major banks, William received a series of bad news. William put down the phone in his hand. The calls were from Fatty, Thin Man, and Lu Hongxue. Several major companies were targeted to varying degrees. The first was the Shanquan water plant, which was strongly attacked by the Tianquan water plant. The brand and packaging of Shanquan Water Factory were plagiarized by Tianquan Water Factory, and even the advertising and marketing were almost exactly the same as those of Shanquan Water Factory. Second, Hong Ying Company was targeted by Longying, and the screening schedules of 2 films that were scheduled to be released were blocked. Even Tianying's attitude was very vague this time. Director Jiang was so anxious that he made several phone calls to inquire about the situation. William had no other options for the time being and could only adopt a delaying tactic. Soon another call came in. It was from Lu Hongxue. Madu Video and Jima Video have joined forces. William said calmly, "Let the bullets fly for a while, and then we can press back." On the other end of the phone, Lu Hongxue nodded. "Okay, everything is ready." At the same time, Yida Plaza was established ahead of schedule and started competing with Qingdao Plaza. The other party has obviously made a desperate move. Wherever there is a Qingdao Plaza, there will be a Yida Plaza opposite. It can be said that where there is Qingda, there must be Yida, but where there is Yida, there may not be Qingda. It can be said that the force targeting William is extremely strong. Judging from the feedback from Fatty and others, someone has set his eyes on his industry. When the fruits are ripe, I want to pick them right away. Obviously, these people were wrong. Want to pick peaches? No way. If you want to fight, I'm here for you anytime. If he really gets angry, he will mobilize foreign funds and come back to give these people a head-on blow. In fact, this is also one of the laziness of the Daxia people. When a track matures, direct acquisition or copying of models, relying on capital, leaves no room for innovators. It is also during these years that Daxia has been following the path taken by other countries and overtaking them. William is facing the same dilemma now. After finally nurturing several companies, some people can't wait to reap the fruits directly. Looking at William's high-spirited look, Huang Shanhe and Chao Fong's eyes were full of admiration. Be in control of your strategy. President William, is the company in trouble? Tell us, and we can work together to find a solution. Chao Fong said, "It will be very tiring to be alone." "It's nothing, actually. Since you're curious, it's okay for me to tell you." William's eyes were firm, and his tone was full of certainty. According to the time recorded in his notebook, he clearly remembered that someone would come to North City 1 month later. This man swept up hundreds of billions of funds from all over the country to invest in his new product, Water Wheel Project. Traditional cars must be refueled to run, but this master's car does not require oil, only water, and the car can run. It can be said that this is the greatest advancement in the field of science and technology in Daxia in recent years. It was highly praised by relevant media and quickly became popular throughout Daxia. The master didn't even need to ask for investment. Domestic investors flocked to him. This also enabled the master to successfully swindle hundreds of billions of dollars and keep himself out of trouble. But William doesn't think so. This master would not dare to do this unless there was a master behind him. William didn't believe it anyway, but she didn't care. Unfortunately, William was slow to take precautions, and someone around him still fell into it. As long as his companies can hold out through this month, there will be no problems. Others have good projects worth hundreds of billions, but are not making any money, so why should they compete with William? William will also add fuel to the fire. To be on the safe side, William decided to look for Lu Aigua. On the other side, Lu Aigua received a call from William and frowned. He knew that William was here to ask him how the assassination was going. But this matter is strange. It is obviously a very simple matter, but it seems like there is a hand secretly directing it, making Lu Igua go around in circles in the maze drawn by the other party for several months. However, despite his thoughts and delay, Lu Igua answered the phone as soon as possible. Boy, I told you not to rush me. I will tell you as soon as there is any progress in the case. Do you want to do a business worth hundreds of billions? William said wickedly. What? Say it again. On the other side, Lu Igua was so shocked that he almost dropped the phone. Let me ask you, will you take this business worth hundreds of billions? William repeated, neither hurried nor slow. Yes, of course. Lu Igua said excitedly. If he had hundreds of billions in his hands, why would he need to work so diligently? Wouldn't it be better for him to just lie down and do nothing? As netizens said, with beauties on both sides, he needs 8 young ladies to serve him. William grinned and immediately told him his plan. There was silence on the other side. William was not in a hurry. He knew that Lu Igua could not make the decision on such a big matter and would report it to his superiors. As for him taking the opportunity to suppress his opponent, it was entirely the other party who came to him first. On the other hand, Lu Igua wanted to report directly to his superiors, but he pressed the pause button on the outgoing call. Suddenly, he remembered something, carefully took out a phone number from the drawer of the desk, and dialed it without any hesitation. The other party responded almost immediately. Lu Igua, what do you want to talk to me about? Listening to the majestic yet lazy voice, Lu Igua did not dare to be negligent in the slightest. He immediately repeated William's words briefly, not daring to go beyond the limit. It was also because of the last stock market incident that he was able to get the Empress's private number. If it wasn't a big deal, he wouldn't look for the Empress, nor did he dare to. This is also because this matter involves a relatively large scale. After all, the senior management of the Water Wheel project has given great support. But William openly said that this was fake and did not allow Lu Igua to be careless. Based on his understanding of William would definitely not make a move without a purpose and must have a lot of knowledge about this matter. Keep the phone open. Contact me if there is anything. After hearing this, the other party hung up the phone, and Lu Igua felt a little relieved. Dihua City, Empress Palace. The Empress in red put down her phone and murmured, "What a good 82 points." Seeing this, the female secretary at the side couldn't help but look over, full of confusion. What happened today? Why is the Empress so happy? It seemed like it was the same last time, except this time it was like he was laughing out of anger. The Empress also noticed Secretary Sun's curiosity and did not hide it. She immediately told him that William wanted to split the stolen money 80 to 20. How dare he? Secretary Yang never expected William to be so bold. He split the score 80 to 20 with the official. He didn't want to live anymore. However, the Empress's attitude was unclear and she seemed unwilling to blame William. One thing is that this person named William will probably appear in our conversations often in the future. For a moment, Secretary Sun also wanted to meet this strange person. Chapter 64, 100 billion reward. Time passes slowly. In a blink of an eye, a month passed and several companies owned by William were severely targeted. The entire company was in a panic, but few people resigned. After all, even if the company was about to go bankrupt as rumored, the company's wages and bonuses were paid on time without any reduction, making the rumor not so credible. The only company that was seriously affected was Hongying Company, as several artists and agents were leaving the company. Emma complained to William several times about this, and regretted that she had set the penalty for breach of contract too low, which allowed so many people to take advantage of her misfortune. Emma, you can't keep someone who wants to leave. What's more, there are a lot of artists, and what we lack are artists who are loyal to the company. Since those people have chosen to leave, we can use the freed-up resources to train new people. In his previous life, William had heard too many big gossips in the entertainment industry, and he was used to job hopping. There are so many unspoken rules that William actually feels a little sympathetic towards these artists. For example, the Korean star named Lee is very talented. But so what? He still has no way to control his own destiny and becomes a plaything of the chaebol. He was even bullied by the chaebols while filming, and he couldn't bear the pressure so much that he jumped off a building and committed suicide at the age of 20. Emma was very moved to hear William's determination. What William said was exactly what she wanted to say. With William's support, Emma changed her previous lazy state. Whenever an artist terminates a contract, she approves it without even asking the reason. As for the penalty for breach of contract, she collected it according to the contract without showing any mercy. Emma has matured. William put down the phone and saw Zhu Yan walking towards him. Zhu Yan was wearing a black long skirt with her black hair draped behind her back. When she looked up, she saw William's tall figure. She quickly put down her phone and walked towards William. The assistant behind her was about to chase after her, but her steps paused when she saw William. Brotherly, why are you so anxious to have it when you see me? Why don't you explain the reason? Zhu Yan spoke with a smile, moving a little closer. Stop, William said this. He realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly explained, the weather is too hot. There's no need for everyone to get so close. A hint of doubt flashed across Zhu Yan's eyes, and then he saw William's eyes leaving his body. In an instant, she understood what William meant. Sure enough, all men are lustful. Even President William is no exception. She suddenly remembered that during the filming, Ching Peng asked William to come to the set twice. Looking back now, it seemed a bit deliberate. The brother I just recognized is too shy. However, she didn't mind as long as he said he wanted it. Brotherly, look if you want. I won't eat you if you look at me for one more moment. Zhu Yan said, Isn't this someone I know? Are you so embarrassed to look at him? William grinned. Zhu Yan was very happy. She didn't know when she started to like teasing William so much. But it was obvious that she felt a lot more relaxed after coming to Hong Yin Company. After the hit movie Diaosi Counterattack, many directors invited her to star in movies and TV series. It could be said that she jumped from below the third line to the first line in one fell swoop. Of course, this is inseparable from her impressive capital. But Zhu Yan maintained his innocence and refused to follow the unspoken rules. Anyway, just like William said, Hong Yin Company keeps using unspoken rules. As long as Hong Yin Company is around, they have movies to shoot and food to eat. After separating from Zhu Yan, William returned home and suddenly remembered something. If his guess is correct, the water wheel master will arrive in North City soon. Now that the day is approaching, he has to make some preparations. But what's wrong with Lu Aigua? He hasn't responded to my letter, even though he has hundreds of billions of dollars in business. Or does he think hundreds of billions of dollars are nothing? He's so greedy. William suddenly had a bad feeling in his mind. Could it be that Lu Aigua was greedy and wanted to take it all for himself? Thinking of this, William took out his phone and called. Lu Aigua, you haven't heard from me for a month. Are you planning to keep all those hundreds of billions for yourself? William asked, Do you really not consider me a brother? Lu Aigua had a lot of grievances. He certainly wanted to reply to William as soon as possible, but the person above him had not spoken yet, so he dared not act on his own. At this moment, a message came from his mobile phone. I will send someone over. You cooperate with William to confiscate all the stolen money. The reward is 100 million. Suddenly, Lu Aigua was overjoyed, but the more he looked back, the more disappointed he felt. If the Empress can send people, he can catch all the people involved in one fell swoop. But a reward of 100 million? What the hell is this? That kid wants to split the profit with him 80% and the law enforcer will take 20%. But the Empress meant to give William only 100 million as a reward this time. If what William said is true, and the accounts receivable this time is over 600 billion, then he will have to lose 500 billion, which is almost like drinking a mouthful of soup. William for the loss of 5,000 times, and he couldn't put the blame on the Empress. Thisly kid, if I didn't consider you a brother, I wouldn't be calling you. I can only report such a big thing, but something unexpected happened in the process. Is there a problem with the allocation? William asked. Based on William's understanding, he knew that the other party must think that the remuneration he asked for was too high, and he had expected this. Regarding the compensation, can both parties negotiate? Therefore, even if the ratio changes from 82 to 28, he has no objection. Anyway, the reward is hundreds of billions. This is also the only good opportunity for Daxia to make a fortune. As long as he can go 100 billion, he doesn't care about Longying, Tianquan Water Factory, Sesame, and Madu Video, etc. However, he was just thinking about it in his mind. None of those people were simple. They were all tough guys. You guessed it right. There was something wrong with the distribution ratio. At this time, a weak voice came from the other end of the phone. 73 points? 64, 28, 19. It's so bullying. William, calm down first. These hundreds of billions are the working capital of major companies. Although the investment was defrauded, the money must be returned to these companies after being confiscated. Look, how about reducing your salary a little bit more? Umph. William sneered. Lu Aigua, tell me after you take the test, how much are you going to give? 100 million? Bang. Listening to the call being hung up, Lu Aigua was filled with bitterness. William, do you think it's easy for me? I should do my job well. But William couldn't hear what was said. After hanging up the phone, he blocked Lu Igua. Little did he know that all of William's actions were seen by a woman, who reported them back word for word. This woman was none other than the bodyguard sent by the Empress, number 10. The Queen of Demon City was watching the video sent by number 10 with great interest. In the video, William laughed in anger and dropped the phone in his hand to the ground, breaking it into more than a dozen pieces. He left full of resentment, and number 10 followed him leisurely. The video ends with a comparison photo of William and number 10, one smiling brightly, the other looking dejected. The Empress watched it 3 times in a row, and when it was over, she called her secretary. Pointing to a new mobile phone on the table, he said, "Send this phone to William as compensation from Daxia." The secretary carefully took the phone and put it in a black bag. Others may not know its value, but she knows it very well. There are no more than 100 mobile phones like Daxia, and each one is in the hands of the top management. The fact that the Empress took out a mobile phone and gave it to William was enough to show how much she trusted William. But the secretary didn't know that the Empress exchanged a mobile phone for hundreds of billions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have such an idea. William suffered a great loss. Chapter 65. Walking into a trap. That day, William made an appointment with Lu Hongxue and Xiao Fong to meet with the water wheel master together. Lu Hongxue said that this master came to North City not only alone, but also had several new apprentices, 2 of whom were famous bankrupt bosses. Therefore, William needs to be careful if he wants to deceive the master by using the method of getting something for nothing. Although these 2 bankrupt bosses have no money in their pockets, they still have all the business acumen they once had. But right now, this master is tempted by money and wants to make a big profit and then run away. According to Xiaolaba, this person stayed in each place for no more than 1 month. Thinking of this, William had an idea. He took out a notebook and began to write down the plan for the month, including the assignment of tasks for everyone. Just as he finished writing the last stroke and put down the pen, the phone rang. It was Lu Hongxue who called. William was delighted, thinking that the master must have replied. Sure enough, after William answered the phone. "Hello, President William. The master just sent a message that he is available at 2 o'clock this afternoon. We will go directly to the North City Hotel then." Lu Hongxue said gently. Although she is the president now, she still speaks with great respect to William, the man behind the scenes. "Well, it's less than 2 hours until 2 p.m. You and Xiao Fong come to me first. I have made a plan, and we will meet later and discuss the details." William finished speaking calmly. "Okay, 15 minutes to go." After simply agreeing on a place, William waited for the 2 of them in the coffee shop downstairs. The 3 of them compared William's plan and discussed it carefully, and found that the plan was almost perfect, except for some details that needed to be optimized. In short, William's plan can be summed up in 4 words. Walking into a trap. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. William and his 2 companions met the water wheel master Zhang Shanbin. Coincidentally, this person looked very similar to someone William had seen on TV. This master took 20 minutes to have dinner, and I don't know if it was to give William and the others a warning. It was obvious that the master had dressed up specially, wearing a leather jacket, the most popular freestyle abroad. He wears a multi-million-dollar watch on his left hand and holds the latest Motorola cell phone in his right hand. Zhang Shanbin is very fat, and with a dozen bodyguards on his left and right, he looks like a nouveau riche. But in this day and age, people really buy into this. This is what a successful person looks like. William's dress is formal. A black suit and a domestic white shirt made William look a little immature. When Zhang Shanbin met William for the first time, he felt a little contemptuous of him. However, according to the information received, William has just received a bank loan of $5 billion. He still has to fight for the $5 billion. "President William, I wonder how much money you're going to invest in our water wheel project?" Zhang Shanbin went straight to the point, trying to test William's bottom line. "Master Zhang, we know that you're coming to see us shows your great sincerity. The investment in the water wheel is at least 5 billion yuan. We came here this time just to reach a preliminary investment intention with you." Lu Hongxue spoke first. "Yes, Master Zhang, the investment funds will definitely satisfy you," Xiao Fong said at the same time. "These 2 are what I mean." William glanced at the 2 of them. However, seeing is believing. The 3 of us want to see Master Zhang's water wheel achievements. If the prospects are good, I can recommend more investors in North City to invest in Master Zhang's water wheel project." Zhang Shanbin was overjoyed, as he had indeed been fooled. Finally, after thinking for a long time, he explained the water wheel project in great detail. The water wheel project is the latest technology of the Great Xia Kingdom and has won 20 major awards at home and abroad. The water wheel project uses a lot of high technologies and is a green and environmentally friendly sustainable development path for the future. The water wheel project has been well received at home and abroad since its launch. It was also Master Zhang who, in order to serve the motherland, overcame all objections and kept this project in Daxia. After saying that, Zhang Shanbin asked his men to take out a stack of information. On the exquisite cover were written the words, Water Wheel Project, S-Level Confidential, S-Class Secret. William grinned. If it weren't for the news report on the loudspeaker that described the entire scam in detail, he would have actually believed it. After all, each of the reputations in the above materials looks so real. Unfortunately, when I meet my reborn self, I have to make the most of it. Zhang Shanbinjian was very pleased to see William's shocked expression and introduced happily. The Water Wheel Project is not only valued by Beicheng, but also by the first and second brothers of Bei Province. It is the first and highest tech project in Daxia. Isn't it amazing? The car can run on water. This took our company 10 years to develop. You can imagine that once this water wheel is put into mass production, it will bring about earth-shaking changes to Daxia, and surpassing Mayu will not be a dream. What a great project. William looked at Zhang Shanbin and said, let's go back and raise the money. We'll try to get 10 billion in a few days. Hearing this, Zhang Shanbin smiled happily and suddenly took out a golden invitation letter and handed it to William, saying, we will hold a water truck test run in the northern province in 3 days. President William can come and participate with the invitation letter. William and the other two watched Zhang Shanbin and his companions leave. He had already gotten what he wanted and did not ask any further questions. At this moment, a female voice sounded, which frightened William. William looked back and saw a woman with an absolutely beautiful appearance, without a single flaw on her body. The person who came was none other than the Empress's secretary, Hu Yu. This time she came here with two purposes. One was to bring William a prize, a special mobile phone. The second is to assist William in capturing Master Zhang Shan. Of course, the most important thing is to recover all losses, especially investments, which must be recovered. Otherwise, hundreds of billions of dollars will have a far-reaching impact on Daxia's economy, no less than the impact on the stock market last time. Because last time the stock market was affected only to the economy, but this time it is different if the water wheel master really takes the money and runs away. That would not only be an economic loss, but would also make Daxia a joke and an excuse for foreign countries to attack Daxia. Therefore, Hu Yu's task this time is very heavy, and the power she can mobilize is relatively much greater. Little girl, don't you think I won't scold you just because you're pretty? Do you know that scaring people can scare them to death? William was really frightened by Hu Yu's sudden appearance and cursed out loud. Hu Yu's face turned pale. This was the first time someone dared to call her a little girl. I endure, but she remembered what the Empress told her before she left. Hu Yu, I owe him this time. If he does anything wrong, please bear with me. But William's behavior left a thorn in Hu Yu's heart, and she was afraid that she would hit William someday. I'm sorry, Mr. Li. My name is Hu Yu. The Empress sent me here to assist you in completing this mission. Hu Yu said in an official manner. Sister Hu, this was mainly my fault. My subordinates were half-hearted and made me angry, and this involved you. I apologize to you in advance. All right. Hu Yu secretly shook her head in her heart. She saw everything William did just now. The apology was very serious, and an ordinary person would be easily deceived. Don't be fooled by William. Sure enough, what the Empress said was absolutely right. William's expression changed so quickly. After hearing her identity, his attitude changed 360 degrees. Lu Aigui, damn it, I didn't even agree to cooperate with you, and you invited this great god. 1,000 blades were flying through my mind, and I felt that it would be more satisfying only if I could chop someone into pieces. Chapter 66 Water Wheel Exhibition. Time passes quickly. William also successfully got the mobile phone that Hu Yu sent him, which looked no different from an ordinary mobile phone. The interface is different from ordinary mobile phones, simple and pleasing to the eye. However, the phone has all the functions it should have, and it also comes with a SIM card, but it saves him the cost of applying for the card. Seeing William was about to put away his phone, Hu Yu became a little anxious and hurried forward to introduce the functions of the phone to William. After the introduction, William had a better understanding of this treasure. The most important point here is confidentiality. Generally, companies have no right to investigate. The most important point is saving lives. In critical moments, you can directly ask the military for help. William also didn't expect that the Empress would give him such an important thing. This also eased his pain of losing hundreds of billions of dollars. Money is easy to make, but you have to have a life to spend it. The big stick and the sweet date. William really fell for it. On this day, William, Lu Hongxue, and Hu Yu went to attend the Northern Province Water Truck Trial Operation exhibition together. The exhibition was held in an open-air square, and all those who attended the exhibition were powerful people. The second elder brother from the Northern Province attended in person, and journalists flocked to the event, pushing it to its peak. William and the other two sat in the third row, where they could see everything. First, the leader of the Northern Province spoke, followed by a series of speeches, and an hour had passed by the time it was Zhang Shanbin's turn to take the stage. William looked on and shook his head, while the company under him avoided this. Finally, it was Zhang Shanbin's turn to go on stage. He was dressed up today and looked like a successful overseas returnee. He spoke eloquently and was not at all pressured by his status as a working person. This is actually not surprising, as he has come this way from many places. He felt lucky that he didn't find anything there. He didn't find anything in the two places, so he thought it should be so. As long as the three places were not discovered, he could act with impunity. But everyone present, except William and the other two, was listening with great interest and was already thinking about how much to invest. William looked at Hu Yu and the other person, also listening very attentively, his mind completely immersed in it. Sure enough, bragging is also a science. As long as you brag well, no one will think you're bragging. I say, both of you, don't forget our mission today. William in surprise and said with a guilty conscience, "Of course, I haven't forgotten." William curled his lips and said, "You haven't forgotten yet. If I hadn't reminded you, you would probably want to invest money. It's not their fault. After all, the reform and opening up has only been going on for a short time, and some foreign high-tech products are investment opportunities for the people of Daxia. In other words, through reform and opening up, some people have become rich. Money makes money, so naturally I won't give up such an opportunity. Just remember, see the handbag in his hand. All the good things are in it." William reminded. It turned out that the plan had already been made before the three of them came. You have to produce evidence to arrest someone. So William proposed this plan: first find the catalyst, and then give it to who used people for testing. Once the evidence is available, the funds in Zhang Shanbin's account will be frozen, and then Zhang Shanbin will be arrested. In fact, William didn't think so. If Lu Aigua had not done this, he would have directly threatened Zhang Shanbin, and the two sides would have split the investment equally. At least we can get hundreds or even thousands of billions. It's all Lu Aigua's fault, damn it. The three of them were talking in low voices, and the water wheel exhibition had already officially begun. I saw a bus appeared on the booth at some point, and several staff members were checking the condition of the bus. After an inspection, he spoke a few words to Zhang Shanbin and then reported the situation to his second brother in the Northern Province. Start the test run. As the order was given, two staff members came in carrying a bucket of water on sticks. After the relevant personnel checked, they began to add water into the car, and the bucket of water was soon empty. Then Zhang Shanbin came over, picked up a bottle of reagent from the suitcase, and poured it directly into the fuel tank. Then he cleaned the fuel tank opening with water and looked at the driver. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, black smoke came out of the car and then drove forward. This shocked everyone in the audience. The water wheel is moving. Water can literally act as oil to propel a car forward. This is a new technology that will advance the energy revolution. God bless Daxia. William found what these reporters said ridiculous. But according to Xiao Laba, this project was successful in the previous life, and hundreds of billions of dollars were swindled and fled abroad. The bus had already made a circle and stopped at the square. The driver got off and was warmly welcomed by everyone present. After another round of flattery, Zhang Shanbin ended the water wheel exhibition. For a time, the news of the successful test run flooded the entire northern province and was shown on TV that evening. However, the Chinese news at 7 o'clock every night did not mention it at all, but it did not attract the attention of the audience. That afternoon, the northern province held a celebration banquet to celebrate the successful trial run, and the master Zhang Shanbin undoubtedly became the brightest star. It was warmly celebrated by investors, and a large number of investors wanted to invest in this water wheel project. But for some reason, Most investors were rejected by Zhang Shanbin. Only William knew clearly that as long as you transferred the investment, the funds would be immediately transferred overseas. If it is channel operation, it will naturally arouse suspicion from above. So these dozen people basically operated once a month, and this did not attract the attention of the bank. As the glasses were being toasted, a man walked towards William and the other two. As the three of them were talking, they had actually already completed the plan. Zhang Shanbin always carried his bag with him, so the three men were unable to take any action and just waited for him to take action after he got drunk. "You are William," a deep voice sounded, and William and the other two looked over quickly. It turned out to be the second brother from the northern province. The three of them greeted each other hurriedly. Seeing this, Zhang Shanbin on the other side also hurried over with a glass of wine. So much so that the three of them were interrupted by Zhang Shanbin before they could even say a few words. However, with Zhang Shanbin joining, they introduced themselves to each other and drank a few more glasses of wine. In fact, the reason why Zhang Shanbin came here was that he felt a sense of crisis in his heart. He felt that the trial run in the northern province was going too smoothly, so he launched a surprise attack to test a few people. I didn't expect that all of them were old foxes and none of them revealed any flaws. I gave up and thought I was overthinking. After a few drinks, Zhang Shanbin was already a little drunk. He just asked William a few questions and wanted to leave. But William was not willing to miss this opportunity and gestured to Hu Yu and the others. Even though Hu Yu had a low alcohol tolerance, she drank 3 glasses of red wine, while William and Lu Hongxue drank even more. Taking advantage of an opportunity, Zhang Shanbin hurried away. He felt that although the woman was beautiful, he didn't know what bad things he would dare to do if he stayed any longer. The person behind him told him clearly that this operation had to succeed. If he succeeds, he will be a billionaire, otherwise he will be a dead man. Therefore, for Zhang Shanbin, he was sober almost every moment in these few months. This also prevented others from taking advantage of the situation and also protected his suitcase. But this time he miscalculated. Under the urging of his second brother from the northern province to drink and William's flattery, as well as the temptation of tens of billions, he couldn't help but drink a few more glasses. Soon, Zhang Shanbin carried the box and went to the box to rest with the help of his 2 men. William and the other 2, who were a little drunk, ran to the bathroom and vomited. It turned out that the 3 of them had swallowed hangover pills long before coming to the exhibition. I just finished vomiting and my sanity has returned. Action! We will succeed. 3 palms pressed together. Chapter 67 Beauty Scheme. The other side. Luxurious suite room. A drunk man was lying on the bed, laughing loudly, and next to him was a still, graceful woman. "Who are you? What did you do to me?" The next moment, the woman screamed, waking the sleeping man suddenly. He looked at the woman in front of him in disbelief. She was dressed just like a college student. Time goes back 8 hours. Next to the luxury private room, William and Hu Yu sat face to face, each holding a cup of tea in their hands. The aroma of tea filled the air. "Secretary Hu, is the Empress pretty? What is the Empress like?" Blushed as she listened to William's words, and at the same time, she felt a little disappointed. "I don't know, and you don't have to ask me. You have her number on your phone. Just ask her directly." This William, always looking at her in front of her and talking about another woman all the time, made Hu Yu wonder if her charm had decreased. If William could praise her, she might actually tell William some news about the Empress. But now, she doesn't want to say a word. William gritted his teeth and said to Hu Yu, "Secretary Hu, if you tell me some news, you can buy shares in all the companies under my name. I don't mind if I suffer some losses. Do you really think I don't know that several of your companies are facing bankruptcy?" Hu Yu asked. That's not the case at all. Hu Yu looked at this confident man. His expression didn't seem fake. She began to doubt the authenticity of the message she received. "Let me think about it first." William put down the teacup in his hand and was about to speak when he heard the door open. Before the 2 of them went over to open the door, it was open to the outside. 2 women walked in. One was Lu Hongxue, and the other was a strange woman. This woman has everything she should have and nothing she shouldn't have. The most beautiful woman in the world. It can only be described in 4 words. William almost drooled at the sight. At this moment, William felt a pain in his thigh, which brought his mind back to reality. "Sister Hong, where did you find this person?" William couldn't help but ask. "Han Yuer, the top girl in the Imperial City Club, cost me a full 100,000 yuan. President William must reimburse me later." Hearing William's words, Lu Hongxue blinked and said, "Ahem, we're here to do serious work. We will ask Lu Igwa to reimburse us later. He made hundreds of billions of dollars in a short time, so he wouldn't care about these little things. After hearing William's words, Lu Hongxue was very calm, but Hu Yu's heart was filled with turmoil. This is hundreds of billions, and William said it so casually. Ahem, we have a person. What should we do next? William and Lu Hongxue looked away upon seeing this. Number 10 walked into the inner room of the box in silence, but he would glance over here from time to time. You filthy bastard. Even though she said this, she still carefully checked everything in the room to fulfill the task assigned to her by the Empress. Upon hearing this, William immediately replied, "Of course it's about things between men and women. Let me explain it in 3 words. Beauty scheme. We asked this woman to come here to hold Zhang Shanbin hostage. Then, as long as we have this card in our hands, we can play it whenever we want." As Lu Hongxue finished speaking, Hu Yu's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, the next moment, there was a knock on the door. It was Lu Igwa who had gone to park the car. As Lu Igwa was speaking, he looked at the woman in the club. His body suddenly stiffened and the key in his hand fell to the ground. When viewed from the front, a mountain range appears as a peak. It looks the same regardless of distance or height. I just felt dizzy, and a trace of red liquid flowed out of my nose uncontrollably. It took Lu Igwa a long time to calm down. Because Lu Igwa had just arrived, Lu Hongxue could only repeat the plan again, and Lu Igwa supplemented the details. William, this bad idea was thought up by you. It's murderous. William didn't care about anything else and cursed directly. Lu Igwa, I gave you face. I originally wanted to help you make 100 billion, so that you can also feel like a billionaire. But you looking back, you sold me out in the blink of an eye, and I have to count the money for you. Silence. A moment of silence. Lu Igwa, in particular, felt that he was sorry for William and did not refute William. It would be better to let William vent his anger. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable if he kept it in his heart. He can understand William in this regard. Then, William punched Lu Igwa a few more times, finally venting all his resentment for the past few days. This scene gave the women present a big shock. However, if they were William, they would make the same decision as William. Soon, Lu Hongxue and Hu Yu stopped William and seemed to be a little slower. Lu Igwa, who was originally neat and tidy, was now covered with bruises, looking just like a giant panda. No one present sympathized with him. He deserves it. He would rather sacrifice his life for the sake of justice than give up hundreds of billions. The woman in the club was so shocked that she thought she had offered too little. Even if she asked for 1 million, I'm sure these people would give it to her. However, seeing how generous these people are, I will give them some tips to reward myself afterwards. After arranging the work, Han Yuer changed her clothes into a nurse's uniform. After explaining everything, Han Yuer left the box amidst the hustle and bustle and ran straight to the next room. Luxurious suite. Zhang Shanbin was lying there drunkenly, not noticing Han Yuer coming in. A set of silky combos, Zhang Shanbin's beauty trap, is so addictive that he can't help himself. I slept till dawn the next day. After Zhang Shanbin woke up, he saw Han Yuer lying next to him and was a little shocked that he didn't even notice such a person coming in. Without any hesitation, he checked the suitcase and found nothing unusual. Then he wanted to get up carefully and escape from this luxurious suite. But how could Han Yuer, who was standing by, give Zhang Shanbin that opportunity? Or maybe she was just waiting for this opportunity. Almost at the moment when Zhang Shanbin pulled his hand out from under her arm, Han Yuer woke up. So, the opening scene appeared. Han Yuer beat up Zhang Shanbin and asked him to take responsibility for her. Zhang Shanbin naturally refused. If he could complete this task, he would become a billionaire. How could he fall for Han Yuer? It's just that this figure is so amazing and it's unforgettable. Unfortunately, in another month, he will go abroad and never come back. Let go first. I didn't do anything to you, okay? Zhang Shanbin tried to break free several times, but was stopped by Han Yuer every time and finally had to give up. At worst, I can just give this woman some money to keep her quiet. Then you have to promise that you won't run away after I let go of your hand. After Zhang Shanbin's repeated assurances, Han Yuer let go of her hand, but she kept staring at Zhang Shanbin with her eyes, and her beautiful legs were ready to stop the man in front of her. However, this time Zhang Shanbin kept his word and did not run away. After some debate over the hush money, the two finally settled on $12,000. Zhang Shanbin felt that he had suffered a great loss, so naturally he didn't want to let Han Yuer go. So the two of them talked again. Han Yuer left satisfied, and Zhang Shanbin changed hotels that day. But that night often appeared in his mind. After Zhang Shanbin left, William came to the luxury suite and successfully took the surveillance equipment from under the table. Take out the computer from next door and insert the savings card. A full video appears on the screen. In an instant, several women blushed, but no one ran away. William and Lu Igwa were in front of the women, and they both went straight to the bathroom at the same time. Chapter 68. Lu Igwa is defeated. When they came back, as soon as they entered the door, they saw 3 women surrounding them, looking like they were about to start a fight if they had a disagreement. William and Lu Igwa looked at each other. Their legs went weak with fear, and they were both at a loss as to what to do. But there was one thing that both of them realized. These women had bad intentions. Then, number 10 walked straight forward. The other 2 followed closely behind, blocking William and the other 2's retreat. William and the other 2 didn't understand what the 3 meant and could only say some words of begging for mercy and apology to comfort them. But the 3 of them continued as they pleased, without stopping for a moment. For a moment, William was a little confused. At this time, Han Yuer's face was flushed and her body was swaying gracefully. She regretted it. Yesterday, Lu Hongxue reminded her that she must take measures, and she did take them. But who could have imagined something like this would happen this morning? President William, you must not let this beast go. At this moment, Han Yuer fell to her knees with a thud. She lost both her parents when she was young and grew up in her aunt's home. I dropped out of school halfway through and started working. By accident, she came to the club, but she still treated her aunt's family as her family. My aunt was seriously ill some time ago and needed 200,000 yuan for surgery. But my aunt's family had no money, and all the money was used to send 3 children to school. In the past few years, I have been able to make ends meet thanks to Han Yuer's support. But Han Yuer sells her art, not her body, after all. Although she's the top star in the club, her talent is her main attraction. This time, when Lu Hongxue came to the door, the surgery fee of 200,000 yuan was really a huge burden for the family. As a result, the 2 sides reached a cooperation. So, when Han Yuer told everything, number 10 and Lu Hongxue felt sympathy. After all, this time her virginity was partly due to the poor planning of several people. And President William, the club is not a suitable place for her, and she can't go back. You must find a place for her to go. I agree. I thought it was a small matter. William was stunned and pointed at the 3 people without caring about his image and shouted, "Do you know that when people scare others, even to the point of scaring them to death, I think I have done something unjust?" But before he could finish his words, 2 pairs of eyes stared at him. They were number 10 and Lu Hongxue, especially number 10, whose face was full of murderous intent. William panicked. Facing this bodyguard who once followed the Empress, William had no intention of resisting. This woman certainly wouldn't dare to kill him, but if she interrupted something of his, William believed it. At this time, William felt a little regretful. But seeing that Han Yuer had lost her virginity, there was no need to return, so he could only arrange for her future life. Regret has no effect anymore. William, you have several companies under your name. Can't you just arrange any one of them? At this time, Lu Igwa, who had been hiding for a long time, suddenly spoke. Lu Igwa was very glad that the 3 women did not focus their fire on him. Otherwise, you will be skinned alive even if you don't die. The murderous aura of number 10 just now made him feel a little scared. Lu Igwa, we are done with each other today. William didn't care about his image and started to attack Lu Igwa. This guy not only caused me to lose hundreds of billions, but now he is pushing the blame on me for the innocent Han Yuer. What's the difference between such behavior and that of a prostitute who takes advantage of everyone? This person who had never felt disappointed suddenly shed tears at this moment and felt so helpless. I agree with this. Our President William is also working for Daxiao this time. He can't leave nothing to gain and still have to pay some more. You guys have taken all the benefits and reputation, and I, Lu Hongxue, will be the first one to disagree. Lu Hongxue quietly walked to William and comforted him. At this time, the 2 sides formed 2 factions, and Lu Igwa formed his own faction. Isn't this a negotiation? You can bargain, right? Number 10 and Han Yuer are here, and Lu Igwa compromised this time. But when he thought about how he had saved hundreds of billions for Daxia, Lu Igwa felt secretly proud. Well, you have to do me a favor unconditionally. If you do me this favor, I will take care of Han Yuer's matter. Just as Lu Igwa was about to refuse, he saw 3 pairs of big eyes looking at him with murderous intent. In desperation, He could only agree. However, when he heard what William said, he decisively refused. Then let's just go. Let Lu Aigua handle this matter himself. William greeted number 10 and Lu Hongxue and turned to leave. Lu Aigua and Han Yuer were the only ones left there, disheveled in the wind. It was especially heartbreaking when Han Yuer looked at them with her innocent big eyes. Isn't it okay if I agree? Leaving Han Yuer behind, Lu Aigua chased after him. William and the other two suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Lu Aigua with a smile. So you agree? Ha ha ha. Laughter echoed throughout the corridor. Lu Aigua gritted his teeth, while Han Yuer had tears in her eyes. She knew that she would no longer be unemployed as President William had accepted her. Anyone who can casually take out 100,000 yuan is 10 times more generous than Zhang Shanbin, and his company will definitely not let itself down. William certainly thought so. Han Yuer has good looks, but she just lacks an opportunity. William thinks it would be easy for such a person to become an actor. Han Yuer, I'm going to give you a chance to become an actor. What's your reason? As William finished speaking, Lu Hongxue was filled with shock. After taking a closer look, she was overjoyed. President William, I have to say that your vision is still as good as ever. Number 10 nodded to express his opinion. Lu Aigua was filled with anger. He knew very well that he had fallen into William's trap again. This is a big loss. Even if she didn't agree to William, William would not let go of Han Yuer, this good seedling. This damn capitalist. Not a single word he says can be trusted. Just as Lu Aigua said this, Han Yuer, who had been silent all this time, suddenly burst into tears. At the end of the corridor, Han Yuer was crying like a lost child. William was standing next to her. When Lu Aigua approached, William spoke immediately, turned on the recording function of his mobile phone, and shouted, Lu Aigua, if you have the guts, please repeat what you just said. I think no one heard it clearly just now. Heard what William said. He was immediately confused. However, he immediately realized that if he really said that, not only would it leave a bad impression on Han Yuer, but number 10 might also inform the Empress of the situation. This will have an immeasurable impact on his path to success. Didn't I just say that President William did the right thing? Han Yuer has a livelihood. This is the result of everyone's joint efforts. Is this the result of everyone's joint efforts? So you said all the nice things? That's what human beings say. President William? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind William. Master Zhang, why are you here? William pushed Han Yuer aside, then turned around to look at the person who came and hurried over. Zhang Shan didn't have time to explain and wanted to chase the woman instead of William. Unfortunately, he was blocked by William and found nothing when he chased after him. In the end, he could only return with some resentment. President William, did you see a woman in a nurse's uniform just now? Of course, no more. William raised his voice a few notches and asked in confusion, What happened? Is there anything I can help you with? Upon hearing this, Zhang Shanbin did not ask William any more questions, but just said, I forgot something in the hotel, so I came back to get it. President William must hurry up with the investment. The investment amount for this project will soon be enough. If President William doesn't hurry up, he won't even have a chance to get a bite of soup. Chapter 69, Evidence in Hand. William said seriously, Master Zhang, don't worry, the investment will be in the next 1 or 2 days. Zhang Shanbin nodded and didn't care, but he turned back to look at William. William still stood there. He knew that Zhang Shanbin would not believe it so easily and must have come back to check if there were any hidden cameras. However, he would never have thought that the hidden camera had already fallen into William's hands. No. After some searching, Zhang Shanbin was disappointed. At the same time, he was also somewhat relieved. He didn't believe that anyone could handle everything in such a short time. No one will discover my identity. Perhaps because he found nothing, Zhang Shanbin felt a little relieved. Looking at the messy bed sheets, the feeling in my heart came back to me. Provincial Capital, Imperial Hotel. After William exchanged greetings with Master Zhang, he came here. Brotherly, the first spring water from our spring water factory has been put on the shelves and is very popular among the people. After the fat man finished speaking, the thin man came over again, patted the fat man on the shoulder, and said, Not bad. The three of them sat down, and William said, This is the first step to success. You two must be modest and cautious. William helped them so much because he actually treated them as brothers. The fat man and the thin man also understood this. They not only regarded William as their boss, but also as their big brother. If it were someone else, they would have probably responded by attacking them a long time ago. With the current size of the two, one is a billionaire and a website has just been founded, but there is unlimited potential in the future. This made the two of them admire and respect William even more. Since William has handed over the two companies to them in full, it is to give them a platform to perform. They will naturally do better and live up to William's expectations. Now, William has a $5 billion investment opportunity, so they immediately put down their work and rush back from outside for fear that William would be deceived. The fat man said straight to the point, "Brotherly, I always feel that this water wheel project is a bit unreal. If you add water to a petrol truck, the engine will break down and it won't be able to run." Simple words convey the most important meaning to the two people. William was lost in thought. If the trumpet hadn't told him it was a scam, he wouldn't have suspected it. But if he knew it was a scam, everything would be so unreasonable and the water wheel project would be full of loopholes. William understood what he meant and rolled his eyes at the fat man. "So, I asked you to manage the water plant and the thin man to be in charge of the shopping website. You are too narrow-minded. The water wheel project is an opportunity for us. Just think about how much the return will be if we invest in this project. This is a historic change. By then, no matter it is Longing, Tianxing, Tianquan water plant, and so on, they will all be trampled under our feet." I heard that. The sound gradually became quieter, and even the fat man and the thin man could hardly hear it. The fat man ran and laughed again. The thin guy was a little confused. Could it be that the fat guy was really not as good as him? But is this possible? The thin man slapped his forehead, but he understood after receiving the fat man's signal. This is a hangmen banquet for William's enemies. He suddenly looked forward to the expressions of these people after they overturned. After a quiet conversation, the three of them ate and drank, discussing the happy times that had happened to them. Little did people know that all of this was transmitted to a screen in real time through a small probe under the dish. The hotel has one luxury suite. There were several people wearing fancy clothes, of varying ages, but one thing was certain. They were all William's enemies. Several people gathered here today to discuss how to deal with William together. "Boss, if you know this inside story, I must raise several hundred million when I return this time." "Me too. I will at least take out 1 billion yuan. No, I will borrow another 1 billion yuan to invest in this water wheel project." "Brother, please talk to Master Zhang and ask him to leave some quota for us two brothers." William and the other two were heard on the recorder, and it became more and more crazy as time went on. Sure enough, William is still quite capable. "We didn't kill him so quickly," said a charming man who was hugging the slender waist, and the woman in his arms made unspeakable sound from time to time. "So what? With several of us giants, is it possible that we can't deal with a few small companies that have been established for less than a year?" said an old man. "But you have heard of this water wheel project. William is committed to investing in this water wheel project. We can't be careless and let him make a comeback with this water wheel project," one person said. "This water wheel project is a big project. It has raised hundreds of billions of yuan so far and has received support from several provinces. If it weren't for the purpose of embezzling this kid's assets, I would have wanted to invest in it." Another person said, "Brother Yang, do you know any specific inside information?" asked the man who spoke just now. "I don't know about that, but I think Brother Zhou from Hong Kong Island should know about it and have connections that are familiar with this project." The man surnamed Yang began. The evil man understood what he meant and suddenly grinned. "How difficult is that? It's just a matter of a few phone calls." He just made a few phone calls and told everyone to wait half an hour and the information would be delivered. Sure enough, within 20 minutes, someone walked into the box with a bunch of information, one for each person. But the more I looked down, the more frightened I became. This water wheel project is not only well known in China, but also very popular abroad and has made headlines in several major newspapers. In order to serve Daxia, the scientific research professor Zhang Shanbin gave up many foreign investment oligarchs and resolutely brought this project back to China. After reading it once, everyone's eyes sparkled and everyone's eyes were full of light. No one present was stupid enough to miss such an opportunity to eat big meat. Inside the suite, without hiding anything from others, some people directly checked the information about Zhang Shanbin and the water wheel project. Soon, new information was collected. William AI did not lie in the recording. Zhang Shanbin really said this, and also said that the northern province would be his last stop. For a moment, everyone looked at him with a wild gaze, showing great interest in this project. "Brother Zhou, if you leave such a good project to William, maybe he will take advantage of it to make a comeback. We have to get involved anyway." "That's true. How can we just watch others eat such a piece of cake? Another person agreed. If we really invest all our funds in the water wheel project, it will give William a chance to breathe. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. You should think carefully about this. After the evil man finished speaking, all the people present were big shots, so they would not be fooled by his words. The water wheel project is a large project with an investment of hundreds of billions. Once it goes into production, the profits will be no different from putting money into a sack. As for William, even if each person was assigned a small company, he would only earn a few hundred million a year. Everyone has their own considerations as to what is more important. The evil man felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to gain sincerity in return, but in the end he got nothing but excuses. Although several people promised that they would do their best to deal with William. But afterwards, I'm afraid everyone will immediately spend all their family savings to invest in the water wheel project. But the evil man had no way to stop it, because this project was also very attractive to him. Then, the fish William had set took the bait. As soon as the meeting was over, several people left the evil man in a hurry. The evil man did not hesitate and quickly made a phone call. Asked that Master Zhang to meet. Chapter 70 Calculation. Health Hall. William, Thin Zhang Hu and Fat Gao Wenjie came together to relax. Entering the lobby, the three of them ordered a top-notch meal and selected a few girls who were still acceptable. After relaxing, all the tiredness in the body disappeared. After leaving the health center, the three of them came to the presidential suite of the hotel. As soon as he entered the door, the thin man said, "Brotherly, how was my performance just now?" "That's right." William nodded. "We have already put out the bait. How many fish will take the bait is not something we can worry about. However, Master Zhang has a good tongue. As long as he opens his mouth, I'm afraid these people will spend all their family fortunes on it." He always thought that great wealth would fall on his head, but he didn't know that when he wanted to earn profits, others were eyeing his capital. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, the thin man gave him a thumbs up sincerely. "So that's how it is, dogs buy dogs, both get a mouthful of fur." William nodded. Fatty grew up. He chose to hand over the water plant to Fatty for management because Fatty was serious and careful. After all, the water plant is related to the lives and health of more than 1 billion people in Daxia, and he is afraid that Thin Man can't control it. Now it seems that he did nothing wrong. You are wrong about one thing. When the snipe and the clam quarrel, the fisherman benefits. The one who benefits is not Master Zhang, nor us, but the higher-ups. That was all he wanted to say, but William didn't want to say it. "If you were born in Daxia, it would be the same," said the fat man indifferently. The thin man was a little dissatisfied and said, "But this is too unfair to Big Brother. Why does Big Brother always do everything? And the people who benefit in the end are those above him. If I were the eldest brother, I would never tell this to my superiors. This is hundreds of billions. Even 1/10 of it would be enough for me to spend for 10 lifetimes. There are things you should do and things you shouldn't do. This is not something you and I can control." William sighed. He had thought about this before. But what if he did it? With his golden finger, he could get hundreds of billions in less than 10 years, or even 5 years. The more this happens, the more Xia owes him, especially the one from Magic City, who will definitely take care of him at certain times. Of course, it would be best if you could rely on that person. At least when doing business with him, there wouldn't be any short-sighted people who would do you harm. Even if that person disagrees, you can still look for his descendants, as long as they can get some help from him. With this relationship, he would be invincible in Daxia, and no one would dare to touch him. When William was about to plot against the magician, that person was also looking at a test report in his hand. This report is the inspection report of the fuel for the water truck project. What is new energy? It is an iterative product that changes the times. This is a one-time catalyst. Master Zhang is such a great man. He even dared to come to Daxia. Check it out for me. Check it out thoroughly. There must be someone in our group who provided him with an identity. Today, the sky in the entire Magic City was gloomy, and it was so depressing that people could hardly breathe. People who are well-informed will immediately know that the person above is angry and someone is about to be in trouble. For a time, the wealthy families in Shanghai began to restrict their children, and some even went so far as to lock up their homes and not let anyone go out. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but call Hu Yu in the northern province. When Hu Yu answered the phone, she was almost certain what the Empress wanted to talk to her about. Therefore, there's almost no need for Empress Di Qingyan to say much. Hu Yu completed the report on the key tasks of the water wheel project in just a few minutes. "Tell me, What does he want to do next? Di Qingyan spoke slowly. This guy really knows how to bully others by taking advantage of his power. He uses this incident to deal with his enemies. What a dark heart. Fortunately, William didn't know what Di Qingyan was thinking. Otherwise, he would have pointed at her nose and scolded her. I've earned hundreds of billions for you, and you're just hiding under the covers and enjoying it secretly. Is that not okay? What's wrong with me suppressing dissidents? They were the ones who provoked me first, so I'm just going to give them a taste of their own medicine, okay? The next step is for William to set up a game and get Long Ing and others involved. Huyu said whatever she wanted to say, and finally revealed all of William's secrets. These families have crossed the line. It would be a good idea to teach them a lesson, said Di Qingyan. Huyu was shocked. This was the second time she heard the Empress favor one person so much. They are biased. It's their own fault that they are so greedy. She didn't dare let the Empress hear this. Otherwise, she would think she was on William's side. Empress, the leaders of the southern province are still waiting for you. It's already past midnight. Male assistant Zhao Hongwen walked in and reported carefully. He really didn't understand why the Empress was so happy. However, he never tried to guess the Emperor's mind. After all, if Huyu didn't leave, he wouldn't have been able to get the job of assistant. So, he just did his job and didn't overstep the line. After taking a look at Zhao Hongwen, Di Qingyan didn't say much. She gave some instructions to the person on the other end of the phone and then hung up. The money must be recovered, and you can do whatever you like with the rest. Hearing this, Huyu was filled with excitement. This showed how much the Empress trusted her to give her such great authority. Northern Province, outdoor golf course. As the only golf course in the Northern Province, two special guests came here today. The young man in the lead had an evil look on his face, and he continued to act as he pleased, looking full of disdain towards the distinguished guest next to him. The distinguished guest next to him was none other than Master Zhang from the Water Wheel Project. Master Zhang was full of disdain for the evil man's attitude. Let you pretend for a while. Wait until I swindle hundreds of billions from you and take the money abroad. There will be a day when you kneel down and beg me, and today's humiliation will be repaid 100-fold in the future. He thought so in his heart and said flatteringly, Boss Zhou is right. How can those people compare with Boss Zhou? Everyone knows that the Zhou family is one of the 4 major families in Hong Kong Island, but I don't know how much money Boss Zhou is going to invest this time. You know, there are quite a few investors in my project. A few days ago, President William wanted to invest 10 billion yuan. There's really not much quota left here. No quota, Zhou Mingda said coldly. And that President William, it's William, right? A racket appeared in Zhou Mingda's hand, and the ball under his feet flew 3 meters high, passing more than 10 meters beyond the 9 holes. A cold light flashed in Zhang Shanbin's eyes. Just as he was about to leave, several bodyguards stopped him firmly. I was careless. Zhang Shanbin thought about it over and over again, but did not dare to make the slightest move. It's also his fault for not bringing a few more bodyguards. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't be like this now. After only a moment of worry, he calmed down. He believed that the down-and-out Zhou Mingda would not dare to touch him, and he had someone behind him. After figuring this out, Zhang Shanbin calmly pushed aside a few bodyguards and picked up the golf club beside him under Zhou Mingda's shocked gaze. 9 shots in a row, all 9 balls went into the hole. Then he put down his club, looked at Zhou Mingda with sharp eyes, and said, If you are new, just practice more. Mr. Zhou came to my house and wanted to show me a warning. I am afraid he has chosen the wrong person. Seeing Zhang Shanbin's eyes, several bodyguards did not dare to step forward. The look was full of murderous intent, and they even felt that Zhang Shanbin had killed someone before. When Zhou Mingda saw Zhang Shanbin easily score 9 goals, he realized that he was careless this time. Even if these dozen people are scammers, they are not scammers without identity. They have people behind them, so their status is not necessarily weaker than yours. This is because the financing of this water wheel project was so smooth that it would be impossible for there to be no hand behind the scenes intervening. However, the first set of plans needs to be modified. Each of them has their own gains, and he believes that the other party does not want to tear their faces apart, so it is not impossible for the two sides to cooperate. Chapter 71, Greedy Master Zhang. So, I say, you are really the most powerful liars in the world. You can deceive the people of Daxia, but you can't deceive me. First, they bought some patent licenses abroad, then spent a lot of money to make the news, and then returned to China in the name of protecting the country. Then use the investors' money to bribe some people, so that everyone in Daxia will give you the green light, and you'll have a smooth journey. So am I right? Zhou Mingda stared at Zhou Mingda with interest. Of course, if you think I'm wrong, I can't provide any evidence, so just treat what I said just now as fart. Zhang Shanbin's eyes flashed. He turned around and smiled. Why do you say that, Mr. Zhou? I, Zhang Shanbin, am a person who is always willing to help others. Has Mr. Zhou encountered any difficulties? Tell me. If I can help you, I won't hesitate. Zhou Mingda suddenly laughed and said, I didn't expect Master Zhang to be so considerate. That's great. But since Master Zhang is so open-minded, I'll be frank. Zhang Shanbin stared at Zhou Mingda angrily, gritting his teeth and cursing. Boss Zhou, you want 30% of the income. I think you're dreaming. In this case, we might as well break up. After saying this, Zhang Shanbin left without looking back. But he had only taken a few steps when he was stopped by several bodyguards of Zhou Mingda. Master Zhang, if you think this price is not suitable, you can still bargain, or I really don't dare to part ways with you. Well, since Mr. Zhou wants to bargain, it's not impossible. From what I know, Mr. Zhou gathered a few people to prepare to deal with William. I can help you. President William is not going to invest $10 billion in our water wheel project. I will then withhold the money and cut off his cash flow. Cash source is the foundation of a business. Once it is lost, the news will spread and a large number of debt collectors will come knocking on the door. This enterprise has only two options: go bankrupt or be acquired. This is obviously a vicious method. Zhang Shanbin thought he had Zhou Mingda on his hands, and he couldn't help feeling proud. By then, Mr. Zhou can easily acquire Honging, Qingda Plaza, and other companies, and we can each get what we need. How about that? As for William, he is just a failed clown. Master Zhang, you're really good at talking. You just want to get something for nothing. Once the money is in your hands, I'm afraid you will flee abroad immediately and never come back. Zhou Mingda questioned. So what? Zhang Shanbin said calmly. I think I have made it very clear that your goal is to bring William down. Why do you have to worry about what means we will use? But there is one thing. I need the 10 billion yuan investment from William. Otherwise, let's just do our cooperation. Zhou Mingda's eyes lit up, and then he put forward his final bottom price. Others on the water wheel project turned on the phone. Zhou Mingda didn't hesitate and quickly went to a corner to answer the phone. It was his assistant who asked anxiously on the phone, Master Zhou, several bosses of Longying want to see you. Zhang Shanbin was a little surprised. He looked at Zhou Mingda curiously and then said, You entertain them first. I'll be back soon. However, these people were eager to invest in him, probably because Zhou Mingda did not tell them his identity. If you don't make money when you have the chance, you are not a gentleman. Zhang Shanbin decided to take them all down, but he still had to test Zhou Mingda. Boss Zhou, there are several investors coming to my company, and I need to go back as soon as possible. Zhang Shanbin said, According to my subordinates, these people have some connections with Boss Zhou. Mr. Zhou, look. After hearing this, Zhou Mingda realized that it was those traders who went to Zhang Shanbin for investment. Is there a connection? I don't know. Master Zhang has something important to do? Do you want me to send my men to take you back? Zhang Shanbin looked at Zhou Mingda carefully again and saw that he had no intention of intervening. He then realized that both of them were the same type of people who would do anything to achieve their goals. He felt a little relieved that Zhang Shanbin did not interfere in this matter. As long as William's funds remain out of his hands, he will be safer and Zhou Mingda will not do anything to him. With these few fools joining, the funds are almost gathered, and the remaining time is just to transfer the funds in large quantities abroad. After leaving the golf course, he immediately removed the SIM card, threw away the phone, and randomly took out a new phone from his pocket. Yes, he only uses each phone once. After returning to the car, he immediately took out his cell phone and dialed a mysterious number. The call was answered after 3 tries, and an impatient male voice said, Didn't I tell you not to call me if you have nothing to do? Boss, the water wheel project has been leaked. Someone knew about it and came to me, wanting to make a deal with me. Zhang Shanbin said nervously. During this time, he vaguely heard another female voice on the phone. Do you want me to help? I'll give you an address. You need to be there at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. The man spoke, and after saying this, he hung up the phone, as indifferent as ever. Zhang Shanbin felt relaxed. With his boss helping him, he could not be blamed for anything that happened. After a while, the phone rang again. It was the assistant who opened it just now, saying that those people asked him to go back immediately, otherwise they would break into the company. Since you want to give me money so much, I have to cheat you this time. Hang up the phone and drive to the company. After driving for half an hour, Zhang Shanbin finally arrived back at the company. Master Zhang, you really made us wait so long? That's right. Do you know who we are? Forget it. Find your boss, and we'll negotiate a big deal with you. Zhang Shanbin's originally furious heart suddenly calmed down. It's really a case of bringing disaster upon oneself. Then I'll beat you to death with a stick. On the other side, there is a hidden courtyard. William, Puyu, Lu Igua, and others sat around a round table. There were several sophisticated devices placed on the round table, and the sound of two people talking could be heard above the devices. I'll give you an address. You need to be there at 9 o'clock tomorrow night. Yes, what is being played above is the conversation between Zhang Shanbin and the boss behind him. It's just that the specific address was not given on the phone. Monitoring can only go so far. Any further may lead to exposure. But this makes it difficult to solve the case. We have the time, but what we lack is the place. Judging from call records just now, the boss behind this must be a big shot. If everyone rashly follows Zhang Tianshi, they might be exposed. Since there is no way to solve it, why don't we seek some help from above? Who you suddenly asked? Everyone suddenly realized that the person speaking in front of them was the Empress assistant, who held much more power than anyone else present. William gave you an admiring look and said, "The person who follows us must be the best, preferably someone from the National Security Bureau. I suspect this gang is connected to some foreign forces, and they may have people who are good at tracking and secretly protecting them. Yes, we law enforcers have also doubted the identities of these people. In recent years, external forces have been infiltrating our great Siam more and more. But there's one thing that I am quite curious about. William, how do you think they are spies infiltrated from abroad? Or have you come into contact with other people?" Lu Igua told the story slowly, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Yeah, we're also curious. William, can you give us an explanation?" "What a big mouth I have." William smiled bitterly in his heart. He just kept saying it for nothing. He can't say that I heard it from the loudspeaker. Then you would know that I was reborn. Maybe they will tie me to the operating table and study the secret of my rebirth. Guess. At the last moment, William uttered two words. Chapter 72, Eat It All. Faced with the aggressive Long, Ing, Qian Inglong, Tian Quan Jiang Xiaofei, and others insisted on meeting the boss behind him. Zhang Shanbin could figure it out with his toes that these people were simply looking for death. I'm afraid he won't have to take any action, as these people will be dealt with easily by the hand behind him. So in this situation, he might as well eat up all the wealth of these people. But these people are not simple people and are not easy to fool. After thinking about it, Zhang Shanbin decided to give it a try, especially to see whether these people had communicated with Zhou Mingda. See the reaction and then decide how to talk about it later. Putting the water cup on the table, Zhang Shanbin smiled and said, "Thank you for keeping me waiting. I would like to apologize to you all. If all of you bosses can invest in the water wheel project, it will be a win-win situation for both of us. As for you guys wanting to meet my boss, it's really a coincidence. He will be back in a few days, and I will introduce you to him then." Hearing this, several company CEOs looked at each other. Zhang Shanbin's confident look made people present feel that it was not fake. "But I heard that there's another president named William who also wants to invest. Is that true?" Yang Dehai narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively. "Boss Yang is really a smart man. It is true. In just 1 or 2 days, we will sign a 10 billion investment agreement. I wonder why Mr. Yang asked these questions." Zhang Shanbin glanced at it and answered seriously. Yang Dehai and the others didn't say anything, but they became more and more determined in their hearts to stop William's plan. And Long, Ing Qianing Long laughed. "Master Zhang, you don't know that William is just a small thug and is not worthy of your trust at all." "That's right, as long as we all pay for it." "That's true. If the news of a gangster investing in the water truck project gets out, it will affect the company's reputation. William is struggling to survive now. There is no way he can come up with 10 billion in cash. William lied to you." Zhang Shanbin knew it very well. From the information he collected, these people were all William's enemies. "You clearly like someone else's company, but you still do this. Aren't you just pretending for him? Bro, do you really think I'm a fool?" However, no matter who gives money, it is still a gift. On the contrary, these big idiots are easier to deceive. "I believe what you said, but President William has come to me again and again, and I have already promised President William that I would leave him a quota of 10 billion. It is not an honest business practice to reject him now." Faced with Zhang Shanbin's insistence, the few of them put aside their last bit of doubt. Business is all about making money. Everyone's money is money. Not to mention that William's money is all black money. Yang Dahai put down the teacup in his hand and spoke slowly. Zhang Shanbin's expression moved slightly, but his eyes were fixed on Yang Dahai. Even the other people looked at Yang Dahai curiously. Boss Yang, what do you mean? While speaking, Zhang Shanbin took out his cell phone and sent a text message. Yang Dahai stared at Zhang Shanbin greedily and laughed, because William's Chinda Plaza is about to explode. You may not know that when my Yang family was in decline, that guy took the opportunity to buy my real estate at a low price. Little did they know that the ownership of some of the land was unclear. Now I think that the billions of dollars in loans from President William might not be enough to fill the hole. So where would the money be to invest in this project? Master Zhang, if what Mr. Yang said is true, then you have to be more careful and don't be blinded by William's promise. I told you, a thug is just a thug. He only knows how to take advantage of others and never considers the consequences of taking advantage. Master Zhang, why are you still hesitating? Hurry up and reject William. He can't take care of himself. With so many of us here, why would he need William's investment? But Zhang Shanbin hesitated to speak. But what? This news will be reported in the news soon, so you just need to wait for a moment. Yang Dahai looked as if he had won the game. Then wait a moment. I think you all don't mind a few minutes. As soon as he finished speaking, text message alerts began to ring from everyone's cell phones. The latest report from Northern Province. Chinda Plaza Company in our province collapsed, and both of its properties collapsed, according to insiders. These two pieces of property belonged to the Yang family and were acquired by Chinda Plaza Company at a low price. In fact, the ownership of these two pieces of real estate does not belong to the Yang family, and there are still 2 years before the transfer of ownership expires. Now, Chinda Plaza is about to enter the construction site, but is being driven out by the property owner, the Yang family. Could it be that Chinda Plaza's entry into the northern province ended in failure? Please stay tuned to our program, and we will reveal more inside information to you in the next issue. At the same time, a piece of real estate in Chinda Plaza in southern province also encountered problems, but this time it was the construction team and the supplier who showed up to make trouble and wanted to get their payment back. For a time, the entire Weibo and news were filled with negative news about Chinda Plaza. This also led to suppliers and construction teams frantically asking the company for money, and the entire Chinda Plaza company was in chaos. After a moment of silence, Zhang Shanbin seemed to have made a very difficult decision. It's okay for you to invest on behalf of President William, but I have one request, which is that half of the funds must arrive today, and all of them must arrive within 3 days. Of course it should be so, Qianing Long said arrogantly. It won't even take a day. 10 billion will be deposited right now. Yang Dahai and the others wanted to say something, but the limelight was stolen by Qianing Long. They secretly planned in their hearts that they must maintain a good relationship with him later. So, after the contract was signed, Zhang Shanbin received several invitations to have dinner with him. Zhang Shanbin did not refuse this, but he had received invitations from several companies, and it would be awkward for him to refuse any of them. Therefore, he could only postpone the meal for 2 days, because tomorrow morning, he still needs to meet the big boss. There can be no room for any mistakes in this meeting, otherwise his life will be in danger. William, don't try to fool us. That's right, you really think we are 3-year-old children. Confess and be treated leniently. Resist and be treated severely. Is it not okay for me to surrender? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. William pointed at Zhang Shanbin on the screen and said, "Why do you think this boss behind the scenes is hiding behind? Of course it's the water wheel project, because it's shameful." After a moment, Hu spoke first. "You mean that the boss behind the scenes is a big fish, so he made arrangements in advance. If an ordinary person were to monitor it, it would be easy to be discovered." Lu Aigua asked. "That's true. I have contacted our national security colleagues, and they will be here in a few hours," Hu said calmly. Just then, Number 10 came over and handed William a piece of news on his mobile phone. "Something happened to your company again." The other few people laughed and came over with great interest. All wanted to take a quick look. William glanced at number 10 awkwardly and was defeated by the word again. "Don't worry, everything is under control. If you lose your money, I will pay you double." It turned out that the number 10 group had been following William for a long time and knew that his company was very profitable. So after discussing it, they gave their spare money to William for investment. "I believe you," number 10 said softly. Hu, Lu Aigua, and others were all shocked. They didn't understand when the Empress's first bodyguard, number 10, would become so easy to talk to. Number 10 rolled his eyes at them and said that he was taking money from others and helping them to avoid disaster. She can't eat and live for free, right? The capital she invested in William has now earned a return of nearly half. But soon, she couldn't be happy anymore. Under who used constant persuasion, and given the close relationship between the two, the honest number 10 soon lost his bottom line and exposed William. William impatiently. William, you didn't even tell us about this good news. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? This, you have the final say. Chapter 73, Do You Believe Me? After leaving the yard, William came to the Chinda Plaza branch in the northern province. The issue of Chinda Plaza needs to be resolved immediately. Only when things here are stable can he free up his hands to deal with the water truck project. The water wheel project is more important than company matters. If they weren't careful, Zhang Shanbin and his dozen or so men would have swindled away hundreds of billions. Although the probability of this happening is only 1 or 2%. Just when William was discussing the next step with Chao Fong, a group of uninvited guests came outside Chinda Plaza. They were all suppliers asking for payment for their goods. This time, they held up banners and surrounded the entire company entrance. The crowds of people attracted some reporters. They chanted slogans. Black-hearted William, pay your debts. William, get out of here. You have 5 billion and you won't pay us back for the goods. Yes, if you don't give us money today, we will lie here and not leave. Hearing the increasingly loud cursing outside the door, William and Chao Fong walked out side by side and pushed open the door of the company. Seeing William and the other two coming out, the uninvited guests became confused and immediately squeezed towards them. We learned from Chao Fong that Chinda Plaza only withheld the project payment for 3 months, which was much better than those contractors who withheld the payment for half a year or a year. However, now that 5 billion yuan has been spent, even if there is some money in the account, it should be treated as cash flow for emergency use. William, stop being a coward and pay me back now. Everyone, surround him. Don't let him leave unless he pays back the money today. The scene was in chaos in an instant, with suppliers and construction workers surrounding William so tightly that he couldn't get out. The workers following behind even held sticks, shovels, and other tools in their hands. Just from what they said, it seemed that they were directed at William. Do you believe me? William looked serious, pointing his finger at the sunny sky. For these people, when there are reporters present, we must keep the situation stable. I don't believe it. We only believe in money. Yes, if you don't give us money today, we will report you online. You will no longer have any place to stay in Daxia. William was ashamed. A figure in the crowd caught William's attention. It was a man in a baseball cap who stood in the crowd and instigated the debt collectors. When a man in the baseball cap saw William looking at him, he avoided his gaze and pulled his cap down a little to cover his face. But it was too late. Before he could escape, he was pinned firmly to the ground by 2 arms. William watched quietly. Sure enough, the security guards hired at a high price are different. They act quickly and kill with 1 strike. It turns out that these security guards are retired law enforcement officers, and they're the ones who can protect employees and even companies to the greatest extent possible. When they saw someone being arrested, the crowd was first shocked, then angry, and they risked their lives to stop the 2 security guards. William came to the crowd, pointed at the man in the peaked cap, and said loudly, I think you all are here today because of this person's help. The crowd suddenly became quiet. Some people noticed something was wrong, but more people still hoped to get the project payment. So what? We're here today just to ask for money. Why are you being so fussy as a grown man? Just give us the money, and we'll leave after that. Someone in the crowd shouted. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw that the person who was speaking was a burly man with a dark face and bulging muscles. He was the kind of construction worker who could eat 10 steam buns in 1 meal. I know it's not easy for everyone to come out and make money. So if that's the case, some people would like to receive payment for the project. We will work with the supervisor on site and settle all project payments on site, as long as there are no issues with the project quality. I think everyone agrees with this suggestion. When these words were spoken, the debt collectors were filled with shock and cheers broke out. They felt that it was right for them to go to the debtor's house to collect the debt. But soon they were no longer happy. William said so. Chao Fong quickly made a phone call, and people from several parties came to the scene. After greeting William and the other man, he led the debt collectors to check the materials and work quantities and make statistics on the spot. In a blink of an eye, only William and his companions, as well as the man in the baseball cap who was restrained by the security guards, were left there. William, why don't you let me go? Do you believe me or not? I will call the police. The man's arrogant attitude completely angered William, and he said to the security guard beside him, "Don't ask any more questions. Just call the police and send them to the Law Enforcement Bureau." Yes, President William. William and number 10 were left. Chow Fong asked about the doubts in his mind. President William, it is not in line with industry practice to pay them off the payment so suddenly. Besides, we have contract. Now that they come to collect the debt, it is a breach of contract. We can fully hold them liable for breach of contract. Besides, if we settle their payment in the northern province, there will definitely be trouble in other places. Isn't this a bit of a loss? William shook his head. Chow Fong understood the ways of the world, but he was still lacking in the human heart. Although Chow Fong has worked with Director Jiang for decades, all of their affairs are in the entertainment industry. But it's not as easy to make money in engineering as in the entertainment industry, and it's inevitable that some difficult people will come and cause trouble. Therefore, William felt it necessary to teach Chow Fong. Chow Fong, do you think the gains do not outweigh the losses? I don't necessarily think so. Let me ask you a question first. What are the two most important points in the construction of Qingdao Plaza? At this moment, Chow Fong just thought about it and blurted out, "I remember you once said it was quality and efficiency." That's right. Since they don't trust me, is there any need for us to cooperate with each other? William nodded and was quite satisfied with Chow Fong. This female CEO is just a little slow in thinking, but there's really nothing wrong with her in other aspects. It's no wonder. How could Director Jiang, who has stayed by his side for decades, be a simple person? Understand. The next second, Chow Fong seemed to understand something. It turns out that William has always emphasized quality and efficiency, including the actions just now, which are mainly based on these two central stores. As long as the quality of the project is up to standard, you will not be short of money. But this group of people have obviously been bewitched. If they come to collect debts for the first time, they may do so a second time in the future. So, what William meant was that after settling the payment to this batch of suppliers, both parties would terminate the contract immediately. At the same time, contact the new manufacturer immediately to ensure the efficiency of the project. I believe that after this news of killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, no supplier or construction team will dare to come to our door and ask for money again. Chow Fong, since you already understand everything, I will leave the rest to you. But remember one thing. Don't deliberately spread the news of terminating contracts with these partners. Yes, President William, I understand. These partners are all very smart. I'm afraid that once we terminate the cooperation, the other party will immediately receive the news. After Chow Fong finished speaking, she realized that William had already walked away. She watched the two men walk into the building, a hint of envy flashing through her heart. She actually wanted to follow William like number 10, so she could really learn a lot. But this was bound to make him disappointed, even desperate, because in the Employee Fitness Equipment Hall of Qingdao Plaza, William is undergoing inhuman training. Do you believe me? Believe. William stared blankly at number 10, who was so close to him. His face flushed, and he looked a little at a loss. Then, number 10 pointed at the arm-stretching machine and said, "But I don't believe it. You haven't trained for 3 days. Do you still think that my master doesn't exist? The training from the previous few days will be made up today." William cried and said, "You might as well kill me." Chapter 74 Burden. Very good. You dare to disobey me. It just so happens that I have been itching to practice with someone recently. How about this? I'll let you use one hand and 2 legs, and I will fight you with one hand. What do you think? After number 10 finished speaking, William stared at number 10 for a long time, then said, "Master, let's talk about it in advance. Fists and feet have no eyes. If I hurt you later, you can't settle the score with me later." Nonsense. Let's get started. Number 10 nodded, not caring at all. After that, the two came to a battle area. The floor here is covered with thick carpets and surrounded by protective nets, providing ultimate safety protection. William put on full body protection, and number 10 just laughed it off. The two men fought face to face, about 3 meters apart. "Master, please teach me." William clasped his hands together. In training situations, William and number 10 still treat each other as master and apprentice. So much nonsense. Number 10's expression remained unchanged. The next moment, as soon as the words fell, William was punched in the left face and flew 3 meters away. "Master, your sneak attack doesn't count this time." The second time, William flew out again. "Kill instantly with one move." "Master, please be gentle." The third time, William defeated the enemy with one move again. Master, don't just hit the left side of your face. The fourth time, William failed. This time, William learned his lesson and did not allow number 10 to take action. So he quickly distanced the two sides. And then, nothing happened. Within 2 seconds, William's little brother landed on the ground first and fell flat on his face. Master, can you be a little gentler? No one knows how many times the two have fought, but William has failed every time without exception, and he didn't even touch the corner of number 10's clothes. Master, do you know that you're discouraging me like this? Can't you just let me punch you? Okay, number 10 said in a playful tone. Upon hearing this, William threw out the fist that he was about to retract. Boom! William staggered, and the recoil from the boxer knocked him back several steps. Pervert, it's all your fault, number 10 said indifferently. William had an awkward expression, but the piercing pain in his hand made him wonder if his master had cultivated a technique to make his body strong. If I could practice this myself, I would be invincible. But number 10 seemed to know what he was thinking and took something out of his arms. Just seeing this thing, William felt a chill in his heart. This, his mother, is just a piece of steel. Why did I feel so vengeful just now? How can it not hurt when a fist hits a steel plate? And in that attack, just now, I almost used all my strength. No wonder my master just stood there and let me punch him. I guess the master had already thought about it. But there is no doubt that the master is powerful. William felt that not only the chest, but all parts of the body related to life should be protected. At the end, he murmured, but it feels very strange. Believe in science. Bai Ling, do you really want to go find your brother today? Mother couldn't help but frowning as she looked at Bai Ling, who had finished cleaning up. Of course. Mom, didn't we agree that my brother hasn't been back for half a month? Don't you want to see him? Bai Ling turned the tables. But you're still in school. It's okay. I have 2 days off this weekend. I'm taking 2 days off. Can you keep up with so many days off? No big deal. After some discussion, the mother compromised. In fact, she felt that William had an indescribable feeling towards her. It's the kind of fear of losing her, wanting to be with her all the time, and not growing up. In reality, she didn't know that William had been reborn and wanted to make it up to her with the rest of his life. She drives a luxury car and lives in a mansion, but William knows she doesn't like these, so he deliberately chooses to help her open a store. Afraid that she would be too tired, a hired shop assistant, found purchasing channels, and almost did everything. She even hired 2 female bodyguards to be responsible for her and Bai Ling's safety. She herself felt it was unnecessary and too expensive. Of course, she can afford it now. After all, she already has 3 stores, and the next step is to open a branch in the northern province and then expand to the whole country. So, this was partly why she agreed to Bai Ling's suggestion to go to the provincial capital to find William. After making up her mind, the mother asked for leave for Bai Ling from school. Naturally, the school had no objection. After all, William, a big boss, donated an office building to the school at one time. The school was so grateful to William that no one dared to make things difficult for Bai Ling on this matter. After the school matters were settled, the mother called William. Number 10 handed the phone to William. At this time, William had been training for half an hour without any rest. Now that his mother called, William naturally couldn't let go of this opportunity. However, just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw 5 fingers extended by number 10. 5 minutes, still expressionless. But William doesn't think so. The call was from my mother, informing William that they would come to the northern province tonight and asking William to pick them up at the station on time. Since we are not here until the evening, we still have to train today. However, William decided to give it a try. Master, your second disciple Bai Ling is coming to the northern province today. Should we find a place for them to live first? It would be best if we could buy a new house. Sure, let's go. The next moment, William was shocked by what number 10 said. It was so easy to agree. You don't have a talent for martial arts, so just learn some moves to strengthen your body. This knife pierced into the softest part of William's heart. So you just missed saying, if you didn't have money, the Empress would not have sent me to protect you, and you would be a waste. In his previous life, William suffered from not having martial arts skills. I can never win in a fight with anyone. Now it seems I still can't win and can only protect myself. Master, you are so powerful. Is there any martial arts secrets here? For example, 9 Yang divine art, 19 scriptures, 18 dragons subduing palms, etc. will all be fine. William did not give up. You're thinking about shit. If there really was such a technique, why would Great Xia be bullied for so many years? Bai Ling shook her head. The more she felt that William was suffering from delusions, the more she kept her distance from him while talking, fearing that he would infect her. William didn't care at all and said calmly, "Is it possible that our bodies are restricted in some way, so we can't practice martial arts like the ancients?" "What a wild idea," said number 10. "Of course, this possibility cannot be ruled out. I see this possibility in Bai Ling. So, William, you must exercise well. I don't want you to become a burden to Bai Ling one day." A fierce aura suddenly emanated from number 10, scaring William so much that he took several steps back. She has said so much. This man is really a disciple who can never be taught. "Okay, I will definitely exercise well," William said. The second knife followed. "It seems that my talent is indeed average, otherwise my master would not have used the word training. It may be true that I have no talent for martial arts, but why not learn some practical combat techniques?" A rare smile flashed across number 10's beautiful face. Only by knowing yourself can you know what to do next. For William, she felt that strengthening his body and learning some skills to protect himself was enough. Bai Ling is the best talent she has ever seen in these years. She has a great chance of breaking through the limits of martial arts and reaching the legendary limit, internal strength. She ranks 10th in a magic city, but the realms of the previous 9 are not much different from hers. But no one can break through that barrier and truly achieve the effect of flying over eaves and walls. There is just one thing. According to the most secretive records left behind, there were indeed many such masters of internal skills among the ancients. Unfortunately, I don't know what happened in the middle. People who practice martial arts only practice external skills. The fundamental reason is that the path of internal strength has been cut off. Chapter 75, Acquisition. Qianda Plaza, Reception Room. Yang Dahai, Qian Xinglong, and others sat in the main seats. Qian Long held the female receptionist Huang Huan in his arms. "Beauty, you are so beautiful. Why are you following William, a bankrupt? Why don't you just follow me, and I'll let you eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks every day?" "Mr. Qian, don't be like this. This is a reception room." The female receptionist Huang Huan reached out to push Qian Xinglong away, but failed. The next second, just as she was about to give in, she heard a voice. "Qian Long, keep your dirty hands off my employees." Qian Xinglong was startled, and the female receptionist stood up quickly, but the strange feeling in his chest had not subsided yet. As soon as he stood up, he fell back into Qian Xinglong's arms. "What a beast!" William cursed in his heart. This guy has a beastly heart in human form. He probably has taken advantage of many people with this method. She clearly wants it, but she keeps saying no. You really can't trust a word a woman says. Huang Huan also realized that something was wrong, but the strange feeling in his chest came back, and even speaking was a little difficult. Women are really made of water. I, Qian Xinglong, only need to make a little effort to win their favor. He was so skilled that a woman was like a machine in his eyes, and he knew every part of her clearly. This made it easy for him to control these inexperienced girls, even if one or two of them disagreed. He could use money to get them to spend a night with him. "Mr. Qian, be careful." Someone reminded me, but it was too late. Bang! A loud slap echoed throughout the reception room. "William, you dare to hit me. Do you want to die?" Qian Xinglong was startled and stood up to attack William. But the number 10 standing next to William made him feel chilled. He already knew that William had a female bodyguard who was an expert and was said to have a weapon that could make all beings equal. "President William, please listen to my explanation." Huang Huan took the opportunity to put Qian Long aside. "I don't favor him. This is all nonsense." William, like a frightened lamb, tears streaming down her face. "It's okay. Go down and have a rest first. I will definitely get back for you the injustice you suffered today." After saying that, William looked at Qian Long, pointed at the surveillance camera in the corner, and said, "Mr. Qian, how do you think we can solve this problem today?" "William, don't be too much," Qian Xinglong said, almost roaring. "Secretary Zhao, call the police." William looked at the woman next to him. This person was Chao Fong's secretary. William asked for help when he came over. "Okay, President William." Secretary Zhao naturally did not object. "Ha. President William, don't be so anxious. Isn't it enough for me to apologize?" Qian Xinglong was a little anxious. "Yes, President William, she's just a female receptionist. There's no need to make such a fuss. Let's talk it over nicely. At worst, you can ask Mr. Qian to give her some compensation." William looked at these people who didn't care about anything that had nothing to do with him, and he couldn't help but feel a little angry. "Is it excessive?" William said calmly. "Since Mr. Qian thinks it's excessive, then call the police." I think Mr. Chien will stay in jail for a few days before he understands whether his behavior is excessive or not. Hearing this, Chien Xinglong panicked. He's innocent now. Although he did a lot of bad things in the past, no one brought them up. But if he has to go to the Law Enforcement Bureau for a few days, that would be a different story, even if he could get out quickly. But he already has a criminal record. Not only will he have no hope of promotion in the future, he will also be driven out of Longying by his competitors. This was something he could not tolerate. Now, we can only take a step back. Anyway, William is about to fall, so when the time comes, he will be sent to the police or killed, and naturally no one will gossip about him. There is murderous intent. Number 10 suddenly leaned close to William's ear. This man may want to kill you. You should be prepared in advance. William was so frightened that his neck felt cold. He looked around and finally focused his eyes on Qianing Long. Looking at the old guy's bloated appearance, he can still be my opponent. Qianing Long looked at number 10 tremblingly. He really saw his own death in her. Forget it. I admit defeat this time. Qianing Long pointed his finger and said, Tell me, how much money do you want? 10,000 is not enough, right? Is 100,000 enough? Huang Huan was trembling and unable to speak. At that time, 100,000 yuan was considered a lot of money, as front desk clerks like them only earned more than 2,000 yuan. All in all, 100,000 yuan is equivalent to her salary for 7 or 8 years. However, at this moment, William suddenly spoke. Mr. Chien is such a stingy person. 100,000 yuan is simply not worth the money compared to President William's net worth. What are you going to do? Qianing Long asked angrily. William's mind wandered, and he saw Huang Huan's dream on the background wall. I want to have my own house in the northern province. William smiled faintly and said, I heard that Mr. Chien has a lot of real estate in the northern province, so why not give one to the little girl? Anyway, when my Qingda Plaza is built, the girls may not be interested in it. Qianing Long frowned and gritted his teeth, saying, You are blackmailing me. What's the matter? William retorted unceremoniously. Qianing Long, you need to understand your position. Do you think we're discussing this with you? No, we are here to inform you. Very good. Qianing Long sneered. I agree to this. However, I'm afraid that you won't be lucky enough to enjoy it, so I'll have to return it obediently later. Don't you, William? You are right, William said. In that case, let's sign the contract first. As he spoke, William called Chao Fong. After a while, Chao Fong came in with the company's legal department and the signed contract. Under Qianing Long's unwilling eyes, a 100-square-meter house in the provincial capital belonged to the female receptionist Huang Huan, was helped up halfway by William. In William's opinion, apart from kneeling to heaven, earth, and parents, no one else is worthy of kneeling, and one should not kneel. That's enough. With his 20 years of experience ahead of others, he will surely lead his 2 good brothers to escape the miserable ending of their previous life and become billionaires. He remembered that they had agreed before they came not to cause trouble, but to directly coerce William and acquire his companies at a low price. Now it's really a bad apple that spoils the whole barrel. If it were someone else, he would kick that person away, but because the other person had the support of the huge mountain of Longying, he could only give him a few warnings. Everyone, don't forget the purpose of our coming to Qingda Plaza today. Don't let a small matter affect our enjoyment of this sumptuous feast. Yang Dehai stood up and said. William thought about it carefully and knew the purpose of these people coming here. Divide up several of his companies. However, one thing these people don't know is that William is not the legal representative of these companies, and the company funds are all managed independently. There's only cooperation between companies. The projects are clear, and each company manages its own funds. In this case, how could these people's conspiracy succeed? After a brief debate, the few of them quickly reached a new alliance. President William, it's been so long, what do you think about it? That's not something that needs to be considered. President William has no choice but to hand over all of his company's shares, or else he will go bankrupt in the next moment. That's right, President William. If you're quick, we can leave you some soup. Stop talking. I don't agree. I won't hand over my shares until I'm at my wit's end. William glanced at the few people, then returned his eyes to the teacup in his hand and spoke calmly. Let's do it. Let him feel despair. Oh, why bother? As soon as they finished speaking, the phones in the pockets of William, Chao Fong, and even the legal officer next to them started ringing almost at the same time. Something happened. William understood. The opponent made a move.